So, Sports Junkies, Toby Altizer, Doc Walker sitting in for the guys before the sun rises for the second day of 2026. Doc, what's going on?
It's all good, man. Sandman takes me back to my days covering tech with Vic
Oh,
and being there and feeling that the most amazing pregame that I've ever been a part of. And every time I
can't
listen
beat it.
to the Junks, man, it's the greatest open going.
You can't beat it. I've been down to Tech twice now, working with them the last couple of years,
Yeah.
and getting to see that atmosphere go crazy, even in forgettable seasons for the Hokies last couple of years. That environment, every time they start playing Enter Sandman, everybody starts jumping.
Yeah, it's I
Can't
mean,
beat
what's next? I mean, you think about it around the country, having covered college football for a minute and just the atmosphere and what it generated, and to have had him at that time, who was the most electric human being in college football, it just all worked together, man. The Beamer Ball, it was just crazy. Now wait till you see what's coming up now.
Yeah.
Franklin, he's a beast.
I'm excited to see
Yeah.
what they can do with James Franklin. I'm excited
Yeah.
to see the future of Hokies football. Want to talk about college football. We'll get to that in just a second. Coming up later today, we'll get into the Commanders about 8 o'clock. Want to talk about this game in particular going into Week 18, final game of the season. I've come up with some stuff that you can be watching for. We'll get your thoughts as well if you want to hop in at that point. Want to talk about confidence level for this team to maybe get back to the playoffs as early as next season. And also want to talk about the pass rush. Doc, you've been all over this basically
What
throughout
pass
this
rush?
entire Exactly.
Oh, you mean you want to talk about what you'd like to hope they could create?
How
Okay.
can you fix this pass rush going into next year? And sometimes we oversimplify things. Sometimes we overcomplicate things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious if maybe it's a little overcomplicated trying to fix the defense. Maybe it's just as simple as get a pass rush and it makes everything a lot better. So we'll talk about that coming up a little bit later as well. Denton Day going to be hosting on Team 980 following us here.
DD.
He's going to drop by the studio at 9:30. We'll get his
DD.
thoughts. I mean,
Yeah,
he
beautiful.
had to be fired up watching those college games last night. That's what we'll start. Doc, 3 games yesterday. The first 2 weren't overly competitive, but I think if you're a fan of this football team that we cover, the Commanders, there were some things that were notable that you could pay attention to. Oregon, Texas Tech. Oregon beat Texas Tech 23-0, but Texas Tech had an edge rusher, David Bailey, that
That's all
had
I was
a
watching.
game, and you might need to be getting used to that name because even though we were talking about Caleb Downs, we talked about some of the guys for Ohio State and Miami, this dude has a real chance to be in burgundy and gold as well.
Like yourself, I'm cheating. I'm watching games like I'm a GM, thinking how does he fit into burgundy and gold? That's all I cared about. I was watching you safety. You tagged him. They're just good players. I didn't get a chance to conclude my age won over my heart because I wanted to see the conclusion of the Dogs, Georgia.
Oh, what a game.
My goodness. Yeah, I can't wait for you to break that down because I had to bail on it. But it really shouldn't surprise me. There's just certain people, certain coaches that get in certain big games and they just come up short over and over and over. And then there's others that don't. And I don't care. Now, there's no excuses at Georgia. What do you not have?
Yeah.
What do you need? You get everything. And then how ironic that Ole Miss coach, leaves on you. You got half your staff is committed somewhere else. And Ole Miss is going, what about us? And they go out and get it done. It's the greatest thing possible. That, and then you go, wait, what do you mean greatest? Signetti. Then you got Indiana. So it's a storybook situation going on. And I just love it, man, because for the kids, and I hate to call them kids, not as much money as they make. But and then there's a portal which is going to blow all this out and over. Once the game's in, then the real game starts.
This Ole Miss situation is one of the wildest that I've ever seen. And for them to win last night, overcoming so many different things, was absolutely incredible. I want to talk about their quarterback, Trinidad Chambliss, because maybe we haven't talked enough about this guy as a potential draft prospect. And obviously this team that we cover here is not interested in the quarterback position. But he's someone that if he continues to play the way that he did, is going to be the belle of the ball coming out. He won't be the number one quarterback, I wouldn't think, but regardless, the way he played last night was spectacular. But listen to this, Doc. We know the Lane Kiffin stuff. So he's gone. He's tweeting about Ole Miss last night. People are like, man, I want to win. I hope they win so they can say screw you to Lane Kiffin, all this stuff. The typical Lane Kiffin stuff.
Yeah.
But 7 LSU assistants, 7 people that are going to be on Lane Kiffin's staff for the Tigers next year in Baton Rouge are coaching at Ole Miss to finish this year.
Good for them.
And they're coaching against Georgia in the Sugar Bowl last night. They're going on next week to take on they'll be coaching in the Fiesta Bowl against Miami. 7. Their offensive coordinator and quarterback coach, Charlie Weiss Jr., Joe Cox, their co-offensive coordinator and tight end coach, George McDonald, their wide receiver coach, James Craig, their offensive line assistant, Billy Glasscock is their general manager, Thaddeus Rivers, their director of football ops, and Nick Savage, their S&C coach. All of those guys are going to be with Lane Kiffin next year.
So how do you deal with the portal?
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand how any of this works, and yet they're going to go out there and win football games. It's a testament to them because you got to know inside that building too, Doc. There's probably some internal hey, heck of a year this year at Ole Miss. You want to follow me to LSU next year?
Why wouldn't it be? And it's going to happen necessarily not if it's not the starters, the backups, the babies.
Yes.
They're going to be plotting, and then and you think of Ole Miss, you guys built something. It's special. And these kids, but it's all about money now. I was about to think back to the old days. It doesn't matter. It's about how much can I get.
Yeah. Well,
so really, I got to readjust my thinking.
Even last night, Doc, it was just funny. I'm crazy. So I understood I was doing the junks this morning. I couldn't go to bed. I had to watch the game.
I couldn't.
I had to watch some post-game coverage. I wanted to hear what the guys were saying.
Yeah.
I don't know how I did it. Frankly, if I fall asleep, if I nod off by 8 o'clock today,
I got you.
I might need a segment or two.
I got you.
But their head coach was on with SVP after the game. And great dude, someone that's easy to root for. But talking about, hey, what's the motivation and these things? And he goes, yeah, guys that weren't playing for us earlier in the year, they're getting an opportunity to go out there, and guys that have improved. And, when you have to step up, it's improving yourself, obviously, to win, but also – helps you in your contract. I was like, whoa, what? Contracts. This is college still, Doc. We're talking about college.
And they're not going to fix it.
And
they should fix it.
He's throwing out the word contracts.
Well, he did the right thing.
He's wrong. He's not wrong.
But the big boys up top, these nitwits that run the NCAA, they got to fix it.
Yes.
They're incapable of fixing it. To get these dates right, man, there's no way as a coach you should be put in this situation because you want to be for the kids. And then we haven't even discussed, the kids aren't making these decisions. The parents of the kids are making the decisions to say, go get the cash. I ain't mad at them. But this is chaotic, man. It's going to break up a lot, or we're going to discover that maybe they are ready to go this way, and there's nothing that can stop it.
Yeah, it's a disaster. They're going to have to fix how all this goes down. But that game in particular last night was an absolute classic. Now, you could have saved about 10 minutes at the end of the game if they didn't have all the craziness. Did you see what happened at the end of this game?
If it wasn't behind my eyelids, I didn't see any of it.
All right, so let me try to give you
you're a spring chicken. I'm a senior citizen.
Let me try to give you a rundown.
I'm not supposed to be going to bed at 8:30, 9:30, and getting up at 4 or 5 in the morning.
Let me try to give you a rundown of what happened. So, Georgia scores to tie the game up, which there's a question here whether Kirby Smart made the right decision. He made a couple of decisions last night that you could question. He opted to go for it. I'm trying to remember, but he was at his own 30. He went for it, got stopped. Ole Miss ends up coming away, I believe, with a touchdown on that play. They did run a fake punt later on in the game that worked, that was genius and looked beautiful.
I just saw that.
But it was third down, 3rd and goal, with 59 seconds left, no timeouts left for Ole Miss. And they opted to throw a pass to try to score from the 6. You can't blame them on that decision, but at the same time, if they run the football there, they're either running it in from the 6-yard line and winning the ball game, or they run the clock out and kick the field goal with, 15 seconds left.
Mm-hmm.
So you could make the argument that was the wrong decision. They throw an incomplete pass, great coverage by Ole Miss. So Ole Miss gets the football back. Third down, Trinidad Chambliss finds Dezon Stribling for 40 yards to get into field goal range. They waste some time. They kick the field goal with 6 seconds left, Doc. So 6 seconds left on the clock. They kick off. Georgia opts to take it out, and they're going to try some miracle play. They tried to kick it out of the back of the end zone. I mean, he caught it almost on the end line, Doc. So he brings it out. He brings it out from the right side, immediately gets to the 5-yard line, turns and just whips the ball to the left side, around the goal line, around the 2.
Mm-hmm.
And the ball isn't completed to his intended target over there. The ball just bounds around and ends up going out of bounds, hitting the pylon for a safety. Now, this is where all chaos broke loose. So everyone assumes the game's over because it's hit triple zeros. So here comes the stage. Here comes both teams onto the field, all this stuff. And the referees are like, hold on. Everybody's already celebrating. Everybody's going nuts. I think there was already some confetti on the field.
Mm-hmm.
They say, hold on, there's a second left on the clock. So it's a safety. So Georgia has to kick off. You assume, okay, whatever. They're going to kick off. The announcers are like, just don't even touch the football. Georgia can recover the onside kick. Time will run out because there's 1 second left. 1 second. And I think if you would have had an NBA clock, it would have been 0.5 seconds, Doc. Like there was next to no time. Well, they kick it off. Ole Miss just lets them recover it. But according to the rules official, if a Georgia player recovers the onside kick while he is on the turf with a knee down, no time comes off. And so their head coach for Ole Miss had come onto the field. They had already dumped the Gatorade on him, everything. He's like, whoa, why didn't the time come off? And so now they're reviewing it and having to talk. They get 1 second and get the ball back. Now, Georgia ends up trying to run the lateral play, and it never really works out. But my gosh, Doc, this game could have been over 10 minutes earlier.
Yeah.
We could have saved all this drama.
I lost an hour and a half of sleep.
Oh my gosh, all this extra
How'd you
stuff.
go to sleep after that?
It was so frustrating because it was a ridiculous end to an epic game. But if you haven't had a chance, you got to watch Trinidad Chambliss and his highlights from last night. The quarterback for Ole Miss.
He's silly.
He had a couple of plays in that second half, Doc, that looked like Johnny Manziel, looked like take your pick of quarterback that's just running around for his life making plays. There was a second down play where there was nothing. He's rolling to his left. Here comes the pass rush, and he just shovel pass, flips it to his running back, who gets there. And then on third down, there's nothing either. He's circling back 25 yards behind the line of scrimmage, comes back up, dumps it off to his running back again, who picks up the first down.
Brock Purdy. These kids are watching, man.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And to see what he was able to do was incredible. We'll see if he can replicate it once again, but he's been spectacular this season. Cool story for him, coming from Ferris State to now being a star on the college football playoff. He's been advocating to get another year of eligibility, so we'll see what happens there. If he doesn't get it, though, he's going to be an interesting NFL draft prospect. But heck of a game last night. I feel bad. You know, if you're listening to us right now, chances are you didn't get to finish that game last night. Go back and try and find a way to watch it. At least the fourth quarter of that game.
But why do you feel
night.
bad? You said that you feel bad. Why do you feel bad?
What do you mean?
You said Georgia. I thought you felt bad for Georgia.
No, I don't feel bad.
Oh, okay. Please
no, I'm
don't.
saying I feel bad if you didn't get to watch that game last night.
I got it. Yeah, I thought you Georgia. You got to be kidding me.
No. I don't feel bad for Georgia.
Battle of riches, and as cocky as they were, arrogant as they play, then it shows Ole Miss. When it comes down to me, I couldn't help but keep thinking about the decisions that were made, and Kiffin, how do you settle with yourself? You built this monster that went in and it ate Godzilla, and you're not a part of it.
I know.
It's not like you don't need the money.
Well, he cashed another check last night, by the way.
$500,000.
$500K for that win.
Yeah, but it's about building. It's about what he had that made his own. But he's done this the whole way. It's fair play. We'll see what happens. It's just like when Kelly left Notre Dame. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Because there's no guarantees now.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Ole Miss. I really like watching them, and it was really cool. On the other side of that game, Georgia, like you talked about, their quarterback, Gunnar Stockton, I think there's maybe one other quarterback in college football that you can think has that type of toughness. If you watch Georgia Tech
Oh,
at all
yeah.
all year,
Yes.
Haynes King,
Yes.
he seemingly was always banged up, and he's
Yeah.
running for 150 yards and
Mhm.
throwing for 250. That guy is the only dude I've seen that has that level of toughness that Gunnar Stockton showed last night. Throwing
Yeah,
the
he's
football,
different.
getting blasted.
Yeah, he's different.
I mean, I saw somebody tweet he plays the quarterback position like Cam Scatterboo plays the running back position.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. Yeah, that's good.
And I don't know how good he is, but the toughness that he showed last night, it was a heck of a football game. Like I said, if you didn't get a chance to watch it or didn't get a chance to finish it, I would go back and watch it. I think the big story of yesterday, though, other than the thriller there, was if anyone was still doubting the number one team in the nation,
Oh, they'll still be doubting them.
quit doubting them.
Yeah.
38-3, Indiana just obliterates Alabama.
Yeah, and they're so I love hearing how people talk about aggressiveness. Miami and the U, to me, it was that only paled to Miami. Miami in a statement that the hell with the past, we are now the future doing it this way, and then living up to it because they have a lot of pressure from their alums. But it's about defense, man. People flying to the ball, making plays, and these young corners in Oregon who's so gifted and filthy rich. And they got that kid playing corners. When you see freshmen making plays, dominating games, and you think about the cornerback play that we experience on a professional level, that's going to be a very rich man. There's a lot of them kids coming out now
Yeah.
because they throw the ball so much. And we're so used to the favorites and seeing Nick, and I wonder what Nick Saban thinks when he's looking at all this.
Well, he's got to be so
That'd be
frustrated.
miserable.
It's one thing if you lose a football game, Doc.
Mm-hmm.
It happens. Sometimes the other team is just better. It happens, right? And I don't think there's any denying that the Indiana Hoosiers this year are the better football team than Alabama.
Yeah.
It's the stark difference in this Alabama team under DeBoer versus what you saw under Saban for years.
And why?
They lack
They
physicality.
don't run the ball.
They lack the details. Last night, this was the rushing totals for the game. 23 yards for Alabama, 215 for the Hoosiers. 215. They were outgained total yardage in the game, 407 to 193.
But when's the last time you watched Alabama without a running game?
This year. I mean, that's it.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, so can you say, well, it's the Times? No, it's not the Times. It's the coordinators. It's the guys that don't believe in it. Alabama's all about physicality. That's their whole mantra. And we're Alabama. No, you're not. Because you get some genius that figures he can outthink the system and throwing, and they get what they deserve.
It's just the little things, though. Like, obviously, that's a major thing where you don't play with a physical brand of football. But I'm watching the game last night, and there was a kickoff that they brought out of the end zone, and they get tackled at like the 12. In college, if you fair catch it anywhere inside the 25, you get the ball to 25.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the little things that Nick Saban would not stand for. Giving up 13 yards of field position because you have too much of an ego, you got to return it. Those sorts of things didn't happen under Nick Saban, and they're happening under Kalen DeBoer. And I think he's a good coach. You saw what he did at Washington.
Oh, no, he's damn
but
good.
I don't know if he fits with what's going on down there in Tuscaloosa.
Well, he won't be there long.
No, if this keeps up, I mean, he better not. He better be renting, not.
The most fun for me is watching the faces of the defeated.
Oh,
they feel like mightier than thou. How dare Indiana do? I'm watching the fan base. They've been spoiled rotten. And now this turnabout, and then Cignetti in showing you what JMU produced, what we already knew here locally. This dude is special.
Oh, so good.
But he's also going up against a weak field, too. Because a lot of these guys that are in coaching right now just aren't worth a damn. They just got positions because of friendships. And they're not good teachers. And their results, just look at the results.
Yeah.
How can you tell me you're not good? You got all the 4 and 5 stars in the world. So do you not have good schemes?
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't have good staffs. What Nick had a staff. Look at all the people that work for Nick that now are head coaches.
All 4 of the coaches that are left as the head coaches in the college football semifinals worked under Nick Saban.
There you go. make my point. It's a garbage field of buddies and friends, and they cannot develop talent because they don't understand how to communicate or teach. And their schemes suck. And it's amazing. And now you see it up close and personal. How can they not? Because the people in the room. How can Signetti flip it? Because of the people in the room.
I want to talk about Coach Sig because this turnaround that you've seen from the Indiana Hoosiers is one of the greatest, maybe ever, that we've seen, especially in college football, for a program that hadn't won a bowl game since 1991, one of the losingest programs of all time, to be the lone undefeated team left. And I don't see anyone stopping them. And they got a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. They annihilated the Crimson Tide to win the Rose Bowl 38-3. How impressive has Coach Sig been? I want to talk about Coach Sig, the Indiana Hoosiers, and that turnaround next. You're listening to the Sports Junkies with Toby Altizer and Doc Walker filling in on January 2nd. Happy New Year, everybody. To Sports Junkies 1067 The Fan, Team 980. Toby Altizer and Doc Walker sitting in for the guys today. They'll be back on Monday. Yesterday, Rose Bowl, Indiana Hoosiers rolled over the Alabama Crimson Tide 38-3. Coach Cignetti with another impressive win in his cap. And to see the turnaround that they've had, and not just to beat Alabama, but to just absolutely eviscerate Alabama and embarrass them in so many ways. I don't understand how at this point, after the 2 seasons that he's had in Indiana, that you could still doubt the Hoosiers. I'm sure there still are people out there that question it. But if you had any doubts left, which I don't know why you did, they have to be gone now. They just have to be. I don't understand how you could continue to doubt this team.
People,
Coach Sig
it's the
gets
uniform, man. People, we're creatures of habit. They're going to have to win the national championship and then come back, go back to back. It's just too much hoops in your mind when you think about it, and you're not paying attention to James Madison. They won after he left, and he took a hell of a lot of the talent with him. That's his impact. That's having influence into a program.
That's
It's the thing I thought that Beamer, once Beamer left, I thought his impact would resonate through. I was shocked that they fell off the ledge the way they did because of that impact and how he built it. And having covered those teams and understood why Frank Beamer was so successful, it's those principles. It's rare, man. You don't get a lot of people like that. And to try to duplicate it, if you don't have his core value system, and now you got to deal with NIL. Can you imagine how difficult it is now to keep a 17-year-old, 18-year-old's attention, and he's got a fat bank account?
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole different system now. And that's why Cignetti, I haven't seen him smile yet. You know, it's the beauty.
Yeah.
He's not trying to be the good humor man, not a Hallmark guy.
No, he's the throwback coach.
Absolutely.
He's exactly what Nick Saban left college football, and now you've got the next guy like that.
That's right.
Because he's not trying to be your best friend.
Mm-mm.
He'll be friendly with you, but he's not trying
No, he's
to be
not a
your best friend.
jackass. But he makes it very clear that you're not going to pull any of his superpowers away. He's not here to entertain you.
Yeah.
He's in here to work with his kids.
And I love watching them because they don't have the 5 stars like other teams do. They've got the most out of their players, though. They play a brand of football that is a winning brand of football at any level. I saw a tweet from a guy from Barstool yesterday. Brandon Walker said, Indiana boggles the mind. They're basically the most perfectly coached team in college football history. They make every single correct play. That's it. I saw comps of them saying that they're the guys that have played together for years at the rec league that show up, and you can't beat them. You got more talent, but they just make every correct play. They understand how to play with each other. That's exactly what they are.
You know, when you're senators from Notre Dame, and the story is about you get a guy that convinces he leaves an historic program, Touchdown Jesus, the Golden Dome, everything, and he goes to Indiana football, and they're proud of it. We need things like this, especially in this NIL era. And what'll be more fascinating is what happens now that the ball is dropped and the NIL breakout. I'm almost more curious about the NIL, where people are going, than I am the next game. Because it's going to be interesting that you allow people to flee programs and go join programs. I want to see who goes to Indiana. That's really important to see who's attracted to that, because it's like you're not going somewhere to hang out in the sun and sunbathe. You're going to work. And I want to see how many people reach out to that.
Yeah, I just love the way that he approaches things. And I forget the exact question that he was asked in the post-game interview on the field. It was like, how did you get the guys to play and buy in? He goes, I mean, why shouldn't we? Is it because of our name, Indiana? That's it. Like, he's like, so what? We'll change that. I love the confidence that he exudes because you can see it in his players. Regardless of if you know Elijah Surratt's name, who, by the way, I think is an interesting draft prospect for Washington, one of the big wide receivers that they have. Like, whether you know any of these, Roman Hemby, the former Terp, whether you know any of those guys, Most people that watch football, college football all year, could name you 2 people associated with the Indiana program.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. They could name you their quarterback, Fernando Mendoza,
Mm-hmm.
won the Heisman, and they could name you Kurt Signetti.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, that defense is incredible. They ran for 200 yards against the Tide yesterday. They're just a great football team. The great team. Emphasis on that. And you don't see that as much. You see great players all the time, but you don't always see a team that gets the most out of all their guys. You see that every time Indiana takes the field.
The one thing that Clemson tried to do was go counter. That we're going to build that, and it's, I think it was steamrolled because the cash wins at some places, in most places, but not all. I was kind of pulling for Texas Tech in the fact that when you're under the umbrella of the Longhorns, and yet they don't give a crap. So how do you build it? Very simple. People don't. I know they get tired of hearing it. What works? Defense, ball control, and physical toughness. When you saw Miami after the game, what is it? What do they talk about? Fist fight, tight, tough, and defense. And we're going to run the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So to hear Alabama can't run, I'm thinking, what?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's your own fault.
Yeah, and they don't do their quarterback any favors at Alabama because Ty Simpson was someone that he's been at Alabama for a little bit, hadn't had the chance to start, finally gets his opportunity. And how unfortunate to be the quarterback at Alabama that one of the first times ever that they didn't have any run game.
No run game.
It's one thing if you don't have an effective run game and you can't go to it. They have no run game, Doc.
No.
None.
How does that happen when you recruit 4- and 5-star running backs, 4- and 5-star offensive linemen? That's the thing about Nick. What was the beauty of it? It's like having played for Coach Vermeil. Signetti reminds me of Coach Vermeil. When you come into a program and you have to establish, the work ethic and the grind, you don't hear anybody talking about the country club atmosphere at Indiana. It's impossible to have that.
Yeah.
Now look at the mighty Ohio State Buckeyes, not a Georgia Bulldog. What are you seeing? The 5, that doesn't matter. What matters is that your interior toughness and your commitment to the line of scrimmage, winning the battles on the line of scrimmage. So how do you lose if you got all these big physical people that you're eating 4 and 5 porterhouse steaks a day? What's the deal? It's on you. It's your concepts. You get lulled to sleep with the wide outs. I'm going to get him. We're going to run the bubble screen. We're going to do all that. It's not going to get you where you want to go. And it's happening over and over and over again. If they can somehow fix this portal deal, which I think is an injustice to coaches, they got to fix it. But who's going to do it? The NCAA, I mean, it's just really, I've never seen anything so ridiculous that's so profitable.
Oh. It's insane. But to your point about running the football, it looks like, if I'm looking at the box score correctly, there were 8 carries from Alabama running backs yesterday. 8. 8 carries for 15 yards. And that's the problem. Can you blame their offensive coordinator for not running the football when they can't? But they literally couldn't. They just cannot run the football.
So what are they doing in practice that Nick was doing? What are they not doing?
Well, I can say they lack the physicality.
There you go. It's the mindset. It's mental. It's not physical. It's mental.
Yeah, and that's the stuff that, you can live with your team losing, I feel like. Obviously, in Alabama, that level is not acceptable. But it's one thing when you just get physically dominated for 60 minutes. Like, if you just go out there and you were just getting manhandled for 60 minutes, that, to me, is unacceptable. And that's where, under Kalen DeBoer with Alabama, they have been spanked in big-time moments far too often in 2 years.
Yeah, not good for his resume. Hell of a coach, what he did at Washington.
But that was a finesse team, right? They had a nice running back while they were there. But think about his best team was built on Michael Penix throwing the ball down the field to Rome Odunze, throwing the ball to Jalen McMillan.
Yeah.
Like they were fun to watch because they were airing it out. They weren't pounding it, even though they had a big back. They weren't pounding it like they needed to, and that works in the Pac-12 back then. That don't work in the SEC.
Well, I mean, it's the proof's in the pudding. I don't even waste my time trying to explain to people that don't have the experience to understand it because it'll come up in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just I just
Well, and
just watch.
Coach Siggs talking after the game like, this is what we used to do at Alabama. We're trying to break their will, run the football. And they did. I think you saw that as the game wore on. The Crimson Tide were like, screw this. I mean,
Yeah.
and it's disappointing. Two things off of this I want to talk about, Doc.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start with Fernando Mendoza with Indiana. It's a different year.
How do you think Cal feels?
Well, they got to feel wild.
Yeah, that
Heisman
shows
Trophy
you
winner.
their football IQ is 0.
Well, and by the way, you got to give credit again to Coach Sig in Indiana. They have the Heisman Trophy winner, and they didn't ask him to say, well, we got to change things up. We got the Heisman Trophy winner. Yesterday's stats, 14-16, $192, 3 touchdowns, no picks. That's staying within yourself, understanding what your principles are, running the ball 50 times for 215 yards, sticking to what you do.
He's a part of that, too.
He is.
His legs are underrated.
And what I like about him is he's not trying to do too much. He didn't get the Heisman Trophy and think, oh man, I gotta prove that I'm the Heisman Trophy. He said, no, I'm gonna stay within myself. Once they settled into that game, he's tough as can be, taking sacks early, and then got right back into it. If you watch the Big Ten championship game, first play of the game, he got blasted. You thought, he might be out for the rest of the game. Comes back in, has a spectacular game. Mendoza, to me, he's not your traditional Heisman winner with the gaudy stats. There's a good chance he's the number 1 overall pick. He's not your traditional number 1 overall pick. But if the Raiders end up taking him, I think you like him because I bet you Brady, being on that ownership group, kind of looks and sees a little bit of that same style of quarterback that he is, a little bit more of a chance to move, but someone that processes the game at a high level and is able to win from the pocket, a little bit of a throwback in a lot of ways.
Well, let's see who the Raiders head coach is. Let's see who is Brady really runs. Because I'm reluctant when people start throwing people's names around that are part-time. I don't believe that he's that involved. Because how could he be? He's doing games all over the world.
Yeah.
That's not who I want. I want my guys in 24/7, eat, sleep, and drink to get me going. He's a celebrity. And people throw that thing around him, and I don't buy into that. But they better get somebody that understands football. And because they're a disaster. That was embarrassing. For people that grew up with the silver and black. I mean, come on. But it's been a clown show for a minute. And we'll find out. Because he would settle that program down. Him in Vegas makes sense. Because he won't get caught up with Vegas.
I want to wrap up our discussion on the college football playoff. We'll talk again with Denton Day coming up at 9:30 about the college football playoff a little bit more. But there's a talking point off of watching yesterday's games that I want to get into about how many people were talking about the quality of matchups and, James Madison shouldn't be in and Tulane. Well, maybe Alabama shouldn't have been in if we're going to do that. I want to talk about that next. How much should this really matter about
Good luck with
ratings and quality games? There's still blowouts because this is the college football playoff and it happens. The cream rises to the top. And I think we saw teams yesterday, they're just better sometimes. It just happens. You're not always guaranteed a good game. We'll talk about that next here on the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan. Sports Junkies, 1067 The Fan, Team 980. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker sitting in for the guys today on January 2nd. Doc, I'm hoping this is blind hope from me because I already know
You can do it.
how this stuff works. But after watching the games yesterday, can we stop with these discussions about, oh, well, group of fives don't belong in because the games are uncompetitive and it's not fun to watch, and all I care about is the TV ratings and it being competitive because I just want to be able to sit on the couch. Well, Oregon and James Madison was more competitive than Oregon and Texas Tech yesterday. Uh, there have been plenty of games that were more fun to watch in terms of being close and competitive than Indiana and Alabama yesterday, and no one's arguing that Alabama didn't deserve – maybe they didn't deserve to be in the playoff, but they beat Oklahoma, so they deserve to be where they were once they got in.
That was real.
Doc, it happens. Yeah. Like, this is part of football. Like, college football playoff before, when it was just 4 teams, I'd done some research on it and calculated out. The average of the 3 games, one of the 3 would finish within 2 scores. So why were we so worried about, oh, well, it's got to be the best matchup when Florida State got screwed years ago because they were undefeated, but it might not make compelling television.
Yeah, right.
I don't care about that. Put the teams that deserve to be in. They deserve to be there. That's the beauty of sports, right? USA didn't have a chance to beat the Soviets in the 80s, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have a chance there.
Miracle-wise, yeah.
The 7 seed or 6 seed Giants didn't have a chance to beat the undefeated New England Patriots, right? Like, that's the beauty of sports.
But we want to manipulate everything. We want to control everything. And you just can't. And that's why, Boise State and their run, teams have runs. And now with NIL, it's just the equalizer. It really is the difference. Because without NIL and this movement and this cash being thrown around, it would be more traditional. It just would. This is the best thing that's ever happened. I mean, I missed that closing last night, and I'll go back because I want to watch it and see it and imagine it in real time about the Bulldogs. But the last time the Bulldogs come up short, I mean, because for me, what's their excuse? What don't you have that you need?
They don't. No, there is no
and
excuse.
Everything, and it's still not enough. That's great for the game. The fact that this lunatic has left one school, Ole Miss, that's who he is. He bounces around, but it never seems to work out. And that's the good thing about it, because talent sometimes is overrated. Kiffin, you think he's going to win at LSU?
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
No. That just
not
win. They always win games.
Yeah.
She's going to be a champion.
Probably not.
Yeah, I agree. So and that's the beauty of it. I mean, I think this is these presidents and people get in it, and I understand they're making money, and you go do the right thing, but you cannot change the fact that either you have the ability to inspire these young people to go way beyond the bounds, or you don't. This is a messy situation right now that Kiffin has created, and this happy ending thing could be the story of the year.
One of the things that I like is the teams that are left in this college football playoff have a distinct brand and have coaches that are more throwback than modern buddy, right? Mm-hmm. Mario Cristobal is not buddy at Miami.
Thug.
He wants to run the football, wants to beat you up physically, and that's how they're going to win
that's
football
That's the first thing that comes out of his mouth.
Yeah. They want to play violent football.
Violent, yeah. We heard that here. See, that's the other thing about it, too. Because of the era that we're in now with all the ways to social media and everything going out, you can talk violent. And it'll get you replayed a lot. But eventually, whatever you say has to be duplicated by the people on the field.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to listen to Joe Witt's presser
when
he's talking about arrive violently.
Arrive, man.
All that stuff.
But they do. They talk a great game. I mean, they might be. We should probably have our own little championship or pairings and seedings for that. Because if it was just about talk, they're champions.
I mean, heck, if it was just about talk, I wish Joe Witt were still the defensive coordinator.
Yeah, me too. I missed that.
I loved listening to that guy talk.
Loved it, yeah.
I didn't love when he'd calling the defenses. But Miami's physical. Oregon, they play a distinct brand of football, and their head coach is incredible. He's maybe the least, however you want to declare, talk about Signetti and Cristobal. He's maybe the least jerkish or whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
He's likable, but he's still got that. I'm going to get on you.
Even in the clown outfits, they come out like Jekyll and Hyde. You don't know what they're wearing, but don't be fooled by their appearance.
Yeah, you used to think of Pac-12 teams
Mm-hmm.
during that era,
Mm-hmm.
and especially teams like Oregon, is a little bit soft.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to run their different stuff that's
They're gonna trick
unique when Mariota's there and those kind of guys. It's cool. It's fun to watch. It's high flying, but it's a
they
little
still
bit
had the number one offensive line during that era with Mariota.
Yeah,
they were rated, but you didn't. The perception, you didn't perceive it that way.
Yeah,
it's like Stanford used to be really, really good, and they ran the ball down your throat, but you didn't perceive them being that way. But that's what forget. You got to go back and really and redo your history, and you'll see that nobody really holds that position of being dominant that's not physically imposing.
Well, and that's the thing is Oregon obviously has now changed that perception.
Mm-hmm.
And Indiana, we already talked about them. They're going to play a physical brand of football. Ole Miss as well. I mean, to see what they've done, and they're a little bit different because of the way that their head coach and all that situation, but to see them overcome that and get to the semifinals is really, really cool. Want to transition? Let's go up a level. Let's talk about the NFL. There's a heck of a game going on in Week 18. You got the Ravens and the Steelers, AFC North rivals. It's a playoff game in Week 18. Winner goes to the playoffs, loser's done. There was drama in Baltimore. Sounds like Lamar's going to play. Aaron Rodgers, could this be his final game? I want to talk about that and get into the top Week 18 games. We'll do that next. You're listening to the Sports Junkies with Toby Altizer and Doc Walker filling in on January 2nd.
This sports update is brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. The Capitals jumped out to a 2-0 lead thanks to goals from Tom Wilson and Dylan Strome, but by the end of the second period, the Senators tied that game up. Ultimately, the Caps dropped yesterday's matchup 4-3 to Ottawa. Over in college football, Texas Tech was shut out yesterday. Oregon Ducks crushed them 23-0. Indiana thumped Alabama 38-3 in the college football playoff quarterfinal, handing the Tide their first loss by 35 points or more since 1998. And Ole Miss kicked a 47-yard field goal with 6 seconds left to put them in front for good in an upset 39-34 victory over third-ranked Georgia. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Week 18 of the NFL season coming up tomorrow, getting things started on a Saturday with two big-time games with playoff implications. Sports Junkies, 106.7 The Fan, Team 980. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker sitting in for the guys today. One of the big games coming up on Sunday, though, is Ravens-Steelers. And, I mean, we should have known whenever you have this sort of rivalry, there's going to be extra juice around it, especially for a game that is a playoff game. Winner goes, loser stays home, is done for the year.
Those are the best.
But we should have known, too, that there's going to be extra stuff around this game.
Always.
Baltimore, seemingly the last couple of years, has had a little bit more drama start to tick up a little bit. We are having the should Harbaugh return discussion, this and that. Going into this one, they're questioning if Lamar is going to play, and now you're starting to hear that rumors that Harbaugh's sick of Lamar, Lamar's sick of Harbaugh, and is Lamar actually hurt, or is he milking it a little bit, and is he going to want out of Baltimore? Are they going to move on? Because all this craziness, multiple-time MVP quarterback, really hasn't won anything yet, but still one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And then on the flip side, anywhere Aaron Rodgers goes is going to be drama, Doc. We all know that with all his stuff. All his
drama
stuff.
queen, yeah.
And he's led his team to a point where they could have clinched playoff spots plenty of times. Now they're stuck in a spot where they got to beat the Ravens in this one to move on and get into the playoffs. But if they lose this one, could that be the final time that we see Aaron Rodgers on a football field?
I don't think so. I don't think Aaron's ego will allow him not to be a part of this. Because just go with the opposite of whatever he says. Can you imagine him without the NFL? I can't.
No.
He keeps bluffing like I'm going to go away. No, he's not.
He's not going to disappear.
He's going to be on one of these networks. He's
Yeah.
going to be somewhere because he lives for this.
He'll be on some podcast talking about conspiracy theories.
Yeah, and he's so good. He's been so good at it. Of course, with Big Tony being a Steelers fan, I just seeing him this nervous and seeing him all bent up. He'll come back and say, I told you it was going to happen. I don't buy that. And then this deal in Baltimore, they've been so good until they're not. Their worst ball is in the playoffs. No matter how well they've done, because their core interest is that run-pass ratio thing. They hide it, but they really don't buy into just smash mouth. It's really what they want this guy to be, Houdini. And
well, what cracked me up the other
really
day,
2 train wrecks.
a couple of weeks ago when the Ravens lost their game against the Patriots, and people were wondering why the heck was Derrick Henry not on the field. And look, I understand he struggled with fumbling issues. We're trying to do running back rotation and those things. How about we just get the best player, your best offensive weapon on the field? How about you just give him the football? How about we just stop screwing around? If I lose because I give the ball to Derrick Henry and it doesn't work out, I might just say, tip my cap, right? Like, whatever. I can't just not have him on the field. I saw Todd Monken had basically said, their offensive coordinator said, let's not do that against Green Bay. Let's not fool around. Let's just hand the football off to Derrick Henry. And look what he did.
Yeah, finally. How do I renegotiate if I'm handing the ball off to you and you're making all the yards? Doesn't make me seem really smart. It's ego, man. These guys are egomaniacs. My program, my game. What's your record? That's why Andy's so much better than the field. You ever question Andy Reid? No, it's all about winning. Whatever we have to do, however we have to do, it's about winning.
Well, and that's where you got to give credit to the Chiefs over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
They haven't won with style points.
No.
We always think about the Chiefs, and we think about those style points because we remember the Tyreek Hill days. Remember when Travis Kelce was in his prime, when Patrick Mahomes first took over the realm, and they're just throwing the ball all over the yard. Last couple of years, you're like, how the heck do they keep winning these close games?
Yeah.
Because they have a great defense.
O-line.
Good O-line.
Yeah.
They let Pat Mahomes, too, deserve some credit, where he's not going to Andy and being like, I got to be throwing for 5,000 yards and 40 touchdowns. No. He just wants to win. And
it's hard.
Sometimes we overcomplicate these things, Doc. When you're the Baltimore Ravens and you have Derrick Henry, a guy that looks like that, who's unique, one of the most unique running backs that I've ever seen, that size to be able to run with his speed and power, 36 for 216 and 4 touchdowns against the Packers last week. Sometimes it's not that difficult.
What does it remind you of, though? It reminds me of, it's like Harbaugh doesn't have control over the offense. It's like DQ doesn't have control over the offense. Whenever the head coach is asking for something that he doesn't get, I scratch my bald head till I'm bleeding. What? So it's an indictment upon whoever's in charge. If you're the head man, why aren't you getting what you want? Period.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there needs to be a lot of extra groupthink on this one. I'm excited to see what they do in this one. Lamar going to play in this one. And this Baltimore team is kind of in a spot where they started the year poorly. Lamar got injured. Their defense was maybe the worst I'd ever seen a Ravens defense that I could remember. And now they're starting to whip into shape. The defense is starting to play better. They're getting more back to that physical brand of football. And I tell you what, the Steelers might have just fumbled away their chances of getting to the playoffs because they were in the driver's seat. And I wouldn't want to see the Ravens now, where, yes, there's all that drama, but if Lamar's on the football field, you still got a top 5, top 10 quarterback. They still got Derrick Henry. It seems like last week they reestablished that physical brand where they're just going to give Derrick Henry the football, and when the quarterback has to make plays, now you've got Lamar back, and their defense is starting to whip into shape.
If they stick to the script, which they usually don't, you'd be right. But then Watt comes back. See, the Steelers need Watt.
Yeah.
Again, that helps them be who they are. Their interior has been pretty well. But that's what the beauty of sports is, that we get a chance to watch that, really not knowing what the outcome would be. And so those that are wagering heavily on this, their gut will be tied up, man. This is going to be a gut buster.
Derrick Henry, I don't know how many more years we're going to get to watch him play football.
Now, and point of interest. Got to hold on to the damn ball.
100%. 100%. I mean, he hadn't had fumbling issues really throughout his career, but this year, I mean, you think back to week 1 against Buffalo.
That was pathetic.
Changed the entire game.
Yeah. Changed the season.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. The Ravens have allowed the rest of the field to do whatever they're doing.
Yes.
I mean, to me, I took them against Kansas City, which was the dumbest thing I've ever done, because I trusted them at home when they had home field. I said, there's no way, and I'll be damned, I watched it. And they would not run. And I said, then never again. I'll never deal with them again on that level. So, because I don't trust them because they don't trust themselves. And it's way too much chatter. I'm tired of hearing the quarterback. I don't want to hear what you say anymore. It's becoming this thing like, you're going to talk. You can't talk your way into this. You got to play your way into it. You can't turn it over yourself. As great as he is, he's also been a part of the problem. And then he's done some beautiful things, and they get dropped by guys who hardly ever drop the ball. So it's like they're snake bitten. There's something going on with this Ravens aura, and they're going to have to fix it, or they're going to end up being like Tampa Bay. That and the Buccaneers are the craziest things that I cannot explain.
So Derrick Henry, 32 years old now. He had 12,000 rushing yards in high school. 3,500 in college, and now 12,500 in the NFL.
He's a lumberjack, no doubt.
And at some point, you're like, okay, someone's going to wear down. Generally, you get a running back that has that tread on the tires. You think, oh, okay, they're going to wear down. I don't know that there's many running backs in the history of football that are 6'2", 250. I mean, with his speed and breakaway ability,
It's amazing.
it's incredible to watch what he's able to do. I've seen him in person a couple of times, Doc, and if you haven't seen him in person, it's almost tough to describe. Like, he looks like another lineman out there. Like, when they break the huddle, like, oh, okay, there's their left tackle. Oh, that's Derrick Henry. He's going to the backfield. What the heck is that?
Yeah. You wouldn't imagine that he would have been underutilized.
Yes. Never.
That's the amazing part about this.
Well, remember, he got off to a little bit of a slow start in his career, too.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tennessee was like, oh, we have a tank back there. Let's just hand it to him. You don't have to overthink this one. He's someone that if you can get him before he gets going, you can still find success against him.
Yeah.
But once he gets that head of steam going, good luck.
You're done.
I mean, you're
The
screwed.
band will start playing before you get him. Yeah, that's why. How do you not watch this weekend, man? This is why the NFL is the NFL. But if you're a fan of these particular entities, it's like the NFC North. It's crazy. But I cannot. I really cannot. This is must see this weekend. And if you would have to put a little scratch on this, do you trust Tampa Bay? My boy Todd Bowles, love Todd.
I can't trust him, Doc.
You know, when he got out of character, see, he's like one of the coolest dudes you'll ever meet. What you see is what you get. When he blew his lid a couple weeks ago, that was kind of out of character for Todd Bowles, and then the team didn't react. I think he felt he had to throw his hand, play the hand he had. Had they won following that, we go, okay, yeah, this dude's got that touch. They didn't. They lost.
They've lost 7 of their last 8.
Yeah.
And a lot of these games have been close, but they're losing to some bad football teams. I mean, so just going back weeks ago to start this, they lost to the Patriots 28-23.
Good team.
They lost to the Bills 44-32.
Good team.
They got smoked by the Rams 34-7.
Good team.
They finally won. They beat the Cardinals 20-17.
Terrible team.
But then listen to these close games against some teams that they're not bad teams necessarily. Some of these teams are coming on, but they're not great. The Saints, they lost to the Saints 24-20.
Hot now.
They lost to the Falcons by a point, 29-28.
Schizophrenic.
They lost to the Panthers on the road 23-20, who they're going to face tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then they lost the Dolphins last week 20-17.
Now that's ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying.
You had me up until I could go with the Dolphins, but it's typical NFL. You know, what you see is what you get. The question is, what's their future look like? Can't wait to see. Now, they had a guy that's perfect for the game, but he hurt Tua's feelings. They get rid of him. When you're in Miami, you need Flores. You need a jackass running the program down there because of all the outside attractions. It's like being in Vegas.
Yeah, because it's Miami.
You can't put the candy man down there, have him running the program in Miami. Not going to work.
Yeah,
Not going to work.
It's run its course with Mike McDaniel. I like him. I like his style of offense, but it's run its course down there.
It feels like it. No, it really does. It feels like it. And I think what was the profile of the people that have had success at Miami? Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah.
So it's a personality thing. You know, the good humor man is not going to work there. Maybe some places it does work. I found it very difficult for me to measure up where a guy who passes out ice cream and candy is really good in football. You know, it's almost like the people who turn programs around, just look at their personalities. People who fix things or flip the agenda on programs. Who are they like?
Yeah.
Do you want to spend time with them? No. But they get the job done. That's what I'm saying. You're asking to get a warden to be a guy that should be driving an ice cream truck. Doesn't work.
Other game tomorrow is a heck of a game. The first game is a playoff game of sorts, Panthers and Buccaneers. It's a playoff clinching scenario.
Yeah.
If the Panthers win, then they're in. If the Buccaneers win, they still need the Falcons to lose
That's
to get
horrible.
in, which is wild because the Falcons have been eliminated for 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But if the Falcons win and the Buccaneers win, all 3 teams at the top there will be the Panthers, Buccaneers, and Falcons will finish 8 and 9. But because of the tiebreakers, the Panthers will win. I mean, it's just a wild scenario that
But I
they've
want a
been
camera
eliminated.
following them.
Yeah.
If that happens, because it's going to be, it's like the people on death row. It's like following the people about to be executed. And what do you do? How do you handle? I mean, those final moments into it. Mid '80s, at one point in time, we needed the Cowboys to beat the Niners to get in. It's the worst position to be in. Leave yourself to where you need someone else to do your work.
Yes.
And of course, it's Dallas, and they fail you,
Mm-hmm.
and you deserve it. So but I would love to have a camera in on those people.
Well, and the worst is, so I think there's some scenarios going on Sunday.
A what? You mean scenario?
Scenarios.
Yeah.
The Patriots, if they beat the Dolphins, which is likely,
Mhm.
then they still have an opportunity at the 1 seed. But they need the Broncos to lose to the Chargers, and the Chargers are sitting Justin Herbert's.
Not happening.
So, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, thanks a lot.
That's the worst, is when
Yeah,
you're having to
send
depend on
yeah.
somebody that they're not even playing their guys.
Yeah, send a lot.
You
Which
remember what the
doesn't-
Chiefs did last year?
Which one was
Yeah,
that one?
Denver.
Yeah, they didn't want Cincy to get in the playoffs, so they sat everyone and they lost like 40-0 or
Yeah.
something in
Oh,
the
that's
final
right.
week.
To Denver, yeah.
Yeah, old buddy Carson Wentz was starting that game, right?
And in the quarterback series, they were just showing Joe Burrow just like sitting on the couch while they're losing by 4. He's like, "Well, I guess that's it."
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good. That's good memory.
The other game on Saturday, though, is a heck of a matchup. Seahawks and Niners. Winner wins the NFC West and gets the 1 seed. The Seahawks can win clinch it with a tie as well, so they're technically ahead. But winner wins the West and the 1 seed, and this is a heck of a matchup. I mean, this is why I hate the idea that the whole reason this season has fallen apart here is injuries. San Francisco has been injured as much as anybody in the league with their top guys, and they got a chance at the 1 seed tomorrow against Seattle. And I like on Seattle's side of the football, they play great defense, and Sam Darnold, I think we're seeing a little bit of a trend now with some of these quarterbacks that are getting second chances, and he's been incredible this year.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean anything until he beats the Niners. Because most of us are waiting for him to implode.
Correct.
Because that's what he does. So in order for him to get me on team Trojan, he's going to have to win, and because of him, not because of them. Because you can't be the quarterback and be the number 1 pick and be all this stuff and have everybody carry you. No, you're the straw that turns the drink. So he's got to get the job done, or it's going to be the same old Sam. Good up until the temperature, gets too hot. Then I can't count on him. Now, who are you counting on? The way Purdy was dancing, and then there's Shanahan. This is why this one is. I always come up with this imaginary scenario that the winner, if you could go to, we'll send you a Learjet, we'll fly you to anywhere you want to go to see whatever game you want to see. Which one would you take as a prize? Where would you want to be?
For this weekend?
Yes.
Mm.
You get to go first class, Learjet, 5-star hotel, steak and lobster, the whole 9 yards. What game do you want 2 tickets to go to?
I think I'm going to go watch Ravens Steelers.
I'm going to Seattle. Because I already know the Ravens Steelers. I mean, 2 gag artists going, you're right, one of them has got to win. Because that's what they are.
Yeah.
It's almost like.
It's the right to get in to lose in the wild card round.
Exactly. Whatever it's going to be.
Yeah.
They're like, I call it fake gangsters. They look the part, they sound the part, they got the right uniform, they got everything going on, but you don't end up getting the results. My era, I'm thinking Steelers, Steel Curtain. But let's face it.
Yeah, this ain't serious.
It's all bluff. It's all smoke and mirrors.
I think if I were a Steelers fan, I'd be so done with this era of Steelers football. I think Mike Tomlin can coach, but At what point is it about winning Lombardis versus just finishing above 500? Because
Hey,
they're going to
man,
do it again, Doc.
They're just like this whole environment where social media, they trend well. You know what I mean? They get a lot of hits.
They're never going to have a losing record. They're also never
no.
going to win a playoff game.
Exactly. They're not going to win a damn thing. Neither one of them. In the reality in that somebody may prove me wrong if either one of those two programs is dancing at the end of this whole thing.
Yeah, it's not
Not going to happen. Not going to happen. You know it and I know it. But it's the bluff. It's the lead into it. It's like a trailer for a movie. It looks great. But then again, you sleep if you're watching the whole damn thing. So
The only thing that worries me a little bit about Seattle is their defense is really, really good. And I'm excited to watch these playoffs because I think you could see some teams led by their defenses go on some runs. I think Houston fits into that category.
now I'll give you that.
But Seattle fits a little bit with what you like because they'll commit to the run. They run the football. When you look at their rushing attempts this season, they are 6th in the league. They are not very good at it, though. They are 16th in the league in total rushing yards. You look at Zach Charbonnet has 167 carries on the year. He's averaging under 4 a pop. Kenneth Walker, if you had him in fantasy this year, you know he's been up and down. He's averaging 4.5 a pop, so it's gotten a little bit better. But in their passing game, Sam Darnold has been, I would say, relatively good this year to really good. But they rely on one receiver, maybe a little bit too much.
He's vicious.
JSN has been spectacular this year.
Yeah.
Probably the offensive player of the year. 1,700 receiving yards. Cooper Kupp is their number 2 receiver. He has 564. That's a 1,200-yard difference between their number 1 and number 2 receivers. That's the thing that worries me a little bit about them. You get into the playoffs is, what if a team just decides that they're going to, by any means necessary, slow down JSN? Do they have enough firepower around that? Even though their defense is nasty, do they have enough going on outside of that to win these games?
And can the Niners generate enough pressure with their current situation?
Yeah.
No, you're right. Look, that's why this is cool, because we don't know. I don't know. But are you going to bet on Sam? See, to me, it's are you going to bet on Sam?
Well, and that's the other thing. I'm saying, what if a team decides to sell out to slow down JSN? You're telling me teams haven't done that all year, and he's still gone for 1,700 yards.
Yeah, well, some guys can't be stopped.
That's the point.
Yeah, nobody can stop him but the clock. So, but that's what makes sports so intriguing.
Yes.
Because it really isn't. I mean, what are we going to do? 2 numbskulls. We're going to figure this thing out and talk about it. They're going to get out there and do it. And it's Shanahan, who up until the final game of the year, is pretty doggone good at what he does. He's having some problems in these Super Bowls, but getting to them and getting around it, and it's their pedigree. Because as you mentioned earlier, certain cities are crying about injuries. They prove what development looks like.
Yeah.
When you develop your backups, you don't lose games because of them.
No excuses. True next man up mentality.
But it's training. See, you can't have next man up without great trainers, great teachers, scheme people, strength and conditioning people. It's so many things involved in making sure that the others are damn good. It's never discussed, but now the Niners are an organization of example.
Yeah.
This is what it looks. The rest of y'all talk a lot of trash, but you make excuses for your poor ability to train. We've been begging for rookies to play all year. Why don't they play? You select them, but half our fan base is, we want to get more picks. Why? The hell do you do with what you have?
Yeah.
You can't get your own people on the field. And you want me to give you more leadway? I don't think so.
That's Doc Walker. I'm Toby Altizer in for the Sports Junkies. We'll continue taking a look at Week 18 of the NFL, getting underway tomorrow. You're listening to Sports Junkies on the Fan. Week 18 of the NFL season gets underway tomorrow. 2 good games on the docket tomorrow. Panthers and Buccaneers is a playoff game. Winner wins the division, unless it's the Buccaneers and they need the Falcons to lose. Seahawks and Niners, winner wins the division and gets the 1 seed in the NFC. It's already crazy that it's funny, Doc. NFL seasons are always fun, but they seem to fly by. And yet, here in Washington, I wish this season was done about 7 weeks ago. Like, I can't believe we're already to week 18. You know, I don't know if you play fantasy football, but you're already wrapping up fantasy leagues all last week because they don't usually play the final week of the season. We're getting into the playoffs next week. Like, it doesn't seem like we should already be there. And yet, when I think about the Commanders season, I'm like, holy crap, it's been a long time since this team has mattered.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's a lot of fun. It's like when you do ball games, and I used to do so many games, and you're prepping for games. Then I couldn't. There's only so much time that you can invest in it. Now, if you're not doing it, then I get it. But to me, I took one shot at it, and I just go, no. It's like wagering the whole 9 yards. Everywhere I pick, if I pick them and play them, they'll lose. If I don't do it, they win. I say, okay, everybody can't do everything. I'll just do it my way and stay out of it and winner take all. My generation we didn't bet. It was winner take all.
Yep.
You in or not? Yeah.
Couple of other games in Week 18 that have some interest. Titans and Jaguars. The Jags can clinch the AFC South with a win. I believe they're still alive for the 1 seed as well. We were talking about that earlier with the Broncos. They'll clinch the AFC 1 seed with a win against the Chargers. But what do you made of the Jags this year? Because they're interesting. No one's really talking about them. You know, they're a team that currently, as it stands in the playoff picture in the AFC, they hold the 3 seed. Right now, they would match up with the Chargers if things ended today. But they're 12-4.
Well, because when they huffed and puffed, when we did talk about them, and they gagged in the bright lights, their quarterback has legs and an arm. He can do it all. The question is, will he?
Yeah. There's no question about the talent. It's there.
Yeah, he's like got rep. We've done all these things, but are you actually going to do it when it matters? And so it's normal to bet against him.
Which is funny because at Clemson, when it mattered, you saw it.
He was a beast.
I mean, Trevor Lawrence.
He was a beast.
So I have this working theory. I'm curious your thoughts on it.
Okay.
So my new thought process, because I've seen it now a couple of times, when there's a guy that is thought to be, he's the dude, and it's Trevor, we were looking years ahead, like, he's the number 1 pick. You knew it as a freshman. He was the number 1 pick when he finally comes out. We've seen that a couple of times. Caleb Williams was the same way, and we're seeing him play better football this year. Versus the guys that come out, Joe Burrow was like, he's incredible, had the greatest year of college football ever, but is he a one-year wonder? And look at what he's done in the pros. Obviously, a lot of injuries there, but
and he's with the Bengals.
Jaden Daniels has been a similar thing, right? Where it was like, okay, Jaden was supposed to be a mid-round pick, and then he has the season where he wins the Heisman and number 2 overall pick, and look what he's done in the pros in his time. Obviously, like injuries as well there. But what do you make of the college guy that we all think is going to be he's surefire. Remember, it's Tank for Tua as well, right? Surefire. That guy is going to be a stud. And then they get to the pros, and they're maybe not quite that, versus the guy that at the end of his college tenure is kind of ascending and then gets to the pros and plays well. My thought process, my theory is maybe we see these guys peak and they're already close to their ceiling, like a Trevor Lawrence, where he's playing like his ceiling is not much higher, and he's played at a high level, and so you're going to get that. But then you get a guy like a Jaden Daniels or Joe Burrow that's coming out. Maybe they only had the quote-unquote 1 year in college, but they're still ascending, and then they get to the pros and continue to grow.
I think what the LSU duo have is they had the level of competition in the SEC, which is the closest thing to the NFL, and they didn't blink. So they were hit, and they made throws. They were challenged, and they succeeded. They both have legs. They both have cannons. And they're highly competitive. Trevor was in a lesser division. He played lesser competition and excelled, but we don't know until we know. and that is real live bullets. And he has come up short on the team. You're going to be on the worst team. That's why Mahomes is so interesting. But he also didn't have to be forced into it as a baby.
Correct, yeah.
And he had Andy, and they were able to wean him up. And he was at Texas Tech. So he didn't have the allies. He was noticeable. I remember we having his agent on the show back in the old days, and he said, we got a kid coming out, and they projected.
I loved watching him at Texas Tech.
Oh, man. You saw what he was capable of, but you still quite didn't know. I still think you put him up with a running game, and it's almost like a seasoning. That's like prep. That allows them to mature. If they got to do it all, I think it's difficult.
Well, and sometimes, too, we talk about this, and I think Harbaugh was talking about this. I've heard Kevin O'Connell talk about this, saying a lot of times with these quarterbacks, these young quarterbacks, it's more so on the coaching staff, ownership, general managers failing them than it is them necessarily failing. And you wonder if some of that didn't happen with Trevor Lawrence. Urban Meyer was there, remember, when he was an NFL head coach?
Train wreck.
That was a joke.
Yeah.
Right? And so they've had to go through a couple of iterations, and now you finally get a guy that it seems like they've hit gold with, Liam Cohen. And you wonder if maybe that starts to take off a little bit.
Well, yeah, and then the team around him, does he have to do everything? Does he have help? And the help is the running game. Help is the offensive line. Does he have a left tackle? Does he protect it? His legs, I didn't know he was as athletic as he is.
Yeah.
And
when I tell you what, one thing that they've done a spectacular job of is this year with them, everyone expected Brian Thomas Jr. to just explode into his second year, and he's struggled. He has not been the same guy. Remember, they made all that big trade to go up to 2 to get Travis Hunter. He was supposed to be a big part of the offense. He's injured, and yet they've still made things work. They made a trade at the deadline that there were other ones that people were talking about, the Jalen Phillips trade and all those things. No one talked about Jacoby Myers going over there. Jacoby Myers has been massive for them. And his time over there, he's been so good. And, you know, you look at the game log for him since he's been there, 3 for 41, 6 for 64, 6 for 50, 6 for 90, 4 for 39, 5 for 71. He's been so big for them to have a reliable target, 3 touchdowns in his time there. He's been so reliable for them, and you wonder if they're not as effective on offense if they don't go make that move at the deadline.
They're not, because Trevor needs help. I don't think all of them do. Montana had help.
Yeah.
Show me a great one that didn't have
the ultimate
a
help.
great wide receiver or tight end. Somebody, they all work in group, but it's the stigma with Jacksonville. We don't expect it. But if they can't buy into that, and then again, can you run on them? Most good teams, you can't run on that team. Because if I can run on you, I control the clock. I limit possessions. What team do you know that's worth a damn that allows you to run on them? Doesn't happen.
No.
Doesn't happen on you. So when we start talking about here, locally with the Commanders, you got to stop somebody. You get smashed in the face. There's just no way you can build any equity in that if you can't stop people up front. All the banner teams, the championship teams here, the front fours were distinctive. You know, and that's just not the case now. So I'm curious as to how you want to build success. I mean, we've seen it done. You can opt out and try to do it a different way, but I don't believe in that.
The game going for the 1 seed in this one, Chargers and Broncos. Broncos will clinch the AFC with 1 seed with a win. Herbert's sitting for LA, so it's likely that the Broncos will win this one. What do you made of them this year? Their defense is disgusting. It is so good. Vance Joseph has done a heck of a job there. Going back, something a little slept on. He was the head coach there. Didn't work out. He's gone back as D coordinator. They're so good defensively. I like watching them because I love their edge rushers. There's no bones about what they are. They're speed guys.
They're coming.
And their get off is incredible. Nick Benito doesn't get talked about enough.
No, you're right. They're coming. They're bending. They've got the demeanor of the head coach. You know, Vance is, and to be humbled and knowing that, okay, this didn't work, but here's what I'm really good at and I can focus on. Man, and plus, who wants to leave Denver? knowing where you are, want to be in your place, but it's about being directed and don't talk yourself into things. Work your way into things.
Mm-hmm.
They're all just cut the film on. You can see them. I don't need you to sell me on a commercial. This is not motion picture. It's real. We sell too many damn promos here. We can't stop a nosebleed. And yet you're talking about defensive line and linebackers. It's so obvious. Then why the hell isn't it fixed? So that's what I can't wait for this game to be over. I wish I could be bewitched and just twinkle my toe. Game over. Now what we going to do? That's the big question.
Mm-hmm.
What are we going to do? And have you identified the issues? Because I don't think you have. I really don't think you have. I think you're playing a game, and it's Russian roulette. And I can't wait to see what happens because somebody needs to be blown away.
We'll get into the Commanders coming up at 8 o'clock. I want to talk about this game coming up on Sunday. What are some things to watch? I got some notes on some things that we can keep an eye out for, some milestones that we can keep an eye out for. But, Doc, I don't know if you know this. We're working with a celebrity today. Unfunny Ben, as he's known by the junkies.
You mean Mr. Strober?
Yeah, legend.
You mean Mr. Mystic, Mr. Bullets?
Yeah,
Mr.
breaks it all down.
Hoops, Mr. Whatever. He get so many different hats.
Mr.
And
Basketball.
he works for that big guy that works around here too, right?
Yeah.
What's his name?
National radio host, second youngest
BTP.
in charge.
He's the leader of the late nights now.
That's his new moniker? Leader of
Yes.
Late Night? Yeah, okay.
Want
He
to check
needs
it.
a GPS around his neck just to figure out how to get home.
We got a Wizards expert, so I want to get a check-in on the Wiz. They've won 3 of their last 4, Doc.
Yeah, but why are you not smiling?
I'm fired up. I like what they're doing. We'll talk about the Wiz with Ben Strober next. Doc, there's a hot team in the district, team that's rolling, won 3 of 4, and it's not who you would think.
You daggone right. Now, that's a statement. That's an understatement. Oh, my goodness. But our guy's covering them, so that means double bonus for us.
Yeah, credit to Ben Strober, Unfunny Ben, as he's known on the Sports Junkies, Toby Altizer and Doc filling in for the guys today.
What do you mean unfunny? He's hilarious.
That's his nickname.
I know,
That's what he's been called.
So it's the worst nickname in sports radio.
Yeah, but it's not true. So that's the good news.
That is the good news.
Yeah.
At least somebody can vouch for me because I know none of the 4 guys who normally sit there would do it.
But how about the Wiz, Strobes? They are rolling. They've won 3 of 4. You got the young guys playing some good basketball. Get us up to snuff on what's going on with the Wiz.
It's funny you brought up it's not the team people would expect to have won 3 of 4 at this point in the year around the new year. I honestly, if you would ask me, I would have hoped it would have been the burgundy and gold. But here we are. Because the objective for this Wizards team was not to predicate the season based on wins and losses this year. You're trying to develop your young players, and obviously you have a top 8 protection on your first-round pick, meaning that if you don't pick in the top 8, that pick goes to the New York Knicks. So I think it's pretty important that this team doesn't lose its first-round pick. The only way you guarantee keeping that first-round pick is by finishing bottom 4. Now, the Wizards are still in that position. They were worst in the league as much as 2 weeks ago, but they've gotten hot over the last 9 games, winning 5 of them. But they're playing better basketball because their young core of players is developing in a way that's contributing to winning basketball. They're playing better down the stretch. They're playing better in the fourth quarter because of contributions from guys who continue to improve their game every single night. Trey Johnson is out there. He's now back healthy, and he looks like the shooter that he was advertised to be coming out of the draft. People thought he was the best shooter. And, man, 9 straight three-pointers to break a franchise record for rookies consecutive made threes. That's impressive stuff. I've been impressed with the resurgence of Bub Carrington, who had a really big struggle the first 21 games he played this season, learning a new role, trying to play point guard for this team. He's shooting the hell out of the basketball, over 45% now from behind the arc. And then also the emergence of Keyshawn George and Alex Sarr, who look like completely different players year number 2 than they were year number 1. There's a great group of guys blossoming right now for this team, and it's a good thing to be encouraged that it's leading to winning basketball. I don't think it means they're going to win a whole lot the rest of the way, but you know that it's possible. You know that these players are capable going forward, and you have a lot to build around.
The lack of a commitment to defense has all been the overriding issue for, a decade?
Long time, Doc.
Yeah, I mean, I know that's the one thing I look for in that. Do they do it just innately? Or do they just understand that you got to get stops in order to be good? I know we're talking about the blueprint of OKC, but they get stops, and you don't have to beg them to do it. That's the most encouraging thing about what I've watched the past couple of games is that you don't have to beg them to defend.
Well, early in the season, and still they have the worst defensive rating in the NBA, so it's not like their defense is magically good all of a sudden. I think they're getting better. They're playing a little bit more cohesive on that end in terms of rotations because they have a really hard time defending the three-point line. And we know how popular the three-pointer is in the NBA at this point. It's almost everything. Yeah. So if you can't stop it, you're screwed. But I think the reason the defense was so poor early on in the season wasn't because of like an effort thing or because, like you said, you have to beg them to go out and try it. When you have 12 players under 24 years old that haven't played in this league for a long time, you have rookie players, you have second-year players that haven't played in the league for a long time, it's not easy to get stops in this league because of the talent that is around offensively. It's hard to ask a lot of young players to give you everything on the defensive side of the basketball, especially because a lot of them still have physical limitations to their game because they're 19 years old. It's going to take a couple years for those guys to fill out the frame, get to the physicality that they need to be good defenders. They're trying. They're trying to build good habits on the defensive side of the basketball right now. And that's why you've seen some of these improvements over the last couple of weeks. And it's not going to materialize into them being a even top 20 defense probably this season at some point. But you want to see them build the habits for when they get into the year number 3, year number 4 of their career. You know that they'll be capable of producing on that end.
Speaking of defense, one of my favorite players to watch defend for this team is Alex Sarr. Leading the league in blocks per game, 2.3 per game. You've seen him improve in basically every single category. His efficiency numbers on the offensive end have gone up. His rebounds have gone up. His points have gone up. Assists have gone up. Blocks. Basically, everything has gone up. And it's funny because we talk about this team not having lottery luck, and really they haven't, aside from the fact that they did get the number 2 overall pick and took Alex Sarr. And
Amen.
I think they have nailed that pick. Even though
Yes.
maybe people don't feel like he's the star, I do think they've nailed that pick.
Yeah.
Strobes, I think what we've seen from him growing as a player has been really impressive on the offensive end, and I think he can be a defensive anchor for them as well.
I think he's been an all-star this year. And he's not going to get the recognition for it because it's a popularity contest. But if you look at him by the numbers, offensively and defensively, he's played like a top 8 center in the league as a 20-year-old player in year number 2. And it's a complete night and day difference for the kid. You bring up the defense, I look to the offense because he was afraid of getting to the basket, afraid of living at the rim where a 7'1" guy should live. He didn't do that last year. He had a change in mentality, and I don't know what flip switched for him. I don't know if he was just getting comfortable, getting used to the physicality that you see in the NBA. He's afraid of nobody now. He'll take it to the chest of Jaren Jackson Jr. He'll take it to the chest of Giannis. He's a guy that fears nobody when he's on the floor right now, and it's getting to the point where guys are going to start to fear him because of the presence he brings on the rim, not just putting pressure on the rim offensively. He protects the rim better than almost anyone in the league, not named Victor Wembanyama. That's the only guy I'd really could say definitively is a better rim protector than him right now because Wemby is a literal alien. That's why he's better. Wemby is special. He's a stud. Sarr's an up-and-coming stud for sure. And I think he's the most important piece of this Wizards rebuild. For it to all come together and materialize into being a contender in a couple of years, you needed to hit on Alex Sarr. They have.
Can he stay on the floor?
I
That's
think
been their problem.
I think he can.
Is that all the prospects overall don't play every night, aren't available. And that availability thing is true. It matters. Can you show up and play? And I'm pleased with him. He's a joy. I'm so used to being disappointed, but in this case, I'm thrilled.
He's been spectacular. Real quick, though, we got to hit a break, but Strobes was over there the other night. I don't know that you've had the opportunity, or if you have had the opportunity, Doc, to watch Victor Wembanyama in person. I think there's one guy that I would say is more must-watch in all of sports, and that's probably Shohei, because we may never see someone that's that good at what they do ever again. But Victor Wembanyama, in terms of seeing a guy in person that just doesn't make any sense, Strobes. I mean, watching him play basketball, just looking at him, I've never seen anyone like him.
He was 5 feet away from me. He walked right next to me, and I looked up, and I think I forgot where I was for a second. And I had the same kind of epiphany when I saw Giannis in person for the first. He walked right by me in the tunnel. I was like, how the hell is this a real person? And then I saw Wemby, and his arms were nearly touching the floor, but his head was at the rim. I was like, what is happening? And as he's warming up, he's doing his little thing where he'll kind of just go around like a defender, like a fake screen or whatever, and go dunk. He just dunks the basketball without even jumping every single time. I'm like, what in the world? I can barely touch the net.
It's
I feel that way about Joker.
Well, he's just insane. It's just insane how good he is.
But how he looks as opposed to how he plays.
Yeah.
And
that doesn't look like results.
No.
And he just gets better with age.
And what is he not great at?
Nothing.
He's the best player in the world.
I agree.
Absolutely
there you
incredible.
Go. I agree. In the world. And he's the least likely guy.
I know.
If he walked to a pickup, he went to a blacktop, and the boys were out there playing, he walked up, nobody would want him.
Yeah.
They look at him and think he's goofy. Oh, this dude.
They'd want a 7-footer.
Yeah, but
not at the playground, they wouldn't. No, because they don't want somebody just dunking.
Let's get into the Commanders. What are you watching for in the final game coming up on Sunday? I got some things that you can keep an eye out for, because I know you're not are you excited about watching Josh Johnson? Probably not, but I got some things that we can talk about. What are you watching for in the Commanders' final game on Sunday? You want to hop in 800-636-1067. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker in for the Junks.
The Capitals dropped their matchup with the Senators 4-3 on New Year's Day. Over in college football, Oregon dismantled Texas Tech 23-0, making the Red Raiders just the third team to be shut out in a college football playoff game. Number 1, Indiana made a statement at the Rose Bowl. They rolled to a 38-3 win over Alabama. And the number 6 seed Rebels climbed back from a 9-point halftime deficit to upset number 3 seed Georgia 39-34 in a thrilling cap to the quarterfinals. A go-ahead 47-yarder that cleared the uprights with 6 seconds remaining and a safety on the ensuing kickoff provided the final 5-point margin for Ole Miss. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
So Sports Junkies, 106.7 The Fan, Team 980. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker in for the guys today on January 2nd. Commanders will wrap up their season on Sunday, and all God's people said, amen, thank you. Finally.
Promise.
It's about time.
Yeah.
Could have this been about 7-8 weeks ago? Hallelujah. Final game on Sunday.
Yeah.
What are you watching for in the game? 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. I got some things that you can watch for. Doc, we talked about this the other day. I think the number one thing I'll be watching for, because there's some individual players, there's some milestone things to keep an eye out for. Eagles are going to be playing some of their backups. I want to see this team play with some pride. I want to see. I know some people are worried about the draft position. I understand that. I'm not necessarily saying I'm worried if they're going to win or not, but I need to see this team play with some pride. I need to see them go out there and play like it matters, because there are some guys that are playing for opportunities for next year. There are some guys that are playing for increased reps going into next season, and you're playing against backups on the other side.
And first of all, a championship team's backups might be better than some of your starters. So let's not act like they went out and had a volunteer service come up to pick their backups. And their backups go up against their starters, and their starters are better than your starters. I want to see who wants to be here next year and not eliminate it. Because if there's no consequences for this failure, then I'm going to throw my hands up in the air. This is not a freebie. This is pro ball. You've been paid. Nobody's rejected their checks. So this is a disgrace in terms of what I expected. So there's got to be some fallout. I better see some people out there playing for the opportunity to get invited to come back. That's my attitude.
Yeah, I want to see what these guys come out with, the energy, the care, because it does matter. Like you said, I mean, you're getting a paycheck.
You get a check. Yeah, you get a check. Every check. Nobody turned it back.
And I want to see these guys go out there and play their hardest. And look, results, whatever. You know, I'm not in the camp that I need to see them lose. I don't really care. They're kind of locked into the 4 through 7 range. To me, it really doesn't matter.
It really does matter.
So,
yeah.
You know, they win, great. They lose, whatever. I'm not that worried about it. But I do think coming out and seeing, especially, too, I don't think Dan Quinn's on the hot seat, even if he should be. But I think this sort of a game tells you a lot about how much say or how much pull and how much weight his voice carries in a locker room. I think seeing the effort. And they haven't quit, to their credit. They haven't quit down the stretch.
Not once.
So I'm not questioning whether they believe in him or not. But you get one more opportunity to show me that your voice still carries some weight in there.
But he's also proving you pick these people, so either you do not know how to train people to get them ready to perform. There got to be some consequences. You can't say, well, yeah, they play hard. They're paid to play hard. They're also paid to play well. And if they don't play well and don't do their jobs worth a damn, who's held responsible for it?
Yeah.
I don't believe that this is automatic run back. I don't buy that at all. You can't go from the top to the bottom
Well, here's
and
the
not
deal.
have me scratch my head to go, well, wait a minute. What's to stop this from being the bottom again?
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Doc. I just don't think that they're going to. I think they should have a real discussion about whether
I think
this is something-
everybody should be reevaluated.
100%.
Yeah, everybody.
Because if they lose on Sunday, that's 11 of 12.
Yeah.
I'd said, 12 straight. You have to consider what's the difference between 11 of 12 losing
Yeah,
that.
no, I'm
Right?
with
I
you.
mean-
I'm with you.
So to me, they have to. I would hope that they would reconsider things, but I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're going to. Defensive coordinator will make a change, but I don't think that they're going to make a change at head coach or anything. I don't think they'll even evaluate, which maybe is a bad thing, but
No, I hope you're wrong.
I just don't think that they will. Some other things that I want to keep an eye on for. Again, what are some things you're watching for in Week 18? 800-636-1067. Assuming that we get what you want and they actually run the football, I want to see how the running backs do. Bill Krosky-Merritt, I really like what he can do. I want to see another performance. How does he follow up what he did on Christmas? And Chris Rodriguez, what are those guys able to do? Because I think they could be the future of their running back position here, depending upon what they do in the offseason. But I think Bill's definitely going to have a role. Is Chris Rodriguez going to be back and have a role with this team next year?
Oh, you think they're going to run the ball?
Well, I'm hoping.
Why would you hope? Why would you think?
One, I'm hoping they get the game over as quickly as possible.
Okay, yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, that's
Let's
true.
just go home,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it doesn't matter for us. We're talking about the game afterwards, but let's get the
Yeah.
game over with.
Yeah.
But run the football, please.
We say that and we smile when we say it because I don't believe it's going to change
No.
at all. And so that's why I can't wait to get to the offseason. Because I think you already I can almost determine your fate on next year based on what you do now. Because I think a lot of people think that they're going to bounce back just because.
Yeah.
Well, no, you never thought they'd be this bad based on how good they were. So I think you've lost that. That's not on the table with me. I believe what my eyes tell me. And you're just not very good right now. So are you all hanging on one guy, 5? He doesn't change your defense. He may give you a lead or a cushion or so. I'm not convinced of any of that. The only thing I'm convinced about is special teams. That unit, how it's operated,
They played well this year.
and on them, thumbs up. Everybody else should sleep with one eye open.
Another thing I'll be watching on offense could be his final game in Burgundy and Gold, Deebo Samuel. I know a lot of people were excited about that acquisition in the offseason. I think you've seen at times this season exactly what you were hoping to get from Deebo. At times, he's
Afterburners were on the last time we saw him.
yeah. I've been really impressed with him multiple games. I wish I could see more of what we did on Christmas. I thought he was
Yeah.
really, really good in that
Yeah,
game,
I agree.
being used in the various different ways that he was. But I know a lot of people are excited about him. He's been, like you said, up and down, I would say a little bit, but beginning of the year, he was their best weapon. He was incredible on Christmas. Could be his final game in Burgundy and Gold. Just excited to see what he can do one final time out. We'll see
Yeah.
if they re-sign him, but it's been a fun season with him.
I'm not mad at him at all. I would like to have seen more. I would like to have seen him with Terry.
Yes.
I would like to have seen a lot of things didn't happen. But that's their responsibility to go to a plan B. They're the people up all night figuring out, well, what if? What if? What if?
Yeah.
Figure it out. Do your job. No excuses. That's what I want. If he's back, he's back. If he's not, he's not. Whatever. Whatever it takes to get the right combination so we win games. That's all I care about.
Another thing I'll be keeping an eye out on the offensive side of the ball before we get to the defensive side. Brandon Coleman, he was limited yesterday in practice, but I would assume he's going to be able to go. If that's the case, he's filling in once again for Laramie Tunsil at left
Limited from
tackle.
what?
I need to figure out exactly what it was. But
Hell, he ain't played damn near all year. What do you mean limited? He got some scratch. I thought he played well. I like him.
he's dealing with a knee injury. He was
Okay,
limited
well that's
yesterday.
important. Yeah, you got to do that. Big physical freak who should have been fresh. But see, it's the thing about it. You don't know who's going to be available. But I do keep track of people that are available and not available. But it can happen on any play. So who's the backup? Who fills in? Who's going to play? That's what they're paid to do. Be prepared.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see him on the field because I still believe truly that he can play. I think he's
do
one of
too.
their 5 best linemen, and I would like for him to get another opportunity to try to earn that left guard spot next year. We'll see if they bring back Chris Paul. He's a free agent, so maybe he ends up with that job by default if they don't bring back Chris Paul. But I'm excited to see him on the football field. I think he's a good offensive lineman, and when he gets opportunities to play, I think he's taking advantage of those.
Yeah, but give me Chris Paul. Give me a guy that turned himself into something that you weren't necessarily counting on. Nasty, big physical freak, not injured, plays through it. Give me Chris Paul.
Defensive side of the football, some things that I'll be watching for. 95, Johnny Newton, 3 sacks on Christmas, was still a bit pretty bad in the run game, but showed up as a pass rusher, and that's why you drafted him, by the way. He wasn't supposed to be some run-stuffing defensive tackle. He's more so a pass-rushing defensive tackle. So to see him show up with 3 sacks, best game of his career, how does he follow that up? And we've wanted to see him make plays like that for a long time. So I'm not going to be overly frustrated with the run game stuff. I need to see him better against the run. There's no question. You don't play in the interior and suck as a run defender. Then you're kind of useless, right? But
yeah,
I've wanted to see those flashes his entire career, and we haven't seen them. You finally saw some on Christmas with 3 sacks. How does he follow that up?
can't discount that. That's what we're looking for. What's his versatility? He's not big enough to play in the box.
Well, so this
He hadn't shown that so far. Does he have any other talent that we can utilize? If not, it was an experiment that didn't work.
this is why I'm surprised a little bit. I know that DQ likes to run a 4 down. I'm surprised they didn't at least try a couple of times this year to run a 3 down and use him as an end in that sort of a defense where he's not truly lined up outside, but maybe he's like a 3 technique. I'm surprised they haven't tried some of that stuff with him. But also, this is where I think you have to pair him with the right defensive tackle. And it goes back to the Kinlaw signing. I don't think Kinlaw fits as a perfect match with him. They're similar in a lot of ways, even though their body types are different. They're more so penetrators, disruptors. He needs to be paired with someone like Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis are a perfect match with each other in Philly. Where Jordan Davis, he might not end up with gaudy numbers, but you're not going to move him.
There you go. He's a base.
And Jalen Carter is the guy that is able to now go hunt.
Yeah, he's twitchy, even though he's a big dude as well. We're just not in a position to compare ourselves with anything the Eagles do.
No.
Because it warps your mind. You start thinking about them, and there's no comparison. We have nothing in common with them.
I just think that they need a guy that's like that Jordan Davis type, where he's just going to be there. He's a big body. You're not moving him. And I think Deron Payne can do that. I think he's been solid, and it'll be interesting to see what they do in the offseason.
He did.
I think that's a nice mix with those two.
He might have done it as well as he's ever done it.
Yeah.
But that he did. But we got gashed, and you got to figure out, if you can't stop the run, it's hard to be big time. But effort, yeah. Can't question effort. But results, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to see if he's able to have any sort of, is that an anomaly where you go back and go, remember when he had 3 sacks on Christmas? What the heck happened there? Yeah. I don't want that to be the case. But unfortunately for his career so far, that has been the case. That's the one time we're like, oh, Johnny Newton. It felt like you really noticed him.
Well, the question is, the Eagles, it's going to be a good test because they're going to try to protect their backup quarterback because they don't want the starter to play.
Yeah.
Believe me on that. So it'll be fun to see.
Well, he may not even dress. So they'll do everything possible.
Well, that'll be interesting. Not to dress.
I'm not sure exactly what they're going to do, but they're, like you said, they are going to do everything possible not to play Jalen Hurts. They're going to try to protect him as much as possible. Couple of things to keep an eye on as well. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. Real quick, some milestones that we can keep an eye on, Doc. Bobby Wagner as a 1,995 career tackles. Only 2 players in NFL history have gotten to the 2,000 career tackle mark. Ray Lewis at 2059 and London Fletcher, the should-be Hall of Famer, at 2039. You could have Bobby Wagner with 5 tackles on Sunday, becoming the 3rd player ever with 2,000 career tackles.
Sure hope he gets it. And why wouldn't he? Because why wouldn't you run against Washington? I mean, come on. That's like you walk into a jewelry store and they don't have cameras.
If there's Philly just wants the game over with. If they could, they'd skip ahead a week. So I bet you they're going to run the football, just say, can we get this game over with as quickly as possible? Right? So he should get it. And we've talked about all year wanting to see Jordan McGee. Maybe it's something, get Bobby to that 2,000 tackle mark and let Jordan handle the rest.
That'd be good. That would please me. But if he has to play the whole game to get it, leave him and let him get it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he deserves
Absolutely.
that.
He gets precedence
But
there.
in a perfect world, he's playing first down, and then he's out. And we did that. Neil Olkowitz played here on some great teams and started all those games. But you have got to put yourself in a position to where people aren't putting backs against guys that can't run.
Yeah.
It's fundamentally insane.
Mm-hmm.
If you're that trapped or strapped that that's your only solution, you got a bad solution.
One other thing to keep an eye on for milestones, Doc, Von Miller, one of the all-time great pass rushers. He has 8 sacks this season to lead the team. On the all-time leaderboard, he's tied for 10th all-time with Richard Dent and John Randall at 137.5.
Mm-hmm.
He can tie DeMarcus Ware for 9th with 1 full sack. He can tie Terrell Suggs with a sack and a half. He's 2 sacks behind Jason Taylor, and he could become one of 6. He'd become the 7th player ever if he can get 2.5 sacks to get to 140 career sacks.
He ought to be the most motivated person in the stadium. What he's got to hope is that Philly has to throw or decides to throw. But you shouldn't have to fire him up for this one.
No.
He ought to be a raving lunatic. The question is going to be, do the Eagles flip it? I'm Philly. You're not coming down here setting all these damn records on us.
No.
At some point, it's going to become a manhood issue. You're not coming here to clown and break records and do all that on us. They may just try to prep themselves up, or maybe the guys that are playing are better than our starters. I know it's funny, but brace yourself.
Real quick, those two guys, Bobby Wagner and Von Miller, you think I have a feeling that Von Miller might come back for another year. Might not be here, but I think he's still got it. As if he were in the perfect role, which he was supposed to be here, where he's playing 30% of snaps and he's coming in on third and obvious in passing situations, and he's just a pass rushing specialist. I think he can still get it done. You think he comes back for another year? You think Bobby plays another year?
I think they'll all want to. The question is, should they be allowed to? I'm not here for you to propel yourself to Canton. I'm here to win games, and I haven't won enough games with them this season for me to want to see any of them again. That's just me. But if you want to be a part of ceremonies and all these things for PR, knock yourself out. To me, if you can't beat them out, we're not very good. If that's the best you have, we're just not very good.
800-636-1067. We'll get to your phone calls next. What are you looking for in the final game of the season coming up on Sunday? What are you watching the game for? Also want to talk about the pass rush issues. How are they going to fix those going into next season? Again, 800-636-1067. You're listening to the Sports Junkies with Toby Altizer and Doc Walker filling in. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker in for the Junks today. Second day of the new year. Hopefully you had
Think
a
the
great
fellas
new year.
sleep in? How do they do
would
it?
assume
There's
so.
no way they sleep in on a day off, do they?
I don't know.
How do you readjust to this? To me, it's like I got punished. It was like to do what they do, as long as they've done it, being as good at that and having that type of chemistry, to be funny at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
at 6:30. That's the key to this thing.
Mm-hmm.
To have a sense of humor, to be engaging and doing this at this time. If they were on at 3 in the afternoon or what, if they had a PM shift, you would not be able to drive. They'd be wrecks on the Beltway because they'd have you cracking
Mhm.
up, laughing.
6 a.m.
Yeah, 6 a.m., man, come on. They deserve a medal, key set medal for this, man.
100%.
Yeah.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. The Commanders will wrap up their season on Sunday as they'll take on the Eagles. What are some things that you're looking for in the game? Doc, anything specific you're looking for?
Young people to play. I want to see new people playing so that, because next year's preseason to me is garbage. Then we'll be saying, oh, but nobody's playing again. Now you get the chance to play against the best talent you're going to play against for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Show me that you don't wet the bed. Show me that you've been in the system all year. You should be able to play a game or a half or a quarter. You'll never be able to convince me as to why some of these kids didn't play more on a unit that was mediocre. You'll never be able to explain that to me.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Vince is in Accokeek. Vince, what's going on?
Coach.
What's going on, guys?
How's it going, man?
Happy New Year.
So, Happy New Year to both of y'all. Doc, your last words have been my brain rot all year. On a staff that prided itself on being developmental people, and I guess the one thing I keep hearing from his initial press conference, and I'm talking about Dan Quinn, is that we don't just develop the young guys, but we develop old guys, veterans too. We think that even in your latter years, you can still be developed, and that sticks out the most now because that seems to be the only people that we care about. If you're not geriatric, you got an AARP card and football years, you don't seem to get to play on this team. I don't really know what I'm expecting to see. I mean, play hard, don't quit, find a way to lose. What's the point of winning? But play hard. I guess for Bobby, I'm kind of sour on a Bobby getting to 2,000 because London should be in the Hall of Fame already. So, I mean, no discredit to Bobby. He put his blood, sweat, and tears on the field, but, it makes me feel some type of way that Bobby's in with his 2,000. He's in without his 2,000. London got over 2,000, and he's still waiting at the front door.
Yes, good
Don't
point.
get that.
That's a good point.
And then my premise for everything, and this has been my premise for over 20 years now, we some piss until we not. I don't believe in nothing this franchise is doing from AP on down. I barely even believe in Josh. And that's his track record from the Philadelphia 76ers. It had nothing to do with football, but at his ownership view, it takes a while to get rid of trash sometimes because of his loyalty or maybe his different business ventures. I don't know what his process is, but I don't trust anything. They're going to have to prove to me everywhere, from the janitor to from AP down to the janitor.
Yeah.
We don't do anything well until they show me to do it well. I stopped having rose-colored glasses at the age of 10. We've been sorry for too long.
Hey, Vince,
All right,
appreciate the
appreciate you,
phone call,
brother.
man. It's funny he brings up seeing the young guys. So when we were working for G&D the other day,
Mm-hmm.
Ryan had put out a clip of us talking about Ben Sinnott, and someone replied, Mick, underneath the tweet on 1067 The Fans Twitter, said, "You have to prove yourself on another team, get old, and only then can you come to D.C. and get overpaid in the process."
That's good. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, hopefully Hopefully you're right. I want to see some of these young guys get out on the field, and like you said, if they're going to treat the preseason anything like they did this year, this is where you get reps.
This is the best. Yeah. I want to see you on the big stage, even though we know Philly's pulled the plug. That's why I wish Philly still had something to play for,
Mm-hmm.
just for measuring. But I just want to know, and we won't know, because I doubt if the question will ever even come up. because we've been here all damn season and nobody's answered the question as to why. Medrano, I kept hearing, let's go back to camp. Wow. If I told you fast forward 15 weeks and I'm still got a question mark up on it, what would you say? How do you answer it? Why don't they play? Why haven't they played? Nobody knows. Well, I'll tell you what. I hope that what Vince said is not true, and these comparisons about how our ownership in Philadelphia has held on and stayed stuck on stupid as long as they have. I hope that's not what we do. I can tell you that right now. You can't be afraid to take action. If your gut tells you something's up, react to it. Because you're probably right. And so last year, this is a on-demand business. Everybody got paid. They did a phenomenal job 2 years ago. They did a horse manure job this year. So whatever we're at recently, you got to make a decision. Do you hang on, hold on, and hope? Or do you let your eyes and your ears work for you? That's what you're paid to do. That's why most wealthy people remain wealthy, because they make hard decisions that others can't make. So I can't wait for us to sign off on Sunday night, because to me, this season don't even start till Sunday night.
800-636-1067. Let's get out to JYD, Junkyard Dog. What's going on, man?
Hey, how y'all doing? Happy New Year.
KC.
All righty. Well, Doc, it's like this. I know you know this the song back in the day. It was called Mr. Big Stuff, Who Do You Think You Are?
Yeah.
And see, and that's the same thing with this team. You know, they talk big, and like you said, they have their press conferences, during the after each game or whatever, and they talk about, this player and these young players and this and that or whatever. But like you said, when it comes game time, who are you? Where are they? You don't see them. And like you just mentioned, the young guy, Senate. Yeah, he gets a few snaps, but I want to see this guy play a whole game. I want to look. I'm not interested in whether Wagner gets 2,000 sack tackles or the guy Von Miller gets another sack or two or whatever. Like you said, this is not a AARP rest home. And if that is the case, then you need to change the name to say it's the rest home.
Appreciate the phone call, man. He's not wrong.
No, he's not. But he's not wrong. But he's not going to be in that room when these decisions are made. None of us will be. I'm not certain everyone even agrees with it, but that's not really relevant. What's relevant is that, are you going to BS yourself and talk yourself into not accepting what you've seen? This didn't happen by accident.
800-636-1067. Sean is in Woodbridge. Sean, what's going on?
Hey, fellas, what's going on?
How's it going, Sean?
All right. Me personally, I just think people are really overreacting. Good grief. This is ridiculous. If I'm not mistaken, was this team not running on all cylinders, you know what I'm saying, in San Diego? And there's a thing where I will say depth may hurt this team more than age, because when Eckler went out, that's when you started to see things change. I think depth hurt this team more than age did. That defense was on full blast. You know what I'm saying? The first 3 or 4 games of the season, them dudes was playing ball. But when you lose and you don't have depth, that's what killed this team. Age has nothing to do with this. You know what I'm saying? The thing is it's hard for a team with no depth to generally get past that situation. If Jaden doesn't get hurt, your guy Eckler doesn't get hurt, you know what I'm saying? Then you have a situation where your defense didn't lose all 4 defensive ends. Man, you don't have this record. You lost to the Bears by 1 point from a bad handoff, which you shouldn't have been handling the ball off in wet weather in the first place. You know what I'm saying? You should have just went on, man, and just said, you know what, we'll just go ahead and put this thing off.
Appreciate
you know
the
what
phone
I'm saying?
call. Appreciate it, Sean.
All right.
I think so. I don't disagree with his point, except for the issue is the reason why the depth was the problem when you needed the depth is because you signed old players to start.
Sean still had some of that champagne.
Did he say they should punt on 3rd and 1 with a chance to win the game with the first down?
Well, also,
That's champagne.
you should be handing the ball off, but get under center and 2 hands on the football.
Shall we remind our listening audience? We all relished winning 6 out of 7 that we were losing on the last play of the game. If you take your glasses off, put your warm up off, all your gear, and realistically say, we accepted the fact that we won skinny, by the smallest of margins. Accept the fact that if those don't happen, where would you have been? And have you just continued over from that? Did you get off by the skin of your teeth, rather? Don't talk yourself into thinking you were better than you really were.
Yeah.
You were playing with fire. You were on the line. Admit it. And you won, and it worked. Now it didn't. Now you're going to talk yourself into running that back. What are you running back? Somebody got to walk in and take themselves out of the clown show and say, maybe we're just not that good for a reason. Fix it. How you going to fix it? Really, it's going to take some guts and courage to fix it because you might have just been getting played. This might be an illusion that you bought into, and none of it may be real. And if that's the case, you want to look into next season, expectations? How much money are you going to put on that? It's a possibility. May sound crazy, but what they just showed me was crazy.
Yeah, I won't win in football. Plain and simple.
Yeah, well, you better figure out how to stick to fundamentals, zip your lip, and be judged by performance, not the speech. What do you come up with? Or what's your record? Wasn't there a guy that used to say you are what your record is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll see.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Final game of the regular season comes up on Sunday. What are some things that you're watching for on Sunday during that game? Again, 800-636-1067. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker sitting in for the Junks. Final game of the regular season coming up on Sunday. Commanders taking on the Eagles up in Philly to close out the season. Commanders are playing their backups because of injuries. Philly playing their backups because they have nothing to play for. I mean, am I wrong, though, Doc?
No, you're not. Unfortunately, you're not. Oh, man. It is, this is what can happen. This is what happens when it goes haywire. But who's going to make the decisions? When do they make these decisions? And the likelihood of how do you improve your team? That's the fun part.
Yeah.
Once we get through what we got to get through.
Well, unfortunately, I've been doing this for about 5 or 6 weeks. Looking ahead to how can you improve going into next year?
Yeah, you and Sheehan have been your mocks, your drafts, and the whole 9 yards. It's a lot of work, but it's a leisure. It's a passion. Edge rusher. If we were to come out of this draft without an edge rusher, how likely would that be? Is that possible?
I think you need to be some sort of an idiot to not
Okay.
walk away
All
with
right.
somebody.
Okay.
800-636-1067. David Bailey, that kid from Texas Tech yesterday, was awesome.
The bend, I mean, it's like.
Well, I also like a guy that plays that position.
Mhm.
It's not quite the same as wide receiver and corner where they got to look all good and they got to look all snazzy with all their gear.
Yeah.
But edge rushers now will try to throw in a little swag. That dude had the least amount of swag on the field I've ever seen, but he's making plays. Makes me
Amen.
like him because he's just a football player.
He's just playing. There's it's a goal rush, and people know that it's so hard to get. I mean, there's 6 of them. We think the quarterback thing. I always say is 12. That may be a stretch.
Yeah.
Out of 32 of a profession where they pay you gobbles of money, and you've only got maybe 12 that you could stand up for and fight for. You got an edge rusher community. What are there, 6, 7?
Yeah, not a lot.
Now out of 32. And this left tackle deal. So everybody's got one. That's pretty well stated. But it's one of those things where you got to have it. You absolutely do. Those are the things. And then the quarterback position, which is just atrocious. But the backup quarterback deal, like we got Mariota. If I'm a pro team now, he's on my list.
Yeah.
Then I'm trying to take him away from you. It's an asset because if my guy gets nicked, I don't want to trash my season, which should be the value system that they're thinking about here as well. But I'm not certain that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, like teams even that aren't necessarily using him truly as like a backup or might be an insurance policy. Like if I were
Right.
Minnesota and I still don't know about JJ, I might bring in someone like Mariota and say, you're going to have an opportunity in camp to see what you can do against this guy. Or if JJ just sucks again to start the year, after week 4, you could be my starting quarterback going forward. And, they're trying to win there. They have guys, I mean, Justin Jefferson's been the ultimate professional as a wide receiver, but at some point you got to think that he's going to get fed up with losing football and not getting the ball enough. So those sort of situations, or if you're, I think the Raiders with the number 1 overall pick will probably just take Mendoza, but think about some of the other teams. What's going to happen with Pittsburgh if Aaron Rodgers is done? What's going to happen with the New York Jets? And they have picks up high, but do they opt to pass on a quarterback? So I think there are teams around the NFL, the Colts, what are they going to do with Daniel Jones coming off an injury? And are they going to bring him back? And even when he comes back, is he going to be the same guy? So
But look how people are missing on the quarterback position.
yes.
Richardson,
Yeah.
he's awful.
Well, and sometimes I wonder, sometimes these people, I'm not shocked when a guy like Anthony Richardson misses. You're trying to make him something that he's not, which is a good quarterback. He's not.
No,
Never was at Florida.
no.
So then what makes you think he's going to be good in the pros?
Well, this is the level of people that are making these decisions with these multi-million-dollar programs.
I mean, he's a fun dream, right? Someone his size that can run with his arm strength. Great.
Yeah, if I have
But
an
he-
all-pro starter, he's a project, and I'm good enough to where I can invest him being 3 years in the minors. It's like baseball. If I can send him down and put him in the minors and let him work his way up, the NFL doesn't have that. So that's just a bad pick.
Well, I mean, look, the best quarterback in the league sat a year to start his career. He had
with
to learn.
Randy.
Because, by the way, he was someone, too,
Yeah.
that was viewed as a project.
Right.
And he sat for a year behind the ultimate professional, a guy that played the quarterback position very cerebrally, right? Someone like Alex Smith. So, yeah, I don't think it's crazy.
Yeah, that's it's a winning formula, but it hasn't gone way across the board. These pro teams, you got to invest so much into this position because without it, you have no chance.
None.
None.
Well, and that to me is why if you're this team going into next year, if you didn't have Jaden Daniels and you didn't feel like you had the quarterback position figured out, I mean, we'd be, heck, right back in the mire and misery that we'd been in for 30 years.
And you should be. Yeah, you should be. Hitting on draft picks, then getting the right free agents. Look, I'm not down on the way they went. They did what they had to do. They took over for Coach Dum Dum and that whole group of clowns. And they went out and got older people, rebuilt it, and were one win away. They earned that by being able to put it together, but it's not sustainable. So it was a one-and-done shot. But they didn't act like it this year because they acted as if it's sustainable. It's not, because of the age of your people. You basically just got run down, and you're one injury or so away from mediocrity. And that's what ended up happening. Whether you want to admit it or not, that's what happened. So now what are you going to do about it? Because you got away with murder until you didn't.
So I was listening to a podcast today, and I think something that we haven't talked about here locally.
Dude, what time did you wake up? 2 a.m.?
I was listening driving in.
Oh, okay.
But they brought up a good point that when you look at where we're at, the Commanders and their roster going forward, they don't have the picks. But the one positive would be that their cap situation is in a pretty good spot because the contracts that are big are not bad. The guys that they've acquired that didn't work out, like a Lattimore, you're off of him after this year. You can go ahead and move on, and you can save cap space. A Bobby Wagner, who has turned into someone that you don't feel good about playing, that's a one-year deal. Von Miller, so there's pros and cons. The con is you traded draft picks for Marshawn Lattimore, and it didn't work out, and so you're without those resources. The positive is at least you're not screwed up with your cap situation. So if you want to find a silver lining in this, at least their cap situation's in a spot where they can still make things work. The unfortunate part is the free agent class for this year kind of sucks. So even though you got cap space, I don't know that there's huge amounts of difference makers that you can go sign with that excess money that you have.
That's a good point. Because you don't know till it's too late. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And then who's making the evaluation? Who decides who we get and what we need? And can you have that person speaking now if they're not ahead of a offense or defense? I mean, who's your coordinator? Who's going to run the offense next year? Are you waiting on Kingsbury to be given a job?
Yeah.
Or are you going to make a decision on whether you want to retain his services? Got to be in an aggressive position, not passive. I don't be sitting around here waiting on somebody else to determine my fate. I think that's garbage.
We talked a little bit about the pass rush. I want to talk about that next. How much do you think an improved pass rush will fix the defense's issues? Sometimes we oversimplify things, but is it as simple as if you get a pass rush, this team's defense looks a lot different next year?
All the corners are much better immediately.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that next. How much would an improved pass rush fix the defense's issues? 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Toby Altizer and Doc Walker in for the Junkies.
This sports update is brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Whoever wins the national championship game will be breaking a significant national championship drought. Miami is the most recent champ, having won their last national title in 2001. After Miami, the most recent champ, Ole Miss in 1960. As for the final two teams remaining, Indiana and Oregon, neither team has a national championship title to their name, but one of them is guaranteed to be playing for the first in school history. Over in the NFL, Lamar Jackson told reporters that he will play on Sunday against the Steelers. Now, his injuries this year have really limited his mobility, but he said with the season on the line, he would never quit on his team. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Final hour of the Junkies. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker sitting in for the guys today. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. So we were talking about this briefly in the previous hour about the pass rush, edge rushers. Are you going to walk away with one in the NFL draft? You got to make sure you find one and bring somebody in. Sometimes we oversimplify, sometimes we overcomplicate. I'm curious if, when you look at the Commanders' defense this year and the struggles that they've had, is it too simple? I think it is slightly too simple, but is it too simple to just say that an improved pass rush fixes a lot of their issues? And I don't know. I think there's some more nuance. Like, I think they've had issues on the back end with coverage busts and guys not playing to their potential. But at the same point, Doc, a much better pass rush can cover up a lot of those issues as well.
All the corners that I've had the pleasure of playing with, and a couple of my roommates were corners, they'll all tell you, the great Darryl Green will tell you, their best friend's pressure. They work in conjunction with a scheme and pressure. Our teams, we always had pressure. The championship teams have pressure. Show me anybody that's really good that doesn't have pressure and doesn't have an exceptional cover guy. They can handle your number one. And so that's the goal. I thought that I don't think the cupboard's completely bare from a secondary standpoint, but up front, we're at the mercy of other teams because we can't dictate anything with pressure.
Well, and that's the thing is you look at the guys on the back end. Mikey has had a disappointing year this year.
Mm-hmm.
How much of his stuff is fixed if he doesn't have to cover for an extra couple of seconds?
Well, now we're back to last year. You've been in the NFC Championship game.
So I wonder if you look at their struggles, and especially with the way that Dan Quinn calls his defense, and he had a freak in Dallas that he could call on to help with whatever he was doing.
They had two of them.
You could move dudes around. Yeah, DeMarcus Lawrence is fantastic.
Damn right.
To go alongside
That's
Micah
right.
Parsons.
There you
So
go.
you come here, and they were able to get some pass rush last year. Dante Fowler played really, really well last season. Didn't bring him back. But they haven't had guys.
Why?
Don't ask me.
Okay, so that goes on the side ledger of good and bad. It goes on the bad.
Yes.
We keep giving these people a pass. You tried a strategy, and it failed. And there's got to be consequences for failure. Let's not act like it didn't happen. You made decisions that didn't pan out. What are we going to do about it?
I never liked their defensive line going in to be able to get pressure. I just didn't think that the guys that they had, that's why, again, so many people call in about the injuries, and I'm not denying that they played a role, but I don't think that their starting defensive line was going to get much pressure. Although Dorrance Armstrong was having a good year before he got injured.
Yeah.
I just don't think that they had the guys to do it. And I think any defense in the NFL, but especially with what Dan Quinn wants to do, I think you've got to be able to get pressure, especially getting pressure with 4, and they just didn't have guys to do that. And I think going into next year, you've got to find someone, whether it's 1, 2, whatever it is, you've got to find someone so they can get pressure. Because otherwise, it really doesn't matter what you got on the back end if you can't get any pressure on the quarterback. Like my cousin texted me a couple of games ago when he was watching this team play, and I told him he hasn't watched us play much, but I texted, I was like, we don't get any pass rush, and he texted like, you really don't. Like, no, they don't, and it fixes so many issues when you can.
Mm-hmm. And if you either bring people and they don't, or they didn't, it wasn't really what they wanted to do. I remember back in the day when Dallas would just bring the house. I got to force the issue. If I'm not really good in a certain category, then I'm flooding you out. I'm coming. So that's a strategy that they chose to take, and it didn't work out. I'm going to continue to say what I keep saying. What are the consequences? Or do we just run it back because we like you?
Well, so here's the thing is when you look at how they're going to improve their pass rush going into next year, you can do it really one of two ways because I don't think they're making any big-time trades. But are you going to draft a guy or are you going to sign a guy? So we've talked plenty about the draft prospects.
Can't you do both?
Arvell, great, do both. But Arvell Reese, we've talked about, Ohio State guy. David Bailey, we talked about earlier, Texas Tech. Ruben Bain, we saw at Miami. Questions about him and whether he's an edge or not. But regardless, no question about his impact against Ohio State on Friday night, or the other night, excuse me. Kendrick Falk out of Auburn has prototypical size, maybe not the production. Cassius Howell, Romello Heights. The other dude on the other side of Ruben Bain, Akeem Mesidor, PFF has him ranked at 70, but who knows where he gets drafted. He was a huge impact against Ohio State the other night. You draft one of those guys, or do you go in free agency? And some of the names that you can keep an eye on. Trey Hendrickson, but he's 31, and he's only played 7 games this season. Jalen Phillips could hit free agency. He has 5 sacks this season. But are the Eagles going to re-sign him? He's 26 years old, but only played 12 total games in 23 and 24, dealing with a torn Achilles and a torn ACL. He has played in 17 games this season. Odafe Owe has 7 sacks this season. He had none in 5 games with Baltimore and now has 7 sacks in 11 games since his trade to the Chargers. Boye Maffe's someone that could be available. He only has 2 sacks this season. Or you could go shopping in the elderly section again and go get Joey Bosa or Khalil Mack.
No.
But that's kind of my point on the pass rush. There's not big-time guys either that you can sign in free agency. So maybe that goes back to, I've talked about drafting Caleb Downs. Maybe you have to throw that out the window and just take somebody that's an edge rusher in the first round with your pick.
Well, I think that's your immediate need. I think it should be priority one. I've got to get somebody that can bend, that's got some dog in him, that's relentless, that's under 24 years old. And we got to go to work with him. We got to hope that. And then I got to hope that if I have to go back in the AARP, I'll do it if I have to. But I just don't want to live this way consistently. I got to find me somebody that's hungry, that maybe didn't work out somewhere else, and see if I can resurrect the dead.
Well, I think that's what's so disappointing about when you look at where they're at in terms of their roster. They don't really have a young edge rusher that you feel like they can develop into something. They just don't have one on the roster. Dorrance Armstrong is not young anymore. He's 28, and he's been solid, so I'm curious to see how he does when he comes back. Javonte Jean-Baptiste was 7th rounder the other year. He's been injured most of his career.
Linnell loves him. He says his name. I can hear his name now going over for the last 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
We've been waiting.
He's a good football player, I think, but he's got to be on the field. Drake Jackson.
He's not on the field. He doesn't play.
Drake Jackson is someone they just brought in. There was a former 2nd-round pick for the Niners. He's 24, but he's barely been on the football field, so maybe he qualifies, but that'd be it.
That's it.
And he's fizzled out in his short time in the league. So they don't have a guy that is a young, up-and-coming pass rusher that they can develop into something, whether they're first-round talent or not. They just don't have anybody that's really that young on the edge.
Well, that's where your scouts come in. We got to go find a diamond in the rough. That's their job. So far, they're not doing the job very well. Yet they've been retained. I mean, when Big L broke out, we were talking about scouts and that we retained the scouts from Coach Dum Dum's group and the whole thing. I go, what? We did what?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that irritated the hell out of me. Why on earth would you have retained anybody in a group that had more F-ups than anybody in the Guinness Book of World Records? So, no, I'm telling you what, man, you guys can buy into this all you want to. They need to show me. Everybody needs to be reevaluated. Because right now I smell a rat. And there's no way you can talk yourself out of this one. I need some results.
800-636-1067. Looking at the Commanders' defense, how much would an improved pass rush going into next year fix the issues that we've seen on the defensive side of the ball this year? Dominic's in Tampa. Dominic, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Dominique.
Yeah, for me, I think, first off, to go back to your last part, I think it's edge at number one no matter what. I totally agree. You need a dog, like Doc said. You need somebody just to put fear into an offense. But to answer the question, with an improved pass rush, here's what happens. Now, as an offense, you got to put tight ends in. You need to keep halfbacks in. And now that eliminates how many, options the quarterback has. And now, it's easier for the back end, the corners, to cover, let's say, 3 instead of 4 or 5. So, I think that's kind of how I look at it. But there's so many options in the draft. But for me, if the kid from Miami is there, and I get it, he's got questions, but my God, the way that he can just take over, that'd be my guy at 7 or 6 or wherever they pick.
Appreciate it, Dominic. Yeah, sometimes I wonder if it's going to be. I'm just curious to watch the draft process with Ruben Bain. The tape says heck of a player, arm length, whatever. I don't know, but if they were to draft him, I watched the Ohio State game just like you did. He wrecked the entire game. They need someone like that.
Amen.
Well, so just to tell you why you need a pass rush, Ohio State has a better roster than Miami.
Mm-hmm.
But they couldn't block Miami. So who won? And Miami was more physical. They won at the line of scrimmage on both sides. But I think having a pass rush will fix a lot of their problems. Now, I don't think it fixes everything. I still think in the secondary, I have big questions about some of the stuff that they're trying to do. I believe in Trey Amos, but I got to see it again next year. Also, obviously need him to be healthy. Mikey Sanders I still have faith that he can be a good player, but he's been up and down throughout his career in 2 years. So I still have questions on the back end, but you're not doing them any favors if you're not able to get any pressure on the passer. And they have all day back there. I mean, look at Dak on Christmas. Dak could have set up a camp back there and chilled, even though they did get some pressure with Johnny Newton. There's too often this year that guys have just been able to chill in the backfield and in the pocket and do whatever they wanted.
Yeah, we don't we don't have a threat. We're not a threat. Everybody sleeps like a baby the night before they play us. They're not worried about anything. And one thing you learned about the U in watching them against the Ohio State, savages. I mean, they just keep people coming out of nowhere, and you knew it, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's the thing about this. So we'll wait and see. We have not established what our core philosophy is, though. I still have no idea what our objective is because our defense now, who's in charge? I don't know. Do you know?
No.
I don't know. Offensively, you know what's going on with the artist because he's not hid the fact that this is who he is, and he's damn good at that. But I'm not necessarily sure it's complementary to your defensive and your defensive personnel. I just don't think it is a good fit.
I mean, it's not complimentary. Not the way that it's played this year.
No, well, that's the way they play. So you can't have it all. You got to sacrifice in something. Take all friendships out of this. All relationships out. Black and white on core. Are they good enough to be brought back with exclusivity to do whatever the hell they want to do based on what they've shown you? Period.
800-636-1067. Bones is in Southeast. Bonesy, what's going on?
Hey, Happy New Year, guys, man.
Hey,
Look, I'm with Doc, man, on this one. the scouts, the talent evaluators, man, and all, whoever they sending out there, man, to scout these players, man, that they looking at and bringing in here. We need to evaluate that. We need to get some new ones, man, because the talent they've been bringing in here, man, has not been sufficient enough, man, to come off that edge rush, man. We haven't had a threat on this defense in over 5 years, man. We need a threat. We need 2-3 threats coming on that defense. Edge rushers, linebackers, secondary, man. And so, never mind the players, man. Evaluate the talent, the scouts that they sending out there, man. Somebody, man, like Doc say, I smell a rat. We're playing friends.
Appreciate it, Bones.
Thanks, Bonesy.
Yeah, I mean, they have to get somebody because there's just no one that you – and I thought that there was a chance, and I was wrong about this, but I thought that there was a chance that you could maybe find a way to do it a little bit differently and get your pressure from the interior. Because I was thinking, okay, Dorrance Armstrong plays solid on the edge. Dietrich Wise, who didn't play much this season because he got injured, but obviously he was going to be starting the year. Those two guys on the edges are solid, and then
I liked it too. I was with you too.
That's where Kinlaw, that's where Payne, that's where Johnny Newton have to step up because that's where you spent significant money or draft capital.
Yep.
And that didn't happen either.
Everybody wants to bag. And I've been saying this till I turn blue. Okay, well, what do we get? You got the bag, and you've underachieved. So you were not what you claimed you would be. That's on me. So right now, I need a clean slate. I'm not, no hard feelings, but I got to move on because I can't risk you again because I no longer trust you. How could I? So you've given me this illusion. You've talked a good game, but you haven't delivered.
Melvin is in Southeast D.C. Melvin, what's going on?
Thanks for taking my call, fellas. The personnel went to the Saints. We picked up the Saints. But we forgot number 94, who made Lattimore good at what he did. And see, then we brought him here and say, oh, he going to be the savior at cornerback. But we never had a pass rush to complement him. We never had a pass rush to complement Sanford Steele. They got rid of the safety and let him go to L.A., to Las Vegas, which made Louvu a better linebacker.
Yep.
That made Louvu can roam better.
Yep.
Louvu was out of position this year because of the young fella, number 11, that we let go.
Appreciate the
This
phone call.
personnel is not.
Appreciate it,
You're right.
Melvin.
You're right. He's right.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't bring back some guys, and I think Will Harris can play, so I didn't mind him replacing Jeremy Chin, but then Will Harris got injured. And I think Jeremy Chin, one thing that they're missing is his size at the safety spot. They could utilize him a little bit differently than they can Will Harris, even though Will is willing to hit.
But you got to
same
take
size.
responsibility for the decisions you made.
Yes.
It didn't work. Say what it was. It failed. You should have kept the guy who's better, and you didn't. So do we just go, hey, okay, popsicles, ice cream for everybody. Let's just act as if it didn't happen and move on. If that's what you want to do, good. No problem. I'll support you either way. But don't come back at the end of this and say, oh, I can't believe. Oh, the hell you can't believe you did it to yourself. If people aren't under pressure to produce, then why the hell call it pressure? Let's just call it lollipops. Kara says, let's get on a merry-go-round and go around because there's nobody at fault on this one. There's no consequences for failure. In every successful flight, there's got to be rewards for success and consequences for failure. What are the consequences for this failure?
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in, talking about getting a pass rush going into next season. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker filling in for the Junks. To Sports Junkies, Toby Altizer, Doc Walker in for the guys here on the second day of the new year. Talking about getting a pass rush. How much will that fix the issues going into next year for this defense? Got to do a lot to fix this defense. One of the worst, if not the worst, in the league. They got to do a lot to fix it. But I do think that getting a pass rush can figure out a lot of their problems. I was talking about this the other day, Doc. Are you looking at the NFL draft and just saying it's edge rusher no matter what? Because I love Caleb Downs, and I still lean that I might go that direction. But there's no denying that they need dudes. And when you look at the free agent class, the names that I'd laid out are Trey Hendrickson, Jalen Phillips, Odafe Owe, Boye Mafe. Like, it's not an inspiring class other than Hendrickson, who is 31 years old. So do you want to get into that market? Spotrac has it projected to be a 2-year, $51 million deal if he were to sign. I would think that it might even be a little bit more than that, depending upon how many suitors he has. But do you look at it and just say, even though I think Caleb Downs is the best player, I've talked about him or whatever, is it just purely I got to take the best pass rusher at pick 6 or pick 7?
Well, you kind of swayed me a bit to where I don't want to really focus in on the position other than the talent. But I have no options right now at rush. I have no pressure. And that's just I can't function without pressure. So I think that's where I would lean at this point. Although anybody in the middle of the field gives me coverage. I'm hurting.
You just need somebody.
I need somebody. And I also need, even the personnel is important, but I also need is the philosophical change as well. Because I'm just not accepting the fact that we were too passive, even with what we had. Try something. Don't just sit there and get punked.
Yeah, they just don't have difference makers.
That's my point.
They need guys that can impact.
Well, they may have them, but they don't get in the game.
That's valid as well.
Okay.
They need guys that can get after the passer. They need guys that can cover. I mean, they need dudes at every level of the defense. And
I agree.
That to me, where I was talking about this the other night, Doc, what gives you confidence going into next season? I only had 2 things, which is a little bit alarming that I could only come up with 2 things.
I'm waiting to hear the second one. I know the first one.
JD
5. What's the second one?
O-line. I believe in the O-line.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Fab 5's good.
After
really,
that,
we got 8 guys that can play.
After that,
yeah.
I was like, okay, maybe Trey Amos, but I believed in Sammer still, and he's had a down year in year 2, so I still got to see it from him. But I was like, I beg you, find someone on the defense or find something on the defense you feel confident in and makes you feel good going into next year. Go ahead. Try to.
It's been such a small sample size of McGee.
Okay.
But I have been intrigued by him, but it's almost like he's running and you had a wheelchair contest. So, yeah, he was supposed to win that. No, seriously, you laughing, but that's really what it looked like. People matched up with us on 3rd down and saw a guy, they had 100% effectiveness on it, and you're laughing about it.
You're not wrong.
They actually did it in real games. You had no other alternative but a guy who's a great guy, love him to death, hate even to deal with it on this level, but it was reality. And who's to pay the price for that?
Let's get out to Mark in Landover Hills. Mark, what's going on?
Top of the day to you, gentlemen. Top of the day, Toby. Top of the day, Doc.
Marco.
Hey, man. Been sitting here listening. Great show as usual. Love to hear you and Toby together. But, Doc, I think we're seeing the results of their ineptitude, and that's the only adjective I'll use for it, is you will not have a good defense. You will not have a good football team, because when you don't make any changes and you keep going on with your moronic behavior and coaching like they have, and you've alluded to, and I've alluded to many times, Doc, when I've called you, there's not going to be any change in the results. And that's what you're talking about, Doc.
Yeah.
And I actually think, I don't know if you and Toby agree with me, but I think that they should hire, that Mr. Harris and the consortium should hire at least 3 people that have no ties to the organizations, except for maybe Jay Gruden, that do it for a living, that analyze football teams and what they've done and analyze this coaching squad because, man, they're not making any changes and not doing anything differently, Doc.
Appreciate
it's
it, Mark.
plain as the nose on your face, man, and my face too. And you're not wrong. You and Toby are not wrong with anything that you've said, Doc.
Appreciate
and I don't think that the fans, all of us aren't, aren't stupid. We've been watching them, some of us for over 60 years, and we love the team, and we want them to win, but they're not doing anything different, Doc. They're not listening to anybody.
Yeah. Well, be careful, man. I don't want you home to get firebombed. Yeah. No, he's right. I mean, this is not that complicated to me. The game is being played. I don't appreciate it because I care about their results and the success on it. But I'm not supposed to be investing more into this than you are when you're getting paid for it.
Well, my thing is, you look at how this season has gone. I've talked about this before. I think you have to find somebody that's outside the organization.
That's the start.
I want somebody outside the organization running the defense. But I also want someone to talk to DQ and say, here's where it went wrong. The same stuff that he did in Atlanta, where he brought somebody in after the fact and said, hey, what the heck happened? If I were DQ, I'd be investing to have those same people come in, so I'm not doing it after I lose my Washington job, too. I want to figure out how I can get back on track, because what the heck happened from year 2 to year 1 to year 2?
If he hadn't already figured that out, he's not as smart as I think he is. I know he's smart. He's probably already doing it. But should he have to? See, ownership, you can't just be involved when everything's going well. You got to go through whatever to make sure that you right the wrong. If you don't know right from wrong in that, and I'm going to say it's going to sound so ignorant, because nobody loses. You buy them, it don't matter if you win or lose. You're still going to make a fortune. Isn't it more fun when you win?
Oh, 100%.
Please, just to consider that. It's just a hell of a lot more fun. And there's no reason to have fallen off the cliff as bad as we did.
Well, let's be real, too. For young guys, for guys that are still going to be in the league for a number of years, you play good football on a winning football team, that means more money in your pocket down the line as well.
Yeah, I wish they understood it.
Josh is in Clearwater, Florida. Josh, what's going on?
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Hey, Josh.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Hey, so real quick, I think I don't think we're going to rebuild Rome overnight, in one off season, but I think that we should do is try to get some foundational pieces set. And what I'd like to do is, if we're picking at number 7, draft Caleb Downs in free agency. I like Quay Walker as the linebacker replacement for us, sideline to sideline speed guy. And I think right there, with them both being young, that kind of shores up the middle of the defense for us. Now, I know we need pass rushers, but if we get Dorrance Armstrong and Dietrich Wise back, I think that at least gives us more than what we got now. And then, in later rounds or free agency, we can plug in some guys. But I don't think we need a world beater at DN if we can find our middle linebacker and safety for the foreseeable future. You know what I mean? So I think just that alone would help shore up our defense. Because when I was watching a lot, it looked like just Wagner's just slow. He's getting beat a lot. And so I think that having some fast speed at linebacker would do us a world of good, especially at safety as well, too.
Appreciate it,
So,
Josh.
Thanks. That's good observation.
Yeah.
I hate it because it's not Bobby's fault. I hate that he's put in that position. He's a competitor. He's giving you all these guys. It's just asinine to ask somebody to do something they're incapable of being able to do.
He mentioned Quay Walker.
Mm-hmm.
I know him from my time in Wisconsin. Zabe could give you a full breakdown. He's going to be on the fan after us with Nick Ashew. He'd give you a full breakdown. He fits that mold of one of the guys you've been talking about. You just want somebody that's a little bit off the wall, a little bit of a problem.
Yeah.
This is a guy that early in his career got suspended because the training crew for the Detroit Lions, I believe it was, came on to work on one of their players and walked by him and accidentally bumped him. They shoved him. He's got problems. A little bit edgy.
Well, I'm sorry, but please, I'd love to work with him. Yeah.
A little bit, it might be a little bit of a
reminds me of some of my ex-teammates. Yeah.
But he's got that sort of mentality. But, they need speed at linebacker. The one thing I'll disagree, maybe you don't need a world beater, quote unquote, because like you said, there aren't many of those guys on the edge. There aren't TJ Watts growing on trees. There aren't Myles Garretts everywhere. You can't find those sorts of guys all over the place. But you got to have somebody that you can rely on to win one-on-one. And I just don't know that they have that.
Oh, they don't have that.
Because even when you look at Dorrance Armstrong and the season that he had, he's solid.
Yeah, he can do it.
But he's a number 3 generally on a good team. Maybe he could play as a number 2 type of pass rusher.
Right.
And they were expecting him to be the guy.
He would have been their guy.
Yeah, not anyone else's.
He'd have been their guy. They need to invest in a chip. They need a chip.
But that's the thing that I find is interesting about this draft and going forward for this team is we've had this discussion. We're going to have this discussion leading up to April. Do they just go with the best player, which I think would be Caleb Downs, but that doesn't address pass rush. But you also don't have an impactful back-end player currently, it feels like.
I'm going to have to go back in the laboratory, but he's so good. A guy that's like, when you get a generational player, at any position in one of the 3 phases, D-line, middle, or back, you can't lose.
When you get
but he's got to be that good.
He's versatile. You can use him all over the field. But then do you just say, screw it, I'm going to take Arvell Reese if he's there. Screw it, I'm just going to take Reuben Bain. Screw it, I'm just going to take David Bailey. Like, I don't think there's a wrong answer there. The thing is, though, can you develop that guy?
Great question. What's your current staff?
Well, let me tell you this. We've kind of alluded to this plenty. If it's going to be the current stuff, I don't trust that.
Well, you just call a spade a spade. I mean, you still have to, you can't skirt the fact that who is to blame for the results of this season? If you say no one, then I'm good. I back off.
Everyone's at fault, Doc. Everybody.
Well, then what are you going to do about it? This is what I'm saying to the head man, to the boss. We saw what you did when everything went well. You was at every party. Okay, this is a disaster. What are you going to do about it? Somebody's got to make some hard decisions, and they better be right about it. Otherwise, we'll end up in the same predicament a year from now. Because the NFL don't give a damn about you.
Yeah.
They're hoping you make the wrong move. You fall in love with, you got sentimental value. Nobody gives a crap about that. This is a bottom line business, and you have flat out failed. What are you going to do about it?
We started the show talking college football playoff. We'll wrap it up next with the same discussion. Denton Day going to join us in studio to talk about the great games that we saw yesterday and the upset with Miami over Ohio State. We'll talk college football playoff to wrap things up next. Final couple minutes of the Sports Junkies. Toby Altizer, Doc Walker in for the guys today. Joining us now in studio, the one and only Denton Day.
The legend.
Denton, I was trying to tell Doc, because he had more discipline than I did, to be able to go to bed last night and skip watching that thriller of an Ole Miss Georgia game.
Yes.
Tell him what he missed.
Call my age.
You missed a kicker stepping up for his team. I mean, how often do we see that in college?
Well, we haven't seen that here in a while.
We haven't seen that here in a long, long time.
Yeah, I can't wait to go. The first thing I'm going to do is go back and watch it.
Yeah, you're going to love what you see, but you're going to hate what you see, because Georgia's defense, they let up some plays that traditionally you don't think of a Georgia defense letting up.
No, but it's not like I've never been let down by the Bulldogs. I mean, that's happened.
It has happened. I thought Kirby Smart got out-coached a little bit last night, too, which on the bucket list or on the list of things that I thought was going to happen, that one was not on there. But he made some questionable decisions late, and just his way of handling things. I was told this year, you can look at Kirby Smart, and if he's calm on the sideline, you're in trouble. If he's dancing around, screaming, yelling, all these things, you got him. Because when he loses that composure, that means everybody on that sideline loses the composure as well, and that happened last night.
Well, also, Kiffin, for me, this is all about the split of a staff and a team having his finest moment and his leader quitting on them and then taking half the people. Now they're split and they're having a banner year.
Yeah.
And it couldn't happen to a better guy.
I mean, no Lane Kiffin, no problem.
Yeah.
And even better is that he wanted to be at the game last night.
Yeah.
Was going to be at the game last night. Wanted to be on television. Television said no. So then he went to a women's basketball game at LSU instead.
Yeah.
And then they went in and won, because that game was in New Orleans, for those that are not aware.
Yeah.
So very like a 30, 45-minute drive from Baton Rouge. I don't know where he lives in Baton Rouge, but it could be 25 minutes depending on where he lives.
I'm so happy.
And he decided he was holding hands with Kim Mulkey. Walking out of the tunnel, where it sure felt like that was more Kim Mulkey holding his hand than Lane holding her hand.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, man, Pete Golden did a hell of a job in the second half. In that fourth quarter, they scored 20 of their 39 points in the fourth quarter against Georgia.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
And now you got to deal with this players going all over the place now.
Yeah.
As soon as that starts to happen, how do you control that? How many people are going to go to Ole Miss now that wouldn't have considered it before?
You're putting on a great display. And it is ironic, to a sense, that game ended a little bit before midnight.
Mm-hmm.
At midnight, the transfer portal opened.
That's right.
And 1,000 players are now in the transfer portal.
It's just a crazy world. I mean, there's so much that needs to be fixed.
And there's no way to fix it.
I mean, we could spend hours trying to figure out solutions, so I won't bother you or bore you with that. But feels like some people were still doubting Indiana somehow. I don't know that there were many, but there are still people that were like, yeah, I'm still out. You can't do it now. Like, there's no denying how good that team is and what Coach Cignetti has done. I mean, that's the greatest turnaround I've ever seen.
And honestly, if you were doubting them against that Alabama team, you're on the booger sugar. Because that Alabama team is not good. They were not good.
Well,
how
It's not Nick's Bama.
Yeah, how long is Kalen DeBoer for Tuscaloosa if they're going to keep playing like that?
I mean, if
they look soft.
If this game was a week ago, he would be the coach of Michigan. But because they hired Kyle Whittingham and he had to coach a playoff game, that job is not available anymore. And I almost wish it happened, because it would have been hilarious to see how Bama fans reacted. Because there's one thing about firing your coach, saying, hey, you're not good for us. We don't like you. We're going to buy it. You suck, and we want to get rid of you. It's another thing if he would have willingly left for another job, because then that knocks you down the pecking order. And then it's like, wait a second, we're not as high and mighty as we think. Now, he'll be there again next year, but the seat is hot next year, because you can't have a 4-loss season. I know you got to the playoff, but a 4-loss season in Alabama is not a win.
What's so shocking, if you lose, it's one thing, but for them to get embarrassed,
like
they were
outclassed,
like
that was
they
terrible.
were out-muscled. They weren't making good decisions.
I mean, it wasn't even
They don't run the ball.
No, they can't run.
They have no control. They overload their defense. And I don't care if you're 4 or 5 stars players or not. Everybody going in the right direction is what Cignetti builds. That's the team.
Yes.
Will outdo talent every time.
I mean, Ty Simpson's a good quarterback. There were times this year where he was a great quarterback. He was a bad quarterback yesterday. And you can't be a bad quarterback against Indiana.
No.
But he was a good quarterback against Oklahoma. He
Yeah.
made some throws against the Sooners
Yeah.
that he was making at the middle of the season when he was high up on draft boards and high
Mhm.
up in the conversation for the Heisman. Then he trails off at the end of the year, which is kind of normal. A lot of players do that.
Mhm.
But what he did yesterday was a debacle. And then he gets hurt. They pull him. I don't know if that was like a, hey, he's really, really hurt and we pulled him, or if that's just like a, he has a boo-boo and
Yeah.
we are getting shellacked. There's no reason to keep
Right.
him in the game.
Right.
Yeah, they were getting smacked. Other game yesterday wasn't much of a contest. It would have been if Texas Tech had any semblance of quarterback play.
I don't know why they didn't bench him.
I don't know how you did not.
Because they'd done it before against Utah. If you just look at that game, Baron Morton, their quarterback for Texas Tech, had 2 picks against Utah. And then the backup came in, relieved him. They beat Utah by multiple scores. And this is at a point where Utah was good early in the season, so they're not like great, but good. Backup comes in, plays really well. I don't know why they did not bench Baron Morton yesterday, because he could not do anything. Literally nothing. And Oregon did not play their best football game. Now, that's my champion. I think Oregon's going to win this whole thing. They didn't play their best football game, but it was really easy for them going up against an offense that was next to nothing. And the part that really sucked was the defense for Texas Tech was amazing. They kept giving them opportunities and kept giving them opportunities, and then they would give the ball right back to Oregon.
Yeah, it was great defensive effort. Nothing on offense.
David Bailey is insane.
Speaking of David Bailey, I'll ask you this as we wrap up. Doc and I have been discussing this, and I've given my opinion on it, but I'm curious. If you're on the clock right now, you're Washington. Everybody's available.
David Bailey.
Over Arvell Reese, over Caleb Downs, over Ruben Bain?
David Bailey.
Okay.
Yeah, David Bailey. Arvell Reese would be the one that is closest. I don't subscribe to the idea of drafting a safety at that spot right now because you don't have anyone on defense. I liken this back to the Kyle Hamilton situation a couple of years ago.
Thank you.
And while hindsight is crystal clear, you could argue, well, they thought Chase Young was still a guy. They thought Montez Sweat was going to be a guy. So you had defensive ends, so it made sense to draft a safety. Now, because it made sense, Ron did not do it. But that made a lot more sense, whereas now, I mean, are you trying to go into 2025 with Dorrance Armstrong as your number one guy?
Yeah.
Again? Like, I can't subscribe to that, and I put a tweet out about it, and then somebody said, well, they can just sign Khalil Mack. And I was like, we've done this before. Like, this is exactly what we are trying
What did I
to
say
not
to you?
do.
When you ran that by me.
Yeah, no more at the nursing home.
I'm throwing up on my.
He turns
Stop
35 in a month and a half. Like,
Yeah,
why
yeah,
would you
stop it.
want him?
That's going to do it for the Junks. Denton, appreciate you dropping
Thanks,
by.
DD.
Yes, sir.
Denton's going to follow us over on the Team 980. Coming up next right here on 106.7 The Fan. Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew going to join
That's gonna
and
be
be on the
crazy.
program.
That's gonna
so
be crazy.
keep it tuned right here to The Fan or on the Team 980 with Denton Day. Doc's been fun. Appreciate hanging
Let's
out.
do it again, brother.
Happy New Year's to everybody. Have a
Happy
great
New Year.
weekend.
It's the second day of 2026, and the good news is the Washington Commanders are undefeated in the year 2026. Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew in for the guys today. We got 4 hours. We've got college football and one game that at least was beautiful last night. One game that was worth watching.
Thank God.
And we also do have one more football game from our beloved Washington Commanders coming up on Sunday, Zabe, which I know you're very excited about, as the Eagles are resting starters. And the Commanders are also resting starters because everybody's been hurt the entire season. Been fun. Been a fun season, I'll tell you what.
It cannot end soon enough, and I guarantee you the buses will be warming before the zeros hit the scoreboard at the link. You can't fold this disaster up fast enough.
I have been in off-season mode for
a month and a half.
At least 6 weeks.
And that's the hell of it. And the offseason's going to slowly, it'll take forever. It's going to take forever just to get the first little chunks of movement. I guess Monday and Tuesday, Nick, you could see some moves. You could see the team say, okay, we're getting rid of Joe Witt Jr. You could see Kingsbury get an interview somewhere, and you might say, okay, if we're swapping out one, we should swap out both. But other than that, you're just going to have to sit tight until you can draft some guys and or buy some guys. They have more money than necessarily draft picks, but it gets down to the question of, can you really make your team that much better by buying guys?
Well, listen, we've watched this team before in previous eras. You got all the money in the world, but you can spend that money really stupidly, really stupidly. And the internet's still mad at me for wanting this team to trade for Max Crosby, and I stand by that. And you and I,
you told me that in the break. Yeah. You are standing on business on that one right there. You're like, go get him. The problem is you can't just buy him, Nick. You got to trade for him.
I know it involves assets.
And I'm now just counting up. Thank you to Grok for getting me the deets on this.
You're a Grok guy?
Love Grok. All right. It comes with my blue check mark. I pay. You pay for a blue check mark?
I refuse. I earned mine the real old way, and I am not paying for it.
Did you really?
Yeah.
You got your blue check mark before you could buy them.
I did.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
I just got to the point where I was just important enough to get that blue check mark, and then they took it away.
You got?
I don't know. TikTok's or Twitter's
don't say
dead.
You don't know.
I don't know. It's probably only like 6,000 on Twitter. It's
and yet you got a blue check mark.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Well, I buy it for a variety of reasons. One is, as a public figure in the business, it doesn't hurt to have a blue check mark.
No,
so
it doesn't.
$8 a month, whatever. All the subscriptions that we all have for everything. So I throw that in there. So basic bitch Grok comes with the $8. They're trying to tempt you into Super Grok, which costs like $40 a month.
Now, what is Super Grok get you?
Grok, I think it allows you to create videos that are so realistic, you're not even sure if they're real or not. And that's the scary thing. I don't need all that.
I've used some of that without a subscription, though. I've used some of the Grok videos where it takes a picture, turns it into a video.
Yes. Yes,
I use a lot of AI, though, so I've got like 5 different.
It needs to be noted, though, that Grok and all these AI agents are not great with sports stats. If you say, what's the last time so-and-so went for so-and-so yards in a blah, 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 it'll get that wrong quite a bit. It's the one thing, Nick, that we in the business are actually smarter than AI. It's remembering the stupid details of sports facts and trivia and everything else like that. So you can check Grok and go, no, I don't think that's the case. I think Randall Cunningham had one back in the day. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. But it is pretty good at just basically reminding me of the trade. So I'm going to chase down all the draft picks that have already been sent away by Adam Peters for this, that, and the other. And then I'm going to ask you, how many more assets are you willing to send away for Mad Max Crosby?
Well, here's the thing, and there are 2 reasons for this. If we want to get into this now, I'm fine.
We're
fine
in.
with
Why
this.
not?
Let's just lean right into this now. Here's the reason why I don't care what anybody has to say on Instagram right now, and you can get mad at me all you want about the idea to trade for Max Crosby. One, Max Crosby is 28, so that's not old. Anybody that thinks that he is old at 28, I'm sorry, that is prime football years. You've got him locked into a 3-year deal. So he's already going to fit in under the cap when there's plenty of cap space that's out there. You look at Max Crosby, and you know that he's a monster because we've watched what he could do with the Raiders. Imagine him doing that in the burgundy and gold. I will take that. They need a monster that's going to get after the quarterback because they got nobody. Now, you could say, well, Nick, they've got cap space, and they've got draft picks. Well, why don't they draft somebody? you can draft somebody. But as we've seen, there is no guarantee that someone that is a great pass rusher in college, Chase Young, doesn't mean that it's going to translate over to the NFL. I would rather them use a first-round pick on somebody that you already know can get after the quarterback than somebody that you hope could maybe get after the quarterback. Go look at the free agent market right now. There are no difference makers in their prime that are going to be free agents that will get after the quarterback the way that Max Crosby does. You want to take Hendrickson from Cincinnati? Fine. He's 31, and he's going to want a new deal because the guy's been sitting there suffering in Cincinnati for years. Is he the best on the market? Absolutely. But he's 31, and he's going to want to get paid. You already know what Max Crosby is getting paid. That deal is done, and the Commanders have plenty of cap space to absorb it. This is not a free agent class.
What do you think
that
you're
has
gonna
a
have
ton of difference makers?
What do you think you're going to have to give up to get Crosby?
I think it's probably 2 firsts, and it's probably 2 firsts. Yes, it is. And I know.
Give me a paper bag.
But here's the thing: there are reports, rumors, and conversations coming out of Ashburn that Deron Payne may be gone in the offseason anyway. So they are looking for an interior lineman in Vegas.
Great.
So you're adding that now. If you can move on, so it would give them something they want. It would take away a disgruntled player. Max Crosby doesn't want to be back there. He walked out of they sat him down and he said, "Fine, I'm leaving."
Yeah.
And he left. This is now finally a spot where you've got a disgruntled guy that's already got his contract locked in at 28 years old. And you know what? When he turns 31 to be a free agent, you don't have to re-sign him at that point. Because here's the thing:
you're assuming that he'll be fine if he's acquired in a trade for possibly multiple number ones and then sit tight on his current deal and not want a new one?
Yes, because he just signed that new deal. It's a 3-year deal. That is a brand new deal for Max Crosby.
And you don't think he has the stones to go, hey, I want more money now? Because sometimes these players do that, you know?
Well, if that is a discussion before the trade, then then I'm backing out on that trade. That's the one thing where I would say, okay, that's enough.
You would need permission to talk to him to go, dude, where are you at? Like, talk to me. If we were to bring you here, how would you feel? You'd have to really read the room on that. By the way, yesterday, Reuben Bain Jr. for Miami and David Bailey for Texas Tech were a couple of edge guys expected to be available in the draft this coming spring. That looked pretty sweet. So there's guys that are going to be out there.
There are.
I get the feeling, but here's the picks that have been shipped out: a 5th for Debo. A 3rd, a 4th, and a 6th for Lattimore.
Okay.
A 3rd, a 7th, a 2nd, and a 4th for Tunsil. Now, there were some rebates there.
Now, let me stop real quick.
Yeah.
2 of those names have absolutely lived up to what the expectations were this season. Laramie Tunsil was great this year. And Debo for a 5th-round pick was an absolute steal. So I have no problems with those trades.
Okay.
Now,
but you're now gonna have to pay Debo, and you're also gonna have to pay Tunsil. Just so you know.
I don't think Debo's back.
I would be fine with that as well. As serviceable and good, and you did Debo things. I think the exit ramp for Debo is right here.
Yeah.
Hit the blinker. Let's take it and move on. But a couple rebates in here. The Lattimore deal had a 5th-round rebate. So it was really a 3rd and a 5th, let's call it, for Lattimore, with the rebate of a 5th coming back with him. And Tunsil had a 5th-round rebate coupon in the 4 picks they gave up. So let's just call that a 3rd, a 2nd, and a 5th-ish for Tunsil. It's a lot of bodies. And the best GMs and the best rosters get built in rounds 3, 4, and 5. The bonus babies that are screamingly good players that have just been missed by the NFL experts because it's an inexact science. That's not only where, Peters has to start hitting and accelerating this roster rebuild. It's also where you get the most bang for the buck, the most punch for your dollars, because these guys are stupidly cheap, Nick, that are in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds. So it's a lot of picks that have already gone out, and you want to send more out.
Let me ask you
How many people do you think in this building are with you on the Max? Do you have like a club?
I have just started this club. Instagram, I know, is not on my side on this, and I'm okay with that.
Is Screamingly Funny Ben Rhodes in the Max Crosby Club?
Ben, are you in the Max Crosby
How
Club
are
with
you?
me or not here?
I don't think I can part with any more 1st-round picks at this point.
Listen,
I can't.
I will admit that I am in the minority on this, and I am fine.
I understand your thinking, though.
Yeah.
Your reasoning for it makes sense to me, but I'm just not in favor of it.
So let me put this out. Let me present this part of it. How much of this is scars from past issues that would make people concerned about a trade like this?
There are scars. I would say my personal queasiness is what I would call the one-player factor of a deal like this. You're trading for one player that you believe is going to imbue magical defensive qualities on your team, and one players often get hurt. Bosa, done for the year. Parsons, done for the year. Watt, he could come back from his pec. I don't know what his current status is, but he missed a chunk of games.
Yeah. Well, that was also, that was from a treatment, too.
That was, and he got a needle the wrong way. Yeah.
Which, by the way, that's happened far too often in the NFL. That is alarming.
Tyrod Taylor had that happen.
Yeah.
That
lost his starting job to Justin Herbert because of it.
It was only a matter of time anyway because Herbert's so good, but yeah. The dry needling thing is crazy. You're an athlete. Have you had it done?
I've not done dry needling. I am going to start doing some acupuncture, though. I am going to
acupressure.
Going to the acupuncture world now. I'm ready. Dry needling looks it's a lot. There's a lot of stabbing and pulling of the skin in a way that I would have to say, put a blindfold on me. If it's going to work, fine. But I don't want to have this be something that I actually watch happening to my body.
Do you remember in a previous lifetime, circa 2016, you and I over there at the other shop, 980, and we had one of the greatest promotions ever, which was the adult punt, pass, and kick at the Redskins
that was
bubble.
So much fun.
Okay, you remember that,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely I do.
Okay, so we get turned loose inside the stupid bounce house in Ashburn. And when I say stupid, I mean it's because NFL teams, Nick, have proper actual facilities.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Snyder was so cheap, he didn't even have a bubble until Shanahan came in and started MFing him about, are you kidding me? We got to go to Lifetime Fitness out at Dulles just to do a walkthrough. So they built a bubble, which is whatever, but they let us out there on the radio station with our listeners, run around and do things. And I remember I get out there. And I'm like, this is so fun. Look at this. And I'm like running routes and I'm catching balls.
Mm-hmm.
And then I feel this electric shock on the inside of my right leg. And I like, it was a groin injury. And my entire leg went black and blue, pretty much from my nuts down to my knees on the inside. And because your groin muscle extends up into your midsection, I had to roll out of bed like a sack of potatoes and then crawl up to a standing position because all the little muscles that you never think about using just to get up and move and everything else are completely screwed when your groin muscle's gone. So I went and got dry needled. This is the only time that I would ever do this because I'm not an athlete, but I got dry needled by some guy in Rockville that was doing it before it was kind of approved as a therapeutic technique.
Oh, you went risky.
Well,
you went experimental.
It was, at that time, 2016, it was not quite as approved as a thing. And I'm not even sure if it still is, but it didn't work. not to my liking. It freaked me out going, okay, you're just poking me. Ow, ow, ow. And I know there's no medicine going in there. And then the next day I still felt just as bad. And it recovered on its own leisurely, slow-ass time frame, which was at least 2 months before I was probably back to normal again. So there's my dry needling story. I can't imagine getting dry needled in my rib cage where if you miss, you hit a lung like Watt and have it go, Doc, I think we got a problem here, right?
Did you get dry needled in the groin? Like, did they go
along my leg area? Yeah.
Oh my God. I'll be honest with you. You're kind of brave to do that.
I was desperate because I had a big golf trip to Scotland later in the summer. I was like, I got to be able to walk. So I'm like, I need to be as aggressive as I can in healing this stupid thing.
And how'd the golf trip turn out?
Golf trip was great. But I mean, I kind of got back to full health just in time.
Just at the right time.
So anyway, the one player problem, Nick, is that one player's that one special guy, and I do think Crosby is in that group of one special guys with the Boses, the Parsons, the Watts, etc. If they get hurt, then what?
Yeah. Well, again, with this team, it's not going to matter because 10 other guys are going to get hurt anyway. So let's be real.
That's a fatalistic approach right there.
Did you watch this season?
I know.
It was awful. It was one after the other. I'm convinced that someone has a voodoo doll on this team, and they're taking that dry needling needle and they're just stabbing body parts, and it's affected everybody on this entire team. All right, Beamish and Finley
By the
off
way,
today.
Hendrickson has 5 sacks on the year.
Right. This is a guy that's been in and out also. That's the guy that was supposed – I mean, one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, 31.
31, and there was people back in August going, should we trade for him?
Yep, not now.
But it was probably smart not to trade for him.
I know. But
because I don't think Hendrickson's in the same group as the other guys.
I would put it there, but all I'm saying is how about this? I'll throw in the Raiders send back a 4th-round pick as well. 2 firsts.
2 firsts
Deron Payne,
and a rebate coupon of a 4th.
Listen, coupons can get you. You just said there's value in the mid rounds, which I agree with. So you get that back in return. Are you making the trade then?
I'm too queasy about that.
Not doing it. All right. Nick Hashew, Steve Zabin in for Beamish and Finley on the Fan.
Sources have told ESPN that it remains unclear how many Ole Miss assistants who are joining Lane Kiffin at LSU will be allowed to remain with the Rebels when they face Miami next Thursday in a CFP semifinal. A source said that apparently some of these assistants are starting to push back on leaving the Ole Miss team as they're just 2 victories away from winning a national championship. But among the assistants who are going to LSU, only offensive coordinator Charlie Weis Jr. flew back with the Rebels to Oxford. So maybe that's a sign he's the only one that'll stick with the Rebels for now. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew for the guys. We've already established that I'm the only person here, Zabe, that I think wants to trade for Max Crosby, but I'll do it. I don't care. I will do. You know what? If Chris Russell can make an entire career out of being a crazy person, I think I can do that every once in a while. I'll be fine. It'll work.
I love the fact that I found out about Rooster's utter fear of city construction cranes.
Oh, my God.
His absolute panic-inducing paranoia. So when I came across a video of a construction crane in like Manhattan that was swinging around because of high winds, it was doing like a swinging around.
Yeah.
I sent this to Russell going, here's some nightmare fuel for you, buddy. I just want him further awake at night, staring at his ceiling going, oh, my God, oh, my God.
It is. And listen, then you see the videos and you go, oh, wait, I get it. I understand why you would look at these giant cranes and be a little worried at times, but
they do collapse.
It does exist.
From time to time.
There are a lot of things that do happen.
But of all the things, Russell, that are easily, or no, Russell, I called you Russell. Of all the things, Nick, that are easily avoidable, wouldn't those be easily avoidable? Like there's only 2 or 3 at any one time in a given massive city. Just don't go near them.
But you are thinking from a logical standpoint. Chris Russell does not think from a logical standpoint.
Were there a lot of cranes down here that he was having to drive around and under and by that gave him this phobia?
So when he and I were doing overtime for that extended period of time after I left the previous 980 with you, all of these buildings that you see outside of our building here were being constructed by these very large cranes.
Okay.
So he was very close to his fear. You know, if you have a fear of heights and somebody's leaning you over the edge or hanging you over like Michael Jackson and a baby, you're going to be a little bit worried all the time. He was worried all the time.
Yeah.
So that's how it goes. So it is what it is. So listen, look, don't get me wrong. This Commanders team has a million things that they have to do. I think we understand that. Like this game coming up on Sunday with the Eagles resting their starters, which is a whole other situation there alone. But like, I didn't come into this year expecting this team to win 12 games like last year, but I expected it to be better than this utter disaster, this dumpster fire, this, as Doc would say, throwing up all over themselves type of situation here. But the reality is what happened with the Commanders this year is it exposed all of the problems that were masked last year. That 12 wins, staying relatively healthy by football standards, all of that made you go, ooh, man, maybe this is going to turn around real quick. And we were all so scarred and, came out of this really dysfunctional relationship where everybody's just expecting everything to fail. And then you get into this new relationship with Josh Harris and Magic Johnson and Dan Quinn, and you're going, 12 wins, Adam Peters, this guy's a genius.
Yeah.
So you're just expecting everything to continue along. And then a 3-2 start, team looks a little bit vulnerable, but you think, okay, they'll come back down to earth a little bit. And then the bottom dropped out and everything. And you go, oh, they have no depth. They got no talent. There are so many things that this team has to do. I understand that it's not going to take, like anybody that thinks that I'm saying this because it's like, hey, this is one player that and that's going to be it. No, they need a lot, but they also need difference makers on a defense. It was a massive liability for this team. Now, are they going to probably change defensive coordinators this offseason? I think there's a good chance that Joe Witt Jr. is not back. But to get Max Crosby in his prime and a guy that is a feared pass rusher with a fresh start on a new team that has a whole different culture, which, by the way, players actually want to play for the Commanders now. They want to come to Washington, not for an extra payday.
How do you know this?
These are reports that are out there from players.
Okay.
The internet has spoken, Zabe, and now when the internet speaks, it is always truth. You know that. Unless it's AI, but that also makes it truth.
I think the stigma is definitely less. But these players in the NFL, Nick, they want to go where the money is. You know
well,
that.
sure.
Like there were guys that
Crosby's
signed.
already gotten paid.
I know there were guys that signed last offseason with teams where you go, what? And then you realize it's the most money. People sign with the Jets knowing it's like jumping into a open volcano.
But
with
that
your
is
career.
how the Commanders, well, when they were the Redskins, that's how it used to be.
Yeah.
So it's changed a lot from that. But
Eric, God bless SpotRack.com. I know
right.
you know of that website.
Very
they do
much so.
great work.
Very much so.
They have a handy dandy, easy to read if you are mentally challenged like I am, grid. A little grid of future Commanders draft picks, and you can see the ones that are grayed out.
Yep.
Those are the ones that are gone.
Yep.
And then you see the logos, our lovely taco holder showing which picks they have coming
I see
up.
no round 2 and I see no round 4.
So
I got it.
2 and 4 are gone coming up this spring, but next year 7 for 7. So we're back to fully clean starting next year.
Mm-hmm.
They also, I forgot, got a 6th round coupon back for B-Rob to the Niners. So that plugged a hole in what would have been another gap next, this coming draft. They would have been out without a 2, a 4, and a 6, but they got the 6th back for the Robinson trade. So there's that. You're willing to dip into 27 and 28, including near the top for Max Crosby.
Yes.
And I'm not saying you're wrong.
You can tell me I'm wrong. It won't hurt my feelings.
Listen, nobody knows if you're right or wrong until the games play out, and we'll see. I'm just saying I would be queasy about that. But that's the tough thing. So I got to ask you a question because, when last year the Commanders were winning, 6 games on the last play of the game? Was that the number 6?
Oh, yeah. They had
6 wins on the last play, right?
Yep.
Okay. Was anyone in the mix in the ecosystem of 106.7 or 980 that was saying firmly, yeah, it's great, but this is all fool's gold? Was anyone on that square? Because it's such a lonely, such an unpopular square to be on. Nobody wants to be around that guy. He's the guy at the party that you say, oh, that guy's a Todd. Stay away from him.
Ben, you might be able to answer that question better than me, only because I was doing the national show then, and
you're on BetQL.
And I can remember my show was more of, I am so happy my team is winning, and that's all I really care about, and they're a national topic for a change.
Was anyone here, Ben, any of the junks, Grant or Danny, B. Mitch or JP, or Sheehan, or Doc, or anybody, or Russell? Was anyone going,
Russell
yeah.
would have. That would be a Russell move.
Listen, guys.
Everybody's talking about this.
Do I want that to be good? Of course I do.
Wait, can you preface the question more?
Was
Danny would say what?
Was anybody last year saying, this is just dumb luck? We're not that good.
Not to my knowledge,
okay.
no.
Fair enough. And guess what? That is to be expected. And so what was done, which was to go ahead and make a couple trades that obviously Peters thought would make a difference. A couple did, a couple didn't. And then to go ahead and say we're going to extend some of the older dudes. Some of the guys played up to the modest extensions that they were worth, right? Before they got hurt, like Ertz. But, Wagner and even Miller, not bad. But it was almost like you got, for the next 2 years, 2026, Nick, and 2027, you can choose one of those years to be your year again. Which one do you want to choose? And they chose 26. And that makes me feel like 27, logically, will again not be that kind of a year because you've got to start building somewhere. Is that too fatalistic? Everyone says, oh, what are you talking about? Things can turn around in 1 year. Look at the Patriots. Look at the Bears last year. Okay, those are fair examples. They both changed coaches, oh, by the way.
Right.
And I believe they both had full draft compliments, oh, by the way.
The Patriots and Bears, and definitely the Patriots, were very aggressive this past offseason.
In terms of acquiring guys.
In terms of acquiring guys outside of just the draft. Now,
by the way, the Bears bought Sweat from us, so there's that.
Yeah.
And I think he's been okay, but not worth what they paid.
Here's the thing with that like, we've obviously seen the biggest extremes. We've seen the go out and spend all the money you have in free agency and it not work out. And I get it. Like, I'm scarred as much as anybody else. But you can do things where you can be aggressive in the trade market, yet still use draft picks in hopes that that player pans out, obviously. 'Cause you never know. You don't know for sure. We thought, again, I used Chase Young as a great example. Thought that guy was going to be the next great pass rusher in the NFL. And I was right there because the conversation, and I will never forget, it was when I was doing DC Sports Live on NBC Sports Washington, RIP, and Wes Hall, my co-host at the time, was adamant that they trade down and have more picks. And I said, no, Chase Young is going to be this guy will translate to the NFL. And I was wrong, and I'm willing to admit when I was wrong. But you don't know for sure that just because you have a high draft pick doesn't mean that that guy that fills whatever the need is, quarterback, definitely quarterback, edge rusher, left tackle, whatever it is, doesn't guarantee everything. I know that Max Crosby can dominate in the NFL. And I know this team needs somebody that can do what Max Crosby does. That's why I look at this and say, is it worth this year's first-round pick? Absolutely. Does it make people a little uncomfortable when you talk about next year's first-round pick? It does, but if this team also then uses the quality free agents, but not the high-end free agents that are available this offseason, and uses some of that cap space and is able to make some improvements this year and is aggressive, that first-round pick next year isn't going to be a top 10 pick.
Oh.
So it doesn't have the same value as everybody looking at it as a top 5, top 6. They can't go lower than 7 if they, depending on what happens against the Eagles. So the value of that first-round pick next year isn't as high.
You're now
using
now using draft position math, which is dangerously close to girl math.
I was just about to say that is my version of girl math. My wife and I just had a girl math conversation the other day about Christmas decorations, and I translated over into the NFL draft and where those draft picks are.
Your argument of it's going to be like a 28th overall pick. We're going to be awesome next year.
Which guarantees
girl
nothing.
Math, guy math, draft math. Yeah.
Look, I understand.
I'm willing to read your pamphlet or your brochure if you have one on. So you've decided to trade for Max Crosby. I want to see the full plan, terms and limitations, restrictions apply, fees and other charges included. So I want you to lay out for me, first trade for Crosby, give up X and Y, and then do B, C, D. And then I'll read the whole pamphlet, and I will give it consideration.
I will go to Grok, and I will have Grok help me make this trade for you.
It will.
It will work. It just won't know a lot of the history, of course. We've learned that.
Do you use that stuff? Do you use other AI agents?
A massive AI user.
Oh, yeah. Which ones do you use?
ChatGPT, Gemini. I use some editing software for my small production company that I have
What do you subscribe to? What do you pay for?
Well, StreamYard as well.
No, in terms of AI. What AI do you pay for? Do you use free chat?
No, I pay for ChatGPT.
Okay, what's that per month?
So worth it. I do the $20 a month.
$20 a month. Okay.
Yeah, it's absolutely worth it.
Don't forget about Shoppity.
Shoppity?
I know. Don't you use that for Locked On? You ever use that one?
No, I don't use that actually for the Locked On.
It's one of those like AI clip cutter things.
Choppity. I thought you said Shoppity. I was like Choppity. Yeah, Choppity is a great. That's what. So I use Opus Clip, but that's for like my own personal business that I have now. And then it's Choppity is something through the Locked On Podcast Network. But yeah, it takes long form stuff and cuts it down to short clips and means I don't have to edit any video, which is great. So I'll do that.
Well, we should be promoting the fact that young Ben does Locked On Wizards.
He does.
And I know it's nothing, it's a side hustle from what this company does, but it's okay to mention it because he covers the local team assiduously as a member of the Locked On Network. And at some point today, Ben, we could talk about, are the Wizards going to grow wings and fly their way out of the bottom 8 by the end of the year? Are you at all worried about that?
Not at all.
Not at all. Okay.
That team is very much in, we are going to make sure we have our draft pick in this upcoming draft. There is no question. When you talk about draft picks in the NBA, this draft coming in, it's loaded, Steve.
I know it is. But here's the thing. You can say the team is committed to that. What if the players go rogue?
Players aren't. There is a difference between teams tanking and players tanking.
I know, but my point is, if the team is committed to tanking, but the young guys go rogue and start to spread their wings, how will you clip their wings? How will you stop them?
Well, they
Yes.
may accidentally have some hamstring injuries. That means they need to sit out for a week or two, so you're going lower down the depth chart. Oh, no. Oh, Trey Johnson, we're going to probably have to sit him for a while. His knee's been barking at him for quite a bit.
I would assume at some point, young Ben, they would, if they felt like they had to clip some wings on the wins, you just go ahead and you pawn off McCollum and Middleton for some cap space. Do one of these actuarial trades where you're getting nothing in return but a spreadsheet balance. That clips the wings a little bit right there.
Yeah, that'll end up happening with McCollum. I think Middleton gets bought out.
Okay. Yeah, so either way. So then you throw more minutes to the young guys, and you're just assuming they're going to play like young guys.
And they might play hard. They might cover, but that doesn't mean that they're going to actually win the game.
I know this when they started 1-13.
Yeah.
And then they were 3-20 at one point.
Yeah.
You're sitting there going, I think the Sixers record for 84 or 7-75, whatever the number
9
was.
and 73.
9 and 73.
Yeah, the 9 and 73.
I was like,
back in the,
9 and 73 is in play.
Yeah.
And I'd be here for that.
Yeah. Listen, go full tank mode. Here's the thing, though. In the NFL, when you tank, you know you're getting the number one pick. In the NBA, it's getting harder and harder to do it.
Well, and now they're talking about changing it. You saw this, that slate of news stories last week with Silver around Christmas about, we need to rethink how the draft is done.
And this is why I keep saying everybody blames the NBA for tanking. How about the NFL? You know what draft pick you're going to get. All right, this is another reason why I'm all in on Max Crosby. 800-636-1067. Should the Commanders be aggressive in the trade market this offseason? It doesn't have to be Max Crosby. And you can tell me I'm crazy. And you're on. Well, Zabe hasn't actually been out on it yet. He's just waiting to hear a little bit more of the data. 800-636-1067. Should the Commanders be aggressive this offseason in the trade market, or are you all in on draft picks, cap space, free agency? What direction does this team need to go? Oh, yeah, because they also play the Eagles on Sunday. Zabe, Nick Ashew, in for the guys here on The Fan. Steve Zabe, Nick Ashew, in for B. Mitch and Finley. You might want to mute your computer over there, Zabe. As we now are live on YouTube after some hiccups.
2 seconds away from doing that. You son of a bitch.
Yeah, we're you can stream us on YouTube if you will. Get to some of the YouTube comments.
I got to use my laptop.
Yeah,
camera.
do you need to prop it up at all? Do you need some help?
Yeah, because this makes me look fat, and
well,
we all know I'm definitely not fat.
You are in great shape.
You look great. You've got the better camera, number one. The angle's correct, and you're a handsome younger fella.
I got a big shine
working
right now.
at
I need some makeup. The light is shining on my forehead. So if you look at that.
I'm working at a huge disadvantage already.
Do you want to put on a helmet at all?
That wouldn't hurt. I would look better with a helmet on, much like the kicker for Ole Miss last night who won the game.
You were obsessed
with
it, and I love it.
Ben, see if you can get the clip of McDonough, who I think is outstanding. I love McDonough. Get the clip of McDonough as the kicker took off his helmet, and it showed a wildly receding hairline for a young man who should not have had hair like that. And McDonough himself, who was down to the hardwood with his hair, said, a follically challenged Branos, or whatever the kid's name is. And I'm just like, damn you, McDonough. We don't need any more bald shaming in the world. You, of all people, should be down for the cause.
Or he's trying to normalize it and make it less uncomfortable. So in a way, you can say he's empowering.
Not Branos, Carnero. Yeah. Lucas Carnero, who is really good.
Ben, see if you can find that clip. If you can find that,
I'll get it and send it to you if you can't find
see
it.
If
yes.
we can,
what a game last night, finally saving the college football playoffs for yesterday. Dud, and then finally a barn burn.
I like to call those nap time, and then a real game at the end. Are you in on the 12-team playoff?
No.
Okay. Did you like the 4 better? Because we still had blowouts in the 14 playoff.
No, 8 is all you need. But what they need versus what they want are two different things. And so, therefore, when you got 8, I don't think you're going to miss a really good team that could win 2 or 3 games with 8. Now, you won't need to play 3 with 8, although you could with no buys. You could easily go 8-4, 4-2, 2-1. That's win 3 games to win the national championship. I don't think you're going to miss a team in there. Arguably, though, you could have a 9 or a 10 that dances their way through. I think Miami's run is over. I think this thing now is steamrolling towards the ultimate finish. Indiana's got a tough out in Oregon, but they're going to do it again. They beat them once. They'll beat them a second time, and then it's Ole Miss. And then I'm conflicted as to what I'm rooting for because both are great stories. The story of Ole Miss winning it all with Lane Kiffin having walked out on the wife and kids at Christmas as an analogy of his absolute bull crap move would be so delicious. It'd be the most karmically delicious thing in sports in my lifetime, Nick, that they would stand there under the confetti with the trophy, and then I would want a picture-in-picture of Lane Kiffin sitting in his new big mansion in Louisiana with a frump face on. I would love that. Here's the problem. Latest story this morning is because the portal is now open today, and because these coaches are already grinding away on multiple fronts, some of them for Ole Miss, Charlie Weiss Jr., when you heard Charlie Weiss last night, you're like, great call by Charlie Weiss. When you, like me, said, that old man is still doing it? And the answer is no, his kid is doing it.
Always a shock to the system.
His kid is doing it, and I would call him a Nepo baby, except he's apparently very good. Some Nepo babies actually grind and become good at what they do. Look at Shanny Jr., all right? He started on third base, but he's really good now, okay? So Charlie Weiss Jr. is already ticketed for LSU, and there is some talk, Nick, that he may have to duck now because the portal is open, and that Ole Miss may be without him for their game against Miami. That sucks.
It's a chaotic calendar. You've got coaches complaining about college sports in general, not just college football. It's the Wild West. NIL's all over the place. You've got teams throwing around money and boosters throwing around money, and it's supposed to be regulated, but it's not. And then there's a system where you're supposed to register it, and then nobody's doing it. They're like, It's like sitting in a red light and there's nobody coming. You're like, screw it, I'm going to run the red light. They're like, we're just going to pay you anyway and figure out when the system gets through. It's an utter disaster right now. But what I will say about where we are in the college football playoff now is that no matter how many teams you have, there's always going to be they got left out, or they should be in, or see Notre Dame in their situation this year. We also know this is going to expand to 16, and it's probably going to expand to 24 because nothing ever gets smaller. It only gets bigger.
Do you want it going to 16 right now?
I'm fine with 12. I'm good with 12, and I wish that they would let this play out a little bit longer.
I think they need more data. They need to further tweak things, and they've already got a couple of pseudo guarantees like the one to Notre Dame baked into next year's 12 if it stays 12. Last year they screwed up because they gave these, smaller conference champs buys. So Arizona State and Boise had buys.
Yep.
And so that was not the optimal way to do it. They fixed that this year. I'd want to go 2 more years at 12 to get a better feel for, okay, what are we doing here? And then if you want to make a move to 16, you're going to have to justify it. I mean, that's a lot of football.
Money, that's all you have to do to justify it.
Well, I guess so. But, are there enough? We got Capital One, Prudential. We got Nationwide. I think we got Kellogg's. We've got FedEx. We've got the major corporations that are in on this thing. How many more games do they want? Because if you add more games, you're going to be going, hey, Prudential, we know you do the Rose Bowl. Would you like to do another? No, we're fine, actually. That's all we want. We wanted to buy 4 hours on national TV on New Year's Day where families are thinking about, how's our life insurance? How's our home insurance? Like, we're thinking about insurance right now, God darn it. Call Prudential. That's why they advertise. They may not want a game on January 19th. So you say it's money. I just wonder how much more money is out there.
The Chat GPT National Championship, Zabe. That's all you need. Sam Altman's got plenty of money, and they're advertising.
Okay,
There's always going to be more money out there for eyeballs.
You say that. You say there's always going to be more money.
Because there always is for the right situation. When it comes to exposure and when it comes to these big corporations that want to continue, especially tech. All the money's in tech now. Meta would advertise more. Google, Amazon. I mean, Amazon wants to get more in sports. Why not
say
advertise
that
more?
breezily
Yes,
as a guy who has never made a cold call, to my knowledge.
This is true. I have not actually done sales ever, but I've watched people do it very successfully over the years, and I've watched some people do it very poorly, and that's a whole other conversation. But listen, in the way that sports now continues to grow, and the way that live sports has become more and more valuable because it's one of the few things that can get the masses all together all at once to be involved in something in a live moment.
Yeah.
That's where I think in the end, and it's football, this still is something that you can get this. Some of it, too, is I'm also just seeing this inevitably. Like, it's going to happen, and they will find a way.
Okay, but I would say that the networks don't necessarily want more product. Meaning they may not want 16 games. They may say 12 is enough.
No way. You think the networks would say less football?
They might say because of the timing of the product, where are you going to put it? Are you going to put it deeper into January? Like, okay, for example, there's a number of guys out there like McAfee and others going, we should have the bowls in week 1. That's their big idea. Let's have the bowl games in week 1. And I just listen to them saying, that's the dumbest thing ever. What is a bowl game? Why would some company, some corporation advertise for a late August game? And the networks don't want those games there in August, Nick. They want them in holiday season. They need them as the virtual Yule log on TV. ESPN, ESPN2, ESPN Ocho, all of them, they need those games on just to fill the freaking time. They don't want them in August. Nobody's going to go. And you're asking, so you're telling the alumni, go travel to Boca Raton in the blast furnace of late August for a, quote, bowl game that you've moved from this end of the schedule over to the front end? Like, that's not going to work. Things exist because entities like television and corporate advertisers want them where they want them. They don't exist there because they're optimal for being exciting to watch. None of these bowls have ever been exciting to watch. The nostalgia and the retroactive, oh man, I wish it was the way it once was, is ridiculous right now. It was never that good. You know that, right?
I 100% agree, and I've said for years that bowl season is dead, and the expansion of the college football playoff has only made that more relevant. The difference is those games only matter for bettors, for people that are alumni or fans of those teams that are playing in those random bowl games.
And for the R&L carriers accountants who spent the money to sponsor the bowl game.
And that's really it. As Billy Sampson says on YouTube, reduce the number of irrelevant bowls and increase to 16 playoff spots. You'll never reduce the bowl games if somebody's willing to sponsor it, but I'd be fine with them getting rid of some of those irrelevant bowl games because it only matters for, again, bettors. And listen, the kids playing in those games too. For some of them, it might be their last game. But, does the NCAA really care about that? We know they don't. They don't care about that. They care about how much money it's going to bring in, and that's really all that it is. All right, Steve Zabe and Nick Ashew in for the guys. We're also on YouTube now, by the way. I don't know if you know this, Zabe, but somehow you made balloons pop up on your face on the YouTube stream. So if
you know why? Because
did you do the quotes?
Well, that's fireworks.
There it is. It did it again. You got balloons.
That's balloons? The little quotes? Okay.
Yeah, the quotes bring up the balloons.
And I believe that does fireworks when it comes to the pre-program.
No fireworks right now.
Hey, for our YouTube stream, which you can where?
On YouTube. 1067 The Fan on YouTube.
Look for it. If you want me to, I'll put a filter on so that I'm a cat for the rest of this hour.
What if we change the filter every hour? We've got a 4-hour show, Zabe.
Remember the guy who showed up to a virtual court appearance during the pandemic with the filter on his face?
Everybody was just learning how to do all this stuff.
Exactly. And the judge was not having it.
And then the Zoom calls that people had where they're lions or something and people can't figure it out. And then the kid popping in the back. Oh, we had so many. All right, Ben's yelling at us.
Mr. Jones, you are here for your 4th DUI. I don't think a cat avatar is appropriate.
All right, Steve Zabe, Nick Ashew on The Fan.
The college football transfer portal is now officially open. For the next 2 weeks, there will be unprecedented movement as this is just one transfer portal window ahead of next season. With players announcing throughout the month of December that they were going to enter the portal and the tampering that coaches say is taking place across the country, we're likely going to start seeing commitments starting right now. Speaking of college football, the CFP rolls on with the semifinals. Ole Miss facing Miami on Thursday, and number 1 ranked Indiana playing Oregon in the Peach Bowl on Friday, just like everybody predicted. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew in for the guys on the Fan. By the way, Toby was in my seat before me, Zabe.
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody put a seat so low than this chair that I was sitting in. Like, drop to the floor. It's not like he's 8 feet tall. I've never understood that.
I'd say this is a slightly low broadcast counter, so
Yeah.
to get just the right height, you might have to drop it down. Did you fly into a warm man's seat?
It was warmish, I would say. I'm not sure if there was flatulence
Did it
involved.
Well,
But
you guarantee it was. Another dude was in the chair. I guarantee it. It's a matter of how much was in there. Did it have any kind of odor?
There was no odor
Okay,
that
good,
I noticed.
Good. Okay, but I've always found that hopping into another former warm man seat is just a little bit. Yes, it's a little bit uncomfortable because you sit down, you're like, oh,
yeah,
another man's ass has been warming this.
I can one-up you on that. It's like sitting down on a toilet in the public restroom and it's still warm.
Oh,
that's
coming in
when
hot.
it's uncomfortable.
Nick, thank you for bringing that up because every morning when I walk in here at 5 a.m., Toby will be the last person to sit over on this side of the glass where he does his updates from. And he has this like little low chair there, and I like sit and I'm like, I can't even see the computer. Maybe it's because I'm 5'6", but he has it so low that I can't even like type on it. It's that low.
Yeah.
And it's not like he's like 6'5".
Well, the best thing is, look around the room here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chairs.
Mm-hmm.
Not a single pair of them match.
No,
which
not
is
at all.
exactly the way it's always been in radio.
Yes.
A disgusting disregard for proper equipment and for spending any money on chairs. It's ridiculous. Actually, 2 of them match.
You know, it's so funny that you bring
And
that
this
up.
one, actually.
So when I was doing my betting show on a previous network that no longer exists, downstairs in the studio in the same building, the chairs were so bad, I brought a chair from home, and I used that.
Good for you.
And we begged them. I said,
Shame on the
"Guys, I can't
shame
do
on
it."
the company, but good for you.
I could not sit in that chair, and I had a very comfortable chair with good lumbar support. The junkies have chairs. Now, that one chair over there, it's one of those
The big
X
command
chairs,
chair.
the big-
It looks like a gaming
the
chair.
gaming chair, that's a legit chair. I think
What?
that's Cakes' chair. I'm not sure, but it's a monster chair, and it's legit. But you're right. There's a certain point where you say, look, if I'm going to sit for extended periods of time.
Oh, we're in the sitting
I need that.
business.
Yeah, I got to stand up during breaks.
We're in
if I
the
can do that.
indoor, air-conditioned, warm in the winter, cool in the summer, smooth hands business.
I try
which
to keep some calluses.
right now,
so you
for
know.
everyone listening outdoors wearing a reflective vest, knee-deep in a hole, digging or whatever, they're listening on their little work boombox, and they're just disgusted.
Or their
with
phone
us
on the
right
Odyssey
now.
app.
Or their phone on the Odyssey app with their AirPods in. They're listening going, you babies. You call yourselves men? You're complaining about the chairs?
They could beat us up, though, so it's fine.
Okay, you had something
Never
that
mind.
you had a thing
Yes.
that I tripped.
Yeah, no,
on
it's
the
not something-
college football landscape. You wanted to comment.
It's not something that you tripped on. It's just
Okay.
something you said that I think is.
I triggered a thought from you.
It's a big narrative I think that hasn't been touched on enough in this college football playoff. As we sit with the 4 teams, Miami and Ole Miss, they'll play each other Thursday. Friday's going to be Oregon, Indiana. There's no villain in college football. I don't know. I have no emotional connection to any of these teams.
Who was the
Betting
villain
aside-
before? Alabama?
I would have put Alabama
Nick
even
Saban.
ahead of Georgia because Alabama's been there so long. Georgia was getting to that point, but now we've kind of seen a little bit of a fall off from that dominance. Now,
Sure.
there was a younger team this year. I think we're going to see a better Georgia team next year. But if you look at it now, Miami is just kind of resurging. Now, I've seen enough Michael Irvin on the sidelines. I'm good. We've done enough of that. Ole Miss is a victim.
It's only going to get worse for the next game.
This is porn for everybody that's producing a broadcast with Miami is Michael Irvin reacting on the sideline. More and more of that. But Ole Miss, like you mentioned, like left at Christmas by their dad.
Yes.
Gone out the door.
Where'd Daddy go?
Indiana, how can you not root for them and Kurt Cignetti? It's an unbelievable story. Seeing Indiana with a 1 next to their name in football. And
right.
Oregon's kind of been here before, but it's never really been like a program that you hate. I love Dan Lanning. I think he's a great coach, and it's kind of I don't have a team that I look at right now in this and say, I hate them. I want them to lose. There's none of that right now. It's more of a struggle for me to say, from an emotional standpoint, who do I want to see win this?
The Mount Rushmore of hateable programs from a neutral sort of observer in college football, what would that Mount Rushmore be? Would it be Ohio State or Michigan? Would it be, let's say, Alabama under Nick Saban? That's now like the intimidation of Alabama. This was the weakest cup of Alabama coffee we've seen in a long time.
Oh, yeah.
And they didn't intimidate or scare Indiana one bit.
Nope.
And like you talked about, Cignetti was staring down that decision by DeBoer to go for it on 4th down. Like, oh, really?
That's Cignetti stare.
Oh, really? You're going for it here, huh? And he's walking down the sideline, and he's looking. It was such a great image, such a great asset they got of him doing that. And then, of course, they stuffed him. Dumb, by the way, go for it because you're not at the goal line. You're not first and goal if you get the first down. You got a whole bunch more yards you got to get. Now, Kirby last night had balls the size of church bells, as Dabney Coleman said in the movie Dragnet, when he went for a fake punt with a close game, a 3-point game with a lead, but he sensed the momentum was slipping away in his own territory, and they converted. Unbelievable. What a game last night.
But again, and thankfully, we had one good game late when everything else was, as I called, nap time. It felt like all Oregon needed was a field goal, and they won. Really, that's all that took. Indiana, after their first drive, it felt like for a moment maybe, and nope, never mind. Indiana's going to step on their throats. And thank God we had a game that was actually worth watching late that kind of redeemed the rest of it. But again, I don't have any, maybe you try to drum up a hate for Miami because
you'll
of the
hate
past.
Miami if they continue to be as good and relevant, if they really make the jump to being an ass kicker.
They will become the team that everybody's willing to hate, but it's not there yet.
Right.
So you don't really have that in this playoff, which to me kind of puts in this whole narrative.
How about Notre Dame? Everyone hates Notre Dame.
Well, yeah, but they're not in it, so it doesn't.
But
you're saying in terms of the.
Well, yeah. You want to know who are the most hateable programs, right?
Yeah, Miami will get there. Notre Dame is up there, yes.
Oh,
there's no question. And they made it worse this year, too.
Of course they did.
I kind of like it, though. I kind of like what they did. I don't know. I root for chaos sometimes. If I'm not emotionally invested in any team or like a situation, I root for a little chaos.
Somebody had the best tweet, and it went like this. Ready? Okay. College football is just the process of saying every team is a fraud when they lose until you get to the champion, who is also inevitably a fraud because every other team has already been exposed as a fraud. So who did they really beat in the end? You beat a bunch of nobodies. You see, they were all frauds.
It's true, though.
I do love that. Fraud. This team's a fraud.
Especially this year.
Conference is a fraud.
Or you're going back and look at, but they beat them, but it was in September, and now look at them now, and they've lost 3 straight at the end. And listen, it's what makes college football great, and it's what also makes it a massive, massive headache. But I'll tell you this, whoever wins this national championship is absolutely going to be called a fraud. Though I will say this, if I had to pick...
By who?
The people, Zabe. The people.
They're going to call Indiana a fraud.
They. It's always they. We don't know who they is, but they always exist. Listen, for me, it's all Indiana. I want to see Indiana win this whole damn thing. To see Indiana as a college basketball juggernaut that also has had some down years, but has had the history of being Indiana, and it's a basketball school, and you've had to see a number 1 next to their name in the college football playoff, and to see them win a national championship with Kurt Cignetti, who, by the way, has already said, I'm a winner. Everywhere I go, I win.
Google me.
The arrogance. But it's like warranted arrogance.
And
I love it.
If Indiana wins it all, does Cignetti flip over to the side of being hateable? And does Cignetti have more gears of cockiness beyond what he's already shown.
I think we give it one more year because you still love the fact that he went to Indiana, was already at a smaller program in JMU, has stayed at Indiana, and could have gotten the pick of whatever job he wanted that was available right now in college football. And the fact that he stayed gives him some leeway. But you know this, eventually, everybody becomes the villain.
Who do you think is the – can you guess for me, Mr. Odds Boy, having worked so long in sports gambling media? Don't look it up.
All right.
What are the odds to win the national championship now? Who's the favorite? Can you go 1, 2, 3, 4? You know what? For $5, if I have
I actually
$5.
don't. I have not looked at it since everything yesterday. Yeah, I have not.
So
I've not.
Let's see the Nick Ashew instincts.
All right.
For whatever is in my wallet, which is actually literally nothing. I got no cash.
That's
I'll
a great
Venmo
offer
you.
there. Thanks. You'll Venmo me.
Yes.
All right. Well, Indiana's definitely the favorite.
Okay, that's correct.
So I'll put Indiana there first.
Okay.
I'm not going to go prices because it's all different at different books, and nobody cares about the numbers. This isn't a betting show, unless you really want me to.
No, just go sequence first, and then we can figure out prices.
I'm going to go with Indiana first. I'm going to go with, because I bet a lot of money is coming in on Miami. I'm going to go Miami second. Is Miami second in the odds? No.
Well, they're almost tied for second. So I'm going to give you a conditional ding.
Okay.
Third,
Oregon.
And then Ole Miss. Okay, let's go prices.
Okay.
What do you think Indiana is right now?
Oh, God, I haven't even looked. I don't even know. I'm just going to go with numbers that pop in my head here and not really overthink this. I'm going to go Indiana minus 470.
No, they're plus 128.
Okay, I thought they'd be a more heavy favorite.
Nobody is even minus.
I thought there would actually be. I thought there'd be at least some. So everybody's plus money then. Okay.
This according to FanDuel, by the way, plus 128 Indiana, Oregon, and Miami are just a click apart.
Plus
what do you
320.
think? Damn.
All right, there we go. All right.
Look at Nick Ashew, you degenerate.
Still got a little bit left in me.
And then Ole Miss is what?
Ole Miss plus 570.
Shut
Did I
your
nail it?
living
Let's
face.
go. I redeemed for the beginning. I swear to God I didn't look at it. I swear to God I did not look at that. I swear to God.
That is really.
I swear to God I did not look at any of that. Well, I didn't myself because I had Indiana way too. It was a horrible price that I had for Indiana. I overthought that completely and thought everybody just was. Because here's the thing now. We're at this time of year where people are starting to you're going to get some people throwing money in on the fun. Like, there's no value in Indiana now betting them at this point.
Well, there's also poor value in betting of futures on the last four teams because the house odds are already way too thick.
Right.
So you missed the boat. You needed to bet futures before the bowls even started.
Right.
And then you would have had a much better shot.
There's nothing left on that.
Okay.
Honestly, the best thing now is to bet like the MVP market.
Okay.
Or whatever it is.
All right. Since you're so sharp on those futures,
I nailed those numbers. I'm actually pretty proud of myself.
Miami, Ole Miss. What's the line? Have you peaked this yet? This is the first of the two semis.
I will say I've heard
Thursday.
Some of that.
This is a Thursday, January 8th. So next Thursday.
I'm going to guess that's at like a pick'em or a 1.5.
Game is out in Arizona, Glendale.
I think that's probably close. It shows I didn't look at any of this.
Miami -3.
Okay, -3.
Then Friday,
Indiana's
which will be
probably more than a field goal. I'm going to go a -4 Indiana. Let's go. All right, so I got one.
Unbelievable. No, you're so sharp on this. Why don't we just pick the winners of the games and make some damn money?
I'm more of an NFL guy over college football, though. I mean, I'll tell you this now. I do not bet a lot of college football.
How is it that you can be so nuts on about what the lines and the futures are, and yet actually winning money betting against the spread is the hardest thing in the world? Why is that?
They are so sharp.
Why is it so much easier to guess without knowing what the odds probably are versus guessing who's going to win? Why? That absolutely baffles me.
I know. Listen, I spent 4 years
trying to figure it out.
Trying to figure this out when that was all of the content that I did, and
That's
you
right.
still can't figure it. And here's what I will tell you for anybody that is that wants to dabble in betting, and it's the best of the best overall are hitting it like a 54, 55% clip. That's really what it comes down to.
Unless your Sheehan smell test, which he tweeted out, was like 63% this year.
There are individual sports then where there's narrower roads where people can have more success. Like I've had much more success with like NBA and NFL props. I'm a props guy first.
A lot of people are.
Because so many, like you talk about, like these lines are so sharp, especially in football, and there's so much money coming in on these specific college football, NFL games that it just gets it's so much more difficult to beat the books when it comes to that
It
kind of
is.
thing. It's way more difficult. Props are a little bit more. There's a wider road and a wider net that you can cast
Sure.
for those types of things.
But props are also sucker bets.
They can be.
The kids today, as you know, Nick,
Oh,
are
yeah.
throwing all kinds of money
That's
at
the parlays, man.
anytime touchdowns.
Yeah. Oh,
First touchdown
stay
bets.
away from first touchdowns at all costs. It is such a waste of your money.
Have you noticed a number of the big operators advertise, hey, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Promotion, if your first touchdown guy scores a second touchdown,
Oh, yeah.
we'll give it to you.
Yeah, he'll give it to you anyway. Yep.
Once they say we'll give it to you, and you're like, God, thank you very much. I appreciate that. You got to go, wait a minute.
That's when you start
You got to go, wait
They're
a
just
minute.
giving you coupons, Abe. It says buy one, get one free. That's all it is. If
Exactly.
grocery stores can do it, so can FanDuel, all right? And it's totally fine. All right.
I think it's because the reason we can guess the lines and the
Mhm.
odds is that is based on what we reasonably experientially understand to be that's probably the price. The games are random events.
Yes.
They are full of chaos
Yes.
and penalties and
Yes.
fumbles and bad suboptimal fourth down decisions. So that's why we can't predict the outcomes. And that's what makes sports wonderful.
And you're also guessing what the casual bettor, I don't want to say you got the sharps versus squares, but I hate that. Squares is stupid. But like
public.
Yeah, I mean, if you just want to go public, like, what are the narratives too? Sometimes it's like you can kind of guess
People
where
always
prices are
bet
going to be
narratives.
because there's narratives.
Ole Miss without Lane Kiffin?
Yep.
I love Georgia.
People love that. Some of those narratives work, though. Let me tell you something. I made a lot of money on the Wizards with alternate jerseys. They would win. It was 2 years ago, not last year, 2 years ago. Ben, you might remember this. It was whatever the alternate district jerseys were they had a couple of years ago. They were winners in those jerseys all the time.
The blue one?
Yeah, I think it was that one.
Look good,
They,
feel
they
good,
won
feel
those
good,
a couple
play good.
nights ago.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I haven't checked it this year, but there was a couple of years ago when I was doing the betting show. Every night I'm like, take the Wizards. Wizards are covering. And they did.
Do you
They did.
believe in the look good, feel good, play good
Yes, I
theory?
do. Yes, I
Okay.
do. Absolutely. In life and in sports, my friend. In life and in sports.
Do you think the Niners' dark unis tomorrow night are going to look good?
I'm a big fan of all dark unis. By the way, one quick hot take, and then we got to go because Ben will yell at me again. All teams should have all black uniforms, period, across the board. Everybody.
You mean an all black alt?
All black alt.
Okay.
Yes, an all black alt across the board. All right. Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew in for Beamich and Finley on the Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Lamar Jackson has left no doubt that he will play at Steelers on Sunday night for the AFC North title. Jackson returned to a full participant in practices during the past 2 days after he missed Green Bay, the win there, because of a back contusion. He said his back feels great and that he would never quit on his team, especially with the season on the line. So Lamar Jackson will be the quarterback for the Ravens this weekend as they take on the Steelers. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew on the Fan. Zabe fist pumping if you want to watch on YouTube right now.
Young Ben.
Love it.
Good choices so far in the music. I love it.
This is your folder, by the way.
Is it really?
Oh, he went right to that. He knows who he's trying to appease. It's not me. It's Steve Zabin.
I've got a folder here. All right.
Yeah, look at you.
I feel like a new girlfriend who's
What else
moving
is in What else is in his folder? I need to know this now.
Personnel file.
Yeah. Do we have
Past-
any?
We got
Past suspensions.
Let's see. There's
How many of
about
those?
20 songs in here. Starts off with The One Thing, Saturday, Superstition, Get the Party Started, Celebrate, Time is a Runaway.
Okay. Don't list them all.
Dude,
There's a few soft clunkers in there I don't want getting out. It's like you
Okay.
thumbing through my iPod. I don't want to see I want people to see my playlist. Okay.
Everybody's got
There
one or
might-
two secret songs. We
Yeah,
got 'em.
that songs you're embarrassed by.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like say Carly Rae Jepsen, Call Me Maybe.
I knew you were gonna say that. You
Why?
have loved that song for 100 years. It has not changed. It hasn't changed with you.
Listen. I like the sweet syrupy pop banger.
I know you do.
Occasionally, not all the time, but occasionally.
But I mean, that's been your song for a decade. Like we're going back a decade. That
been a
was your
while.
thing.
It's just funny to say.
I know. it
Carly
is.
Rae Jepsen's Call Me
Call Me
Maybe.
Maybe. It
I mean,
always-
Dua Lipa levitating. Come on now.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Come on, Nick. I need you to give me one
I'm
that you'd
thinking.
be
No, I'm thinking.
low key embarrassed to admit.
Let me go. You know what?
song
Here's what
that
I'm
you
going to do.
like.
I'm going to go right into Spotify, and I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to go right into Spotify.
Go to your Spotify Wrapped.
Spotify
and
Wrapped.
ask Spotify Wrapped, what's the most embarrassing song I played way too much in 2025?
Spotify Wrapped though is so inaccurate because a lot of it is just going to be like playlists I play all over again, but it's not like there's a purpose to the
Really?
music. Yes.
Interesting.
So like a gym.
I didn't know it'd
like
be
a,
inaccurate.
A gym playlist. So it's like okay, that's not really going to tell me anything.
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro? But yeah, see, that's what I said. I knew you were going to do that if you. I knew you were going to go that route. All right. I'm trying to find something that's actually like embarrassing.
All right. So when you find that, the
All right.
portal. I'm going to talk about the portal for 2
You
seconds.
can do
while
that
you're
because you seem to
scrolling.
be very interested in this.
Well, so the portal opens today. It's a 16-day orgy of trying to get the bag. You don't know exactly how many people are in the portal because that is the actual thing is kept by the NCAA. They don't disclose it. There ought to be a website. You can just look at it, like departures from O'Hare, arrivals and departures, who's coming in, who's leaving. But there's going to be probably 3,000 college football players in the portal, which is insane. And according to those who follow this, like the boys and girls at on3.com, they say about 35 to 40% of the kids in the portal will die in the portal. In other words, they will not pick up somewhere else. They'll be without a team, and they'll have to scramble to land somewhere, and they'll most certainly land somewhere worse for them, either financially or in terms of where they would like to play. So it's both an insane money grab, but it's also hugely risky. And these kids are getting some of the shadiest advice possible, given that high of a number of guys who die in the portal.
And that goes to the same conversation of, NIL deals and guys making millions of dollars. There's also like a backup left guard that gets a $5,000 deal for, to go and stand in front of a car and take a picture.
They don't even have to stand in front of the car anymore. They just get paid.
They don't really have to do anything.
All right, what's
That's
your
true.
song?
All right, so here's the thing. It's not even going to be a song. I'm going to
Oh,
actually
boy.
surprise you with something more. I have a random genre of music that people don't know that I like that is very
Death metal?
random. No, quite the opposite. Spanish guitar. I love the
Oh.
Spanish guitar.
Flamenco?
Jesse Cook Jesse Cook is the
Play it
greatest.
right now. Play it on speaker right now.
Let me see if I. All right, hold
Just
on.
punch it right up there and
We
just
got it
turn
right
up
here.
the speaker.
Well, I didn't
Put it
even
in
have
front
to
of your
look.
mic.
I didn't even have to do it.
Jesse who?
Jesse Cook.
Okay.
This song's called This. I love Jesse Cook and this Spanish guitar music. I don't know how long we can play it, but
That's fine. Very soothing.
yeah.
You pump iron to this?
No. This isn't. This is like
chill mode.
cooking
Ah!
dinner. Tell me you don't want to
That's good.
It has become when I've been to I'll go and watch live Spanish guitar. I love it. I'll fully admit it. But yes,
That's good. That's
and
good
it's not
to
even an embarrassment. Because I looked and I'm like, I have so many random songs that it's all a mess. That is a genre nobody ever thinks about, but I love it.
One more thing on NIL.
You're covering your face, by the way, on the YouTube stream.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
People need to see you.
All right, one more thing on the NIL stuff. So Trinidad Chambliss, who was unreal last night.
Oh yes.
Even McElroy was like, he's like playing NBA jams. He's on fire because he made 3 plays in a row that were just jump out of your seat, jaw-dropping awesome. He is lobbying the NCAA for a 6th redshirt medical year because he started out at Division II Ferris College, and he was injured. He had some respiration issues. He couldn't play. He only played like 2 games, basically. Do you know if he were to win this and get a 6th year, because he's really not projected as a first-round pick in the NFL right now.
Right.
I would be willing to bet he'll make $6 million next year because the going rate is about $4 million for a quarterback, and guys like the fish-eyed Carson Beck make $4 million this year, and he's just not that good.
Right.
Had like 135 yards on 29 squeezes yesterday in
he
the
wasn't
win.
anything special,
Nothing special, and the price of quarterbacking is only going up. He may go to LSU to follow Lane. That'd be disappointing, especially if Ole Miss goes to the mountaintop and wins. But even if he stays at Ole Miss, they're going to find the money to pay him. He's a $5 million quarterback if he gets this 6th year. Do you know what the current cap number is on his former teammate who's now with the Giants, Jackson Dart?
I'm going to go
4.25.
I was going to guess 4. Okay. Yeah.
So in other words, if Chambliss gets the NCAA to agree to this, and chances are they won't because there's still holes about this stuff, then he'll be making more than Jackson Dart next year.
And there's also the familiarity of him being back another year. When you got guys, you got turnover, guys transferring constantly. There's value in your brand as a college football star to stay at a school, to have them appreciate that you're staying, and find the money somehow, some way to be able to pay you to do it.
Now, if you're Ole Miss, if you want him back next year at all costs, is it better to not win it all so he feels like there's something to come back for? Or do you just say, well, we just want to win it all, and if he leaves, he leaves?
I think you want to win.
Okay,
this
fair
is
enough.
because this is the closest. I mean, if you know how hard it is to get there.
If they win it all, though, would he stay?
So the whole leaving on
Would he
top
be a
thing
pro prospect?
It wouldn't work enough for him. So you can make 2 arguments for this. You can make the argument that if he stays another year, more weaknesses maybe get exposed, or he gets better. If you look at the trajectory of college football quarterbacks, the more experience you have in college translates to success in the NFL. I mean, and transferring on top of that, for a lot of these quarterbacks.
Not for Quinn Ewers.
Well, yeah, not for everybody.
I know.
But what I mean is that, quarterbacks that have 1 year as a starter, it doesn't work out well for them. They're better off staying. Look at Jaden Daniels' draft class.
Right.
All of them were transfers
Right.
except for Drake May. All of them had a ton of experience in college, and it benefited them right away.
Yeah. Mel Kiper ranks him as the 6th quarterback prospect in the class, behind Dante Moore, Mendoza, Ty Simpson, John Mateer, Carson Beck.
I think he's going to make a lot of money coming back next year, so financially it makes sense versus before it was go to the NFL and get whatever you can. And on top of that, he's going to gain some experience. And it might just be the actual experience of being in college and being the star versus being the guy that's going to be a 3rd-string quarterback as a 6th-round pick somewhere. And maybe next year he jumps up to a 4th or a 3rd-round pick when he looks more experienced and more polished. Maybe, if that's the case. Are you betting on yourself? Yeah, you're betting on yourself. But there's more of a benefit there. And you just laid it out right there. That's the biggest thing. It's the money.
Yeah.
It's that.
So then there's the whole Mendoza thing. I read somebody on Twitter last night claiming to be a former NFL scout. Who knows? Maybe not. And he said, when it comes to Mendoza, I see he's got 15 major flaws.
It's not
15. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, here we
Mhm.
go. So, of course, I clicked on the more button on the tweet because
Yeah.
it was well beyond
Yeah.
just 280 characters. And I read deep into like number 10 or 11. And then I just felt like the guy was being a jerk to Mendoza. And I stopped reading because I like the kid so much. I don't want to hear about what he may not be at the next level. But
And
this guy had 15 reasons why he thinks he's not going to be a good pro quarterback.
It's one of the reasons why I find it hard to figure out exactly who I want to root for out of these Final Four teams in the college football playoff, because there's the
Come on.
storylines of Indy.
You got to root for Indiana and Ole Miss.
Yes, Indiana is
You're
my
not
number
rooting
one.
for Miami,
but,
are you?
But I don't hate Miami right now. This is a
You
program
will
that's
the
been a
more you see
disaster.
Michael Irvin
Okay.
with his belt off.
Well, okay, fine. If we get more Michael Irvin and Jason Taylor and there's more of that, then okay, I'll get sick of him probably after this game against Ole Miss. But you got to root for Ole Miss, given that they were abandoned, like you talked about. You got to love Kurt Cignetti and his confidence in what he's done with Indiana, a basketball school. Oregon's been here before, but it's not like Oregon's ever had a program. I like Dan Lanning, and I like that program, and I like what he's built, and I like that he stayed and didn't go to Alabama. But if I got to pick one, I'm going Indiana. I want Indiana to win. I think better for college football, though, is Oregon winning because that's a bigger blue blood program, and they still need that. If Indiana wins the national championship, what casual college football fan cares about that? You want to have
Nobody.
some level of a ringing and emotional bell. It's why, as much as people talk about parity, and parity's great in sports, and you need that one team. You need that team that people love, that people hate. You need the Patriots. You need the Chiefs. You need Alabama. You have to have them so the casual fan either is invested in that game because they love that team, or they're invested in that game because they hate that team, and you don't have it. All right, 800-636-1067. I am all in on Indiana. I want to see them win. Zabe is clearly all in on Indiana, wanting to see them win. You
I'm
told me I
half.
have to root for Indiana, so I feel like you're kind of there now.
No, I'm tormented. I kind of want Kiffin to have to suck on lemons and watch the confetti fall on Ole Miss.
So you're
even more than I wanted for Indiana, and that's tough because I have many Indiana friends.
So can we go 60-40 Ole Miss then for you? Is that where you're going?
Probably,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
My desire for vengeance and humiliation on lame kittens outweighs my warm fuzzies for my Indiana friends by about 10%.
Okay.
60-40.
So we'll put you 60-40 Ole Miss.
60-40
You want
Ole
to see
Miss.
win.
Yes.
I
and
am
then the other
all
two,
in.
Oregon, Miami, whatever.
Indiana, 100% for me. All in on Indiana winning this thing. That's all I want to see. 800-636-1067. Where are you? The final four teams in the college football playoff. Where's that emotional bell rung for you? 800-636-1067. There's the bell. Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew on the Fan.
Let's go now.
Yes.
Let's go, Carly Rae. Come on. Do you think she's just, what's her latest hit?
I
Does
have
she
no
even
idea.
have one? She's probably saying to herself, I got to have another hit in me. I had one. How hard can it be, for God's sake?
This has been Steve Zabin's secret song for a decade.
Turn it up.
A decade. Crank it for him. You going to sing it?
No.
Okay.
You don't. Nobody needs that.
Steve Zabin, Nick Ash, you in for Beamich and Finley. That is his secret song. That is, again, listen, here's what it is. We know you love the song because you have stuck with it. You have not changed.
Well,
it has always been in your repertoire there for you.
Hits every time.
It kind of does. I'm not going to lie to you. I kind of get it.
I'm looking up Carly Rae Jepsen latest hits, 2022.
What about that Friday song
She
you
had
used to love?
Oh, Rebecca Black.
Rebecca
yes.
Black,
Well,
Friday?
I still would play it. I still would play it every Friday.
Yes.
Because what a way to get your day going on a morning show than to sing it full blare, full voice. Friday, Friday.
Now, you got to dig deep for that, Ben. If you can find Rebecca Black Friday, then you're definitely going to get into all of Zabe's favorites.
We don't have it in our system.
No!
You should not have it.
You
in
probably
your system.
shouldn't. That was
There's
definitely a one-hit wonder.
No reason.
that
Well,
was
look,
there.
she recorded it when she was 13 years old.
That's right. She was.
She had rich parents, and they said, "Sure, sweetheart, we'll do a video of you and singing a song, and because it costs money to do that, right?"
Yeah.
And what do 13-year-olds think about other than Friday, Friday, bowl of cereal, sitting in the front seat, sitting in the back seat? That's their whole world. They're privileged 13-year-olds in L.A., girls. Like, of course they're going to think about simple, almost cartoonish things. But she parlayed that into a cameo in Katy Perry's iconic Last Friday Night video. Did you know that? Last Friday Night by Katy Perry, certified banger when all
Yes.
Katy Perry could do was crank out banger
One
after
after the
banger,
other, after the other,
hit
after
after
the
hit.
other. Yes.
That she was in that as a cameo.
I think I actually do remember that now. But
Yeah.
it's.
But I don't think
to be honest,
Carly
it
Rae
hasn't crossed
Jepsen.
my mind over the years.
I don't think Carly Rae Jepsen has hit anything lately.
No.
And she doesn't get called for the New Year's Eve TV shows either.
No, I did not see that on anything last night or 2 nights,
nights
ago,
ago,
whatever it was.
right.
God, the days have blurred together already. There was a lot of I feel like all of the New Year's Eve shows have gotten to the point now where they all blend together.
Well, not only that, but they run back the performers they know have been good in the past, whether they're relevant now or not. Maren Morris was on one of them. I forget which one.
Probably with CBS because they had all of the that
Nashville.
was the Nashville one. That was the
Yeah.
one we had on at our house. For
Actually,
a while with
I
the
think she
team.
might have been on Seacrests, but she's been through a lot. She got divorced, and she's
Mhm.
battled some weight issues, whatever. But her hit in the middle, "Meet Me in the Middle," that's 6-7 years old now.
Yep.
And so she was there performing it, and I'm just thinking these other artists must bang their head against the wall, going, "What does it take to get some new people in here?"
They had Rascal Flatts doing stuff.
Of course.
Now they were huge back in the day, but Rascal Flatts hasn't really done much lately.
Mariah Carey, uncryogenically frozen yet again, and still looks fantastic, by the way, as time and age continues to be undefeated. She still looks great, but it's a lot of the same performers. And this goes to your point about fans in sports saying they want parody and they like parody. It's a lie. They like the idea of parody, but at the end of the day, they want the familiar and the brand name stuff. So they want a little hint of parody, and then they want the best teams playing in the biggest games.
Yes. It's the same thing with March Madness. We love the Cinderella story, but we've seen the numbers. The Cinderella National Championship, it doesn't resonate as two Blue Bloods.
Right.
The Final Four, like that whole, it's fun to the Sweet 16, the Elite Eight. You get to the Final Four, and then people go, "Where's Duke? Where's Kentucky? So I can hate them. Where's Connecticut? Like I want to hate UConn. That's what people eventually want."
I can assure you, if we get to early Feb and Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara, it is Super Bowl 60 this year, I think.
Yes.
If we get there and it's Jaguars Panthers,
oh God, could you imagine the NFL?
It
Roger
ain't
Goodell
gonna
be
do
ripping
numbers.
His hair out
It
if
ain't
that's the
gonna do
case.
numbers. It isn't.
Well, it'll still have good numbers because it's football, but
well,
it
okay,
won't
fine.
be
It will
peak numbers.
Nobody's going to be excited for it.
Well, go back and look at again, the Cowboys, whether they're good or not, always get big numbers. The Chiefs,
I know.
There's a reason why the Chiefs, they wanted them on Christmas Day, even though they were already out of the playoffs and you had a third string quarterback out there. There are certain draws, certain brands.
What's the
eventually just
worst?
it happens.
What's the worst Super Bowl we could have realistically? In the NFC, they're
think
all
you
pretty
might have
good. They're all pretty
named
good
it.
teams except for Carolina in terms of appeal. Philly would be just awful to have to look at again.
But that would still resonate.
I guess, but I would hate. It'd be a hate watch. But
I think
that's
you
fine.
already named the worst matchup: Jaguars-Panthers. That would be
Could I-
awful.
Could I interest you in Texans-Eagles?
Yeah, but you still have the Eagles are still they're the defending Super Bowl champs. There's a lot of people that hate them. They hate the fan base. So there's an emotion that's there. Nobody's emotionally connected to the Panthers.
Could I offer you Seahawks-Ravens as an awful Super Bowl?
It would not be great because the Seahawks are pretty boring. You could drum up the Mike McDonald, the seeing his former team.
Sure,
I'm
sure.
trying something here. but-
Luckily, I don't think Carolina, Pittsburgh, Baltimore have really any chance of making it.
No, and Baltimore may be done on Sunday night too. I mean, it's down to Pittsburgh and Baltimore anyway for that playoff spot in that division. So there's a chance that that's not even the case. But you're right. Like it's an idea that people think is cool if it's not your team. Like, oh, this parody is really fun. No, it's not.
No, it's
You have to have listen. Underdog stories are great until you get to the point where you want to see the best of the best playing at that highest level.
Demi Lovato was also on New Year's Eve, and I love Demi Lovato. I'm just saying, is there nobody else? Is there not anyone else that can do New Year's Eve?
Is it at the point now where it doesn't even benefit your career anymore as an artist?
No, I think it does.
I think if
it's
you're a
great.
young
I think
artist.
I think it's great exposure.
Is
But
it
I think
though
it's hard. Yes,
Now
it's New
everything's
Year's Eve.
It's on Instagram though. Everybody
I
just,
guess.
you just put all that out. That's all they need.
I'm an old.
I just don't
I'm
think
an
it
old,
matters
so
anymore.
I watch that stuff on New Year's Eve.
No, I mean, look, we had it on in our house, but we also had college football. But like, I think now it's gotten to the point where it benefits those older artists more because you can kind of bring them back versus younger artists are already blowing up on social media and they're like, that's all I care about. And then I can go party on New Year's Eve. There's also that. So we'll see. All right. We'll talk to Frank Schwab in about 20 minutes or so here. Nick Ashew, Steve Zabin on the Fan.
Miami, Oregon, Indiana, and Mississippi will all go on to play for a national championship. Miami defeated Ohio State 24-14, and then yesterday, Oregon shut out Texas Tech 23-0. Indiana just crushed Alabama 38-3 your final, and in a last-minute comeback upset, Ole Miss beat Georgia 39-34. Pete Golding, who took over after Lane Kiffin departed for LSU, is now 2-0 as the Rebels coach. Both those victories coming in the CFP. Yet Kiffin still has a strong rooting interest in his former team. Despite no longer being with the program, he benefits financially from the Rebels' playoff win. In fact, Lane Kiffin earned $250,000 from LSU on New Year's Day thanks to the Rebels beating Georgia. Gosh, it's a great gig if you can get it. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We are getting all of the classics from Ben today. Steve Zabe and Nick Ashew in for Beamich and Finley. We went from Carly Rae Jepsen to Coolio.
We're all over the place today.
I kind of like it.
For sure.
I'll take it. This is how you handle a Friday, right? We still do not have Rebecca Black Friday, though, which Ben is going to have to look for. We're going to need that.
So on that update from Savannah on the Ole Miss situation or the Ole Miss wins and Lane Kiffin still gets paid, I had to research the details on this. It's because to get him to go to LSU, his agent negotiated with LSU and said, look, if the team I was just coaching does well, I want to get spiffed for how they do in the college football playoff. So he got $150,000 for them making it. $250,000 for this win over Tulane in round one, $500,000 for last night's win, and then $750,000 if they beat Miami and $1 million if they win the national championship. So in other words, Lane Kiffin could, when it's all said and done, make over $2.5 million for the team he left winning, which is so obscene, it's hard to even get my head around.
And let's not even talk about all the buyouts that are in college football that these coaches are getting. Brian Kelly getting $54 million.
Get out.
God, could you imagine? He could go buy his own private island and never do anything again, and he's fine.
Do you remember when Ed Orgeron talked about
Ed
being
Orgeron,
bought out?
I remember Ed Orgeron. Yeah, what about him, though?
When they said if they want to buy me out, I'd say, tell me when you want me to go and what door.
I'll take the check and I'll go right out the door. It's just fine. I'll be okay with that. I'll just go on TV for a while.
Exactly.
I miss Ed Orgeron. If we could get him back, that would be nice.
That would be great.
I would take it. I have a theory. I need you to help me out with this here. So the Eagles are resting all their starters against our beloved Washington Commanders in their final game of the regular season.
You say all their starters. Can you define? Have they named names?
They've not named names.
I know Tanner McKee is set to start.
Yeah, so we won't have Jalen Hurts. I think A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith probably won't be out there much, if at all. I would bet no Saquon Barkley because he's one hit away from potentially getting hurt, and we've seen the injury history that's there. In terms of some of the offensive linemen, I don't know how far down
that's the thing.
process
Their O-line is completely trashed.
Yeah.
And it would behoove them to sit a guy or two, but how do you have a functioning team if you're going to be playing these deep backups?
Well,
that's always the sort of the conundrum. You want to be able to function at least.
Hey, the Commanders are doing it with everybody out for most of the season, so you can
Fair
find
enough.
a way. You can
Fair
find a
enough.
way. But if you remember a couple of weeks ago, in that game against the Eagles, when Nick Sirianni went for that 2-point conversion late, running up the score, and a fight broke out, and Dan Quinn after the game said, we'll see him in 2 weeks. This isn't just about avoiding injury and just about, we're getting rested up and make sure we're prepared for the playoffs. The Commanders have nothing to lose. And they got a lot of guys out there that remember that 2-point conversion and that fight and running up the score a couple of weeks ago. I am absolutely convinced that at least in the back of Nick Sirianni's mind, this is, I don't want anybody getting in a fight and getting suspended for the playoffs. I want to make sure we got all our guys available because we just saw what happened. Now, a different situation, but DK Metcalf got suspended 2 games for the Steelers, and we saw how much they needed him last week when they had a chance to clinch a playoff
They
spot.
need him this week.
They need him this week again.
Yeah.
Not going to have him again. If I'm Nick Sirianni, I'm looking around going, I don't want anybody that I will need in the playoffs to get in a fight with some random dude like Quan Martin on the Commanders when they've got nothing to lose and they just want to disrupt, because it's not even playing spoiler then in a normal sense of like, oh, you win the final game against your division rival. Woo. No, it's we're going to get somebody suspended. We're going to get somebody that's going to ruin the day for the Eagles into a fight.
Yeah.
Something. I would not put it past Nick Sirianni to look back and go, yeah, Dan Quinn and what he said, let me just keep that in the back of my mind when we see them at the end of the season.
It's easy enough to say, well, just tell your players, be cool out there.
Yeah, okay.
Well, they're cool until they're sick of getting punched in the ribs as after the whistle on 3 straight plays and nobody's calling anything, and now you're going to take justice into your own hands. And, you know, we saw Daron Payne got suspended for that hit against Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yep.
And what we didn't see initially until somebody finally found the angle of it, yeah, it was ASB, you know, starting some stuff that nobody saw. But they always catch the retaliator.
Always.
And, yeah, it's something that if I'm the Eagles, I'd say, yeah, we don't want to get anyone suspended. Also, they do want to rest guys.
Sure.
So there's that. What I find interesting is that there is, like, I think a trend brewing here where teams that are going to play as a wild card in the playoffs have become agnostic about what seed they're going to be.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, most of the teams that could fight for a better seed are showing signs of, yeah, we're not going to really go for it. Philly is competing for possibly the 2 seed, but they're not gung-ho to get it. They don't seem to care. The Chargers in the AFC have gone full shutdown, which is going to possibly hand the whole division to the Broncos, and not just the division, hand the number 1 seed to the Broncos, who are 12.5-point favorites in this game. So I kind of sense this trend of, you know what, if we're not a division winner with a home game, it does not matter.
The bye week it felt like it mattered more when you had the 2 bye weeks.
Yes.
2 teams getting the bye week, and it was a little bit more attainable. That now kind of feels like, and you just laid it out, that it's not even a guarantee that teams will necessarily care about that as much. It just feels like all of that, you're right, doesn't matter as much as it used to. But again, there's also the debate of, do you want to be sharp or do you want that bye week? And we've seen in college football how that's been a curse until Indiana changed that.
I was just going to get to that. So the bye teams in college football are now 1-7 in the 2 years of the college football playoff. Indiana's the only bye team that won their game. Forget about covering. I'm just talking about winning it all.
Yep.
Now, in the first year, it needs to be noted that Boise was a bye team, overseeded as a 3rd seed. ASU was a 4 seed, overseeded in that first round. But Oregon lost to Ohio State, and Georgia lost to Notre Dame. Georgia also lost Carson Beck, who was their starter. They went with, what's his name? Gunnar
Stockton.
Yeah, Gunnar Stockton instead, who probably better when he's at his best than Beck, but was so young and raw.
Yeah.
They kind of got caught flat-footed because of the injury to Beck. So those are caveats on last year. This year, some of those bye teams, like Texas Tech, one of the highest-scoring teams in the country, came out flat as a pancake. And credit to Oregon's defense. But to be blanked, it's crazy. And part of it is it's a 21-day rest for a lot of these schools.
Yep.
It's way too much of a rest. And so, therefore, I think the sweet spot, if you're in the college football playoff as it's currently constructed, is the 5 seed, because you get the weakest of the opponents. You get a 12 to whoop up on, like Oregon did against poor JMU before they let off the brakes.
Yeah.
And then you're now lathered up. You're now in the rhythm, and you have a reasonable time to then play the next game. That's probably it. As far as the NFL goes, I think everyone still wants the bye, if possible, as the 1 seed, but they really want the home game.
Yeah.
So if you're not going to have a home game, I get this trend, at least looking at this coming Sunday, that most coaches are like, whatever. We're going on the road. We're going to have to deal with whoever.
Well, we've seen over the years, too, the mindset of a lot more in player recovery and player safety, or, avoiding injury, and I get it, some old school play, NBA and NFL, it's just happening in both worlds, right? Where it's, well, back in our day in the NBA, we played 82 games. Well, we could talk about the pace of play now and the amount of possessions and all those different things that have changed the way that's gone in the NBA. But the NFL, the rule changes have certainly evolved the game, but it also has now become, we do want to rest guys more. We do focus more on player. And I'm not talking the NFL from a league standpoint of like, we don't want to get sued by having a bunch of concussions and have that happen all over again. But I mean individual teams. There is a lot more of the focus on guys trying to be healthy and recovery and how much that stuff matters. That's a sports science thing. But there is something to be said for a rhythm going into the playoffs. Yeah. And I think that's the one thing you really have to weigh, that we've seen teams, you just laid it out in college football, and we've seen it in the NFL where, even if you go over the course of history of like Super Bowl winners over the last 20-something, I mean, think about the Giants. And this is the first one that just pops in my head. The Giants won both of their Eli Manning Super Bowls.
As wild cards.
As 6 seeds, too, by the way. And that was when you only could go to a 6 seed.
Right.
So there's something to be said for being in that playoff mode. I mean, when the Nats won the World Series, 19-31 in May, playoff mode the rest of the way. It sounds like a poem. But, it's one of those things where you look and go, they had their back against the wall and had to play with that level of intensity far before some of these other teams. So, look, in the end, it's every individual team, and it depends on their health, and it depends on the circumstances and the playoff experience. I think that's another thing to factor in, too, because, like, if I were looking at some of these younger teams like the Patriots and Drake May, he's got no playoff experience. That matters more than if the Chiefs were in this position. They've been there a million times. The bye and resting would matter a lot more than like, well, we need the extra playoff game in the rhythm. They've been there so many times. It's a little easier to overcome that.
All right, correction. I've made this mistake before. This will be the last time I make it. The Giants won one of their 2 Super Bowls with Eli as a wild card. That was 2007, or Super Bowl XLII. They were 10-6 that year as a wild card. They won it as NFC East champs in 2011, but they were only 9-7.
Yeah.
So their 9-7 year was actually their NFC East title year.
But they were still a 6 seed then, I think. In that, if I remember correctly,
no, they were the 4 seed.
Or no, they wouldn't have been. That wouldn't make any sense.
They were the 4 seed then. They were the 5 seed as the wild card.
I know what I was thinking of for that. That was more on they were just
last
week of the season they had to clinch.
Yeah, they were like neither one of those teams looked like they had what it would need to win the whole thing. But then again,
did you ask Grok that, or did Grok not get that right?
I did ask Grok, and it gave me the which response do you like better?
Oh, that just takes. I don't have time to do this. Stop using me as your beta tester, you
bitch!
jackass.
I ain't got time to proofread your stuff.
ChatGPT does
just
that to me.
Give me the answer.
Stop tailoring to me.
Which response is better? I don't know. The right one, Grok.
That's the best way to go. All right.
I'm now looking at it like comparing it line for line.
We look ahead to playoff scenarios in the final week of the regular season that don't include the Commanders with Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports next. Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew in for the guys on the Fan.
can avoid. And I don't know, if I were a player, I feel like if a player was talking that much smack to me, like I saw Dylan Brooks make a three in Justin Champagne's face. He's just talking mad trash to him on the way back down the court. I'm like, all right, bro, Dylan Brooks he's a clown. He's just a clown. I love I'm saying Dylan Brooks is a clown, but I love him. He's so funny to me.
You got to have people like that.
Yeah, you just have to have players.
Like that special kind of rises.
Earlier in the season, I think we talked a bit about the miscommunications on defense. So as the season continued to go on, did you see any improvement there? Kind of don't like it so much that you saw from that?
Improvements, yes. To the standard that say I was pleased with, no. But like from an individual spot, I was like just talking about practice this week.
This Weather Date is brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. The college football transfer portal is now officially open. Arizona State running back Willie Brown has entered the transfer portal and has opted out of the NFL draft. And Arizona State quarterback Sam Levitt, he has entered the NCAA transfer portal with a do not contact tag. Now, we've known that Levitt was going to leave Arizona State for a couple of weeks now. He made a social media post about it, but it's official. He is in the portal. From the Crop Cat 5-star sports desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
With regards to the offense, obviously he's had success with it, college, pros. You guys had last year as well, but he's also almost nobody else in the league is running the no huddle and hurry up as much as you guys are. Right. Having been around it for 2 seasons now and going through this season, what is your kind of thoughts about the system and how confident are you that this is still the way to go forward?
Yeah, I'll be glad to hit on all spaces of it. There's things that I like about when you're in no huddle and doing it more than most because it does add a challenge on the preparation side, like from my perspective. From
Nick Ashew, Steve Zabin.
For sure, there's
and for Beamish and Finley.
Okay, that's good. That's not.
People are crushing you in the YouTube comments, by the way,
you
covering
make
your
sure you
camera.
always are emphasizing
well, that's fine.
that you can do best, and so
I am here for you to make fun of me.
I think that's something that will continue.
Enjoy yourselves on this second day
it's
of
all about
2026.
Like, the player also.
Well, listen, you got to find all of the enjoyment you can with the simple things in life.
Hey, shout out to Tony Henderson. Sent a picture, a video actually, saying listening to you guys from outside Pansies. LOL, and he's actually walking along a trench with piping in it. So he's doing
exactly what we talked about.
He's doing real man's work.
Real, actual work, not us sitting in a cushy studio.
Right. Soft hands sitting.
For the other side of the ball, obviously, you made the change to take a replacement.
Chairs.
Well, yes. Those questions
you were low-key bitching.
We were, you know what we were doing? We were just stating the obvious, that the chairs are all over the place. That's all.
Thank you, Tony.
It's still the right way to go. You've adjusted over the course of your career.
Dan Quinn is talking now as well. We're going to have some of what Dan Quinn has to say in a little bit as well. Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports, jumps on with us now, though, and with a busy, listen, a lot, Frank, still going on this weekend. It's the last week of the NFL season. We know there's plenty of teams that are eliminated, including our Commanders here, which has been like 5 months now that they've actually been eliminated from the playoffs. But, look, the Saturday game's a lot at stake. Panthers, Bucks early, and then Seahawks, 49ers late. It's different for obviously both situations. But I actually want to start with this early game with Panthers, Bucks now. I mean, the big thing here for me is, where Tampa was at 7-5. To then getting to the point where they are now, where it's like the offense is sputtered. We're not seeing the same Baker Mayfield. I know he's gone through a lot of different offensive coordinators over the last couple of years, but when you look at this game where the Panthers and Bucks have been playing over the last few weeks, does this kind of feel almost like a inevitable situation where the Panthers have this, I don't want to say, I guess we could say Cinderella story in some ways. Like it just kind of feels, I feel very down on Tampa is essentially where I'm going with this because
you aren't the only one, by the way.
I'm just like, let me just say this, Dave, and I'll say this to you too, Frank. I root for Baker Mayfield, and I'm really disappointed that the Bucks are where they are at this point. But it just feels like this complete flame out from Tampa where this feels inevitable in a loss. on Saturday, and their season is done.
I think that
it does, doesn't it? I don't know that people really understand how bad Tampa Bay has been the past 8 weeks. Other than like the Raiders, they might be the worst team in football. Seriously, they're 1-7. They've had some awful losses in there, and some teams have injury excuses. The Colts, okay, fine, you lost your quarterback, that happens. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have gotten healthier. And they've gotten worse. I don't get it. I don't get it. And I know last weekend there was a incredulous, condescending report that how dare you say Todd Bowles is on the hot seat? He's won the division 3 years in a row. Like, I guess. He's won the worst division of football 3 years in a row. His record, if they lose on Saturday, is under 500 with the Buccaneers, counting playoffs, 35-36. How could you not put Todd Bowles on the hot seat? If they go 1-8 to end the season and don't win the worst division of football,
knowing your role,
what are we doing here? What's the point? What's the point in bringing Todd Bowles back for a 5th season? I think they've been so bad, and Baker Mayfield's play has fallen off a cliff. I don't get that at all. And we could be like, oh, he must be dealing with an injury. That's possible. He hasn't even been on the injury report in 2 or 3 weeks. So I guess they're hiding something, and he's hurt, and that's why he's playing this way. But it just none of the Buccaneers season makes
sense. Did you see any
improvement
there?
Kind of for them to be this bad,
don't like it so much.
Shocking. Just absolutely stunning. And I agree with you. I think Carolina wins this game because I just can't trust the Buccaneers to beat anybody except the Raiders right now.
That said, it just seems wrong that Tampa could win this game tomorrow afternoon, and they still got to wait around for the dingbat Falcons to do whatever they're going to do. Like, that seems a bit cruel to me. I would have flipped these games around. I know the NFL wants the best games and the most primetime windows, but I just would have flipped them or put them the same, put them both at 1 o'clock on Sunday. But
yeah, they just had limited broadcast options, I think. And if they play Atlanta, New Orleans first, and Atlanta wins, and Carolina means absolutely nothing, and they're sitting Bryce Young and everybody else. So I get why they – like, if you look at Week 18, the scheduling is kind of weird. We think of it, there's so much on the line this week because you got the first 2 games on Sunday night. All the games on Sunday are pretty much like, I guess, like if Jacksonville gets upset as a 13.5-point favorite, then it gets interesting. But, yeah, it's kind of a weird week this week.
No, it's bad. It's a really bad slate. I've been looking at it for several days now, and I'm trying to find the juice between 1 o'clock and 8:30. No, seriously. To me, the only juice is the nostalgia of the final game at Rich Stadium, now Highmark. That'll be fun. There's a lot of good old Bills stuff coming out. They're wearing their red helmets for the first time in like 20 years. So that's cool. And then the other compelling thing is, are the Giants going to really themselves again by winning against the Cowboys? Because I'm assuming the Raiders as a 5.5-point dog will do what the Raiders do. But then again, they're facing Chris Aludican. So that's, to me,
the thing too.
The race for one is fascinating. I'm going to be going, all right, Giants, what are you doing? Hey, Raiders, are you alive? No, you're not alive. Okay, good.
It is. And I don't know that Andy Reid would do this, but if I'm Andy Reid, who has all the job security in the world, like he doesn't care if he loses a game, right?
Tank.
I'm saying, do I really want the Raiders to get first pick of the draft?
No.
Maybe Chris Jones. Maybe you need to come out a little early. That hamstring might be tightening up. And George Karlaftis, I don't know. Like, you've had a lot of why wouldn't they tank?
No, I mean, it would be absolutely strategically smart to do that. Even though the Raiders will still pick second, and maybe it'll be a case like it was with, at least for a year or so with Caleb versus C.J. Stroud, where it looked like the 2 was better than the 1. We'll see how it plays out. Obviously, that's changing as we speak. But any little advantage for anyone on your street, in your neighborhood, try to screw them if possible.
Absolutely. I agree. And I don't think all coaches can do that. Like, you look at Mike Kafka, however you ever pronounce it, with the Giants. He doesn't care what draft pick they get. He's not going to be around.
No, he's gone.
What difference does it make? He wants to go out a winner. I'm going to try to win this game the best I can. Andy Reid's like, I'm going to face the Raiders. And let's say Dante Moore comes back to Oregon to collect that NIL money because he just doesn't want to be whoever, the Giants or Raiders. Then
Mendoza goes first to some team trading up, and the Raiders are stuck at second without a guy to pick. Like the Chiefs could really, really mess with the Raiders this week, and I think it would be fantastic theater. And I think it would be. I don't think it would be obvious. I think it would be subtle. But if the Chiefs win this game or lose this game, I would laugh. I think it would be hilarious. After all the Raiders shenanigans last week, which I thought were completely unprofessional and not within the spirit of the NFL of, hey, Max Crosby, you played every snap last week, but you got to go on IL. Brock Bowers, you looked totally fine last week, but you got to go on IL. I would laugh if the Raiders didn't get the first pick after tanking so hard for this.
Well, see, this is my thing, Frank, too. Like, no matter what, I know we're going to have meaningless weeks for a lot of teams at the end of NFL seasons, no matter how long the season is. It's a guarantee that's there. But for all of the conversation in the NBA and tanking, like in the NFL, you have the worst record. You are going to get the number 1 overall pick. So it's a lot easier to control that versus what you have in the NBA. Yet nobody wants to talk about tanking in the NFL like they do with the NBA. I don't know if you and I have talked about this on other shows that I've done. I can't remember if I put this theory out to you, but I'm going to give it to you again. I would much rather see the NFL, because we know inevitably they're going 18 games. It's happening. They're setting it up like it's going to happen. I would much rather the NFL have stayed at 16 games and expanded the playoffs, because I'd rather have, if we want more games, I would rather have more playoff games.
An interesting angle.
Than just sitting there with these meaningless games. I know they're going to have them no matter what at the end of the regular season, Frank, but at least to give us, if we're going to extend the season and have more weeks of the NFL in season, I would rather it be wild card weekend and super wild card weekend than here are games late in the year where we're watching the Giants and the Raiders try and tank when we could have done that 2 weeks ago and ripped the Band-Aid off already.
It's interesting. I like it in a lot of ways. The only part I don't like is watering down the playoffs more. I think it's already watered down enough. Where not this year. This year the 7 seeds are going to be pretty good. Packers and whoever else. I think the Chargers are going to be a 7 seed. Good teams. But usually we get some team barely limping in as a 7 seed who has no chance. It's going to get worse if you had an 8 seed, right? Like, but I do get it. Like, yeah, you've had some teams that are just Commanders. You know, you guys mentioned playing out the string for a month. I will give these teams credit. The difference between the NBA and the NFL is I don't think, you know, the NBA does its shenanigans too, and I don't like that. But you see the teams at the bottom of the NFL food chain, basically, a lot of them are playing hard and playing well. And because you can't tell coaches and players to tank, you just don't do it. It doesn't happen. Players go out there, play less than 100%, they're going to get hurt. Coaches go out and lose all the time because they're being told to lose. You end up like Hugh Jackson and get fired. Like, so the guys who are actually on the field, the only way you can do it is like putting Max Crosby on IL, so he can't affect a game, right? But you look at Tennessee is playing hard. New Orleans is playing really, really well. Giants played well last week. A lot of teams near the bottom are actually. I tip my cap and give full credit. Yes, a lot of these games are meaningless, but I think most of the teams, other than the Raiders, who are just a garbage right now, other than them, I think a lot, and the Jets. The Jets are absolute trash.
Yeah.
But other than those kind of 2 teams, Miami's been playing well for months, and I think everybody. I give respect. I give a lot of respect to a team like the Titans, who have had nothing to play for months, but yet they've been covering the spread at least most weeks. I mean, is one measure of how hard they're playing. So I don't think we're having a terrible tanking problem this week, outside of the Raiders and the Jets, who are just no good. They're God. Oh my goodness, those teams are bad.
Green Bay is 7 locked in the NFC.
Yeah,
and you got Chicago and Philly that will jostle if they care for the 2 or the 3. The 2 delivers you Green Bay, with Love having cleared concussion protocol, and he'll be ready to go. Their defense is so bad, though, they picked up Trayvon Diggs on waiver wires to try to supplement their back end. I think that's probably going to be a futile effort there, and they got no Micah Parsons. They're probably going to allow a ton of rushing yards against either Chicago or Philadelphia. But if you're either Chicago or Philly, do you want Green Bay as the 7, or do you take your chances with someone else from the mix of Seattle, San Francisco, L.A.?
Yeah, I mean, if you're I'd rather play the Packers. That defense just doesn't look good with how my but I always wrestle with this of what's the difference between 2 and 3? Is that worth a week of rest? And I've been kind of arguing with people all week, saying I'm fully on board 100% with if you have a chance to rest your players week 18, you rest them. Period.
Right.
End of story. You don't put some. Last year, the Packers did the whole we're going to play hard because we can move up from the 6 seed to the 5 seed. And you got Christian Watson hurt for the season and Jordan Love banged up.
Stupid.
And you don't want to go into the playoffs like that. And, Sean McVay, Sean McVay is one of the greatest coaches of all time. He's an unbelievable coach. But he comes out after the game, he's mad. They lose Atlanta. He's like, our starters are playing because they haven't played well the past few weeks. So we got to. What if you go out this weekend against Arizona and your starters stink? There's no guarantee that they play well and you go into the playoffs feeling better about yourself. And what if Puka Nacua, the most physical receiver in the NFL, gets hurt?
No, it'd be the dumbest thing ever. And I think these coaches, they talk a good game.
Sense.
Yeah, they talk a good game about that. Few coaches have the fortitude to press it deep into the third quarter, fourth quarter to win the game, which, as you know, and we know, is where all these games are won anyway. In the fourth quarter.
Right.
You have to then really lean in and say, we're going to try to win this game. I think some teams like Philly is not going to try. They may still win. Some teams may not try and may still win.
I think I picked Philly. I trust Tanner McKee over the whatever bones of the Commander's corpse are going out there right now. Yeah. I mean, Philly is smart. Philly's a really interesting case because you got a quarterback in Tanner McKee. You could throw him out there under the guise of we're resting our starters, right? But in reality, Howie Roseman's smart enough to know Tanner McKee throws for 320 yards against this terrible Commanders team. I can flip him this offseason. I can trade him. I could go out there and say,
really?
Hey, you need a quarterback? Have you seen Tanner McKee in the preseason has been awesome, right?
Yeah.
And there's this buzz of Tanner McKee's really great.
Make him another Scott Mitchell, basically.
Exactly, right.
Tempt some team to fall in love with a guy with a super short sample size.
Yep,
Matt
super
Castle.
short sample size. Let's say he goes, and this is not out of the question. You guys have watched the Commanders as well as I have. He goes out against the Commanders on Sunday and throws for 325 and 3 touchdowns, and they win. And that's the last you see of him until the offseason. Yeah. Some team out there who needs it. I mean, Mac Jones is getting a bunch of buzz, and Malik Willis, who's looked really good.
Somebody's going to overpay Willis badly.
Yeah, the Raiders wouldn't be if the Raiders lose out, like we talked about the Raiders. They lose out on their quarterback, or Miami, which has no options at quarterback and no money because they're going to have to cut Tua. A team like that wouldn't be like Tanner McKee for a 2, whatever they can get for him.
So just on the other end of the Chicago-Philly thing, the funniest exchange this week came in Chicago, where a reporter asked Johnson about Caleb because Caleb's at 37-30.
Yeah.
The Bears have never had a 4,000-yard passer. And he was asked, Ben Johnson, so you going to let Caleb go for it? And Ben Johnson's like, yeah, I don't know. It's not really significant. And the reporter actually said, I know you're new around here, but it kind of is a big deal. The fan base still seethes when other teams and fan bases, especially the Packers, rub it in their nose. Never a 4,000-yard passer, which is a kind of a mind-blowing stat, right, for the modern NFL.
Right.
So would you, if you're Ben Johnson, do you let Caleb go out there and try to get it?
It's very interesting because I just talked about rest and how much it matters. Part of me says yes. Part of me says,
okay,
let him go for it. Because also if you're Ben Johnson and like all NFL coaches, all alphas in the NFL got a little bit of ego. To be the coach who comes in first year, I have your first 4,000-yard passer. You feel pretty good about that, right? A little strut to your step and say, yeah, look how I came in and now we have a modern passing game finally. I have wondered about that, yes. And maybe because I have a preseason wager on Caleb Williams passing 4,000 yards this year. I don't know. Who knows? Who could ever say?
Wow. So you're a pot committed on that.
I really want him to go for it. I don't think ultimately they will because, again, if you go out there and if Caleb gets sacked and sprains his ankle, you'd feel stupid the rest of your life. But look, we see it every year in Week 18. Guys chasing incentives, how much it matters to them. With all of them will say, "I don't even know how many yards I have." This they all know. They all know.
Everybody knows. Absolutely.
Especially and I'm not saying it's a contractual incentive thing with Caleb. I don't think he has that in his contract, but. They know, and they like it, and it's important to them to reach this milestone, that milestone, that milestone. So I could look at Saquon Barkley last year trying to get the 2,000 before week 18.
And they
that
shut him
matters
down,
to them.
and everyone went crazy on Sirianni for that. But
Right,
it worked
right.
out.
So I could see Caleb. Look, if you come out in the first half and he's got 180, you might say, yeah, let's keep going for this thing. I don't think he sits the whole game because they do have the guys of, hey, if Philly loses, we can get the 2 seed, we can get I think they're in the 2 seed, right? So they could say, well, we want the Packers, we don't want to face the Rams. So
I wonder,
I
wonder if truth be told, if the Bears really want the Packers again, or if they're
Right.
just saying they want the Packers again.
I
Because I know the Packers, for whatever it's worth, absolutely want the Bears one more bite against them.
Oh, yeah.
Even with their
yeah.
depleted defense on that. Real quick, Jay Cutler at the peak of Smoke and Jay in Philly, or in Chicago, never passed for 4,000. He got to 38-12
it's
in
crazy.
2014. Cutler did throw for 4,500 yards in Denver his
Denver, I was
last
covering
year
him, yeah,
in 08.
yeah.
And on the bonus front, have you seen the Bradley Chubb situation down in Miami?
I haven't. What's going on with Brad?
Bradley Chubb is on the hook for almost $1 million based on sack totals in their final game in Week 18, and he's got other performance escalators that can really ramp up his salary. He was asked about it this week. So you're right. There's a ton of guys right now that know exactly what they need.
And if they don't know in the betting community, it's known, and they'll find its way to them at some point too with props.
At some point, somebody's going to tell them. Yeah, somebody on social media is going to at them and say, "Hey, I need, you need one more sack for 10." I got, everybody, these guys know, and it's okay. I don't say this in a bad way. I'm not going to say that if I'm Bradley Chubb, I don't know that $1 million is on the line if I get a sack. I know that. That's a lot of money.
Did you know that linemen can turn in a sack to the league office for review to see who gets either partial sack credit or to change the stat?
I did not know that. No.
Yeah, Chris Long on his podcast was explaining this, how linemen will tell each other in the locker room, like, hey, man, that sack last week, I'm thinking I'm going to turn that into the league. Oh, no, man, you can't do that, man. That's gonna hurt my bonus.
I didn't know
it's
that
wild.
either.
I'd never heard that before.
Never heard that either.
I've never heard that.
Yeah,
That's
they
crazy.
submit it to the league, and they go, okay, we'll adjust that. And that screws fantasy.
Oh, yeah,
and it
absolutely
screws
does.
prop bets
It
as
screws
well.
a lot. Adjusted numbers, we've seen that affect people in fantasy and betting a lot. I'm
Oh,
talking to
yeah.
Frank Schwab here on The Fan.
Frank, while we're scraping for things on Sunday as well to look at, the Myles Garrett thing. Is that interesting to anybody if he gets the record?
Oh, I think they want to get him that, and I would too. Why wouldn't you? I don't mind when I mean, we kind of selectively do it sometimes. Sometimes just guys we don't like. We complain that they're quote unquote chasing stats or padding stats. But
Does it matter to you
want
though?
That record?
Right. Does it matter to you though? I know they want to get it. He wants to get it. To you though, as just a fan of the league, does it matter one way
I
or
like
the other?
to see it. Yeah,
Okay.
I like this. I think Myles Garrett's one of those guys who deserves it. Not that people deserve or don't deserve, whatever. You get what you get, but he's a guy who has been so great that if not that Strahan or T.J. Watt aren't, but you look and if we were to sit here at the end of the year and say Myles Garrett has the all-time single-season sack record, I'd say that fits. That he's totally deserving of that. He's one of the great players of this era.
Frank, I'm looking at the top of the AFC. And you got the Broncos and Patriots fighting for a 1 seed. And I know there's a chance for the Jags and all this too. It's a lot of young quarterbacks and a lot of teams that are very inexperienced with their current collection of players in the playoffs. How much experience do you factor in for how you look at or project or have a confidence level in a team from the regular season to the postseason?
I think it's a little overrated. I think if you can play, you can play. Look, the 2013 Seattle Seahawks didn't have anybody on the roster who would ever won a Super Bowl, and they blew out the Broncos 43-8. I think they may have had one guy on that roster who played in a Super Bowl, but there wasn't many. So I think sometimes, look, yes, would I rather have a guy who's been through it before? Yeah, if I'm picking between the two, but I'd rather have Drake May than some mediocre quarterback who's just happened to start 8 playoff games. So I think that just you get experience by doing it, and sometimes sometimes just the ignorance of youth is good too. You don't realize how big of a stage that is. We saw it in baseball a lot this year. Trey Savage, right? Like he's going out there every time throwing 7 scoreless innings because he doesn't know any better. He doesn't know he's supposed to be getting lit up in a World Series game. And so I do think experience is overrated. I think it helps, right? But at the end of the day, football's football, and if you got the best team, I think you're going to do just fine. If you're good in the regular season, you're probably going to be good in the playoffs too.
Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports. Thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate it.
Yep, appreciate it, guys.
All right, and Chris Russell has just walked into the building with a Miami jacket, so we know who he's rooting for in the college football playoff because he's a front runner, and this is what he likes to do.
I can pull and I can clean up because there's a few bad words in there. A couple of the Michael Irvin rants, if you want to play those.
I would love to hear some Michael Irvin rants.
They are next level.
Why are you in our studio? You have your own show to prep for. Get out of here. What are you doing? So here's the thing. Chris Russell has walked into the studio not saying a word, just staring at us with a smirk on his face.
Well, that's the problem for leaving the door open.
Yeah, I know. We should have shut the door and locked it.
Shut it.
Know he was going to be in here. Just staring, not saying a word with his Miami jacket in his hand and a giant coffee in the other. Did you bring a big salad today, too? No, didn't bring a big salad, so he didn't do that. All right, Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew in for the guys on the Fan. We just got our explanation as to why Chris Russell is wearing a Miami jacket. He's just a bandwagon Miami fan, Zabe. That's it.
The worst.
That's it. He wanted a team growing up in Long Island, and he picked Miami and said he hasn't worn that jacket in 20 years, and now they're in the college football playoff Final Four, if you will, without calling it truly the Final Four, and he's wearing the jacket again.
It looks like a 20-year-old jacket.
It does, doesn't it? Although I will say he could probably sell that as vintage for a lot of money right now.
Not with the way it smells. But
Okay,
yeah,
maybe
in
not.
theory.
Were you over there sniffing him?
I know, but I'm sure it's not, doesn't smell fresh. You can get it dry cleaned, I bet.
I have an old, well, it's not even mine. It was my sister-in-law's Redskins starter jacket. Are you just going to come in here and yell? Just fine. Just do it. It's January 2nd on a Friday. Just come in here and defend yourself, Chris Russell. Your show doesn't start for a couple minutes. You're fine. You are as bandwagon as it gets. Did you see any cranes on the way in here?
No cranes. Thankfully, since the last time we did shows, all of these buildings now block everything.
Yes.
And you can't move. So I see buildings that
Were
don't serve much of
there
a
a lot of
purpose.
cranes here?
Oh.
There were.
And that's what accelerated your phobia?
Zabe, yes.
Okay.
We used to do construction crane updates on the
did.
8s.
We did that.
There was
hearing
once a
that.
station that did weather and traffic on the 8s or traffic
Yeah.
and weather together on the 8s. So we did construction
We did.
crane updates on
And
the
it was a
8s.
very popular
Yes,
segment that you
very.
and I did. This is
Bags
true.
and boxes and boxes and bags.
Oh,
By
what's
the
in the
way,
bag today?
Just a computer.
Nothing else?
No, I got
Have
some.
you slimmed down what you're putting in your bags and boxes?
I mean,
boxes.
There's a couple of gift cards in there. Yeah.
Remember his wheelie bag? Do you remember seeing that, Save?
Yeah.
He would bring his wheelie bag in every
listen,
day.
I am a complicated individual.
And he had like media passes from 5 years ago and just
a quick story.
Packets of paper from 5 seasons. It's like, what are you doing?
Well, you should see my locker, which is in the vestibule
Didn't
area.
you lose
out there.
the combination for it?
Yes, and I still don't have it.
Very
and it's been
very on brand.
There's probably food in there.
Also on brand.
Yes.
Is there a way, Ben, that we can get somebody that can open Chris Russell's locker in the building so we can do? Look, this is for social media. We are going to do this and go through all the things that have been in the time capsule.
Dozens of
That is
views
it. Oh.
for sure.
I'm not going to lie, Nick.
real
The
quick
last time
story
I
about
worked,
the Miami-
you talked about that.
All right.
Like you brought that up.
I did bring that up before, right?
La-
Okay.
The last time we worked
See,
together.
I can't hear
Oh,
Strober.
yeah, you can't
so,
hear him. You can't hear him.
because I don't have my headsets. Real quick story about the Miami jacket.
You don't have quick stories, but go ahead.
Thanks, Abe.
It's all right.
Real quick story. Do you know how much that jacket cost me?
That Miami jacket? No, how much?
$49.99.
$7.99.
You got it at a thrift store.
In
didn't you?
Chicago in 2005. There was a college clothing apparel store that went out of business soon after.
Mhm.
They sold
Everything must go.
item. Stephen Barry's was what it used to be called.
Oh.
$7.99.
They did the Marbury shoes.
I had some Starbury shorts
All right,
from
there
them.
you go.
Yeah.
Did you ever
And
get the shoes?
I didn't get the shoes, but I got the
Shoes were
shorts.
trash.
They were so bad.
So I got the Miami jacket,
Uh-huh.
right? I also got the Team Canada hockey jacket that I proudly wore the day after Team Canada beat Team USA in the 2010 Winter Olympics that some people still get angry about because they say I'm a troll. They say I'm a troll.
and Nick Sirianni are the biggest trolls.
I mean,
See, he's not going to deny it. That's
listen,
it. That's all we needed.
Listen, you guys need a little entertainment in
A
your
little
lives.
bit. We have plenty. I promise. We were good until you came in here and disrupted. Go
Good
do
to
your
see you,
show.
boys. Bye.
Okay.
Go do your show. Get out of here.
How much did the Starberries cost?
Oh, actually, the shoes.
Yeah. What were they advertised as?
You have the number in front of you because
I
we're
do.
all right. $15.99.
Dude, $14.99.
Yes, I'm on fire
Freaking
today.
ass shoe. You rolling today.
I am good. I need to get on the prices right.
And they were terrible. They fell apart.
Of course they did. The shorts weren't
Basically,
bad,
everybody did a Zion Williamson when his shoe blew out with the
true.
Starberries.
They did. I forgot about those. they were something special. Listen, they tried. They tried.
yes.
They tried, but it just did not work out. So there you go. And Chris Russell has derailed everything as expected. And you're right. He does not have short stories. So there's that.
I got it in before the break, though.
There
We're
you go.
going to hit
He
our
did.
post.
He did, and that's what's really going to matter. Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew, for the guys on the Fan.
There are some reports circulating on X about the Nationals' TV rights and their future. Here is what we know. Per Andrew Golden and Chelsea Janes of the Washington Post, MASN's contract with the Nationals does not expire until the end of February. That has been confirmed through Andrew Golden and Chelsea Janes from both the Orioles and the Nationals. There were reports circulating that the deal expired at the end of 2025. That is not the case. Now, none of this is to say that the Nationals won't opt to go in a different direction, but as of right now, they are still under contract with MASN until the end of February, per the Washington Post. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew, in for the guys. Chris Russell derailed the show last segment. Won't have to worry about that anymore. He's gone.
Well, we only got an hour to get it back on the rails.
This is true. Well,
of course, I don't know where this train track is going, Nick.
Yeah.
We're going into another weekend when all it feels like for those who have had some time off is it's been all weekend for over a week.
It's just
I'm ready for structure. I'm ready for Monday. I'm actually looking forward to Monday.
Are you a routine guy? Do you need your routine every day?
I don't do good with 2 weeks off, and I
Mhm.
really haven't been off because I've been happily filling in here the last 10 days or so. But I like the fact that Monday, I know there's some people I got to call and things I got to do, and they're going to be open for business.
Yeah.
Many people open for business today, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm ready to get after it Monday.
You know it's officially going to be back to business for things again.
Yes.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Indeed.
Yeah. Getting back to business too. I'm looking at pictures here of the Winter Classic in Miami.
It's awful.
Listen, there are certain events in sports that have their fun moments, and then you start to look at them after a while and go, okay, we've jumped the shark. Okay, we've gotten to the point now where it's too much. Okay, now we've lost sight of what this was supposed to be. The Winter Classic in Miami indoors. I'm sorry, it just doesn't do it for me at all. What are we doing here?
Well, the nature of why they're doing it is simple. These things make money.
Yeah, yeah.
And the Florida Panthers being your, what are they, the back-to-back Stanley Cup champs?
Mm-hmm.
They wanted this game badly because every team wants to monetize this event, and every team has submitted their proposals for either the Winter Classic or the so-called Stadium Series. Now, I'm going to tread on some very thin ice.
Ooh, I love that.
Pun intended.
Okay.
I don't understand people that love going to these games. I don't understand it. I'll never understand it. If it's a one-off or a super special thing like Red Wings, Maple Leafs at Michigan Stadium, which was the largest crowd ever, over 100,000 people on a cold, gray, snowy day. Okay, that's pure hockey right there. And you're showing your loyalty to the sport and being outdoors and being part of a communal event. You can't see anything from way out there, okay? But the fact that this is still at least a moneymaker for these teams, I guess, is a testament to how the NHL markets it. But for the casual fan, it looks terrible. This Winter Classic inside the Marlins ballpark. I mean, nobody goes to the Marlins games for baseball. And yet, I guess they're going to get close to a sellout. I guess there's enough fans who are like, oh, cool, it's a novelty, we'll do it. But it goes against everything in my mind what the Winter Classic should be about. You need some winter for the Winter Classic. And so, therefore, I would limit the sort of the longitude, latitude of this game to keep it in the northern tier where there actually is winter.
Because you can do some of these types of, like you talk about, these one-off events or these special events, but it's got to have the look, too, like the Field of Dreams baseball game.
Yes, that was
Yankees
awesome.
White Sox, was that what it was?
Yes, I think it's coming back this summer because they did a whole renovation out there.
And that's awesome.
Yes.
Do you remember years ago when in college basketball it was UNC and they played on a cargo
aircraft carrier off the coast of San Diego, and then they had condensation on the court because, hello, it's on a boat.
Right.
What do you think was going to happen? They had to stop the game. Right.
The physics of it weren't there, so you have to be careful. But if you're going to do an event like this, like the Winter Classic, it has to fit into the actual branding of what it is. Winter. Nobody thinks of Miami or Florida and winter other than people that are snowbirds that want to go down there and stay away from the weather that we have here. Now, I get it. I understand the money is what changes it. I understand that that's where they're going to move things around. It's like having a Super Bowl in a cold weather city. We tried it in Minneapolis. It didn't work. Let's not do that again. We need to stay away from cold weather cities. But I get that there's money that's going to make some of these decisions happen. But you got to kind of stay with like the roots of some of these types of special events, or you take away what makes them special. You take away what makes them look good on TV.
What looked the best was when in 2021 the league did
Yes, the
2
Tahoe.
games outside in Lake Tahoe down at Edgewood on the South Shore, and it looked awesome. However, the glare from the sun was causing problems with the ice because it was like hard freezing parts of the rink, and they really couldn't control for the consistency of the ice. So it was a bit of a challenge. But from a visual standpoint, that was the best. I would select cozy little spots somewhere in the northern tier, Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, maybe, Ottawa, that kind of thing, and then find a little spot shielded from the wind amidst some tall pine trees and some evergreens, build the rink in there, build a little bit of seating, put the TV cameras there. That would be great. Or go to old barns, which they used to do for the Kraft Hockeyville series. Do you remember that?
Yes.
They would start the season with a game at an old barn somewhere, and that's where they would play the games. Putting this game at Marlins Stadium is so dumb. So the question you and I had was, what else has jumped the shark? If we're right in saying the Winter Classic has jumped the shark, and maybe some people will disagree, you can call in on that. But if you agree that it's jumped the shark, what else has? What else has jumped the shark?
800
done with it.
800-636-1067. What is that event that you look at and say, meh, I'm not in for it anymore? And honestly, this is at the very top for me because of this. Because I think what hockey had that made it so unique was a certain look in a normal hockey game. Taking it outside in that winter setting makes it special.
Yeah.
You've ruined that now.
I know.
You've ruined it. Like, this to me is really like, in terms of sporting events, it's right there at the very top. Like, I don't get bothered by, like, the Final Four in big football stadiums. Who cares? I think that looks cool. That doesn't really bother me at all.
It still bothers me.
Does it bother you?
Yes.
Why?
Because they have to build the court up on a stage from a sightline viewing angle. The stands next to a football stadium are a lower pitch that go further away from the court.
Yeah.
The camera angles, as you know, Nick, because you're a man of television,
this is true,
have to be higher up. They shoot at a longer focal length, which compresses the image so you can't tell the spacing like you normally would. The one myth is that teams shoot more poorly in a dome. That was widely believed. It's not the case. They've actually run the numbers on that. I just hate it. And yes, they can still sell tickets way up in the rafters, but I'm starting to wonder if they'll still be able to do that as time goes on. So I was never really into the football thing. Still kind of annoys me. The basketball game should be played in a basketball arena.
Yeah. But they've tried other outdoor. See, basketball hasn't really tried this as much, though. It's really been hockey that's tried the indoor, take it outdoors.
Right. You know what will jump the shark if they allow it? If they really expand the tournament even further, then the Selection Sunday show, which was always a great tradition, will quickly become, whatever. Everyone's in. What do I care? I'll just download the bracket tomorrow because I don't care about the seeding.
You're talking just
a
not even
selection show.
Oh.
Yeah, well, anything in sports that has jumped the shark.
That way. Oh, then any of these selection shows are trash to me because
Really?
it's all stretched out. Did you watch the,
the
World Cup
original-
draw? It was nothing but concerts. It was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. I'm like, what are we doing here? Just tell me the teams.
Okay, so you're a soccer guy, right?
I mean, a little
Kind
bit,
of.
but it was more of just like I was interested in that. And
Part of the problem with the World Cup draw, now that they've expanded the World Cup, is that there's still there's still a couple spots that are like they got a placeholder in them.
It's like fill in the blank here.
TBD. Well, wait a minute. Are we revealing a bracket or not? I want to know, what's the group of death? The group of death.
You've got to have it. You have to have it. So it's, I mean, well, listen, I understand from a TV perspective why these things are stretched out, why these events are, or these made for TV moments are drawn out, but we don't need 2 hours. You need to still think about like what the audience cares about at least a little bit.
Yeah.
At least somewhat. There has to be something that's there.
Yeah.
but it's gotten to the point now where I kind of accept that a lot of those, if it's a show related, I just expect it to be that way. But yeah, there's something about it, and you and I were talking about this before the show. The Winter Classic, just going back to that, looking at it, it just feels like, was there somebody in that room? Like, when you watch a commercial and you go, I would have loved to have been in the room when somebody approved this idea. Or, who approved this and said,
approved it?
We're going to go with this in Miami?
I just think they felt, look, every team wants to host it. They've won the cup a couple times now. We can't tell them no much longer.
And I get the money aspect of it.
They probably told them no quite a bit up until now. And now they're like, okay.
I got another one for you, too. Super Bowl halftime show. I've gotten over it now.
Whoa.
Most of it now is just kind of...
You know why? Part of it is they've gone to collaboration shows. Where it's,
though I did love L.A. with Dr. Dre and Eminem.
Okay, so you're not over it. So you're not over
well,
it.
if you move the Winter Classic back to the Yankee Stadium or something, I'd watch that. That would feel like it was actually outdoors in the winter again.
I'm old enough to remember, Nick, when they would count on one artist that was a bankable artist that could carry the entire halftime show. They didn't have to have, well, it's so-and-so with a splash of him and a dose of her.
A sprinkle of salt of this and some pepper over here.
Right, we're gonna crowdsource it. We're going to throw, like, if you really hated this one guy, don't worry. There's that other guy you might like better.
And there's always the surprise. Is there a surprise artist that we don't know? And let's generate that. No, I've just gotten to the point now where it's like I don't get excited when they talk about the Super Bowl halftime.
The biggest fish who hasn't done it yet is, of course, T. Swift.
Yep. But she wants money, apparently, and they don't
she
pay.
does. And the league wants at no cost to the league, which I respect. We all want at no cost to the league in our life.
Don't we
you
all?
pay.
You pay. You do
Not
it for
me.
Do it for free. All right, Brian's in Alexandria. What's up, Brian?
Hello, Brian.
Brian.
How you guys doing today? Hey, listen, I think, Zabe, how are you? As far as the Winter Classic goes, you yourself had on there. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you ready to go, buddy?
Hey, sorry.
Yep.
Zabe, you had the best idea of all years ago for the Winter Classic. I don't know if you remember this, but
on the mall.
I think you proposed doing it on the Capitol Mall, doing it on the reflecting pool.
Yeah.
With the Washington Monument in the background and all that.
That would be great. Hey, the draft is going to be there in a couple
remember that?
years. I do remember that. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. It seems like we got a connection issue.
Where'd you
Thanks.
go?
Thanks for the call. Check your Bluetooth settings, sir. Appreciate that, Brian. Let's see.
I do remember when you talked about that, though.
Well, let's see. Reflecting pool size and dimensions. I don't know if it's wide enough.
I don't think it is either.
Now,
but what you'd have to do is you would lay the ice. You just would have to put an ice setup on top of it. That's what it would be. And
actually,
like the center.
No, it's apparently 167 feet wide.
Is it? Oh yeah, I guess it is.
18 to 30 inches deep.
But
you
how
don't
do
care
you,
about
you have to
the
freeze
deep.
the whole thing? You're proposing freezing the entire National Mall, like reflecting pool.
No, I would. Well, first of all, you're constructing a full-on rink,
right?
Dasher boards, all the underlaying grids and honeycomb plastic, whatever, and then freezing it. Blah blah blah. I don't know what's at the bottom of the reflection pool. I don't know if there's little valves or nubs or things that you'd have to work around, but that's where it belongs, though.
Oh, that's the right place for it. You would just have to build the rink on top of it.
That would be incredible.
Yeah, I would do that. Ben, you said you have one?
Has NBA All-Star Weekend overall completely jumped the shark for like 10 years?
That's a good one.
To the point where now Adam Silver is flummoxed as to how do we put shock paddles to resurrect this, because the level of effort is embarrassing for the league.
We'll see how the new format is this year.
It's all the events, though. Also, the dunk contest. Nobody cool does it anymore. They have G League guys that participate and win it.
That's the biggest thing to me. The dunk contest used to be the premier event because you had stars. You don't have that star power anymore at all. And when you do, in the rare moments, most of them aren't creative. The last dunk contest we had that was good was Aaron Gordon against Zach LaVine, back-to-back years. That's it.
Wow, what year was that?
Oh, God, I don't know. 2015, maybe?
Like 2016, maybe?
Yeah.
You know, they killed the dunk contest for a couple of years.
They did, and then they brought it back for Vince Carter.
Oh.
And they should have.
They should have Wemby in the dunk contest, and he just stands there flat-footed.
Or give him a 12-foot hoop. See if he can just dunk on a 12-foot hoop.
Or have it where you start raising the rim a couple inches at a
Little by
time
little.
to see who can get up.
I will tell you this, though. If you look at some of these YouTube dunkers, they're the most creative ones. if you could get one of them on that stage against like a star, but again, there's other factors.
Hasn't
in on
every
there.
dunk that's ever been dunked a
No,
dunk?
no. I'm telling you, man.
Tell them there's
go
new
on
dunks
YouTube.
yet to be had.
There are crazy ass dunks on YouTube if you just go and look for some of those. All right, 800-636-1067. The event around sports, whether it's a show, as we've now added the Selection Sunday
Anything
show.
in sports that you think has jumped the shark. It used to be great, but now here comes Fonzie's water skis hitting the other side of the penned-in shark cage.
800-636-1067. Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew, in for the guys on the Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. The second edition of the college football playoff quarterfinals gave us 2 classics and 2 statement wins. Miami upset Ohio State 24-14. The Hurricanes advanced to the semis, where they'll face Ole Miss, who won an incredible back-and-forth 39-34 game over number 3 ranked Georgia. On the opposite side of the bracket, Oregon shut out Texas Tech 23-0. And then in the Rose Bowl, Indiana throttled Alabama 38-3. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
You know, with all this talk, Zabe, about sports and things that have jumped the shark, that have just lost their luster, that have just gotten out of control, I don't know why I didn't just say it from the beginning. I said it earlier in the show. Bowl season. We got Texas Tech and Rice, Texas State and Rice right now on the TV in the studio. Couldn't care less.
That's in the Armed Forces Bowl. Taking place, where is it? The Lockheed Martin sponsored.
Yeah. I just, with a 12-team playoff, these bowl games mean even less. So,
yeah, once they go to 16, they'll mean even less than that. However, there's 43 of them.
Yeah. And
43.
Yeah.
I think 43.
They're sponsored events just like the Winter Classic, and that's why you can put it in Miami and just say, well, deal with it.
Couple things real quick. Yes, the National Mall reflecting pool is more than large enough to fit a regulation hockey rink in. An NHL rink is 200 feet by 85, which I'm sure every hockey nerd knows. And the reflecting pool is 2,030 feet by 167. You could put 2 of them in there easily.
Simultaneous games. There's the hook. There we go.
Oh, how about this?
All right.
A double wide rink.
Okay.
So 200 by 160.
Okay.
So not 200 by 80.
200
by 160. But 1 set of dasher boards, 4 goals, 4 teams.
Okay.
2 pucks.
Okay.
You go try to score on the other goal, but if the puck gets passed over into the other game, now you've got cross-contamination of the players going to get that puck way over there.
They have to be different colored pucks, though, so you know which goes to which game. But you can still cross over on each sides of the ice. You have to retrieve your puck.
Yes,
different
so you can't
color
score
pucks.
on
Like the other game.
Different color pucks, probably a good idea. I don't know if they're necessary because you'll see it. You'll be like, oh, I meant to pass it to you. Because you're going to have 2 open-sided hockey games where there's only 1 set of dasher boards. You might say I'm a madman. Maybe I'm a genius.
I kind of like this.
The other
I
note,
would go with this.
On a more serious front, so the deal for the Nats with Masson died on New Year's Eve. They were trying to get renewed with Masson. They've been on Masson.
Well, now the reports are that
for
it's
their
not?
whole time. The Nats will be joining, according to Talk Nats on Twitter, will be joining the MLB media package that is distributed by ESPN for the upcoming 26 season. And they'll look for a distribution partner in the local D.C. market and expanded region after that. There's 2 problems. One is the RSN model is falling apart at the seams.
Yep.
And nobody's making any money. And then the second problem is nobody believes earnestly that there's going to be a 2027 season. So everyone is treating this coming year in baseball like well, let's just hunker down because winter is coming kind of
At some point, baseball is going to have a lockout and a player strike.
At
and
the end of this coming
yeah, that's what I mean.
year.
Like, it was inevitable. We've
And
gone
it's
far
going
too
to
long
be,
without
and
it.
because of the arrogance of the Dodgers and the utter ineptitude of the current commissioner, guess what? They're going to get a good one. You're going to get one good and hard. It's going to be a big one.
You ain't lying.
It's going to be a big one.
The way the Dodgers have spread that money out.
Joke.
The Shohei Ohtani deal, that was it. That's when everybody looked around and went, are we going to keep doing this?
Are we doing this?
Are we going to keep? You know what? Free agency in Major League Baseball. Jump the shark.
Oh,
there you go.
There you go.
The Dodgers have ruined everything. All right, let's go to John in Alexandria. What's up, John? You're on the Fan.
What's going on, guys? Happy New Year.
Yes, sir, John.
Funny enough, you're talking about baseball. I wanted to bring up the home run derby. It's just lost its pizzazz for me. The timer, you gassing all the hitters. before you used to be able to watch them hit it out the park 450 feet. Everybody be watching in amazement. Then they get back to it. Now it's you got to hit 40 balls in under 4 minutes or 3 minutes. You're gassing the batters. They have to take a 1 minute break to chug their Gatorade and get back to it. I don't know. Their heads just aren't in it when they got to be timed like that. That's all I got to say about that.
All right. Thanks for the call. I think the pitch clock is brilliant, but I wanted them to make it a little bit longer after the first year. They made it shorter.
Yeah.
It went from 22 seconds to 18. I forget the numbers, but they shaved even more off of it. And I'm like, it's a good idea. Just give it a little more time to breathe.
Right. You got to give these guys some level of breath that's there. I understand the moving things forward, but some things are a swing and a miss, pun intended, yes. And you have to move on occasionally, too. I will never forget this. When the NBA tried, remember the freestyle round in the slam dunk contest that John Wall won? There's your trivia for you. The year John Wall won a slam dunk contest.
There was a freestyle round?
The first
what does
round,
that mean?
It looked like they were warming up, and everybody just went out and dunked. Freestyle on a hoop. Your turn. Think of the layup line, but with dunks.
Get out.
1 year. It was the year John Wall won that slam dunk contest. And by the way, it was a really good dunk. He did the, jump between the legs, catch it over the mascot's head, dunk it back over his head. Whatever they called that dunk. I don't know. Yeah.
2014.
Okay. There you go.
That one was lost to history in my mind. I don't even remember that. Thank you.
That's one of my trivia questions I will always have for everybody. But listen, they've tried to do that with the slam dunk contest. The home run derby in Major League Baseball hasn't gone the route of the slam dunk contest. It still has some level of luster that's there. But I'm with that guy that just called. It's not the same that it used to be. It's kind of like the 3-point contest has still kept something in the All-Star game because it's simple. It's just great shooters shooting. The home run derby is great hitters hitting. You don't want to mess with it too much. The dunk contest means you have to be more creative. You got to be original. It's got to look different. Shooting threes, you're shooting threes. Hitting home runs, you're hitting home runs. So there's a little level
more
of just
artistry involved.
Yes. So when you don't have the level of artistry like the slam dunk contest has had, then people go, well, I'm tired of this crap. I don't want to watch this anymore.
You know my idea to reinvigorate the home run derby?
What's that?
Pitchers only.
Can we bring Bartolo Colon out just for that?
Yes. Let's see what pitchers.
Carlos Zambrano, he was a great hitter.
Let's see which pitchers can actually rake a little bit.
Max Scherzer was all right. You could work that.
What if they just invited 2 pitchers every year to compete? Just a 1v1 head-to-head thing.
I could work with that.
One of the greatest pitcher home runs in history was Brandon Woodruff as the starter against the Dodgers in the NLCS in Milwaukee at home, first inning. Just went Pearl Harbor on, I think, Kershaw. Surprised the hell out of him to the left field. Imagine being the starting pitcher at home, NLCS, and you go yard. That was before, of course, the DH rule.
Well, yeah, and that's taken away all of that. Though I'm fine with it. I'd rather have a DH than because there's only a few pitchers you actually want to see step up.
No,
to the plate
seeing
anyway,
the 9-hole bat 122 on an average basis, if that, maybe 067, not fun.
All right, let's go to Easy E in Rockville. What's up? Nope, and he's gone.
Had him.
And he hung up just
Feels
like
like
that.
his phone was outside the window, and then when we put him on the air, he dropped it. He was like,
Out
oh,
the
crap.
car.
He's like, oh, I'm on the
You
air.
heard,
Oh, no.
There you
I
go.
had a great point.
Well, then we'll have to wait on that then. All right, John's in McLean. What's up, John?
Hey, Happy New Year's, fellas. And Zabe, great to hear you on terrestrial radio. Hope everything works out. I'm a loyal podcast listener.
Thank you very much, John.
I have 2 and one that will never jump the shark. The first one's probably sacrilegious, but the Masters Par 3 tournament.
What? Wow. His face got red when you said that.
Sir.
It has.
You have 10 seconds to repent before being cast out of the house of golf nerdery.
I love the Masters, been to the Masters. It's now like, let's just put the kids in caddy suits and have them run around the Par 3 course.
Yeah, I know. And they don't try, and the kids get
No,
the
it's-
ball, and
it's
nobody
a-
wants to
it's a-
win because no one's won the Par 3 and the Masters in the
Yeah,
same
so,
year. Not everybody plays. They can't even accommodate the whole field. It'd be too crowded. I get it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The other one I have.
So what are they going to do on Wednesday afternoon, then? Practice more?
Pro-Am.
Pimento cheese sandwiches.
Competitive putt-putt. How about that?
Pro-Am. The other one, women's basketball. The air has gone
Women's
out.
basketball's
of the
never been hotter.
Yeah, this is like the moment it's been really popular.
I don't know. I mean, I think the air's gone out of the Caitlin Clark balloon. I mean,
well, there's that. Now that is an interesting angle.
She was hurt a lot this year, though, too.
Was
Correct.
she?
Oh. Wait, do you have a conspiracy theory?
Yes.
Oh, do we have tinfoil anywhere? Tinfoil on Zabe's head. Let's go.
What was her injury last year? Did she blow out her ACL? No. Did she
no,
rupture an
no, no.
Achilles? No.
Nope.
She
Nope.
had this mystery calf injury that she was supposedly
soft
working
tissue
back
injury.
from. She was supposedly working back from, and then in like warm-ups or shoot around, she re-injured it, they said, and then she didn't come back afterwards. To me, it was very fishy. She took basically the whole summer off.
One thing that will never jump the shark, the bullpen baseball helmet cart. We need more of those.
Well, you're right, but it went extinct. So I don't know. It kind of did jump the shark. You know,
I thought a couple teams still have it.
Oh, maybe they brought them back. I know this. You can buy some of those old carts if you look hard and wide on the internet.
Can you?
Yes, they have. I've seen them pop up on auction sites. Like, get this authentic Cardinals bullpen cart.
I'm sure that's quite a price tag on those.
I believe there was a couple helmet carts for the NFL.
Yeah, absolutely.
That also came online.
Thank you, John. Yeah.
Thanks, John. Imagine buying that and the trailer shows up to your house and your wife comes out with her robe and her coffee going, what is this?
Here's the reason why that got me excited.
Honey, you got to understand. Yeah. Okay, this was important to my youth. This meant a lot to me. How much was this? It wasn't much.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
$14,000.
Yeah.
What? And then you say, where are you going to put it? In the yard, I guess. We'll put it out back.
Our golf cart has gotten a little old, so you're kind of getting the gears turning for me right now.
Oh, really?
To just go and see how this could work here, because our neighborhood is very golf cart centric.
Okay.
A lot of people have,
What do you got?
Great sound. Oh, I don't know.
You got an Easy Go, you got a Yamaha, you got a club car.
It's an old Easy Go.
Talk to me. Let's go, golf cart nerd.
We're gonna have to. Oh, it's not nerdy enough. It is
battery or gas.
It's battery.
Okay.
It is the water-filled batteries.
You gotta fill the waters. They'll go dead otherwise. Expensive repair.
I know.
Those batteries don't last forever. By the way,
I have replaced the batteries already in it. It's already been a project.
$3,000 a piece.
I want to put a lift kit on it, but I want to just get this thing up because we got the.
You want to lift it? You want to trick it?
Yes, I want neon lights on it. I want speakers. I want all of that. People in our neighborhood have that, and it just makes me get so jealous. I'm like, oh man, I want that.
Apparently, the Chinese are really disrupting the golf cart market because they're able to make a much cheaper, better electric golf cart.
Are they?
Yes, but they're not allowing them to be imported.
It's like the electric cars they have over there that are supposed to be better than Teslas, and I've seen those.
So you got to kind of work around the restrictions on that.
Yeah. Do you have a guy?
I don't have a guy, but you know what?
All right.
We have a radio show, and people are listening. If there's any golf cart guys out there, young Nick needs himself a new cart.
Gonna need a new one.
Go.
We've had this one since we moved in 4 years ago, and it was one of those like, let's start with a base model.
You got upgrade
and we'll
fever
go from
now.
there. We took it out last night.
You need the four-seater with the back seats that flip down.
Oh, dude, yes.
You need the seat belts. You need the actual street legal lights. You can take it on the street.
I need to get it enclosed too, because you can't take it out in the cold. It's not the same.
Hold on.
Yep. Let's start. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, trust me.
Yeah. So this is basically a Honda Accord EX fully loaded, $43,995. But don't worry, we got payment plans for you.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. All right, let's go to Easy E, who's back. I guess he's got his phone now. Zay, what's up, Easy E?
He did a U-turn. He got the phone.
Yeah.
Easy E, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I don't know. The phone just hung up. But anyway, here's what I'm going to say. I agree with you guys. The NHL being down in Miami is blah. That they have completely lost me putting a NHL Winter Classic, keyword winter, in a warm state.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care that the Panthers won back-to-back Stanley Cup. You know what? Move out of the state if you want to be hosting it. I don't care. It doesn't belong anywhere below South Carolina or North Carolina. I don't want it even in Georgia. It doesn't belong in places like that. D.C. was fine, okay? Even when they played at, I can't remember the stadium that the Caps played the Hurricanes at, but that was fine because it's literally a cold state. If it gets below 40, it is considered cold. If it's at 40, okay. Now here's where I think the Winter Classic, Stadium Series, we can call it actually, should come to. I think the Commanders should host it only because, not now, but in 4 years, because I really and truly think they're going to end up getting a retractable roof, which means they can open the dome and bring in the cold elements. Heck, I wouldn't even be mad if some way, somehow, it made its way to the new Buffalo Bills Stadium. Why? Because it's cold. Thanks for taking my call.
I'm 100% with him on the new Commander Stadium having it because let's be real, you have to have other big events at these stadiums now. Guaranteed.
It's
gonna
financial
happen.
malpractice to have a one-use stadium that's exposed to the elements.
Although I don't think we're getting the moats.
No, we're not getting Modex Field was
Damn
my
it.
favorite version of Dan Snyder's fever wet dreams about what he would have. No, you got to enclose it. It's, to me, it's a nostalgic thing to say, I love outdoor winter football. Oh yeah? How often do you go to games? How often do you sit there? Well, they do it at Lambeau. Lambeau's different. I mean, that is a iconic, historic, one-of-a-kind type deal. But everyone else would be stupid. I mean, you're talking, we're going to have so many events at the new place because thank God they got the location right. That was the miracle of 2025. And I followed that as it came down to not just the 11th hour. It was 11:58 before they finally said, okay, let's do this. And I just shudder to think if that had not happened, how much lift and how much longer it would have taken to get a place. By the way, here's Amerant Bank Arena for Florida.
Okay.
This is where the Panthers play. They don't play down in Miami.
Yeah.
But they're playing it down at the Marlins Stadium.
Right.
Look at where it is. It's right against the swamps down there, Nick.
It is.
And the surrounding area has such exciting things as a rainforest cafe and the Sawgrass Mills shopping center and a Walmart supercenter. Like, it is in the middle of generic suburban sprawl, Florida, next to the Everglades.
Take a
Hey, how
fan
about
boat.
that?
You can do a fan boat.
You could.
And then there you go. You've got that.
Pretty much could.
All right, Sam, I'm going to let you go. Ben's yelling at me. Don't care. You have his Abe story. Go, Sam. You're on.
All right. Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Happy New Year, gentlemen. I'm going to go off the range here. Please forgive me. But, Zabe, you were on a couple days ago. Obviously, everyone loves having you back. Wonderful to hear your voice.
Not everyone.
For us longtime listeners. Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Well,
I'm glad to have you back.
The
buddy.
reason, though, Nick, good to talk to you too, buddy. The reason, though, I had a dream about you, Zabe, the night before you came back on the radio.
I hope Zabe was naked in this dream. Please tell me this is an awkward.
No,
Damn it.
This is a family-friendly show,
All
boys. Right. But Zabe came to me and he's like, Sam, I need you to help me get back on the radio. Like, I need a permanent slot. So I guess I have connections. I'm making calls. Zabe's following me around everywhere. I'm having meetings, and we got Zabe a permanent spot from 12 to 4 Monday to Friday back on 106.7 The Fan. So I just want to call, let you know that it was an awesome dream. I woke up, I'm in the car the next day shopping, and you're on the radio. So really, really cool story.
That's amazing.
We've got wonderful hosts here filling those spots, and 4 hours is more than you need of me. 4 hours is more than I need. I'm just happy to pop in whenever available.
I'm
Thank
just glad you
Sam.
made it into this man's dreams.
I was hoping the dream would be, I had a dream that you were somehow in the NBA and you dunked in LeBron's face and then just started a brawl because you were talking crap. Like, that'd be the dream I'd want to be in.
Yeah. Again, I was still hoping it was a sex dream about you, but that's just me. It shows where my mind goes. Steve Zabe and Nick Ashew for the guys on the Fan. Steve Zabin, Nick Ashew, in for B. Mitch and Finley. It's good to see you again, buddy. Yes. You and I haven't done a show in a while. I remember the last time we did one, we both were in our home studios, so we weren't really in here together.
I was going to say, I also don't remember us ever doing a show together. Just like when I was with Danny Rouillet, I said, I don't think we've ever done a show. He goes, no, we did one, and he knew exactly what year it was. And that's just a testament to my rapidly approaching early onset dementia, which is no joke, but I'll try to do better. A couple things real quick. Last night, instant replay once again showed why it is the devil, and it's the scourge of sports. No, there's a second.
That jumped the shark, too.
There's a second left on the clock on this backwards lateral, so we got to get this. They had to get the stage off the field twice. So then they kicked off the onside kick, and Ole Miss did not know how to play it. McElroy, I think, by the way, the McDonough-McElroy combo is outstanding. I think they're better than, to me, Fowler and Herbstreit, but that's a discussion for a whole nother day, which we don't have time because we're almost done. But McElroy said, just bat the ball as soon as you can because then the clock starts, and then there's just going to be a big pile of people. Doesn't matter who recovers it. Game's over. Instead, they let the Georgia player recover it cleanly while lying on the ground. And the rule is, if Jerry Austin, can you come in here with the rule? The rule is when the guy recovers it and he's lying down, the clock doesn't start. So then they had a 1-second pitchy woo-woo play, as Van Pelt calls it, that, of course, took forever and went nowhere. There was a flag on that. That turned out not to be a case. Everyone came on the field. It ruined the moment. It ruined the moment. It ruined the moment. The moment is more important than getting it right. The ref should have said, yeah, that probably hit the pylon. It's probably a safety. It's probably a second left. But you know what? Game's over. Game's over. It's won. Georgia's not going to win. Game's over. Stop with this. You got to get it right. So that's number one.
Okay.
Number two, it's unclear, according to Ross Dellinger, how many, if any, of the 6 assistants that Lane Kiffin is stealing to take to LSU will actually coach coming up in the semis. Many around the program expect some or all to officially leave and join LSU. So it's obscene that both Lane Kiffin is getting paid money for success of the team he's no longer coaching as they win, and they're going to lose a bunch of assistants at this point of the playoffs. It's the wrongest thing ever.
It's a system that is so broken right now and so out of control with not just coaches leaving, but everything around the transfer portal and NIL, like and then look at college basketball right now.
Yeah.
College basketball with a former sort of NBA player that wasn't really an NBA player, that was playing pro overseas, is now back playing for Baylor. And by the way, the John Calipari rant, have you heard that?
It's good.
Oh, my, I mean, unbelievable. I
Very
love
good.
The rules. Them rules bees the rules or whatever. Unbelievable. But it is true where you have these situations where you've got these windows where coaches want to take the job and then they want to start recruiting because they're most likely building up a program that needs it. That's why the coaching vacancy was there.
So far, it has not shown any actual decline in people's interest in college sports, but it's early. It's early. And you know how things collapse? Slowly at first, and then all of a sudden at the end. So I'd be very cautious. Lastly, a horrible tragedy happened at a Swiss ski resort last night. There was almost 40 people who died in a nightclub fire.
Jeez.
And it's reminiscent of the horrible Rhode Island nightclub fire in which I think 110 people died because of pyrotechnics. What makes it worse is this, Nick. There are young people doing videos on their phones of the fire as it spreads through the highly flammable ceiling insulation.
Stop
it. People literally died, I'm sure, filming a fire at a nightclub for social media, which is surely a sign that we have gone way too far with everything. With our stupid phones.
I remember years ago visiting the Grand Canyon, and they had signs everywhere about not taking pictures on the edge because people have fallen off trying to take selfies for Instagram. Listen, the minute you see a fire in a place that you were enclosed,
get
out
the hell out in an orderly fashion.
Yes,
don't shove anyone to the ground like Costanza.
That's true.
Make sure to go order. But don't sit there going, oh, it's burning, but I'll be able to get out.
No.
You don't know.
Are the views worth it?
Right. What? Oh, I got to post this. I'm dead.
No one cares.
It's like in Wedding Crashers. Hey, I'm hang gliding.
Yeah,
I'm dead.
Idiot. Idiots.
That's right.
One of the more underrated scenes of that movie, too, when Will Ferrell just showed up and was a part of that. So
I wish that movie theaters survive in 2026 because the one near me in Leesburg, CMX, is filing for bankruptcy.
Is it?
And that's going to be a tough blow for my daughter, Catherine, who loves to go there and watch all the animated movies. I'll have to find a new one further away, probably Dulles Town Center.
Yeah. You know what? There was a long gap for me from going to the movies and then going again. I went to see the new Tron, which I know a lot of people didn't care. I liked it. I loved it. And I was like, oh, I missed the movies, man.
Yeah,
This
well,
was
they're not.
fun.
Hollywood made 30% fewer movies.
Yep.
Just by number.
Yeah.
This year, it's the largest drop ever, and the ones they're making mostly suck.
Yep. It's just
And
what
that
can we get?
now transfers down to the exhibitors who own the theaters, and they're going bankrupt.
It's a trickle down effect. Netflix has taken over everything, and they're building their own sound stages in New Jersey. So there's that too. Get ready. Netflix and YouTube will rule the world when it comes to entertainment. Yeah. Well, they already do, but it's going to be more. It's going to be more. Going to be even more. Just wait. Going to be even more. All right, Zabe. This was fun, buddy.
Hey, it was fun, Nick. Ben, great job, young man. Make sure to download and listen to Locked On Wizards and watch this team slowly ascend like a phoenix from the ashes.
Yes. I love the rebuild. I do. Lots of young kids. You see who works, and you go from there. But at some point, they actually have to win, but they're not
Yes.
there yet.
We don't want them to win this year.
No. You want that draft pick. You absolutely want it.
Need that
Granddaddy
draft
coming up next on The Fan.
Some college football news. Former Cincinnati quarterback Brennan Sorsby, the top player in the NCAA transfer portal, has visits lined up to both Texas Tech and LSU. Those are sources according to ESPN. Moving over to the baseball world, per Talk Nats, the Nationals will be moving the MLB media package that is distributed by ESPN for the 2026 baseball season, ending their partnership with Masson. This report has not been confirmed by other sources. According to Andrew Golden and Chelsea Janes of the Washington Post, Masson's contract with the Nationals does not expire until the end of February. These other reports stated the deal was up at the end of 2025. So none of this is to say that the Nationals aren't going to go in a different direction, that they won't use Masson, or that they will go to Major League Baseball through ESPN. But as of right now, they are still under contract with Masson and will continue to be until the end of February. We're 82 days away from opening day, so all of this will be figured out by then, right? From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What's up, everybody? D.C., Maryland, Virginia, Points Beyond, the Odyssey app, etc. I know you're disappointed to hear my voice first because you told us the other day, Danny, Grant will be back, you're fully armed and operational. That's a Death Star reference. That's Star Wars. That's a movie. I'm with young people today. They don't know anything. But it's not. Poor GP got that holiday-itis. He got that sickness. You know when one of your kids gets it and you're like, oh, my God. It goes slow-mo, and someone else gets it, then that kid pukes. Next thing you know, he's under the weather. He can barely talk. I got late night Linnell Willingham with me.
I like that.
How are you, buddy?
That is a hell of a nickname.
I just came up with it on the spot.
Well, there we go.
First of all, I have not seen you. Congratulations.
Appreciate you, my
on
guy.
your gig. You are overnight, late night Linnell. Tell everybody about your new responsibilities.
Late night Linnell, 11 to 3 a.m. Eastern time on the brand new Westwood One Sports Network. I guess we're not supposed to call it a network. We're just Westwood One Sports.
I had a question about that. What are you supposed to call it?
We're just WWO.
What am I supposed to call it?
Westwood Linnell Show.
Linnell Show.
Just call it Linnell Show. That they play back to back in the early mornings. It's kind of weird.
But
I
that
love
is wild.
It. It's fun.
Yeah, you can bring
Have
your
a good time.
unique brand of no basketball played before 2018 was legitimate to a national audience. You can bring your slander for great players in basketball history.
That's what I like to do.
Where you just ignore the idea that guys actually played something called it rhymes with me fence, and they were hand checking.
You're talking about the era of plumbers and custodians.
That's
Yes.
alleged. That is your hypothesis, as it were. So no, I look forward to it, man. I'm pumped for you. Really, really cool. But this is like 6 a.m. for you. You're doing like a junkie shift based on how late you've been up lately.
This does feel a little weird. I was actually off yesterday for the first time, so I'm kind of getting the body clock back in tune. And then tomorrow I'm 1 to 4, so it's like very random.
Oh, what are
1
you
to
going
4
to do?
p.m.
So when I first started here, and we got a good show for you. I'll lay it out in a second. But I was doing nights like everybody else does when you first start. And I'm grateful for the opportunity. It was really cool. But doing this when you're on the radio, and having played sports too, you get up.
Yeah.
There's no other way to describe it. Like you are doing a live presentation. Whenever somebody tunes into the show, that's the show to them. They don't know that you just laid out an hour and a half of like kick-ass radio. If you're doing them kind of like down in the dumps, zilch thing, they turn the channel and that's it. You are live and on. I would finish sometimes, 11:30, midnight, 1 a.m. certain nights.
Yep.
And good luck shutting off that brain.
It just stays on.
Yeah.
The light does not turn on.
Uh-huh. So good luck. It was the most destructive, fattest, and grossest that I got. Was doing nights.
It's hard to have a routine, is what I'm starting to learn.
Yes, it is.
So after the first show, it ends at 3. I have an hour and 10-minute commute home, so I'm not getting home till about 4. And then I'm going to call it entertainer's high. Doesn't wear off until
that's a good one. The entertainer's high
doesn't wear off till 6:30 in the morning.
almost 7, so like 6 or 7.
Okay. Well, yeah,
I got it.
That's
so Linnell Willingham. I'm Danny Rouhier. It's great, Danny, here on The Fan. We got a good radio program for you. David Aldridge, the Dean of DC Sports, joins us at 3 to talk about whatever the hell this is this weekend with the stupid football team who I'm so angry at. I have not been able to turn that off. We'll break that down kind of throughout the radio program. Philadelphia's taking this one really seriously by resting starters and stars, and Washington's doing some sort of like win one for the Gipper division tournament thing that doesn't matter.
You don't like the division tournament?
I think it's so stupid. There's a lot of things I think are so stupid. See, here's the thing: you lose every gimmick, every cliche, everything you say is infuriating when it's this bad. So it's no one's fault. Like they're professionals trying to do their job. I can't. I can't with this made-up thing with low stakes. Where was your month of October tournament when you got outscored by 100 points? Where was your meaningful game in November tournament? I don't want to hear it. I know, again, that's their job, but it comes to me as a fan. So I have so much ire. We'll get into that game a lot. We're going to start here in a minute talking about some college foosball. But Ed Kratz of SI, who covers the Eagles, will join the program at 6. One of the most massive cultural phenomenon shows wrapped up over the New Year's holiday. I got some numbers about Stranger Things. I know it's not on you guys' purview and profile, but you're in the minority. It is 60 million people tuned into the season premiere at the beginning of December.
Heard it was a pretty big deal.
60 million within the first 5 days. That's NFL Thanksgiving Day numbies. In fact, it's better than those sorts of things. So it's not apples to apples because it's not over the broadcast, but still, it is a cultural phenomenon. We'll talk about that in the 5 o'clock hour. But let's start with the college foosball yesterday. I've been open about this, Linnell. I am way less. I'm a man without a country. I'm agnostic in general about college football. My college didn't have college football. Probably would have felt differently if I'd gone somewhere that did. But just it's hard without a genuine rooting interest when all I'm doing is basically comparing fan bases that I think are annoying and then like letting that dictate who I want to win or lose these games. But the rhetoric about we can't have a small school in there because you might get a blowout. So many blowouts.
It's going to happen.
So many blowouts. Blowouts are so routine. It happens all the time. It's weird. It's not your regular schedule. You get a month off. The people that were kvetching, bitching, and moaning like, you can't have James Madison in there. There should be another Power 4 school. No, there shouldn't. And there shouldn't at all. Because the thing you're worried about happened with your Power 4 school as well. Alabama, I'm not sure if they know a game has started yet at this point. They were taken to the woodshed. They had to watch all of the art projects and all the power tools. They got bent right the hell over by the Hoosiers.
It felt like it was a changing of the guard yesterday in college football. Like for the entirety of my life from the turn of the 2000s, like Saban and Bama have been kind of the gold standard for college athletics. And what you're seeing right now he's just an absolute badass. I literally fell asleep listening to a Kurt Cignetti press conference the other night because he just gets me going. It feels like they're the new Alabama in terms of just being super disciplined. They give you everything they got on both sides of the football. They don't drink the rat poison, so to speak, as Saban was, famous for saying years ago. Like, I love everything about that program in particular. But in terms of what you said, I just don't know. Like, I know that James Madison was going to get blown out. I knew Tulane was going to get blown out.
I thought so too, by the way.
You get surprised when you have what happened yesterday happen. Like, for as long as I've been watching college football, the last 2 appearances, or 2 out of the last 3 appearances that we've seen from Alabama, the SEC title game and then last night, like I haven't seen them get worked like that in my lifetime.
Well, I was the idiot in the minority who's sitting there raising his hand going, everyone's looking at Miami Notre Dame, which was ridiculous how that whole thing went down. And good for Miami, by the way, for putting that noise aside and beating Ohio State.
Legit.
I thought that was that to me is the biggest upset. Ohio State's the most talented team in the country as far as I'm concerned. And them being home at this stage is crazy. But Miami earned it. They won the game. They were the better team. So tip of the cap. Everyone was focused on Miami Notre Dame. I was just whisper quiet, raising my hand going, did we notice that Alabama lost 2 of their last 4 games? One of them was a woodshedding shellacking, and non-competitive shellacking, and they eked out a win over 5-7 Auburn by a single score.
Yeah.
Are we sure that they should just automatically be in there? And of course, you get the people coming back going, well, then what about you can't punish people for playing in conference championship games?
Sure you can.
I'm sure you can.
Like
that.
Yeah.
You do that? I guarantee you somebody else could have gone and lost 38-3, but that's my own digression.
I just don't – this idea that, like, because it's Bama, is why I feel like they were seated where they were seated. And obviously the performance in the SEC championship game makes you look stanky and terrible. But, like, I'm stunned. And like I said, it's a changing of the guard. Like, Bama was known for years for having the best offensive line, best defensive line. To just watch them get totally pounded up front yesterday.
Pushed.
Was like crazy to watch, if I'm being honest. Like, stunned.
So
Totally stunned.
Oregon wins 23-0
Yeah.
in the day's opener. I was David Bailey, by the way, from Texas Tech. I have his name circled.
He will look good in burgundy and gold.
I've got
Danny.
it underlined. I have it bolded
Yeah.
as someone I'm very, extremely interested in. I've already swiped right there, and I don't want to do a thing where I fall in love and then Washington does something stupid like win this weekend, and then he goes a pick before me.
Yeah.
I've already thought about it. That if they lost to the Giants, they'd be in the 2 spot right now. But I digress.
Is that the math, really?
It's close to it. I mean, I'm
Jeez.
exaggerating slightly, but only
It feels-
slightly.
yeah.
But again, let's be really proud of ourselves that we broke that losing streak. But so Oregon wins that game, blowout against Texas Tech. What do we learn? Anything there, or is it just?
Oregon's legit. Dante Moore put on a clinic. If
Yeah,
there
they're
was
the truth,
any,
I think.
I think the difference right now between him and Mendoza is the mobility, and you're seeing him make the off-schedule plays, getting outside the pocket, making throws. I love
he
it.
to me is the best pro prospect.
He
of these
seems like it.
quarterbacks, I think.
You know who people were comparing him to in terms of like just how effortlessly he throws the football? Jaden Daniels. He's got some Jaden comps on the throwing mechanics. He's not the athlete that Jaden Daniels is, in my opinion.
I could see that.
But
It's that easy little flick of the wrist,
And
and,
it's
there's
the-
more juice than you think.
And
yeah.
it's the wiry frame
Right.
have to worry about if you're going to die every
6'10",
week.
145 kind of thing. Yeah. And we'll get to Ole Miss and Georgia in a second, the nightcap. But we already touched on Alabama just woodsheds. Or excuse me, gets woodshedded at the hands of Indiana. By the way, just a quick Indiana note. I imagine if I were a college coach, now these guys have no shame, and they don't believe in that. That's not really what they do. They got God complexes. That's why they probably are where they are. What should be happening is so much excuse making and shame. Anybody, anywhere that isn't excellent within like 10 minutes should be out of a job, and the next person should be there.
They've changed the standard.
They have, the idea that program, Wesley Financial gets people out of timeshares, gave me this nugget also before the show. Is it the 10th worst record of all time, Wesley Financial? Yeah. One of the worst college football program records historically of all time. They're now just casually woodshedding Alabama. Like if you were in a coma for a couple of years and you wake up, you're going, wait, what happened? Indiana's the 1 seed? Even in basketball, I go, that seems far-fetched at this point. They're killing people. Anybody that's not excellent within a couple of years should be fired.
Is it fair though to hold? This is
yes,
Chris Signetti. Like
yes.
he's different.
The answer is yes. You don't. This is the new norm. This is the world now.
It is crazy.
And it's like, listen, if you go to LSU and you're good, you went to LSU and you're good. You got more
Exactly.
resources than everybody. This is Indiana. This is Indiana. This is the bottom of the bottom.
For
Purdue
years.
looks down on you. Northwestern's like, well, I know I got a cupcake.
Right.
We'll get one this year.
They're a homecoming
We'll
game.
we'll have you at homecoming. You beat Ball State, finish under, you win 4 games a year basically for 30-some years. You have the occasional flare-up. Where you have a cupcake schedule and you're kind of 500 almost. They are awful. And now, favorites to win the national championship. Everybody should be running, hiding, and apologizing at all times.
It shows you, and I guess you can relate to this from your great baseball career and what you've accomplished as an athlete. Like when you have a coach, Danny, and I don't know if you've had one over the course of your playing career, that you're just willing to do anything for. He just has the ability, talking about Signetti, to get the absolute best out of everybody. And watching his facial expressions during the game, like I love ESPN cutting to him, showing they get the stop on 4th down, and he almost looked like he was disrespected that they even tried to go for it. That was a turning point in the game to me, by the way. Terrible decision by Alabama. Don't get why they made that decision, but he's special. Like I think he is. I don't want to call him Nick Saban. It feels like cliche or like copycat, but he's got that type of pull in terms of like there's almost a fear of him within the program.
And I'm gonna go on another tangent here for a second. Like to me, it gets underrated at times when you get a Phil Jackson situation,
right?
And that's to me what Nick Saban did. He went to a power program with more resources, investment, interest than nearly anywhere else, and kept the car on the road. It did a great job and deserves credit for that. There is something to be said for that, and it gets undervalued when Phil Jackson goes to Lakers, like, oh, they got Kobe and Shaq. Who wouldn't have won? Well, the previous guy.
Right,
That's why they
exactly.
brought Phil Jackson in.
Exactly.
It's not as easy as you think. It does still, it carries a lot of weight for me. So that said, that's column 1. Column 2, nothing's more impressive than what Signetti's doing.
Ever. Seriously. And like that's not even hyperbole.
Ever.
Ever.
Because again, this is not they were good ones. This isn't like revitalizing Clemson. This isn't going to.
There's no tradition with this program.
Name the place that was good one time. Like if he goes to Florida and does this, you go, all right, that's a sleeping giant. If they're in Florida, if you just get 1% of Florida kids to stay home, you got yourself a top 20 program. This is Indiana. Indiana. I'm gonna oversay that.
Yeah, but
that this is
it's right, though.
Indiana. This is Indiana.
Yeah.
This is Indiana. It's like a basketball coach getting them back into prominence. Yep, pretty reasonable. Tom Crean takes them to a national championship, or pick your retread college coach or a young guy that shows up there and gets them back perennially, where it is a way of life in Indiana. That's normal. That's expected. This is Indiana football. They are beyond pathetic. What should be happening at Maryland, at other places like Minnesota? Name your
Minnesota.
Name your Jag football school where you're just going, I hope we're okay this year. Maybe we beat Towson and Eastern Shore and go to a bowl game. Maybe we win one in November. Everyone should be so ashamed. Everyone should be so embarrassed. Everyone should be forking over the millions and millions that they have ripped off from institutions and fans. Back to you, Linnell.
It's everything you said is spot on. I just wonder, are they here to stay? Right? Because when you have a quarterback like they do in Mendoza, it makes everything easier. I think the importance of a quarterback in college football is lessened a little bit compared to the National Football League. But, what happens when he goes to the NFL and the little brother takes over potentially?
Great question.
Does he go to the transfer portal like he was talking about? I just wonder if this is a flash in the pan over this 2-year stretch, or are they going to be now known as one of the new up-and-comers in college football?
It is a fair question, and I don't have the answer to that. I don't know how sustainable it is to not have any 5 stars, have only a couple 4 stars, and mostly 3s, transfers from here, there, and
Roman
everywhere.
Hemby, Terps fans, come on.
D2 this, D1 AA that. You find a Fernando Mendoza. You're right. That part isn't sustainable. Who's to say, though, this isn't now the beginning?
Right.
Right? But
to where people want to go there.
Let's say they come back down to earth. What does that look like? It doesn't look like Indiana before.
Right.
It doesn't look like 4-win Indiana where I keep picking on Ball State. Poor Ball State just catching shrapnel. Where you beat Ball State, some directional Minnesota, and a Canadian team that comes down for a scrimmage.
A directional Minnesota? That'd be east, north, south, west Minnesota.
Yeah, right? Like southern, eastern, southeastern Minnesota. You beat them, and then you're patting yourselves on the back, maybe a win or two if Illinois is bad in the Big Ten. They're not going back to that. I'll tell you that right now.
I hope not.
Right?
It doesn't seem like it. I just think, and I go back to the coach, and I think it's, like I said about quarterback, more important in the NFL. I think coaching way more important than college. You got to think about it. In the NFL, you're dealing with grown men that have been raised, and, they have their standards, and they are who they are. It's going to sound cliche, but, he is shaping great habits for these dudes. That extra want to go lift after practice, that extra want to watch a little bit more film, to be the best version of yourself. That's why I think they're going to be good. He has this motivational tool that's as good as anybody's in the country, man. He can get the best out of anybody.
Pretty incredible. So for me, that's the answer. I'm rooting for them.
Yeah, me
now,
too.
The second best story is Ole Miss. With what they've done, they've got more playoff wins than Lane Kiffin has in his whole life, with 2.
Yeah.
By the way, on their way, that was a thriller last night. We got into that. That was back and forth. Anybody could have won that. They overcame a botched missed face mask call that could have been the difference in the game.
By the way.
Clear as day, it happened, and nobody noticed, but they ended up winning anyway. That was outstanding. That was a lot of fun. So that's my question. Unless you're an alum of one of these other schools, if you went to Miami, did you know that Michael Irvin went to Miami, by the way? Did you see any of that?
He has been on one, by the way.
Looking for the word. What is insufferable? What is?
Does it bothers you?
It sure does.
He's annoying, yes. He's entertaining,
so.
too.
Yeah, every story needs a villain. But 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067. Unless you went to Ole Miss or Oregon or Miami, how are you not pulling for Indiana? Right?
America loves underdog, man.
This is the underdog in the history of mankind. This is like a sewer. They live next to the Ninja Turtles down there in the underground. They're getting pizzas delivered in trench coats. This is the most underdog story of all time. They don't have a single 5-star player. Not one.
It's ridiculous.
And here they are, woodshedding national powers. So who are you pulling for in the Natty? 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067. We've kind of gone through the bracket. We'll go through some of the games as well. I got a Capitals conversation I want to have with you at 2:45. Have we noticed they may not be that good? I'm a little worried about that. We'll talk about that at 2:45. But next, at 800-636-1067, who are you pulling for in the Natty?
Brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Commanders news here heading into the season finale in Philly. Marcus Mariota has been ruled out now for Sunday's game, so Josh Johnson will get another start at quarterback. Also, left tackle Laramie Tunsil is out this week with an oblique injury. College football playoffs down to a Final Four after Ole Miss knocked off Georgia last night at the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans. Top-ranked Indiana, a big win yesterday in the Rose Bowl over Alabama. So it's Indiana and Oregon in the Peach Bowl coming up a week from today in Atlanta. Before that, Ole Miss, Miami, the other semifinal Fiesta Bowl coming up on Thursday. Wizards, they have won 3 of 4 back home tonight, back in action against Brooklyn Nets. 7 p.m. for Wizards basketball tonight here on 106.7 The Fan. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
He just sees grass, he's taking it.
3rd and 1, looking to throw. Launching to the end zone. Surratt's out there. Touchdown Hoosiers. Pouring it on.
I forget which touchdown that was because there were so many.
Right.
There were so many times where an Indiana player would have the ball and they would either cross the goal line or someone would throw them the ball and they were in the end zone and they caught it. It was a big old party. Welcome back to the show. It's G&D here on The Fan. Linnell in for GP. I forgot to mention this in the first segment because we're so busy. The boys are out and about today. We are at Caddy's on Cordell. This is the house that Riggleman built, but this place has been here forever. I think at one point J.P. Finley got mail delivered here, unconfirmed.
Is that a real thing?
No, I made that up. But the point is, it is the quintessential sports bar right in the heart of Bethesda. You can't miss it. Right there on Cordell Avenue. I have already eaten potato skins and a grown-up grilled cheese. What is that? Great question. It's multiple kinds of cheese. Not just your Kraft singles, but it's like an elevated grilled cheese situation. That's what this place
Getting
is.
bougie, Danny Rubio.
Well, that's who I am. It's a great spot. So come on out and hang out with the boys. We'll be here till 6:30.
Can you tell our listening audience how you dressed up your potato skin? It was one of the freakier things I've ever seen. There was like a sour cream spread.
Yep.
And you had a butter knife and you slabbed it on there and you mushed it together like a folded pizza and you chowed down. It was impressive.
That's actually the entire summer. That's
Pretty much.
it. Yeah. So when I got potato skins, and when one gets potato skins, one needs sour cream
For sure.
Otherwise, the potato skin itself is obviously very delicious, but it's a dry agent. Okay, so what the nature of the preparation, it goes in and your moisture's kind of out of there, right? You got some cheese, you got some bacon involved, a couple of chives, etc. But this is not it's not a wet potato, right?
Sure.
It's not a mashed potato. It's going
Gotta
to
load
be
it
doused
up.
in butter. Yeah, so this is one of those. If I can say this word, will be okay. It needs some lubricant.
Ooh.
All right,
Does need lubricant.
And
what better lubricant than sour cream?
Well, it's got to
for
be
potato?
edible. It's got to be edible.
For
I mean,
sure.
well, in a pinch. Never mind. The point is this. Yeah, I put the sour cream on there, and
Yeah.
I'm not someone that just puts the cream on and then takes a bite that has no cream.
Yeah.
You take a big old slab,
Yeah.
and you even that son of a gun out,
Yeah.
and that's how you eat your potato skin. I'm not lecturing people how to do it, but that's how one should do it. I'm going to have a Caps conversation with Linnell here at 2:45. 3 o'clock, we have a bunch to do today. I want to get to it with you, but we'll have David Aldridge of
The
the
Dean.
Athletic on. The Dean will talk about this weekend's games. We might get into a little Wizards with the Dean.
That
All of a
would
sudden,
literally make my heart flutter.
They are frisky.
Yes, they are.
I love Trey Johnson so much. I called it first. I don't care what
You
anyone
did.
else says.
You
I'm in
did.
love with him. He right now he's in range at Cap One Arena. If he
Yeah.
shows up here at Caddy's in rhythm,
Yes.
I would count that bucket.
Feet set, you knock it down.
We'll talk about that in a moment. But let's talk about college football here for the rest of it. I monopolized that first segment. I apologize. Got some stuff off my chest. But to me, this is an Indiana story. And I'm hoping that Indiana wins it. I would love to see some, because we've already got some new blood, which is fun.
Right.
But I want an end to this oligarchy. I want an end to the same 7 teams kind of taking turns based on whatever kind of factors. It's not in the interest of the powers that be, the Alabamas, the Ohio States, to welcome anybody else new. I think it would be great for the sport, but that's never been the concern because money gets printed if you're one of the 7 or 8 teams that gets to go every year.
I think we're seeing, I said it in the opening segment, I feel like Indiana is the new Alabama. Just in terms of discipline, it's not sexy, it's not flashy. They're going to beat you on both sides of the line of scrimmage. They're not going to beat themselves. And I can't help but draw the Cignetti to Saban comparison. He obviously is a part of that Saban coaching tree. I was talking to Wes during the break, like, there's no matter how you slice their story, it all comes back to him at the end of the day. And I don't want to make the success of a program about one singular person, but he has come in there and totally, I love the way that you put it, he's probably transformed how we're going to look at team turnarounds. He's probably recalibrated the expectations in terms of how long it's going to take, but I caution bad programs out there throughout the country, don't look at Indiana and think this is something that is replicable. I don't think it is, because I genuinely think Cignetti is probably, and maybe I'm gassing and hyping it, probably the most special personality right now in college football. And it's not like, in your face and flashy. He just gets it done.
If he's not 1, he's 2 or 3 or 4.
Yeah.
The point is, you're right. That's not replicable, if that's even the word. I'm not saying it should be. This is exceptional. What can't be just okay from now on, though, you go to I'm going to pick on schools. I feel bad. Just one off the top of my head. If you go to Boston College, Maryland, UConn, if you go to Purdue, if you go to one of these kind of middling schools that's like, hopefully this year we'll be okay. We might give Michigan a game.
Yeah.
It's unacceptable to be bad for this long. It's unacceptable. Full stop. That's it. I'm not saying in your second year you should go to the Natty with no 5 stars. What I am saying is win a game after November 1st.
Yeah.
What I am saying is mix it up in conference on occasion. The idea that this is just fine at name your I know we're here in the D.C. area, but it dozens of programs across the country where these guys, these Jags, are just cashing checks, snapping at the media because not everybody's on board, yelling at kids and interns and everybody in between. The idea that you shouldn't have any kind of increased expectation based on this, he took the toilet bowl and turned it into the finest dining establishment in the world.
In today's era of college athletics, college football in particular, the built-in excuse that all of the losers have, see Mike Locksley at Maryland, we don't have the resources. We don't have the resources to do this. I look at Kurt Cignetti and company. I don't know what their NIL budget was for the year, but they're making chicken salad out of chicken you-know-what. It's the best way that I would put it.
Yeah, 100%. 800-636-1067. So that's my answer. I'm pulling for Indiana. Who are you pulling for?
Oh, 100% Indiana. I have to. If it's not Indiana, I love the story at Miami with Mark Fletcher. I think he's just a dude's dude at the running back position. He was awesome in the first 2 games of this college football playoff. His story's pretty cool. He lost his father like a year and a half ago. His mom is getting frequent flyer miles, going to all the games, just being his number 1 supporter. And he just gets better as these games go on. And there are a couple of potential commanders on the University of Miami, I think. Keontae Scott, their defensive back.
Mr. Bank can come on down.
I
wouldn't mind having him.
Please give me Ruben Bank.
So I think everybody except for Oregon, no disrespect, they're really good. They can win the whole thing. Has some kind of really good story, and any other year it would stand out. I mean, Indiana to me is a storybook, but Miami, half the people didn't want him in, right?
Which is crazy, by the way. Were they ranked as high as 2 this year? How high were they ranked?
They started pretty high. I don't know if it was 2, but they were certainly top 10. The way it went down, though, I said at the time was garbage. It was ridiculous. The way that they were behind Notre Dame all season long. If you think they shouldn't have been, that's a reasonable case. Yeah. But they were until the rankings stopped mattering because it's like, oh, we're a new ACC team. And they just sort of threw them in. Now, all they've done is handle business. So good for them with everything that's gone on there. Ole Miss, of course, the story you know about Lane Kiffin. And then Indiana's the story. But I asked you guys, 800-636-1067, who are you pulling for? Let's go to Andrew in Warrenton. Who do you want to win the Natty, dude?
Well, as an alum of UMBC, where we take on 16-on-1 seeds all the time.
The Giant Killers.
There to go.
I think that you got to root for it's just such a storybook ending with India. I need it. I need this for everybody to just have that to ride on. If it's not them, it's Miami, and then it's the offense, I guess. That's all it's got to be. Oh, by the way, JMU.
Didn't
what
belong.
was the point spread for them compared to Alabama? Did Alabama get anything that was close to that? It was.
I don't think they were.
What would happen if Alabama played JMU, though?
Well, Alabama would probably win, but that's not the measuring stick for anything. Either you want your sport to be legitimate or you don't. And if college football fans, it sounds like the answer is don't. They just you know what I mean?
I hear it. Why waste time with these small schools that literally are not big and strong enough to compete. That's why I look at it. They don't have the weight training
Occasionally you
program.
get a 16v1.
Yeah, Andrew, appreciate you, dude. Let's let him run. Happy
This
New Year
isn't
to you.
college basketball where upsets just happen galore. It's just different. This is a
pretty decent upsets here, right?
Collision sport.
Miami beating Ohio
I
State.
see it,
pretty good
but is
upset.
it really an upset? Miami
Yes,
was
is the answer.
always a part of the field that belonged, right? They're not an oddball in
Ohio
this.
State's got 6 first-round picks.
And they,
That's not like Miami didn't have any either. But anyway,
Wes, close your ears when we have our Ohio State
yeah, I mean, so
conversation. I know that bothers you.
the point is, and I've gone into this a million times, is this what we tolerate in college football? The only other sport that's reflective of it is boxing. And there's a reason boxing has never been viewed less favorably as an illegitimate sport, basically, is what it is. So when you get in, two guys get in the ring, it's legitimate, right? Sometimes, other times it's, this one's a draw. Can you believe we have to have a rematch? But whatever. But for the most part, where they go, hey, this guy's number 1, and he's going to fight the champion. Actually, it's a bigger draw if we have number 7 because he bit someone's ear one time.
Yeah.
So let's have that as the fight. We laugh at that in sports. Can you imagine if the Broncos get to the AFC title game, they win it, and everyone's like, that's great. But Kansas City would be way more fun if Mahomes was healthy. Let's put them in the Super Bowl. Nobody would do that.
Yeah.
We understand that inherently as Americans that the tournament's the thing, that you win your way in, the games matter or they don't. If you're telling me that James Madison can't get in, they should cancel all the sports. They should just cancel them. Otherwise, I understand it's a little bit different in football where you're talking physicality, but they lost by 17. It's not apples to apples. They had a better margin of defeat than Texas Tech.
You're going to think I'm being facetious here. I don't want them to get hurt, Danny.
No, I understand that.
Like, they physically are not able to compete with these other bigger schools that have a better strength and conditioning program, that are able to put more money into their nutrition and weight training and all that.
My counter, this isn't Hayfield going up against some dude in their district after they recruited 1 million kids, where there were injury risks at the high school level. It's a pretty good top 25 college program. They'll be fine.
They'll be all right.
Your concern is appreciated.
Ice them up.
Yeah, ice up, son.
You know what I'm saying?
But yeah, to me, Indiana is the story. It's a blast. It's fun. And I said this 1 million times. I just am not anywhere near as into college football as I was years ago, which is weird because the tournament or the idea that they're actually going to settle it on the football field, which I begged for my entire life, it's better than it's ever been in that regard.
Yeah.
It just still feels, I don't know, I feel very disconnected from it. But these games, yesterday a couple different blowouts, but you finally get that nightcap of Ole Miss, Georgia kind of sucked me back in, which is really good, plus that Indiana story. Speaking of suck you back in, the Washington Capitals do that to us pretty much every year, don't they? When it comes to postseason, I got some numbers on that. Plus, I kind of noticed something else here. We're sort of assuming something that may not be true about the Caps. I'll break that down in a second. Reminder, David Aldridge joins us at 3 p.m. live from Caddies on Cordell. It's the Nell. I'm Danny. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan, talking Caps for a few minutes with you. Next. About 88% of the time, Linnell, over the years. Welcome back. Brent Danny here on The Fan. Linnell in for GP, who's out sick. Hopefully fully armed and operational come Monday. Happy New Year to one and all. We are Caddies on Cordell here in Bethesda. 88% of the time, across two different iterations of the Washington Capitals, they have gone to the postseason and lost to the first or second round.
That's kind of what they do.
88% of the time. Two different builds that this has happened. You got the Rock the Red era, a lot of people, the only thing that they know. But I lived through the previous era where they were actually more successful, although they didn't win a Stanley Cup. They actually went to 2 conference finals. But they lost in historic and epic fashion, basically from 1982 all the way to 2003. 21 seasons, only missed the playoffs 3 times in that span, and only made it out of the first round, or the second round rather, 3 separate times, getting to a Stanley Cup final, losing to Detroit, and losing in the conference finals 1 other time. So I guess that's twice in that era. Every team in the Eastern Conference, save Columbus and the Islanders, since the year 2000, has been to more conference finals than has Washington. Despite the fact that they continue to go to the postseason every year, it's been a lot of whatever this is. And it feels like it's happening again. This group this year has a 10 out of 12 stretch that is masquerading what's really happening with this organization at this point.
So you're saying it's fool's gold.
They have been very poor outside, again, of a stretch where they won 10 out of 12. They deserve credit for that 10 out of 12. You don't get to take that off somebody's resume. But the point is, outside of winning that 10 out of 12, they are under 500, and significantly so. They are 11 and 19 when you include overtime losses, 5 loser points in there. 11 and 19 outside of winning 10 out of 12. Now, that 10 out of 12 is awesome. It counts on your resume. I'm not suggesting we take it away. I'm simply telling you this current streak where they won 1, lost 1, won 1, lost 1, I think there was a 6 out of 7, and I'm not doing a 6-7 situation to you.
I'm looking at it.
That's there, where they lost 6 out of 7, where they're not competitive in some of these games. They look at times old, slow, and not really able to counter. I have some other numbers for you that are kind of alarming, and I'll get to them and I'll tag you in here in a second. They are, I believe, 26th in the league in penalty kill. They're worse than that on the power play. The thing that used the dumb people that always like to knock Alex Ovechkin used to whine about. Oh, most of his goals are from the power play, eh? Right? Well, that's not true anymore. Yeah. They can't score on the power play. They are down at the bottom of the NHL, 28th in the league in terms of their power play percentage. There have been moments of flare-up, but they are struggling. This is a team that, frankly, is middling, and we haven't noticed it yet in the standings because you go up and down. Yeah. It's a jumbled-up Metro division. They're only a handful of points, 4, in fact, back of Carolina, who's good. Yeah. But they're 2 points out of Pittsburgh. They're only they're 7 points out of last place, 4 points out of first. It's the Eastern Conference right now. Everybody's kind of jumbled. Pretty much everyone, I think, is over 500 in the conference. That's all well and good. My point is, outside of an amazing stretch that we'll get further and further removed from, this group has frankly not been very good.
Is there any chance in your mind that they can recapture the magic that they had during that 10 out of 12 stretch? It is still early, I would say, too, and there are baked in excuses for this group. They've been injured a lot throughout the course of this year. I just feel like the inconsistencies that we've seen from them this year is kind of who they've been over the past couple of years in the regular season. They have these stretches where bad puck, good puck, bad puck, good puck.
I understand
it's
that.
It's the lulls of an 82-game season.
Part of it is the league, but I will say it's still early comment. They've played 41 games, and a lot of it's the condensed schedule because of the Olympic break, et cetera. The excuse-making that always happens from Capitals fans, of which I'm one, by the way, is, well, they haven't had Pierre-Luc Dubois.
So that's a big loss,
That's a massive loss.
Think about what he meant to them last year. I mean,
you're 11-19 without Pierre-Luc Dubois, and again, outside of this really good stretch. My point is, they're not the only team to deal with losing a majorly important player. And we're kind of glossing over what I feel like is sort of the elephant in the room here, which is, are they built to do anything special?
They're old.
Are they built to go beyond what they've done for basically 90-some% of their seasons over my lifetime? Again, 83% of the time in this era, they've lost in the first or second round. Okay? That's the other times they won the Stanley Cup or didn't make the postseason. 95% of the time, they didn't make it or lost in the first or second round, right? That's when you add in all the different things together. Right. One season stands out, that cup, it's amazing. I'll never trade it in. It was incredible. It was magic. It was perfect. But outside of that, you've got one outlier. Everything else sort of points to this. This is an old group that doesn't feel like it has enough to me. And I'm worried about it, dude.
Is this something that you think can be fixed at the deadline? Do you think this is something where they wheel and deal?
Well, here's the thing, and I understand how we got here. And Grant's way more versed in who the candidates might be, and there are smart hockey people that are probably furious at me right now, and that's fine. But my point is, I don't know the NHL like I know other sports. I'll fully admit to that. I watch the Capitals. I watch the Capitals a whole lot, and I see what it looks like when it's right. I see what it looks like when it's not, and kind of everything in between. What they're going to do probably is to try to patchwork it, do another thing where they give up a draft pick or something, go get somebody's –
another Beauvillier trade. I mean, think about what the Beauvillier trade did for you last year.
And he was really good. What did it do? You got out of the first round again, lost in the second round, got completely outclassed by a team that wouldn't let you breathe in Carolina. You're right, though. It made them better, and that's kind of the point, is they're doing this in a league where more than half the teams make the postseason. That seems to sort of be the norm. And they're dining out on the Stanley Cup win and this 10 out of 12 stretch this year. I don't like the vibe. To me, it's time, and I understand why it wasn't before.
Are you about to say it?
Well, it wasn't time for this before because Ovechkin's chasing the goal record. That's a unique thing, and you can't start over with him. You can't have a bunch of kids losing 60 games a year trying to set him up on odd man rushes. There's no way. He's doing something so special and so unique, so unbreakable that you owe it to him, you owe it to us, you owe it to everybody to try to make that happen. And they did. Every time he scores, it's the new record. It's amazing. It's incredible. I end that paragraph. Start the next one. It ain't time to keep adding to this jalopy.
Yeah.
That's not what it is to me, but I think that's what they're going to do.
It's tough because we were taking calls on this over the summer after he broke the record. Like, is it time to tear this down? And I feel like when you talk to Caps fans out there, everyone is living in the nostalgia, man. We love our Tom Wilsons. We love our Dylan Stromes and so on and so forth. But, like, they need to get younger. They probably do need to tear it down to the studs. What does that look like, though? How do you get to that point? And then how long is it going to take to get back to prominence where you're once again a regular participant in the Eastern Conference playoffs? That's the question. I think you mentioned 83% of the time they're making the postseason. I mean, they're losing in the first round, but the part that's missed in that, they're making the postseason. With this town, it would be like snow in May if this team didn't make the playoffs. It would just feel abnormal.
Well, we got this run by them not making the playoffs, I might add. When Ted first took over, it was, let's go get Adam Oates and Jaromir Jagr and a bunch of guys that made their names elsewhere. Let's really try to do this thing. They didn't. They took their lumps. They rebuilt. They got a guy named Ovechkin, maybe, and Nicholas Backstrom.
Ovechkin.
And next thing you know, you got something pretty great. Speaking of great, David Aldridge joins the program at 3. We'll go scouting the opponent at 6 p.m. this afternoon with Ed Kratz of Sports Illustrated talking some Eagles. We got to get some of that going. The NFL major slate this weekend. Only a couple things up for grabs. We'll go all things NFL. We'll talk the local 53, a little bit on college football, State of the Union. We'll go around the world here with the Dean of DC Sports. David Aldridge joins the program next.
Just one more weekend to go in the NFL season. The Commanders wrap things up in Philadelphia Sunday, 4:25 kick. We found out today Marcus Mariota will not play. He's been ruled out for Sunday's game against the Eagles, so likely another start for Josh Johnson to wrap up the season. Also, Laramie Tunsil is out for the game. The Commanders' left tackle has an oblique injury. If you missed it yesterday, another honor for running back Bill Krosky-Merritt named the NFL Rookie of the Week for a fourth time this season. College football playoffs down to a Final Four. It'll be Indiana and Oregon, and Ole Miss and Miami next week in the national semifinals. Hoosiers a 4-point favorite over Oregon in the Peach Bowl on Friday. Miami a 3-point pick over Ole Miss for the Fiesta Bowl on Thursday. College bowl action today. Navy will take on Cincinnati. We'll keep you posted on that one. Kickoff 4:30 at the Liberty Bowl in Memphis. Wizards, who've won 3 of 4, back in action tonight. Home against Brooklyn Nets. 7 p.m. tip-off for Wizards basketball here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Welcome back to Caddies on Cordell in the heart of Bethesda. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan. No GP. Linnell. Late Linnell is sitting in this afternoon as we hang out with you guys until 6:30 p.m. Without further ado, let's jump to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. The Dean of DC Sports from The Athletic, Mr. David Aldridge, kind enough to join us. David, Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, DA.
Happy New Year, gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
We're doing all right. I want to spin around on a few different fronts here with you. Just get your thoughts from a 30,000-foot view first on college football, kind of wrap up the discussion we just had. Indiana's an amazing story. So is Ole Miss, and Miami ain't bad either. It's more run of the mill where people don't think you should be in, and then you win a couple of games. Just kind of give me your take on what we've seen so far in the playoff.
Well, last night was great. I mean, the first weekend wasn't all that exciting, but last night was great. I mean, it was tremendous games, just really exciting games. I mean, I'm old now, but my son was like, wow, this is great. New blood, to your point, like seeing Miami and Indiana, Ole Miss teams that are not usually in this mix at this level instead of the usual suspects of Alabama and Georgia and Notre Dame and the usual teams that you see, Ohio State that you see this time of year. So I think it's exciting for a lot of people at different touch points that not just that they're new names, but they all play a very entertaining, exciting brand of football. I mean, all three of them are really fun to watch, right? So, I mean, there's going to be, and Oregon's fun to watch too. So it's going to be I think, an unusual semifinals and finals because it'll be somebody different, right? And so you can't really kind of predict how it's going to go, but having not only, Mendoza, who's a Heisman Trophy winner, but having some of the skill players that Ole Miss has and some of the defensive players that Miami has, I mean, it's just going to be a really fun couple of games, I think.
Yeah, I mean this in the most respectful way possible. Obviously, the season wraps up on Sunday for the Commanders. What is the point of this game? What can you take away from the season finale, if anything?
Just how stupid I am to actually be going up to the game.
Oh, you're making the trip?
I'm a moron. It's on me. It's on me. No, I mean, look, there's nothing that you're going to get out of this game. I mean, there's no information that you're going to glean, but contractually you are obligated to play it. I don't believe that they'll allow you to forfeit the game, so you have to play it. But no, I mean, there's nothing that they don't already know about the people on their team that is going to be unearthed by playing a game against Philly's backups. It's always better to win the last game than to not win it. So from that standpoint, there's some benefit to it. But they know, I think they know where they are and the myriad problems that they have in terms of personnel and in terms of scheme and all the other stuff that they're going to have to fix in the offseason. It's going to be a very, very, very busy offseason for this franchise. not because I try not to wallow in the dead enders that you see on social media who think that it's an expansion team now, because it's not. It's not an expansion team. It's a team that has holes and it needs to fix them.
David Aldridge with us here on Grant and Danny. And to that end, David, I'm going to use a very poorly drawn analogy to try to illustrate my point. I was convinced during the height of COVID that a certain stock would be the future. This performance would be incredible. I ran the thesis by smart people. I ran it by my wife, who's also very smart. And everyone said, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I went in, and it couldn't be more worthless at this point. And it was really, really hard for me to come to grips with my thesis wasn't right. Enter this season. A lot of decisions got made that turned out to not be right. Are these decision makers who were feeling themselves a little bit, understandably after a 12-5 season and an NFC title game, how capable are they of saying every one of these things was wrong and maybe removing any kind of excuses and rose-colored glasses to it? Do we trust them 100% to be sort of self-reflective there and to make some of the fixes that we all think need to happen?
I don't see any reason not to give them an opportunity to fix it. I guess that's what I would say. I don't subscribe to this fact that because of one really bad season, you should just fire everybody and start over, because that's what the last guy would have done.
Right.
And where'd that get you for 3 decades? Kind of knee-jerk reactionary, I'm upset, so I'm going to just fire everybody. That doesn't get you anywhere. It's not to say that you blindly say Adam Peters can do no wrong or Dan Quinn is infallible. You hold them accountable, but you give them a chance to fix it. And this is the off season that they have a chance to fix it. I think Dan Quinn, in his heart of hearts, doesn't want to be the defensive coordinator, so they're probably going to have to hire a defensive coordinator. That's his call. He's going to have to hire somebody good to get the most out of this group. And they're going to have to make better decisions, not just in the draft, but in free agency and in trades. They have to do better. But, I think they're pretty capable guys. And it's not just because they went 12-5 last season. I do think that there was a method to it. Did they get over their skis on Lattimore? Yeah, probably. They probably would. If you asked them, gave them true serum, they'd probably say maybe we shouldn't have done that deal. But I don't think anybody is saying that they shouldn't have traded for Laramie Tunsil. He's had a really good season. I don't know how you could possibly say Laramie Tunsil wasn't worth it. You solved one of the most vexing problems, especially with a young quarterback, which is left tackle. That's number one problem to solve. Well, that problem got solved. Now you got to pay for it, and I hope that they don't nickel and dime their way to this. You got to pay for it now. You paid for a guy who's really good. And I don't want to start hearing, well, he's 31. No. Yeah. He's one of the elite tackles in football. Pay for it. Now, does that mean he should be the highest paid? I wouldn't say that. But he shouldn't be the 9th highest paid either. There's a number that you can get to that would be fair for both sides. But keep in mind, I'm the guy that said that about McLaurin, and see how that took a little while. So maybe I'm not the right guy to ask.
This may be fair or not fair, DA, but looking at through the first 2 drafts here, the lack of significant production from their top 100 picks, I can't help but look at the fact that a lot of the scouts and folks that are on the road looking at these players have been with the organization for a long time. And I understand this is a relationships-based business and you're going to go with who you're comfortable with. Do you expect any sort of changes to this scouting department after this draft is over?
I don't know that I agree with that perspective. They brought in a lot of new people.
From the scouting perspective, though,
there could be some. There's probably some holdovers, but I think they've brought in a lot of people that Adam Peters knows from his days, and not just with the 49ers, but with the Broncos and with the Patriots. I don't know everybody that's in the organization, okay? But I don't think that it was, I'm just going to keep all these old guys that don't know what they're talking about. Yes, everybody can say that after they have a draft. It's not great.
The one example, DA, that I go to is the director of college scouting, Tim Gribble, has held this position since 2020. I don't know how common it is
that's 5 years.
That's 5 years, but for a new general manager to come in.
50, it's 5 years.
Yeah. But my point is for a new general manager to come in and try to put his fingerprints on the organization, to have a big piece like that be held over from the previous regime where they did not draft well, it makes you scratch your head a little bit.
Well, they brought Lance Newmark in from Detroit, who drafted really well. So again, I just don't agree with your premise here that they just have a bunch of old holdovers that can't draft. I mean, I don't think that's it at all. I think they just didn't hit on some of the picks that they made this year, and it's more than you would like, but it's not because of that. Like, it's because they didn't draft well this year. That happens. I mean, and again, I'm not. I guess it depends on what you think of Connerly. I think Connerly's had a perfectly solid rookie season at right tackle. I don't get this. Well, I know where it comes from. I don't know why we subscribe to the opinions of people that utterly failed at their jobs while they were here, but that's what people do sometimes. No, I don't get it, but okay. But I think Connerly's had a perfectly solid rookie year at right tackle. After having to block Brian Burns, Micah Parsons, and Max Crosby for his first 3 professional games. Those are your first 3. That was your first 3 jobs. That's what you get to do off the rip.
Yeah, good luck.
Right. I think he's been okay since then. I think Amos was playing fine until he got hurt. It's not like they were total busts. 1 and 2 were not busts. I guess people just have to say that because they're 4 and 13, but it's not true. It's just not true. They aren't the best players at their position, but they're not the worst either. So I would say that they have had pretty typical rookie seasons. And if Connerly shows any aptitude going forward, you have now solved both tackle positions for the foreseeable future, which I think is a very, very good thing going forward.
David Aldridge with us here on G&D. So this is going to be a bit of an odd question out of left field, but bear with me here for a second. I got a really good friend and really smart guys in finance. Has no connection to football, but he said something to me that I thought was interesting. He said with the Tunsil contract that you referenced a moment ago, David, he goes, they're going to try to re-sign him, and that's obviously, I hope they can come to an agreement. How they structure the contract is going to tell us a lot about the financial wherewithal of Harrison Company. And I'm going, totally. What do you mean by that, right? I mean, it's above my pay grade. I don't quite get it. But he's like, you think about they had 30 partners, and it took 1,000,000 years to vet everybody, and all the cash, and he's spread thin with the 7 other teams he owns, et cetera, and so on. It might give us an insight into maybe why they've built a certain way, depending on how they structure this deal, because the smart thing to do would be to front-load it while you've got Jaden Daniels on this rookie-type deal. Just your thoughts there, and have you seen or heard anything in that regard?
I mean, it's a fair, I guess, position to take. I don't know that it necessarily reflects, liquidity on the part of Josh Harris or not, but maybe. I mean, I suppose it could. I think you're kind of in for a dime in for a dollar at this point. If you spent $6 billion on a football team, I don't think you can come out and then say, you know what, I really just don't have the money right now. Could you come back in a couple of years? That doesn't really fly. So I would like to think he would understand, and they would all understand that this is, the cost of an elite left tackle is substantial. If they want to structure it a certain way that lessens their immediate burden, I mean, I guess they could try, but I don't know that I'd be surprised if Tunsil went along with that. So I think he's going to want as much money up front as possible. And again, there's just no reason for this not to be a relatively easy negotiation. This cannot go into OTAs and training camp like McLaurin did. We saw what happened with that.
Oh, if it does.
It was a disastrous outcome. You can't have that anymore. You just can't have that again, especially at a position as important as left tackle. So I will say this, if you ask about accountability, this is definitely an area where you can hold management and ownership accountable if they don't get this done quickly. There's no reason for this not to get done in order for Tunsil to be there for training camp. You can't have that again and hope to have a good season next year.
Yeah, the one wrinkle in the Tunsil negotiation, and obviously it's going to be easy for us to look back at the Terry negotiation last year and kind of have cold feet of like, hey, are they going to get it done or are they not? He represents himself. I don't know how
Correct.
that is going to change the dynamic of the way
Right.
that conversation goes because it's tough. They're going to have to tell Tunsil straight up to his face why he doesn't deserve to be
Right,
the highest
yeah.
paid tackle in the history of the National Football League.
Right.
And I wonder how that power dynamic is going to go because, Adam Peters in his 1.5 years here has kind of developed this mentality of being a tough, stiff negotiator. Well, it's different when you're negotiating with Buddy Baker versus the actual player.
No question, it is. But you knew that when you traded for him. So again, I'm not accepting that as an excuse. If that's a problem, don't trade for him. You know what I mean? Like,
Very
you know.
true.
So go trade for somebody else. They traded for this guy who represents himself. All right, well that's what we have to deal with as an organization to get this done. Okay, that's what you have to deal with. Like Lamar Jackson's represented by his mother. Like, I don't know what to tell you about that. Like, he is, but if you want to get him signed, you got to deal with his mother. I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's the deal. And don't draft him if you don't want to deal with his mother. You know what I mean? Like, so like it's get none of that liquidity, none of that. I don't want to hear any of that. He's your left tackle. He's really good. Pay him. Like.
Seems very simple.
Sports is really amazing. I get this. I do this all the time with baseball people. I don't understand this. It's the only thing where you don't pay people who do their jobs well. Like, you always come up with some reason not to pay the guy who's the best left-handed reliever in baseball, or who's the best power hitter in the National League. You just no, we can't pay him. Well, why not? Why did you? What are you paying him for? Why are you bringing these people into your organization if you're not going to pay them when they do well? If they don't do well, you get rid of them. We all understand that. Yes, you should. But when they do well, you should pay them. And you should pay Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, I'm going to write some of this down, Dave. This is good.
I'd be the worst front office guy in the history of the world because I'd be just pay him.
Just pay him. Pay that man. DA with us here on G&D. One more about the football team. This coaching regime, as good a deposit as year one was, year two, obviously, maybe you're neutral, maybe you're even net negative, or maybe slightly positive, depends on who you are. But how do we feel about them? Again, I'm not suggesting any kind of action to your point. It would not serve anybody, after only 2 seasons. But kind of give me your temperature check on Dan Quinn and his staff.
Well, I mean, they didn't have a good year. They just clearly didn't have a good year, no matter what. Yes, they had a ton of injuries. Of course they did. San Francisco had a ton of injuries. They're going to be in the playoffs and have a chance to go to the Super Bowl. Like, you know what I mean? Like, everybody has really bad injuries. Some have more bad injuries, but, I accept the fact that they had a lot of injuries this year. But the job is to coach the next guy to a point where that becomes, if not irrelevant, it just doesn't become mitigating, right? And so that's where they didn't get it done this year. They just didn't. And I think part of that was I just don't think they coached the personnel that they had, especially on the defensive side, very well at all. Like, it's not showing up on Sundays. It just doesn't show up on Sundays. You talk about what they talk about and what they drill down, and they look deep, and they practice hard, and they do all these things, and it doesn't show up on the football field. So they got to figure out a different way to do it. Now, I think the easiest thing is just to bring in a new DC next year who can maybe coach them up a little better. And
not to
get
cut you
more out
off
of
here.
them.
I'm sorry. Every time this conversation comes up, he is a defensive-minded head coach. Why should someone else have to be brought in to do his damn job? What is he
doesn't
doing?
Want to do that job for now. He's made it very clear he wants to be the CEO. He does not want to coach a unit. He wants to be the guy that looks at all 360 degrees of the football operation. And again, you knew that when you interviewed him. If that was a problem, you shouldn't have hired him. He's told you what he wants to do. That's what he wants to do. So he's not going to put the headset on and start calling fire zone blitzes. He's not going to do that. Like, he could do it, but he's not going to do it. So we got to at some point accept this is who he is. This is what he wants to do. So then bring in a guy that you think can coach your group up the way to a more effective result than what you got this year, which was terrible. That's what has to happen going forward. I mean, I'd bring Al Harris in, and other people might bring other guys in, but I'd bring Al Harris.
I like that one, DA.
That's my first call. 1-800-AL Harris.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he seems to be really good at getting people in the secondary to separate the football from the guy that has it. Like his guys do that on a regular basis wherever he goes. I think that's something that they should look into here.
For sure. For sure. I think that they got to get the pass rush situation
and that's
situated.
It, that's more about draft to me. That's more about, hey, you could, yes, they need to trade down. They need to get more picks. But there's a couple guys at 6 and 7 that could be really good edge rushers. You might want to think about that. Overthink this.
Wanted to ask you about the local basketball team, DA. They're in action again tonight against the lowly Brooklyn Nets. It's probably going to be their 4th win in 5 games. Are they in danger at all? I was a big fan of your piece that you wrote a couple of days ago. Are they in danger at all, in your opinion, of losing the protection on that draft pick?
I would just say this. I think anybody involved with the Wizards should now understand that the lottery is not what you should put your hopes into. Like, you shouldn't be saying, oh, yeah, it's going to work out fine. It doesn't work out fine for them. It hasn't worked out fine for them since I was covering the team. So that tells you how long it's been. I mean, look, no. Is it more likely that they keep the pick? Yes. But I would not want to give any opportunity for them to lose the pick by not finishing in the bottom 4. Right now they're 4. Now, are they 3 games ahead of the 5th place team? Yes. There's 50 games left. Like, that could change, and not in the way that they would want. So I would be reluctant, and and this was the dichotomy that I was pointing to, which is it's going to be hard for them to look those young guys in the eye who have worked their tails off to get better and are now getting better, and say, you need to sit down now.
Slow down.
Right.
That's going to be a hard conversation. That's going to be tough for them to pull off. But that's the gig. I mean, they've got to do what they have to do to hold on to that pick and have the opportunity, just the opportunity, to take one of these guys in the draft. And because it's a really good draft, and these are really good players that are coming out, and they really need to get one of them, because you just can't keep not having a franchise level player on your roster. They have some really good young players who can be really good pieces, but they're pieces. Right. They're the pips. They need Gladys Knight.
Oh, I love that. David, Happy New Year to you, buddy. Appreciate
Thanks,
the time
DA.
as always, my friend. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Be well. There he goes. David Aldridge, kind enough to make some time for us this afternoon. We have a very important anniversary that we have overlooked, frankly, Linnell, on this program today. And I will not let that stand any longer.
Put your foot down.
We are going to honor it. We're going to mark it. In fact, the next 3 hours, every segment, we will celebrate this very important seminal moment, not Florida State Seminole. No. Seminal moment here on Grant and Handy. Linnell, kind enough to sit in for GP today. Tell you what that is. And I want to talk to Linnell as well about how we're viewing this game this weekend that we just talked to David Aldridge about.
So we have to talk about the game.
We do literally the job. We're going to do it, but that's what it's work. Believe me on that one. But a very important anniversary. We'll tell you what that is when we come back next. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. Baltimore quarterback Lamar Jackson is expected to return for the team's Week 18 showdown against Pittsburgh. Jackson has been out with a back injury, but the training staff is optimistic he'll be ready to play with Baltimore's playoff spot on the line. Buffalo quarterback Josh Allen is questionable for Sunday's game against New York due to a foot injury. X-rays were negative, but the team is expected to proceed cautiously to ensure he's well rested for the postseason. Seattle wide receiver Rashid Shaheed suffered a concussion in last week's game and remains in protocol ahead of tomorrow's game against San Francisco. His status is uncertain and likely he's going to be a game-time decision. And finally, San Francisco star tight end George Kittle returned to practice this week after missing time with an ankle injury. He still is questionable for tomorrow's game and will likely be limited participant if he does play. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. You heard me talk about it. Football, it's in full swing. We're down the stretch here, as a matter of fact. There's no better place to bet than Fanatic Sportsbook. So don't wait for that bad beat with another sportsbook. Switch to the home of fair play, where they protect all pro player prop bets across straights, parlays, same-game parlays across any first-half injury. Some books protect your bet for the first quarter. Some do nothing at all. But not a Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day, whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, any eligible player prop. Fanatic Sportsbook fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your player performances right there at Fanatic Sportsbook app, and the payout speed is lightning quick too. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Commanders getting set for the season finale to wrap up this never-ending season in Philadelphia. 4-12. They'll decide where they pick in the draft. We'll see who the final couple of opponents are with the Week 18 results. We're going to have another quarterback change. Marcus Mariota will not play, ruled out Sunday in Philadelphia. Josh Johnson will likely get another start. Running back Bill Krosky-Merritt, also the Rookie of the Week again this week, named to that yesterday. Fourth time he's won that award this season. Commanders a 4.5-point underdog for the 4:25 kick Sunday in the city of brotherly love. College football playoffs rolled on yesterday with the 3 of the 4 quarterfinals, and we're down to a Final Four now. Indiana and Oregon in the Peach Bowl next Friday, a week from tonight in Atlanta. Ole Miss will face Miami, the other semifinal Fiesta Bowl on Thursday. Here, DH is talking about the Wizards. They have won 3 of 4. Wizards back home tonight against Brooklyn Nets. We've got Wizards basketball, 7 p.m. here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
It's G&D here on The Fan. Linnell is in for GP. We are at Caddy's on Cordell. Cordell in the heart of Bethesda. Hanging out with you guys till 6:30. Come on in, have a brew, have some delicious foodstuffs as we have done. This place rules. Always love being here, right in the heart of Bethesda. As I said, Caddy's on Cordell. An institution, dare I say. 3:45, it's winning off the field time. It's Friday. Linnell will play. He knows what to do. He's an expert 4 o'clock Beltway Blitz. We have been remiss because we let something go here a little bit too long. I should have done this the opening segment. Got a little busy, forgot what was happening. We're talking college football. I got on my soapbox, etc. Taking the Wayback Machine 6 years ago. Remember 6 years ago? What were you doing? What were you doing 6 years ago? 6 years, right? After you could think think
I was
about
in college.
Yeah,
I was in
college
college.
student. There you go. 6 years back, a little man, little teeny tiny man, little twerp. Little billionaire man who owned our football team. You know what he did? He ran it right into the ground. He torpedoed it. He made everything bad. He was the worst. He still is the worst, quite frankly. Whoever he is, he sucks. I hope he has athlete's foot right now. I can't stand that guy. He's the pits. He's unbelievable. He never spoke in public, but when he did, he always made a horse's ass of himself. And I want you to think about this as you've gone through this holiday season. We're in this weird week after Christmas where no one's sure what day it is. The kids aren't in school. And you're like, is it January 1st? Is it the 3rd? Is it still December? What year is it? I'm not even sure which way's up. I want you to remember as you celebrate all the wonderful holidays that you probably didn't celebrate this one the right way. A lot of people do this the last Thursday in November, not him. Dan Snyder, when he welcomed overmatched bumbling boob Ron Rivera to this organization as both the head coach and GM. Never forget, he took both jobs and then complained about having to do one. He stood in front of the masses, and he said these words, Darius. What did he say?
First off, happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
First off, before anything else happens.
It's bad.
Happy Thanksgiving. I have so much to get to. I'm very busy. I'm a very busy man, Dan Snyder. Before anything else happens.
Yeah.
First off, happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving.
What a cringe moment. What a cringe moment. What a cringe period of time with this organization. It's so crazy. I hope, I don't know if you've seen this joke on Twitter, by the way, Danny. They say that Dan Quinn is nothing but Ron Rivera with a backwards hat. And I hope that's not the case. I hope history proves me wrong on that. What a time. What a time.
What a time.
What a time.
Idiots like me, by the way, because Rivera was nice to me at the Super Bowl once.
Oh, yeah. He's a nice guy.
I went, like, they should go hire that guy. They really should. Yeah. But that's not even the point. The point is we're celebrating the holiday season.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving right around the corner.
Right around the corner.
Right around the corner. 2026 Thanksgiving. Be here before you know it. Yep. And you need Dan Snyder to say.
First off, happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Thank you, Dan.
So I mean that from the bottom of my heart. From Dan to you, to me, then back to you. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Wow.
Yeah.
How sweet of you.
Right? A heartfelt
How sweet
message
of you.
today. Caddy's on Cordell.
Seriously.
How are you viewing this game on Sunday?
I don't want to watch it. I'm totally disinterested. I want to watch meaningful football in January. That's all I asked for.
Yeah.
I got teased with it last year. Thought it was going to be a reoccurring theme. It's not. We're back in the projects. So kind of just is what it is.
So here's where I'm at, and I want to see if you share this. You're a passionate fan.
Oh, I love it.
That's the thing.
I bleed it.
And I'm able now, having done this gig, fortunate enough to have been doing this for a few years now, that I can kind of separate the two.
Meaning your passion and
Well, sort of, to a degree. Like, that still drives what we do. You
Right.
can't do this without giving a damn about sports to some degree, right? But like, we're talking Danny Rouillet. 4.5 hours on a Wednesday, Danny Rouillet can sort of go, I put aside some emotion, try to call some balls and strikes and figure things out. There's still some moments, though, where that disgusting little monster, that little gremlin inside of me that's eating after midnight, that fat idiot in here that I'm pointing to in my heart and soul still comes out every now and again.
Yeah.
When they're great, that time, maybe it doesn't happen very often, and when they're terrible like this, where everything they do or say. I know you're not a married guy, Linnell, but every husband can relate to this. There are certain weeks where you might as well just go camping. Where everything you do and don't do and should have done and could have done and tried to do and didn't do but wanted to do, you're living in fear because everything you do is wrong.
Yeah.
And all you hear are sighs of exhales of exasperation from your spouse. Yeah, a little tisk, a little, and you're like, oh my God, I might end up unalived. There are certain times where that's my feeling about the football team.
Yeah.
I'm in one right now. Everything they do is going to piss me off. When you've been this bad, if they lose, I'll be furious.
Yeah.
I guarantee you I will be. No, they're going to lose. Maybe who knows what they do. I'll be even angrier if they win. If this group finds a way to beat the backup Eagles, and that's they already said, by the way, we don't respect you, we don't care about you.
Pretty
It's
much.
more important for us to rest our guys than to try to beat you. And if we do, you should feel that much worse about yourselves. If they mess around and win this game, and then they'll do the normal rhetoric where they cut the Dan Quinn post game. I'm proud of you, man. We missed the mark before and we hit our spots and cliche, whatever. I'll be rip bleep furious. Where was any of this when it mattered? We could have had a season. If you behaved reasonably, we'd be in the hunt. That's all I asked. Nobody's saying you have to win 12 games with all the injuries and crap you had this year. If you just behave like a football team, that sometimes can be a 7-10 season would have been disappointing, but it would have made some sense. They're going to finish under the 5.5 wins all of you threw a hissy fit about when it came out in the springtime. So I tag you in late night, Linnell. How will you feel about this game on Sunday?
If they win, I'd be furious just like you. But I've been the good cop, so to speak, down the stretch here saying I'm bought into the division tournament. I love that he's using that as like a motivational tool and tactic to get the guys to play hard down the stretch. But to your point, like, this has been an absolute season from hell. And I think, to your credit, you have made this point more than others, and I've really only heard it come from you. It didn't have to be this bad. And I think that that's the part when you say it in real time that I genuinely get disgusted with. Because I'm watching other teams go through injuries just like we are. Baltimore's been without its quarterback for basically a lot of this year. He's missed 6 or 7 games. They're playing for a playoff game. They're playing for a playoff spot coming up this weekend.
No, it's a terrible division. And if they win this one, they'd be eliminated. But the point stands, though. I understand.
It matters still.
Losing more than you win this
Exactly.
year. I get it. I predict them to do that without all these injuries. With Jaden Daniels. It's just a tougher schedule. The league adjusts to you. Right. There's a lot that gets figured out. You don't just get to play Cooper Rush a couple times. The schedule doesn't line up for you. You are probably not as good as you were last year. You don't get a Hail Mary. You don't get every 4th down. Some bad luck hits. You finish 7-10. That's kind of what I said 8-9, 7-10 before the season. I didn't say 4-13 and uncompetitive for a month. I didn't say that October goes by and you get outscored by 100 points per week. Yeah. Or not per week, overall. Like, no, you don't get to get away with that. Yeah. And I guess that's kind of my point here. And I'm not suggesting anybody loses a gig or otherwise. I don't think we're there. The deposit of last year still registers. It still matters to me. But this is one of those, I'm so mad about this season that anything I see or hear feels off-putting to me. Just because I'm walking in with that anger. And I know it's on me.
Yeah. We care about it. And I get it. I feel the exact same way. My whole thing is this, though, when it comes to this group. Like, I said this a couple of weeks ago, I guess, before we beat the Giants. I was like, I really don't care about the games down the stretch. the moment in time that I'm ready for, it's probably going to happen a week after the season finale. I want to see Lance Newmark, Josh Harris, who's going to be up there, Adam Peters, and Dan Quinn do their best to try to explain why this went this way and then resell us as a fan base on why it's never going to happen again. Because, like, I need answers, right? You can't just – and what I don't want them to do is just blame injuries. If you think that this season went this way strictly because of injuries, you're just simply naive. You don't understand what you were looking at for the better part of 17, 18 weeks. There's no excuse for you to bottom out like this. I think it's a talent issue. I'm ready to go all the way to the top with it. And I know, you know, David Aldridge hopped on with us, and he kind of pushed back at the notion of, you know, their scouting department. Like, that's the thing, Danny, that gets me right now with this group. I was sold this bill of goods that Adam Peters was the best talent evaluator on the market. His second best draft pick out of 8 in year one is Jordan McGee, a fifth-round linebacker. He wasted 3 second-round picks on Mikey Sainristil, who you all think is some potential Pro Bowl corner. I think he's a fringe starter in this league. I did this when I was in middle school. You remember Quentin Dunbar, Dunlocks?
Sure,
great
sure.
story.
Yeah.
I walked around Magruder High School telling people that he was a Pro Bowl corner when in reality I just liked him because he was on my team. That's what we're doing with Mikey Sainristil. He's undersized at the position, inside and out. He's not that good. We drafted a glorified fullback with a top 60 pick. Jerzon Newton is a fringe first-rounder. He probably couldn't get past me. It's frustrating, man. I just want us to pick better players. That's my frustration with all of
That's
this
a big
now.
part of it, yeah. And again, I understand taking the same approach you did the year before to go old veterans. Let's kind of keep this train on the tracks. That all kind of blew up in their face though this year. Yeah. I'm never going to get what I want when it comes to that. I want someone to stand up and apologize directly to me. And Adam's so handsome.
Why is that too
with his
big for
great
them to
hair.
do?
No, but nothing happens that way. But I'd love for him to say, Danny, hey, listen, we messed up everything, everywhere, at all times. Nobody here is above reproach. No thing just went sideways because of bad luck. We're going to change what time we eat breakfast. We're going to change how we practice. We're going to change how cold the ice is in the cold tub. Nothing is above examination after a year like this. That's what I want. I'll never get it, but that's what I want. Double play is next.
Let's do it. Oh, I got a good
check
one.
that. Check that. Winning off the field is next.
There we go, 'cause
It's
it's a
Friday.
Friday.
It's Friday. That's
There we
right.
go.
We'll do a little Beltway Blitz at 4 p.m. Plenty more great and Danny to come. Live from Caddies on Cordell and Bethesda. Linnell Willingham sitting in for GP. We'll tell you how you're winning off the field next. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to share it with our small little community. Okay, but then what happens after that is, okay, they stay there. Welcome back, G&D on the Fan and at Caddies on Cordell here in Bethesda. Linnell filling in for GP. So you heard in the intro, you know how this goes. 800-636-1067. What's going on in your life? That's teeny, that's tiny, a small, insignificant thing that nowhere else would anybody care about, but we do here. We embrace those things. The Winning Off the Field segment brought to you once by Bruce Allen, a millionaire boob who was in charge of this beloved organization, who stood in front of the assembled masses, a cadre of journalists, and gave a State of the Union where he said these words.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
Sure do, Big Cat. Miss you, buddy. Miss you, pal. It's great standing here in the Fan, as I said. So for me, the way I'm winning off the field, Linnell, is, and Darius, I'm going to have you just hop on this, be real quick with it, because you know where I'm going probably. I didn't even realize it today. I'm such an idiot. I'm celebrating holidays on their calendar day.
Okay.
What day is Christmas? Who knows? December 25th. Boom, right?
Yay.
You know that. What's New Year's Eve? December 31st. Boom, right? New Year's Day, January 1st. Boom, everyone knows.
Yay.
Day. January 2nd, though. January 2nd, 2020 is the first year that we celebrated one of my favorite holidays, if not my favorite holiday, on this day, because Dan Snyder told me that it's not the day that I thought it was. Dan Snyder stood in front of the people, and he said, what? What did Dan Snyder say? What did he say?
First off, happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
It's Thanksgiving today.
Yeah.
Today it is.
Today's Thanksgiving.
That's how I'm winning off the field. See what I'm saying?
Winning off the field?
Yeah, I get Thanksgiving today. Dan Snyder gave that to me.
Are you using it as an excuse to just eat a bunch of carbohydrate-filled foods?
Why you got to say it like that?
Well, I was tuned into the show the other day, and they were talking about, milestone in the program, your biggest weight gain over a break.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to hit a tough spot for you, or a soft
fair.
spot, so to speak.
There are many soft spots now. I did it. I'm the one who ate the food. Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, of course I did. So now my record per day weight gain is still in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Where I came back and I was buttercream. If that makes any sense. Like I became one of those pies that I ate that was meant for 4 people. I had 3 of them. Point is, where was I? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Point is, over 8 or 9 days,
Yeah.
I gained 16 and a half pounds.
It's an average of about 2 pounds per day.
That's good math, and it's disgusting.
Yeah.
And it's disgusting. And I didn't help myself.
Yeah.
I exercised like twice since I weighed in, and it's not. I haven't gone down.
No.
I had really good food today too.
You look great though.
No,
pal.
you're saying that now. It's too late.
I was in the mirror in my new apartment. I'm looking at myself. I currently feel like a 3-bedroom family home.
You ever feel that?
I feel massive.
Where you guys like I look like I swallowed the Michelin Man
Yes.
everywhere. Yeah.
It's not
That's
fun.
tough. Well, anyway, today's Thanksgiving because Dan Snyder gave me permission. So that's one thing his legacy left,
That's how you're.
and that's how I'm winning off the field.
Winning off the field?
Thanks, Bruce.
Well, there we go. My winning off the field started off as a massive L, still is a massive L, but it turned into a better L. So this was Wednesday night. I'm on my way to do the late night bit, and
Late night Linnell, everybody.
late night Linnell, and I'm going to do the bit, and I had to use the bathroom really bad on my drive to the station. It's an hour and 10-minute trip.
Yeah, that is.
It's
an element
rough.
of itself.
So I got.
Can
to,
I
Uh-huh.
don't want to be too personal about it. But were you throwing a fastball or a breaking ball there?
I was throwing a fastball.
Okay.
Throwing a fastball.
Gotcha.
That's
All right.
it.
Signal for the old number 1, the heater.
Literally. So I had to stop. I got about 10 minutes from studio, and I just was like, all right, I got to hop out. And when I say I had to hop out, like I'm doing the bit where I'm shaking, like while my foot's on the gas and braking, I'm trying to do all the potty dances. And I'm like, I can't do this anymore. Out in Half Street, where our studios are, someone nearly took my car door off about a month ago, just opening it up because people drive like madmen. So ever since then, I have been entering and exiting the vehicle through the passenger side. So when you have to use the bathroom really bad, and then you have to, as a 6'2", 285-pound man, climb over your middle console and things of that nature, it's tough. I locked myself out of the car while using the bathroom. It was probably in someone's garden. You know how D.C. townhomes are. It's just kind of the way that it works. I realized I'm locked out, though, and it takes about 2 hours. No exaggeration, 2 hours for these people to come rescue me. And I'm thinking they're going to come with this, like, big excavator or something. They're going to, like, jaws of life this thing open. He basically has a fancy whoopee cushion that he blows up. It opens up the car door, and that's what it is. Here's why I'm winning off the field, though. when he gets to me, it's this nice man. I think his name is Diego. I actually know his name's Diego. I saved his number on my phone, and he said, hit me up if you need anything. So I'm talking to Diego, and he goes, bro, I'm sorry we took so long to get here. I'm pissed, obviously. And
Sure.
he's like, my boss says we're going to have to take the payment before we do this. And he goes, it's $180.
Okay.
And I said, what? Why does it cost $180 for you to open my car door? Now, I made the mistake of locking my keys in the car. I'm an idiot. How I'm winning off the field is after my complaining, moaning, and groaning, sad-facing it, making it seem like I really just had no way to pay it, which I kind of didn't because we didn't get paid for like another day. He dropped it from $180 to $80. I had $96 in my Apple Pay.
Oh.
Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field?
So there we go. I got a $100 discount
I
for my
thought
guy Diego.
I thought his answer was going to be we have to pay Vanderbilt NIL.
Well, yeah.
That's a Diego Pavia bit. Is that a deep cut? Was that fair?
Very, very deep cut.
Yeah,
but
you
it
got
was
it, though,
fair.
right away.
I got it.
You got it.
There we go.
No. Oh, now I feel worse. I feel worse. You can't ruin my Thanksgiving like that.
Well,
First off, happy Thanksgiving to
You're
everybody.
damn right,
Thank
Dan.
you.
You're damn right, buddy. That's right. Happy Thanksgiving.
Shout out to Diego, though, by the way.
Yeah,
man.
shout out to Diego.
Helping me out in the holiday season. This was on New Year's Eve. So
Yeah,
it was rough.
by the way, that is tough.
That was very tough, bro. Are you kidding? 2 hours out in the freezing cold?
Well, we had and this is totally true. We went to a bunch of different places for Christmas because everybody wants to see kids and stuff.
Yeah.
So we got a baby, and we went from one place to the other, and we forgot diapers. So it happens. It's like you're picking up this pack and play and this thing and these kids and that kid. Everybody got their sleeping bag, this thing, and we realized we forgot it. And so the greatest person ever Instacarted diapers to our
That's beautiful.
location that night, and we tipped him like you wouldn't believe. Like I think we paid 10 times what the diapers were,
Yeah.
just as an
Being good
unbelievable
people.
gracious thank you.
Being good people.
So that thing is that was really cool. So Merry Christmas to Diego, Happy New Year to Diego, but more importantly, Happy Thanksgiving, Diego.
First off, happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
You're damn right, Dan
Thank you.
Snyder. Beltway Blitz is next on the Fan.
Things about to wrap up for the Commanders this week. The final game of the season up in Philadelphia. It's been a tough season, a really difficult year in year 2 for Dan Quinn.
Yeah, definitely bittersweet, because it didn't, go like we wanted to, but that's the circumstances, and you fight your way through it. And when you get a chance to compete together, man, you let it rip and go for it in a big way.
Yeah, let it rip. 4-12. Commanders have dropped 10 of their last 11. No Marcus Mariota this week, ruled out for the game in Philadelphia. Josh Johnson gets another start. Eagles a 4.5-point favorite for Sunday, 425. College football playoffs down to a Final Four. It'll be Indiana, Oregon in the Peach Bowl a week from tonight in Atlanta. One of the semifinals, the other one Ole Miss and Miami Thursday in the Fiesta Bowl. College football continues today. Navy taking on Cincinnati in about half hour at the Liberty Bowl in Memphis. Wizards are back in action tonight, looking for another win. They've won 3 of 4. Wizards and Brooklyn Nets, 7 p.m. tonight here on The Fan. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We are Grant and Danny live. Caddies on Cordell in Bethesda. Linnell is in for GP. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? This is the exclusive sponsor of our show. The law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Beltway Blitz time. We'll talk a little college football, some Washington Wizards, NFL at large. Let's start with the college football championship picture, please. Our guy Denton Day kind enough to join us, Sirius XM, and I heard him today on 980 on my commute over here to Caddies on Cordell. Denton, what do we make of the games from yesterday and really the day before?
It's been a lot of fun. We got some blowouts, but we got some good games too, and that's kind of what you're going to get with a college football playoff, no matter what version of the college football playoff we are getting. But we got parity, fellas. We've been asking for this for years, and we finally got it. No Alabama, no Ohio State, no Georgia. It's the first time that none of those teams have been playing in the semifinals. So this is a big, big year, and I'm excited about what could potentially come in the next 3 games.
Denton, you mentioned it. Plenty of excitement. What's been the biggest surprise to you thus far through the first 2 rounds here?
Ole Miss winning the way that they did last night was incredibly impressive. I think Miami, you could factor that into the conversation as well, but Ole Miss scoring 20 points in the fourth quarter against Georgia and drilling a pair of 55-yard field goals to end up winning the thing. I mean, didn't have that one on the bingo card. Kirby Smart getting out-coached by Pete Golding, not on the bingo card, and they got to do it while Lane Kiffin was holding hands with Kim Mulkey at an LSU women's basketball game. That's just a cherry on top.
Yeah, the situation is so weird, but it's just what college football is to me. And, I'm a man without a country when it comes to it, and there's so much that's eye-rolling that just makes it hard for me to get into it. But I will begrudgingly admit I've been sucked into these playoffs, and it's been wildly entertaining, kind of to your point. I want to go to Indiana. Linnell and I opened the show talking about this. I don't – like everyone's going, it's remarkable, and then they kind of move on. Like a flower growing in a war zone is remarkable. This is something else. This is one of the worst programs ever conceived ever, just casually whooping Alabama's ass in a playoff. Like the fact that it took 7 minutes for this dude to show up with no 5 stars, and they're now just an unstoppable juggernaut. Every college coach should be apologizing for thousands of hours to every customer that's ever walked into their stadium to watch them win 6 games and try to get bowl eligible to the Poulan Weed Eater Boise State Outback Bowl. Back to you.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. I knew that Curt Cignetti was going to have success at Indiana. This is a completely different beast, and you're right, Danny. There's a lot of programs that should be looking at their coaches that they're paying a lot of money to and being like, hey, guys, what are you doing? Because he took a program that didn't even know they had a football program. The fans, like Indiana was not packing the stadium on a regular basis, right? They just weren't doing that. They're a basketball school that is now all of a sudden really good at football. And Cignetti, more than anyone, he's crazy. I mean, he is like the perfect kind of crazy that you need to be a successful college football coach. But his program takes on his personality, and you see that on a game-in, game-out basis. They got a quarterback who's really good, but they are disgusting on defense. They're mean, they're nasty, they're fast, they get after the quarterback. they're a legitimate threat to win this whole thing and complete an immaculate season. Unbeaten conference champ, Heisman Trophy on the roster, and then a potential national champ. It's one for the history books.
You mentioned the quarterback position. Watching Trinidad Chambliss last night, just an excellent story. Division II transfer, just going Kanye crazy on one of the best defenses in all of college football. How legit is Ole Miss to you? And then does Trinidad now pop on the radar of NFL scouts here as a potential guy that can get selected in April?
He has some tools. I don't know that I would take him very high in the NFL draft yet. I think he would be really good to get a little bit more time under his belt. He does have some accuracy issues, but those were not on display last night. I mean, some of the throws that he made, he's a gamer. And I think it's really nice to have a quarterback that's a gamer, and that's the reason he got the job. He was not the starting quarterback week number 1. Austin Simmons gets hurt, and then they literally just couldn't bench him. He was so good. He's so good with his legs. He's a really, really fun player to watch. He's going to have to play like that every day, though, moving forward. I mean, they're going to get Miami, and that Miami defensive front is they got a bunch of dudes on that line, and if they end up beating Miami, like Trinidad Chambliss is going to have to play well the rest of the way if Ole Miss has any hope at pulling this kind of season off.
Dan, what if I told you that the same team that lost to Louisville, an incredibly pedestrian SMU team, was going to go to the semifinals there? I think because of all the other stories, and rightfully so, we're kind of overlooking Miami, who a lot of people didn't want in, myself included, and here they are winning a couple of games in really impressive fashion with an upset that I think is not getting enough credit. Ohio State's as talented as anybody, and they were the better team for 60 minutes.
It's amazing what happens when you have a great defensive line. That's kind of been the story, fellas, of the college football playoff. It's a lot of really good defensive lines. Miami won based off their defensive line. Texas Tech kept that thing even remotely competitive because of the defensive line. Oregon's defensive line was excellent in flustering Texas Tech. Indiana's defensive line was excellent in destroying Ty Simpson and knocking him out of the game. There's a lot of really good defensive lines. We hear it all the time. You win the game in the trenches. There's not a lot of teams that have a better trench warfare situation right now than the Miami Hurricanes.
I totally agree. Going back to Indiana for a second, I asked Danny this during the show. I want to get your thoughts. This 2-year run is obviously incredible, and the turnaround is marvelous. Are they here to stay, though? Are they going to be one of the powerhouse programs now in college football moving forward, or are we just kind of in a moment in time right now?
No, they're here to stay because now they're getting more money. The best thing that can happen is you win a lot and people want to spend more money, and then you just use that money correctly. And with Curt Cignetti, they're going to have a really good opportunity. I don't know if you guys have dove too deep into this. The SEC is not very good this year. They haven't been very good last year. In relativity to what their expectations are, the playing field is even now, which is what happens when everybody can pay players and not just the SEC paying guys behind closed doors. But now that everybody has kind of a level playing field, Indiana is here to stay so long as Curt Cignetti is the head coach at Indiana.
Denton, thank you as always, my friend. Have a good weekend.
Yep, fellas, appreciate it.
We'll see you, brother. There he goes. Darius, do me a favor. Hit the Wizard sounder, please. The voice of the Wizards, Dave Johnson, joins us here on G&D. Linnell in for GP. Dave, don't look now. Wizards are winning some games. What's been different?
The difference is defense. It's defense and rebounding. They've been a better rebounding and a better defensive team. And what that comes from, in my opinion, is, this is a young team, and this was really a new team. So you can have a training camp, and you can install defensive principles, and they're also getting more complicated in what they're giving the players. As I said through shoot-arounds, as gradually they're developing through this season, they're giving them more and more, and it's showing in their effort on the court. And that really is what it comes down to. This team, you don't just flick a switch and become a good defensive team. As much as we talk about chemistry on offense, there is chemistry on defense. And I think the other night against Milwaukee, and this doesn't always go this way, where you sit there or shoot around and you know what the game plan is, and then it happens perfectly just like the game plan, because real games have a way of getting in the way. The other team has a way of saying something about it. But the Wizards in there went over the Milwaukee Bucks the other night from putting Bilal Coulibaly on Giannis, not double-teaming Giannis, because if you double-team Giannis, the Bucks have three-point shooters. They didn't do that. They had Bilal guard him straight up, and as a result, and obviously with help, they had to show him different looks. But the result, they put themselves in a position to win in the fourth quarter, and it was fitting that Alex Sarr blocks a shot that leads to McCollum's winning shot, because it was about defense. It was about deflections. It was about Chris Middleton, who knows Giannis so well, forcing him into a travel late in the game. These are little nuances that are coming through as this very young team. Again, 10 players under the age of 22. When I started this journey in the NBA, you couldn't even have a player under 22. Now we have 10.
It's awesome what they've been able to do this year. Trey Johnson's been a bright spot as well, shooting the cover off of the basketball. I was watching a sit-down interview with him, Chase Hughes, and our pal Bijan Todd, and he said he thinks he's a better shooter than Steph Curry already. How important is the confidence aspect of his game, Dave J?
Well, I mean, because they want him to be aggressive. They want him to be assertive. And he's confidence with a capital K. I know it's spelled with a C, but you know, when you're 19 years old and you're 6 of 12, last I checked, beyond 30 feet, that's confidence. And he's not just throwing aimless shots up. He believes he can make them. But not just three-pointers. He scores in so many ways. This is the other part we've noticed about Trey Johnson. He will find a way to score and find a spot on the floor. You can run him, and this is critical. You run him off the three-point line, but plain and simple, you know, if the Wizards are going to get to where they want to get as a team that, you know, consistently competes, if in the playoffs, in the upper tiers of the playoffs, competes for a championship, you've got to hit on draft picks. And Trey Johnson was this year's draft pick. And, you know, Keyshawn George, unfortunately, will not play again tonight. It's clear he's emerging. Alex Sarr, 4 blocks the other night against the Bucks. But, you know, he's been doing it all season. And you know, I think some people were a little nervous about Bob Carrington. Well, as he is now showing, as he was asked to play a different role during the course of the start of the season, he had to find his way, and he's definitely finding his way. So what is exciting to me, the Wizards, again, 10 under 22, they've got a lot of players that are getting such valuable playing time. You can practice till you're blue in the face, but nothing beats the experience like winning in Milwaukee on the road, 114, 113, or whatever game you want to point to. And again, they're 5-4 over the last 9 games, and the Wizards have not been at full strength. Again, Keyshawn George, he's a playmaker, a difference maker for the Wizards, and he's been out with a hip flexor injury. So this young team's been finding a way to be more competitive, and I think that's the key. The first month of the season, November, there were some blowouts that I don't remember that many blowout losses from last season, and I had a little anxiety, like, wait a minute here, are we slipping? Are we taking a step back? But it just also shows you have to have patience when you put a new group together, and now we're being rewarded with that patience, if we have that patience.
Dave, great with us as always, my friend. Have a great call this evening against Brooklyn. Thank you, buddy.
Always appreciate it, guys.
Have a good one. There he goes. That is Dave Johnson, play-by-play voice of your Wizards. Hit that NFL sounder, please, Darius. Our pal Nate Davis, USA Today Sports, to go around the National Foosball League with us. Nate, what's your favorite game this weekend?
Oh, my favorite game is probably tomorrow night, Danny. The Seahawks and the 49ers.
That's
and I realize
yep.
Yeah, I mean, I realize it's not an elimination game, but I mean, obviously the stakes are huge. Two quality teams, and I mean, I feel like it's pretty close, 50-50. You can make a case for either one. So yeah, I'm definitely kind of looking more forward to that than looking forward to like who gets the 4th seed and probably is out the next week's games. So yeah.
Another big game coming up Sunday, Tampa and the Carolina Panthers. And if you've been following Tampa, they're kind of in a tailspin here. 1, who do you think wins the game? And then 2, is Todd Bowles' seat starting to heat up there in Tampa?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, it seems like it's probably more warm than we would expect. I mean, he is obviously on the cusp of a fifth, or the team's on the cusp of a 5th straight division championship there. But we kind of know what those championships have been relatively worth, and I think they've only advanced as far as the divisional round one time post Brady. But you know, you don't. The optics haven't been good lately. I mean, I think they've lost 7 of 8, and obviously that press conference he had about guys not caring and all that after the loss to Atlanta on the Thursday night game. You know, I think on December 11th. I mean, that sounds like a guy who's frustrated with the team, but it also sounds like maybe a team that's not hearing the message of a coach that's been there for a minute now. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I think if they're at least competitive tomorrow, he ought to be fine. I mean, the players generally do like playing for Todd Bowles, but we'll see what happens. Crazier things have happened than to see a perennial division-winning coach get fired.
Nate, I want to go to the Rams quickly. Sean McVay is now, I don't know what the right word is, notorious isn't the word, but known for not giving his guys even like a microsecond in preseason. They don't treat it very seriously at all. They keep everybody rested. I get it if you got Matt Stafford and company, but still, they don't really play guys in the preseason. They're playing everybody this weekend because he's not happy with how they're doing down the stretch. Just quantify those for me, and what do you make of them coming off a disappointing loss?
Yeah, I was thinking about the exact thing the other day, Danny. I'm thinking, these guys ought to have gas in the tank because they basically get, at least in terms of football, they get August off in terms of games. Right. I mean, I will say too, he is one of those coaches that is very intentional about getting his guys, live work in joint practices. So it's not like his starters aren't doing nothing that time of year, and the results of a team that's almost always in the playoffs tells you he's on something there and it's kind of cracked that code. But I also kind of admire that they're not playing great right now, but to me they're still pretty good. I mean, to me, I've despite the losses the last 2 weeks, I've kept them number one in my power rankings. I mean, to me, they still got the best quarterback, the best wide out. The defense can be dominant at times. I'm a little worried at how some teams have run on them a little bit, but not everybody has Bijan Robinson either. And I thought that going into that game Monday night, where they kind of slept walk through the first half. I mean, they knew there wasn't really anything at stake at that point. So I thought a letdown probably wasn't that surprising. But they don't have a ton to play for this week either, other than if they really want to get that 4 seed and go back to Carolina where they did lose earlier this season, or go play Tampa where they've won the playoffs before. But I trust McVay. I mean, to me, he's a great tactician, but he's also a great motivator and connects with his guys very well. I wouldn't be surprised if he maybe pulls back on the reins or loosens the reins after halftime. But we'll see how they play against the Arizona team that's pretty much dead men walking at this point.
Yeah, their coach probably going to end up getting fired as well, talking about Jonathan Gannon. Nate, we haven't had a non-quarterback win the MVP since Adrian Peterson back in, I believe it was 2012. How strong is Christian McCaffrey's case?
I don't think strong enough to be the next one. Frankly, I think he's a little underappreciated. I mean, I think I kind of termed him, he's kind of the rhythm guitar of that offense now. I mean, he's not – this isn't, to me, the same CMC of 2 years ago where he was getting these huge runs and making these game-breaking plays with consistency. I mean, he's been an amazing workhorse for them. I mean, I think he's at or he's going to have 400 touches by the time, tomorrow night is over. But he's only averaging about 5 yards a touch, both rushing and receiving. So you're seeing a guy that's playing, a lot more physical football, isn't getting kind of the breakaway and plays in empty spaces that maybe he normally has for the balance of his career. But it certainly is ironic that a team that always seems like it's got a major injury or two every year has really been able to rely on a guy who seems like he's often dealing with injuries. But I mean, he's been there week in and week out for them. So. I mean, to answer your question, yeah, I think you could make a great case for him, but I don't know that he's going to get past Drake May or Matthew Stafford at the end of the day.
Nate, how real is this discord in Baltimore? Is this just kind of the usual people? The season's bad and people are kind of annoyed that Lamar's been out of the lineup, or is there more to it? Do you feel like people are gruntled, if not disgruntled?
It is an interesting stew there. I mean, and it's an interesting kind of reading when the Ravens fans are among the most vocal, I feel like, online with their general dissatisfaction. But I feel like a lot of times they make great points. I mean, the game against New England where they forgot about Derrick Henry reminded you of the game against the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game a few years ago, where they also forgot they could run the ball and completely threw out their game plan or their identity in a game that was clearly winnable, or they were even ahead. So some of the things Harbaugh and Monken do certainly perplexing given the identity of that team. I can't speak personally to where the relationship is with Lamar, but I mean he's a different kind of dude, and I mean we've seen him kind of go the orthodox route with playing on the franchise tag and not signing the deal earlier than he had to. And this offseason is going to be interesting because I want to say his cap number for 2026 is like $74 million or something that's not tenable without either an extension or being reworked or whatever. So there's some kind of decision coming on him soon. But it's hard to imagine that there's going to be a divorce for Lamar Jackson, given all he's done for them. In spite of the fact that this has been one of those years where he hasn't been available all the time and it hasn't been great, and has been injured for much of the season.
Nate, appreciate you as always, buddy. Happy New Year and have a great weekend.
All right, guys. Good to talk to you.
See you, my friend. There he goes, and that's how we Beltway Blitz. We do it every day at 4 p.m. Get you what you need to know to sound pretty hip and pretty with it, frankly, in the sports conversations in and around the water cooler situation at your office. Here's what I want to do next. I'm going to pivot just a little bit, Linnell. I know I wrote something else down. We'll get to that. We'll do a little New Year's resolution kind of hackneyed bit. We'll get to that. But I want to get into the idea real quick that there were some extracurriculars last time. Washington got smacked around by Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And I've kind of forgot about that, but I'm reminded of it. A little bit of tough guy talk. It's one of those, I don't think you can beat them if they played their starters. So do we expect any kind of fireworks? We'll get into that. The extracurricular potential of this final meaningless game for Washington, where Philadelphia's got something to play for to a degree, and Washington doesn't. Do we expect any fireworks? We'll do that next.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Commanders head into the season finale Sunday without Marcus Mariota. He was ruled out today for Sunday's game in Philly, so Josh Johnson will get another start at quarterback. Left tackle Laramie Tunsil sidelined for the season finale as well. He's out with an oblique injury. 4:25 to kick for the season finale Sunday in Philly. Elsewhere, Lamar Jackson says he's good to go for the Ravens' win-to-get-in game Sunday in Pittsburgh. Hopefully for them, a lose-and-go-home game, if you want to be honest. T.J. Watt has been out with a punctured lung for Pittsburgh for 3 games. He will be back in the lineup on defense as well for Pittsburgh. College football today. Navy and Cincinnati about to kick off in the Liberty Bowl in Memphis. The Midshipmen looking for an 11-win season if they get it done today. NBA, the Wizards, who have won 3 of 4, are back in action tonight, home against the Brooklyn Nets. That'll be 7 p.m. for the Wiz here on 106.7 The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Obviously, it's their choice to go for 2 there,
Right
and
on.
it's your job to stop them. But is there an unspoken respect between coaches, teams, where in a game in that situation you don't do that? And kind of, did you feel like it was a little bit of a sign of disrespect?
Yeah, I can only answer from my side what I would do. But hey, man, that's how they want to get down. Then all good. We play them again in 2 weeks.
I got to tell you, I cringed when I heard that.
So did I.
Welcome back. It's great
So
to have
did
the
I.
fan Liddell in for GP. We're live at Caddy's on Cordell in the heart of Bethesda. So what we're referencing, it's ancient history. It's so many weeks ago, December 20th, when after Philadelphia, and I didn't understand this decision, by the way, in real time.
Yeah.
I was out actually that following week because it was the holiday week, traveling, doing a bunch of stuff with the family. So I didn't get a chance to really weigh in on the air. I'll just tell you, from my perspective, I thought it was odd.
Yeah.
In general, I am very big on not running up the score on people in any circumstance. I reject summarily the people who go, it's pro sports, you don't like them, stop them. No, you can also be accountable for your actions too. But, it's still it was a game where something crazy and something else crazy happens. You're still within 2 scores. It was strange to me. I didn't feel like it was a rub it in horrible moment. I didn't like it per se, but it wasn't the type of thing. And for me, it's the kind of thing where let us do that.
Right.
Let me, pudgy idiot, come in and say, I didn't like that. People tell me I'm soft, and we can have a nice little go around back and forth. We'll do a sports radio thing. I always think it looks, and I've said this to Grant a million times, he disagrees with me, about hockey. When, let's say, I'll pick the Capitals. Let's say the Caps are down 5-1. Well, someone should probably get in a fight. That's the most embarrassing thing in the world to me. Is you can't beat him in the sport, so maybe someone will punch the other guy, and maybe he'll get hurt, or maybe he won't, but we'll tap sticks, and everybody pretends that, that's job well done. I would much rather have the 2 points than Dylan McElrath throw hands a little bit, but that's my own sidebar. And that's what that reminds me of, is you showed more fight, in quotes, because somebody scored on you, didn't like it, than you did the rest of the way.
Which is the big problem. And to your point, it didn't make sense. So the 2-point conversion made it 29-10. If they would have just kicked the extra point, it's 28-10. Either way, that's a 3-possession football game.
Yes.
So to your point, no clue why Nick Sirianni and company chose to do that. I don't like that we fought after. I think we've done this bit all year long. We saw it in the Lions game, and then Deron Payne, punched Amon-Ra St. Brown, and then after he's suspended, Dan, he comes back in the locker room saying, I wish I wouldn't have got caught doing it. I would do it again. I just think our guys missed the boat with that, and I think Dan Quinn runs a tight ship, it seems, but we got some tough Tonys, man, on this football team, and it bothers me, especially in a year in which you stink and you're being routinely embarrassed, like we went through that stretch that you mentioned where it was, 5 straight losses by 21 or more points. Like, you can't have as many skirmishes and just really bad sportsmanship-like plays as they've had this year when you're this bad. And I feel like my big issue is it feels like it's not being addressed behind the scenes because it keeps happening. This is like 4 or 5 times this year this has happened.
Yeah, and so the general axiom of you want these guys to show, we don't have better words for it, but you want them to be tough. You want them to show toughness. You want them to show fight. You want them to effort because that's you're really figuring out who you want to be around, who you want to keep, et cetera. And maybe somehow that's how it manifests itself a couple of times. Where
Yeah.
you feel like you quote unquote got disrespected or whatever. I'm like,
But it's not.
It's one of those things where I'd rather be 11-5 at this point,
Right.
thinking about resting my starters or not, than worry about like disrespect me as a man. Okay, that's fine. You can feel that way, but you still don't get to punch somebody, as you said, like Deron Payne did, get suspended, et cetera. Because are you better off now or
Exactly.
or what? So they play again in 2 weeks. Well, wouldn't you know it? It's 2 weeks. They played in a couple of days. And you heard that clip from Dan Quinn. What does that mean to you? Like, does that mean we've got something for them? We're going to beat them? Does it mean if they want to disrespect us, we'll push again after the whistle? What does that mean to you?
With all due respect, I just think he didn't know what else to say. Now, there's a lot of the times where he goes up to the podium talking about Dan Quinn, and when you're not winning games on Hail Marys at the end and advancing to the NFC Championship, those weekly media sessions become a lot more contentious, so to speak. And I just think sometimes he gets up there and doesn't know what to say. And I feel like he didn't know what else to say in that moment. Because what do you mean we see him again in 2 weeks? What they did, if you would have stopped him, it's not a big deal. This idea of it being this great disrespect, I think is kind of ridiculous. What was disrespectful is when Saquon Barkley is running in between the tackles, running over Quan Martin, running over Mikey Samerson, et cetera. That's disrespectful.
Well, so where I imagine you and I might differ is I go, for example, last year's Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Okay, when they're beating Dallas, I can't remember what the score was, but they're up by 30 with a couple minutes left in the fourth quarter, and you're running a double reverse pass to alignment.
Yeah.
That's to me,
Cross
that's
the line.
disrespectful.
Yeah.
Right? It's the game is over and everybody's stopping. No one's playing basketball. There's 6 seconds left, and it doesn't change anything with the outcome. And you're trying to pad your stats with an extra rebound or a
windmill dunk like
a Giannis dunk
Yeah.
the other night, which he did. That kind of stuff. I'm kind of going, yeah. There's no reason for that, right?
Yeah.
I think you have the right to kind of be irritated about it. This was still, again, it would have been the most remarkable comeback in the history of sports. They scored the touchdown. It wasn't as if they were dropping back.
Right.
Sending 10 receivers out in the route and slinging it. They handed it off a couple times to Saquon Barkley. It was Tank Bigsby, for goodness sakes.
Right.
Rumbled for 22 and a touchdown. They went for 2 again. I thought it was odd, and I didn't like it, but it's not to the level of let's throw hands on somebody. But apparently that was a bridge too far for Washington. And I just think it looks so petty. It looks so small. It looks so, well, we can't do anything about it on the field, so we'll sort of bitch about this. And I don't know. It's one of those things where I think both conversations can be had.
Yeah.
If you thought it was rubbing it in, if you thought it was running up the score, I think you can say that. I think that's a reasonable viewpoint on it. So I think these two convos can happen independently of the other, where Washington's reaction to it, it's like somebody comes and goes, call me, and they call me fat. And I'm like, I don't like the way he said it. No, you didn't like what he said.
Right.
You didn't like the fact that they got
For sure.
they got their ass beat.
So the one positive that I would take away from that moment, and people can call Sargent's slogans cliche all they want. Like, I do think the guys on the team genuinely battle hard and play hard for one another. What really spearheaded the fight was Mikey Samerson still getting into a fight with Tyler Steen, and the rest of the Commanders were like, whoa, this is our 5'9" corner against a 6'4", 350-pound, Godzilla. Like, we got to hop in here. That's what I liked about it. They're not going to let anybody pick on the smaller guys. I love that part of it. Outside of that, I could just do without it. And it's frustrating because I was coached by my uncle my whole life, and there were just certain things that you would not do. I would have been told, even if the refs didn't eject me, to go take my jersey off and sit in the car. Like, I've had moments like that where I've gotten to a spat during the game, during Little League, and my uncle pulled me and made me go sit in the car the rest of the game. There's just certain stuff when you're a program you don't want to be a part of, and I don't know, fighting is just not my thing when it comes to on the field, especially when you're not good. Makes you look like a jerk.
Do you expect anything in this game tomorrow?
No.
Or tomorrow, on Sunday?
No.
I don't either, and I wonder why that is.
Well, I expect Tanner McKee, if he's the one getting the start, I expect him to put up great numbers. Well, our defense is bad.
I don't mean that. I mean in terms of guys pushing and shoving and getting in each other's faces and getting fined and ejected and stuff.
I guess it depends because the parties involved for Philadelphia probably aren't going to be playing because we don't mean anything to them and there's nothing they can gain from playing us. So I don't know. I think it dies down. You probably disagree with this, but we'll see here in real time. I now look at, and this has kind of been a couple years for me, I look at Philadelphia as our biggest rival, relative to Dallas. I think there have been more, in my lifetime at least, here in the
Yeah,
past.
they've been better than Dallas has over the last 20 years.
And there have been more
unequivocal.
meaningful Washington-Philly games over that span as well.
Well, not for them.
The division title, we've won the division against them twice. In Philly with Kirk when he took a knee instead of spiking it, and then Ron Rivera limping in to the NFC's title game. Moments like that.
Fair enough.
The Deshaun Jackson trade.
Right.
There's stuff there with that.
That's fair enough. I don't hate that. I mean, they were always a 1A or a 2 for a lot of us growing up in the 80s and 90s. That makes sense. We can open up calls to this. If you guys want to move on, we can do that too. 800-636-1067. Got something else I want to talk about when it comes to DC sports. Little New Year's resolution. We can talk about this game as well. At 5 o'clock, we'll do some buy and sell on some stock for some young players here in Washington. We'll do that. Darius will go through all the young guys that I kind of made a list about. Linnell and I will debate that back and forth. That's at 5. But we'll do this real quick if you guys want. 800-636-1067. Do you expect any extracurriculars in this Sunday game? I mean, you heard Dan Quinn's clip. I don't know what that means exactly. That's how they want to get down. We'll see him in a couple weeks. Yes, you will. The game's on the schedule. Does that mean you've told guys certain things? Have you told them we are doing this stuff? Are we not? Do you expect guys to kind of have a chip on their shoulder about it? What would it mean if they do? Would it be something that you're proud of if they're stepping up and fighting to a degree in this regard? Or is it kind of like me where I'm going, this whole thing's embarrassing because you're terrible and it looks like you're trying to win something? Just looks kind of pathetic. But that's my view on it. 800-636-1067. Little buy or sell stock at 5. Your call's next on whether you expect some extracurricular activities this Sunday against Philly. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. If you want to sell your home, choosing the right agent is everything. You're not just hiring somebody to list a house. You're hiring someone to protect your equity, fight for your bottom line, and guide what's probably the biggest financial move you'll make all year or over several years. That's why sellers go with who I went with, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. The average agent just throws your home online and hopes somebody notices. Power Home Team launches a full-blown marketing campaign. We're talking digital ads, buyer matching technology, high-impact visuals, and messaging that creates a buzz around your home. That's why listings handled by a Power Home Team don't sit, they sell fast. And not just fast, they sell for more. Time and time again, their clients walk away with higher net proceeds and less stress. They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell for some reason, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That is their guarantee. So call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team now to find out more about this guarantee at 844-654-SOLD or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. What's up, guys? G&D live. Caddies on Cordell. Linnell is in for GP. Speaking of caddies, you're not just talking about caddies. That's the best bar/restaurant to watch a game, according to Bethesda Magazine. That's 2 straight years running. Ow! That makes good sense to me. I like it here. I had an elevated grilled cheese. You've had grilled cheese before. I had what's called, I think, called the grown-up grilled cheese.
Yeah.
Delicious. Delicious. And it went really well with my potato skins. Yeah, I'm not losing the weight yet, Linnell. Whatever.
It's okay.
800-636-1067 is the telephone number. Hanging out with us until 6:30 tonight. Reminder, Ed Kratz covers the Eagles for Sports Illustrated. Will join us at 6 to scout the opponent. We got some young players, a little buy or sell, which we will do here in a few minutes. But I stumbled onto this, and I was doing more and more thinking about it. I'd kind of forgotten how chippy it was at the end of that game where Philadelphia played Washington just a couple of weeks ago, and they play again in 2 days. Do you expect extracurriculars? Do you expect kind of more, I don't want to say juice on the rivalry, because that implies that the only way to show that you care about the game is to get in a fight with somebody.
Right, no.
A lot of rivals play without getting in fights, et cetera. But do you expect anything? My answer is no. Yours is?
I actually do. I think we have a chippy bunch. They're angry. They should be, at least, at what's happened this year. I think they'll fight a little bit. It just happens. It's the nature of the beast. I don't know how much last game has to do with them fighting this game, though, if I'm going to be honest. I just think, hopefully, I want maybe them fighting at the end, Danny, and I know this is going to contradict what you just said. To me, though, it does show a little bit of a fight, an extra give-a-damn level, so to speak, for the season finale.
Like the whistle is blown, you push a lineman.
Yeah.
That shows fight?
Yeah.
Interesting. It's just this is not how I'm wired. I it's the same way that
playing through the whistle in a good well, no, maybe not pushing after the whistle, but like
playing hard is normal.
Blocking until the whistle is blown.
Yeah, so
and then a little after.
The whistle's blown, 1,000, 2,000, you smack somebody in the head. That shows fight?
Probably
that's
not.
tougher? Like
Probably
that it's the same thing I always have with when guys at the major league level are throwing temper tantrums. Where it's like, you don't think the dude that doesn't throw a temper tantrum cares? Go to the park. Go there at 11 a.m. when that guy's running sprints and lifting and getting the plyometrics in this stretch and working on the a million different things in his swing in the cage, taking 1,000 ground balls before lunch. Like, you can't tell me that guy doesn't care either, right? Just because he didn't spike his helmet like a child. That's kind of my point here. 800-636-1067. Mike in Annandale, line one. Do you expect any chippiness and extracurriculars here on Sunday?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. Happy
What's
New
up,
Year.
Mike? You too, buddy.
No, I don't expect a lot of chippiness because the starters aren't in there. I have an alternate theory about why they actually went for the 2 points. I think it's more internal with Jake Elliott. Either they lost confidence or it's in his head. I don't think they wanted to put their kicker out. Just an idea there.
So I've heard a couple of people say that, and I appreciate the phone call.
Even though the game didn't matter at that point?
Yeah, isn't that the perfect time to do it?
Right.
It's, again, I said this at the time, and again, I wasn't on the radio when I was saying it, but to anybody that asked or any kind of conversation, I don't understand that exactly. Because I've heard that theory. He kicked the extra point to put them up 21-10.
Right.
He kicked extra points previously, and if the game's out of reach, isn't that the best time to give it? I don't know. At some point, he has to kick the football, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you rather do it in low stakes to prepare for the high stakes?
I think it just shows how inexplicable the decision was. Like we're reaching in terms of like trying to find logic and reason as to why they did it. There is no reason. It's probably because they're just jerks. Maybe that's why they fought.
Let's go to line 3. Mike in Gaithersburg. Mike, do we expect any, I don't know, extracurriculars here when Washington and Philly play in a couple of days?
Not so much because, you know what I'm saying, neither team, the Commanders don't really have a leader for them to have that chippiness that's going to be out there on Sunday to represent, to have that attitude, and the Eagles don't really have much respect for what Washington did, especially after last year and everything else. They're just treating this as an exhibition, as a scrimmage game, pretty much. Just not to do anything spectacular in the offense. Don't want to show anything on the, for the playoffs and just,
I know exactly what you mean. Appreciate you, dude. Happy New Year to you. Thanks for making the call. It's a bummer. Obviously, that this when the schedule comes out, what are we doing?
Circling this
We're going,
stretch.
oh, my God, that's for the division.
Yep.
The last 3 games, it goes Philly, Dallas, Philly. Oh, man. Like, you could be sitting at, I don't know, I can't do the math. You could be sitting at 9-5, and those 3 games make or break your season. You could be sitting at 8-6, and those, you could be out of it, and all of a sudden you win a couple of games, you could catch them if Philly comes back to earth. If you are kind of hanging around, you own your own destiny right there. Nobody thought it would be a team resting its starters in Philadelphia against a 4-12 tire fire that is Washington. Nobody had that in the office pool.
And they're putting it on CBS. I wonder what crew we're going to get. That's always my favorite bit ever since we've started stinking this year.
Oof.
Which bad announce team are we going to get? CBS didn't really have a bad announce team, in my opinion, except when they make Jay Feely the color commentator. Like, come on, a kicker? Is that really supposed to be the guy that gives me the analysis of the game?
Kickers are people, too.
Kickers are people sometimes.
We're getting Kevin Harlan.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah, Kevin
No
Harlan.
way.
Yep.
That makes me very excited.
Sometimes your closer comes in the middle of the 3rd inning when your team is down by 15 runs.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Kevin Harlan's great. We're not, and Philly's resting their starters. But,
what did we do to deserve Kevin Harlan?
I don't know. We went 4-12 is what we did.
He is going to make this game sound like the Super Bowl. I promise you.
He always does. He's the best at it.
Wow.
Like, I hope there's some sort of shenanigan, like a Philly idiot running on the field or something, and he's breaking down the yardage markers and the cutback lanes, security guards tackling him. Maybe a squirrel gets chased by a cat or something. It'd be great.
Something weird up there in Philadelphia.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I know I'm different than a lot of sports media type people just in general, but I know like the old culture of sports radio kind of reflecting the local sports, and it's blasphemous to think the way that I think. Like where we should try to punch people in the face less. Just kind of like my own philosophy, my own lifestyle, et cetera, as just a pudgy 46-year-old zilch. But the point is, like, I find it so, I don't know what the right word is, but I find it so pathetic. I find it so off-putting where you can't do anything about stopping the other team. You can't impose your will in any way physically, down in, down out. You can't knock them into the dirt running the football the way that the teams I grew up with did. That was how you imposed your will, not in smacking somebody in the face or jawing after a game, not in doing the Trent Williams mushing Richard Sherman who won't shut his mouth. You know how you shut him up is you beat his ass on the football field. You come on a pull and knock him in the next week and make him think twice about make him more business decisions when you're out there as a pulling lineman. But they don't have that in the card. So to me, I know you're not supposed to just bend over, take your medicine, but at the same time, getting ejected doesn't solve anything.
No.
Congrats, tough guy.
Makes you look like a child. The Deron Payne thing disappointed me. I know I'm going back to the Lions a bit now, but disappointed me because, like, his explanation after the fact, I don't know if you heard him in the locker room. He was basically saying, like, you know, do you regret anything that you did? He said, I regret doing it in front of the ref, which clearly shows that you don't get it probably, right. And that's a bigger problem to me. By the way, we probably have, like, a sneaky storyline that we hit when you were out, Danny. Deron Payne's probably played his final home game as a member of the Commanders. No way they bring him back at $27 million, highest cap hit on the team.
What do I know? I mean, I don't think so, but
when you lack quality football players, I think no matter what the cost is, it's kind of hard to get rid of one, even though he's very average to above average. It's kind of, I don't know. It's a tough cookie to chew on, so to speak.
I think they could have moved on this year had they wanted to with some penalty. Not cutting would have made sense. I would have traded him for the record, and I can't believe they didn't trade anybody at the trade deadline, something that I know screamed into the ether about, that I can't believe nobody else seems to agree with me. It's like, well, we don't know what was available. They couldn't have made one trade.
Something was
not one single trade at draft pick when they have none. Nobody on the roster.
Well, they were still in playoff contention.
I mean, come on. The trade deadline was in the midst of that lose every game by 21 points type streak. So, yeah, I mean, Payne's cap number's unwieldy. It's 28. You could save a decent amount by cutting him. If you do it post-June 1st, you could spread that out over a couple of years. Could be a $5+ million dead cap hit over a couple of seasons. I don't know how worth it that is to you. An area where they're bad, you're necessarily getting worse right there. He's been productive. I don't know what you do exactly. I know I'm not extending him, though. I'll tell you that.
The makeup of that room is crazy. Deron Payne, a big contract, highest paid player on the team from a cap standpoint. You paid Kinlaw $15 million. You spent damn near a first-round pick on Jazon Newton. Yet they came on the broadcast in the Dallas game on Netflix screaming that we can't stop downhill runs. Well, why the hell not? You have literally invested so many resources in that position in particular, yet you're just not getting the desired results. Like the CVS receipt of needs is as long as it could possibly get.
Well, yeah, remember that was the offseason plan. It was to beef up the run defense, and that would fix everything else. I've just been told it didn't work. Buy or sell time for some young players. Darius will go through it. Linnell and I, we'll just do like stock picks, talking about some of the youngsters on this team, whether we buy their futures here in Washington or we are selling high or just sort of selling at a loss, moving on to the next thing. A little buy or sell next on The Fan.
This update fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. Well, it wouldn't be the 25 season, would it, without talking injuries? And Commanders have even more as we get set for the season finale Sunday in Philly. Marcus Mariota officially ruled out today for Sunday's game against the Eagles. Also, Laramie Tunsil is going to miss another one. He's out this week with an oblique injury. Philly is a 4.5-point favorite. College football today, Navy in action. Midshipmen hoping to close out the season with a 4th straight win, looking for win number 11, taking on Cincinnati right now in the rain at the Liberty Bowl in Memphis. 7.5 minutes to play first quarter. There is no score. Also, it looks like T.J. Watt's going to be back for Pittsburgh for the Steelers. Win and get in game against the Ravens Sunday night. He's been out 3 games with a punctured lung. No one appreciates fan listeners more than Paisanos. Now score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart. Use promo code FAN30. Order now at Paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
You,
That's me.
Christian, and a big Caps fan.
And Grant. We're on
Grant
TV.
Paulson.
We're on TV again. Oh, that's not me. It's another handsome guy. Welcome back. We're at Caddies on Cordell in Bethesda. And I'm not even kidding. I just popped up on television. Oh, you know what it is? They're rotating pictures of scenes here at the bar because this is the best bar to watch a game, according to Bethesda Magazine, a couple years running. I can speak to that because I watched Alex Ovechkin break the goal-scoring record right here at Caddies on Cordell. And there was a picture of me just now here at Caddies. Now I get it.
Wow.
It wasn't just me. It was like 3 people, but I was like the handsomest there if you're just judging. And I was on TV. That's what that was. There's a bunch of college football, and then I'm like, there's my stupid face. Where did that come from?
Things that don't belong.
Yeah, but now I get it. Welcome back to the program. We would like to invite our esteemed producer and left tackle for the Minnesota Vikings, Christian Darrisaw Dameron, onto the program. Darius, how are you, first of all? Happy New Year to you, sir.
Hello, Darius.
Yes, gentlemen. Happy New Year. Doing well. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So the thing we wanted to do is play a little buy or sell. We're doing some stock. So if you don't know, the way this works is if a stock is overvalued, if it's overhyped, you go, you know what? I probably want to sell that because I don't think it's going to get much better. If a stock is undervalued, you want to buy it because the value is going to go up, right? Everybody with me on that?
Sure.
So if you think there's more in the tank, you're buying. If you don't, you're probably selling, maybe cut your losses, etc. That's how we play the game. We'll alternate who goes first and why. Darius has a list of young players here that we're going to buy and sell stock in. Darius, player of the first, please.
Let's start with the first round pick of the 2025 Washington Commanders draft class. That would be right tackle Josh Connerly. Buy or stock. Or buy or sell.
Yeah, I am buying stock in Josh Connerly because it's not very expensive right now. Jay Gruden came on our show, as he does every Monday after Washington plays foosball, and basically, it wasn't being cruel or anything, but said in his evaluation, Connerly's not been particularly good this year, and wasn't very bullish maybe on his outlook as a player, and said he's among the worst right tackles in football at this point, et cetera, et cetera. They've been patient, and David Aldridge kind of addressed this early on. Out of the gate, he had a set of assignments as you're going to have in this league for a veteran right tackle, let alone a neophyte that's just learning the position. There's too much there for me not to think. How many negatives did I use right there? There's too much skill, too much athleticism, too much raw mold of clay for me not to think that guy's going to be really good one day. I don't think he is yet. I think he has gone through growing pains. I think he's been up and down. There's some false starts. There's some holds here and there. I think that happens. That's part of the position. When you're on an island, some of the best pass rushers happen to be on that side now. That's kind of the trend. But I'm buying stock that Josh Connerly is a good right tackle. Maybe not a star, but a good right tackle in the future. I'm buying.
I'm buying stock in that as well for all the reasons that you just mentioned. I think the biggest thing that he's got to work on this offseason, get a little heavier in the britches so he can anchor versus power rushers. My big question with him is how long is he a right tackle? Are they just going to uproot him in the middle of his career when Laramie Tunsil hangs it up and go, hey, buddy, you're now the left tackle. We expect you to transition there flawlessly. If they expect him to do that, I think he'll struggle. initially on the left side, just like he struggled initially on the right side. But overall, to your point, 100% buying stock.
Let's start with, let's keep it on the offensive side, actually. Let's go with tight end Ben Sinnott, buy or sell.
This one's tough. You listed him as a
stock either way.
Yeah, you listed him as a tight end. I think he's a fullback. For that reason, I'm going to sell stock in Ben Sinnott. It's tough because I think when he was drafted, there were these high expectations that he was going to be the pass-catching tight end of the future for this organization. He's just not that. I think he'll have a long career. I think he's a tough football player. I love him as a, quote, move blocker. Their calculation at the position, though, doesn't make a whole lot of sense because maybe people are going to say I'm over-exaggerating, but I watch, so just trust my opinion, right? He's just as good of a blocker, in my opinion. Maybe not exactly the same, but as John Bates. I think there's something there with him as a blocker, yet they brought back John Bates and Zach Ertz. I didn't understand that move this offseason, but kind of selling my stock in Ben Sinnott because he just hasn't shown me anything yet.
I'm selling. And what I see looks pretty good.
Yeah.
They don't see it. The same people. Now, I know this Adam Peters. The reason we had expectations for him was because Adam Peters said he's one part George Kittle, one part Kyle Juszczyk. So I was waiting for that. He's the backup blocking tight end at this point. They don't think he can do it. Otherwise, they would have had him do it. So if they don't believe it, why should I? I'm frustrated because every time that guy's got the ball in his hands, he looks explosive. He looks big, strong, fast, tough. All the things, not all the things, but some of the things you want in a tight end.
Right.
He doesn't have Zach Ertz's footwork, but who does? Ertz is a circus bear at this age, right? Where he's tap dancing all over the place. He couldn't run away from me.
Yeah.
But by God, he'll get open using footwork and route running and leverage and all sorts of smart stuff.
Would you call him a circus bear?
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, you know, dancing circus bear. Like, he's balancing the ball. He's on the unicycle.
I dig it.
He can do that sort of thing. Short area quickness. But, he can't run away from everybody. He's a catch and fall guy at this point. Sinnott doesn't have that. He's a different tight end, different player. There's a skill set, though, for somebody that they'd go, yeah, we could use that. It doesn't seem to be in the cards for them. I've given up asking about it because there's no better opportunity than, I don't know, right now this second to feature him at least a little bit, and they won't do it, so I'm forced to sell.
Yeah,
Hia Hokie, Jalen Lane, wide receiver, buy or sell?
I'm going to reluctantly buy here. Now, as a returner, yes, I think that's bona fide. We got something.
Yeah.
As a receiver, to me is kind of what we're talking about. I think he steps into a kind of, sort of, a almost Alameda Zacchaeus role next year. Is that worth owning?
Yeah.
It doesn't cost me very much, so that's fine. I'll buy it, but it's not something I think he's going to be featured. I think that room gets an overhaul. Well, let me rephrase. I'm begging and praying and hoping that room gets an overhaul, and he'll be, I don't want to say odd man out.
Yeah.
He'll be there because he can return kicks, and he's got some quicks, and you'll have him, doing some slot stuff, short area. But to me, it's a very tepid buy.
Great minds think alike. I'm also going to, love how you put it, reluctantly buy the stock. Love him as a returner, as you mentioned. I'm baffled, though, that they did not find more ways to get him the football offensively. When you lack the speed, the team speed that Washington does on the offensive side of the ball, you find ways to get Jalen Lane the football, and they just didn't. I know there's a lot of nuance to the wide receiver position, learning inside and out. Can you block? Are you a good route runner? So on and so forth. I think he runs routes well. He doesn't catch it very well, and that's a pretty big skill that's needed for the job. I think next year, I beg, like you said, one, that they overhaul the room, but he should be your deep threat. Like, I wouldn't feel the need to go out big game hunting for a deep threat this offseason because I drafted one. Let's put our picks to the test, so to speak.
The other offensive player that remains would be the running back who joins us every Tuesday on Grant Danny Show at 5 o'clock, Bill Krosky-Merritt, buy or sell?
Oh, I'm buying it. It is the richest stock that Washington has right now, maybe on this football team, in terms of, like, young offensive players, not named Jaden Daniels. Like, he is the guy. I think we had this conversation last week, myself and Grant. He does everything well. He's the home run hitter. I still would be interested, though, in bringing in competition and somebody to pair with him in tandem. The biggest thing for him that I want to see improve, pass blocking, obviously, protect the football. He's got to get a little stronger for me as well. I feel like he's a guy that could definitely benefit from a year, full offseason in an NFL strength and conditioning program. But Bill's got it, man. I love everything about him.
I think I'm going to sell this. And it's not because I don't like Bill. I like him a lot. I think we do this with running backs sometimes. We put Darius Geis in the Hall of Fame because he had a good game against Carolina when both running backs ran for over 100 yards. Yeah. And he was good in the preseason one time. We put the cart before the horse on these type dudes, right? And I like Bill. He's the best guy out of that backfield with the football in his hands.
Right.
Okay? They don't throw him any passes at any point in time. They don't seem interested in doing that. He's improved in pass pro, but it took Chris Rodriguez basically puking before the game for them to go, fine, we'll give you double-digit carries.
Yeah.
This isn't my evaluation of Bill. It's theirs. I keep coming back to this. I understand you don't want to give him 20 carries a game. He didn't play football but for one game last year because of an eligibility thing, which is stupid. Good job, NCAA. But it just seems like they didn't want to do this on a regular basis. Right? And I don't know why. He was good. He's good with the ball in his hands. They don't trust him necessarily. Maybe some of the advanced passing game stuff. You got Ed McNichols do that. Okay, fine. Well, where was he on first and second down? If Chris Rodriguez was available, he's only getting 4 touches, not getting in a rhythm. That's my frustration. So I'm selling, not because I don't believe in the player. I do. Every time he's got something on his plate, he's eating it. Let's put more on the plate. That's where I'm at.
Moving to the interior, let's go with Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle out of Illinois.
I'm selling this one. Again, he played really well, it seemed to me, the other day. Had his counting stats finally happen against Dallas. But it's the same deal where you're getting out-snapped by Sheldon Day. You're getting out-snapped by Eddie Goldman. You're getting out-snapped by Preston Smith. I know it's not the same position, but it's indicative. They didn't believe in him to play him more regularly. I think maybe at some point, if you mentioned this with Josh Connerly, Linnell, if he gets a little bit more stout on the bottom half, Tookus on down to maybe be more solid in the run game, but that's not who he is. He is a disruptive, penetrating, bothering, in the mold of a John Randall defensive tackle than he is necessarily a smart car type guy that's not moving anywhere at any point in time. I think there's value in that. That's not the paradigm they went with this offseason, so he became kind of an afterthought after they used a second-round pick on him, basically saying we were lucky to get him. It was only because of a foot injury. Otherwise, he's a first-rounder. I never really believed in the player, to be honest with you. I know it sounds really harsh. I just kind of never saw it. I've never really understood the infatuation and the hype. I look like a jackass the other day when he's knifing.
Well, I don't think you did.
Knocking people down, and he looked awesome.
Yeah.
And you're going, okay, well, could we do that, I don't know, 2 other times over the course of a season? But I'm selling here because I think he's at his high point now. I don't think we see what we just saw again.
I'm going to sell as well. Bear with me here on the analogy. You have kids. When your child took their first steps, you didn't assume that all of a sudden, like, you were breeding the next great, like, shortstop in Major League Baseball. It was just a part of the process. You're a human. You learn how to walk. That's how I feel about Jazon Newton and what he did on Netflix versus the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, he got a couple of sacks. I'm pulling up the number here. The average time to sack Danny Roudet was, I think it was like 5.2 seconds. So he was the beneficiary of a bunch of coverage sacks. I do not buy any stock into what he did. He would be somebody that would be on the fringe of being cut next year, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't know his value. And everyone wants to say he's this great situational pass rusher. Well, why aren't they using him more in situational pass rush spots? I don't get the hype with Jazon Newton. And it's crazy because Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year, I think the double foot surgery zapped all the juice away from him. And, like, he's no longer going to be able to be a good football player. So it's tough. I feel for him, but selling.
A pair of Washington cornerbacks. We will start with the youngest one, which will be Trey Amos. Buy or sell?
I'm buying low. Here's the thing about Trey Amos, right? Looked good this year at times against mediocre wide receivers. We didn't see him a bunch because he ended up getting hurt. I still feel like I just don't know what I have there, right? Like, if you were asking me my comfort level, Danny, and going into next year with Trey Amos and Mikey Sainristil as your outside corner duo, I would say, we can't do better. We can't do better than that. Like, that's not – I don't know, man. They're in between a rock and a hard place when it comes to that spot. Him getting hurt was one of the bigger developments of the year that we didn't really talk about enough. It stinks that you really don't know what you have in him. You're obviously going to rely on your, what you saw in camp and so on and so forth. But I'm going to buy it, but I still don't know if I have a legitimate number one corner.
I'm buying. I think he's a dude.
Yeah.
And part of this is my own desperation to be right about something, and I fully acknowledge that. This is confirmation. But I see enough of those moments, enough of those flashes where No, he's not the tiny, super swivelly, explosive corner that's going to stay with people down the field tremendously well. What he is a big physical, maul you, hands on you, kind of modern sort of, I don't want to say Richard Sherman to evoke that name, but Legion of Boom style corner that's you'll notice who the coach happens to be, right?
He's the prototype.
To me, I look for that. I look for the bigger bodied, longer arm. Again, he's not winning as many races as some of the other dudes, but I feel like in this system, in this scheme, he could be that guy. If they go get Al Harris, the guy that he's the interception whisperer, wherever he shows up, that lead the league in picks. He could be a dude that we're now talking about as having that leap, that kind of renaissance.
Yeah.
I am a believer in Trey Amos. I think he's just scratching the surface here. I think he could be really, really good. So normally when you go, I can't believe he's available in the second round, they got a steal, I roll my eyes with this organization.
Yeah.
This time I actually buy that. And I know maybe that's fool's gold and I'm talking myself into something, but I'm a believer in Trey Amos.
And the last player would be the guy opposite of Trey Amos, Mikey Sainristil by herself.
So I thought I was going to be alone on this, and I can predict where you're going to go.
Yeah.
I'm selling. This is the only guy that doesn't fit their athletic profile.
Yeah.
Okay? If you go back and look at their the compilation of raw athletic scores, the RAS scores, Washington has a type. And that, by the way, I don't mind that. I'm good with that. They want captains and guys that are off the charts in these RAS scores. Sainristil was not. He's the guy that's going to be the mayor of any city that he's in. Great dude, tough as nails, good competitor. I think this is it. And I'm okay with that. But if we're talking about buying stock, I don't see a lot of upside here. I think we're at
what he is.
We're kind of a slot, not really. Kind of an outside, fine. But on a good defense, you could have the versatility of, let's say for the sake of argument, this guy that he's covering is going in motion. Now they're in a stack kind of in the slot. You're not panicking because he's in there. He's not going to do the job great in there, but you don't have to totally adjust everything and have a complicated call to compensate for it. I think he's solid. I think he's fine. I think I like him more than you do. When I'll tag you in here in a second. But I'm not buying that there's a ton of upside, and that's what kind of this buy or sell situation is. I'm selling. I like Mikey Sainristil, but I think this is kind of it.
You ready? I'm going to make my decision right here on the spot because I've been thinking about it ever since. I saw the rundown earlier. I've been looking at it since last night. This is the one that I'm torn on, Danny. His ball skills, you can't coach that. Like, that is an innate ability that he has to play the ball in the air really well. He does it better than any DB that Washington has right now. But like you said, he's kind of a slot, but he's not. He's kind of an outside guy, but he's not. I think he lacks the physical tools from both the speed standpoint and a height standpoint, like length and all that, to be a starting NFL corner. Like, I genuinely have my questions about that. But I will say this, every corner, and you know this, Danny, as well as anybody, every corner looks better when they have to cover for a shorter period of time. If we could ever get a pass rush, he's the guy that could potentially have the 6-7 interception year. I just don't know if this has been like 5 times on the show.
People don't realize how much
I'm walking right into
people. I'm telling you, having kids has made me. I'm head on a swivel all the time. If you can't see it, I'm on the YouTube stream.
Yeah.
Linnell, speaking normally as people do, he's like, maybe he'll have 6-7 interception. And as soon as I heard that 6-7, I got to do the bit with my hands because I have children.
But to wrap this up here, I just don't know if he has the physical tools to be a starting corner in this league. I think if he's your first corner off the bench, you're in really good shape, like tremendous shape. That's how I feel about him.
How about what you're selling there?
Yeah.
Darius, appreciate you, dude. That was a good job of buy or sell.
That was awesome.
Stonks here with the young Washington 53. A major phenomenon just wrapped up. One of the cultural touchstones, one of the seminal shows that I really believe shot a streaming platform to the front of the line, to the top of the table, to be essential for all of our entertainment hubs. Kind of the first stop shop, the first place we go now when talking about new programs, movies, and otherwise. I really think this show, I would say put these guys on the map. They were already on the map, very much so. But a show with no promotion and no buzz turned into a global phenomenon. I've got some of the numbers for you. We'll tell you about what it is. It just wrapped up. I'll give you some of my thoughts on that, and we'll ask you guys, what else is kind of close to this in terms of cultural phenomenon from one of the great shows of all time? It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan, live from Caddy's on Cordell. Linnell filling in for GP. One of the great shows ever wrapped up here within the last couple of days. We'll talk about it next.
Start with the NFL. It's been the theme all season for the Commanders. Injuries. We have more in Week 18. Marcus Mariota today officially ruled out. Not a surprise, but today declared out for the game Sunday season finale in Philly. So Josh Johnson will start Sunday in Philadelphia. Laramie Tunsil also will miss another game. He's out this week with an oblique injury. College football in the rain right now in Memphis. Navy playing its bowl game against Cincinnati. Senior Blake Horvath has a touchdown run. Navy and Cincy are tied up at 7 in the second quarter at the Liberty Bowl. More NFL news. Lamar Jackson, we know, has been practicing, so he's going to be back for their win-and-get-in game Sunday night in Pittsburgh. We found out today T.J. Watt expects to play as well. He'll be back in the lineup for the Steelers after missing 3 games with a punctured lung. And NBA tonight, Wizards have won 3 of 4. Back at home, back on the floor against the Brooklyn Nets. That's a 7 p.m. start here on 106.7 The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back to Caddies on Cordell. Grant and Danny hanging out with you. No GP, but yes, Linnell. If you're on the YouTube stream, you can say hi, drop us a comment, and say hello. You can check out the show always on the old Odyssey app as well. Points in and around D.C., Maryland, Richmond, Virginia, anywhere you find us, we are happy to hang out with you. Appreciate you guys making the show part of your day. So everybody knows I'm a giant dork, Linnell. I used to have to hide all this stuff, but now I get a Marvel movie every 4 months, and I could sit there and have conversations about this version of Batman versus the other. I used to have to kind of hide all this stuff. Now we're out in the mainstream, we're open, and it's fine as a giant dork. But I'm a huge Stranger Things fan, and I'll just briefly tell you this. Here's what happened: the show wrapped New Year's Eve, the final episode, kind of a movie style thing released. They split up their final season into 3 installments. 4 episodes, a few days later, 3 episodes, a few days later, then the final one to kind of give people a chance to binge, catch up, build a little anticipation and hype. And it ends, a show that's that big and that massive, and I got some numbers I'll give you guys here in a second, is always going to have the, in our world now, the, this sucks. The, this sucks people. You can't talk to them.
Right.
You don't like anything, and that's fine. You're allowed to not like it. You're also allowed to have legitimate criticisms about things. I certainly do. About art and things that have been produced, shows, games, color commentators, play-by-play guys, coaching calls, etc. We do that, and we have conversations about it. That's great. But for the everything sucks people, okay, fine. Next. This final episode, and I'm trying not to spoil anything. If folks haven't watched it yet, you should. The show is incredible, especially if you are of a certain age. The reference is, it is a house built on nostalgia of great art projects and great movies, shows, books, and everything from the 80s and early 90s. So it would mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, it would mean nothing to you.
Right.
You don't care about Stand By Me. You don't care about Stephen King's Firestarter. You don't care about Nightmare on Elm Street or any of these other campy, hokey, kind of cheesy E.T. or whatever kind of projects and things that we watched and consumed that brought us to this age. Right, where now everybody's cynical, everybody's jaded, everybody's this, that, and the other. And a show will never make everyone happy. There's no good way to wrap stuff up unless everybody dies, like at the end of Breaking Bad or something like that, right? So the way the show ends, you get your usual group of people that say everything sucks, put them aside. You're never talking to them. But the people that didn't like the way the show wrapped up, my response, and I tweeted a bunch about this at Funny Danny, is the show wrapped up in the way that it always was. This is, as I said, a pyramid built on the type of entertainment that these guys, the Duffer Brothers, created from the things that they grew up watching. It's the never-ending story. It's the good guy winning. It's the He-Man, Masters of the Universe. It's the giant epilogue of Lord of the Rings. It's all this stuff. We all watched it and consumed it, and then that's how the show went, and you can't believe it. So first, I'll tag you in. Is any of this making sense to you? You're just sitting there staring at me like I'm a crazy person.
I get it from the terms of, like, this is very important to folks, except for me.
And you never watched the show, right? You didn't care.
But I'm weird. Like, I just consume sports 24/7. I have no life. Sports and stand-ups is what I like to do. Mm-hmm. But I can relate in terms of, like, the give a damn level is very high to where you're describing it as what it is, a now cultural phenomenon. Like, that's kind of
That's the level.
That's
because that's what it is. So there have been a couple shows, and we'll get into that here in a second. But at first, a couple of numbers for you. Overall, and again, some of these numbers are still coming in, so it's still pretty new in terms of downloads, views, and it's not conducted the same way that regular ratings are.
Right.
But it is a streaming service. It's pretty ubiquitous. Almost everybody has Netflix. But you're talking over 1.2 billion views for the show.
Wow.
Worldwide. Okay, again, but that could be as much as I watched for 5 minutes and said, it's not for me, and leave.
But it's still 1.2
But still, it's
billion,
something.
you know?
1.2 billion is a pretty big number. 60 million people watched the season 5 premiere within the first 5 days. You follow that? So again, normal TV ratings, if 80 million people are watching the Super Bowl, that's usually live within a handful of minutes of
Right.
DVR. Maybe people are a moment behind or something with commercials, but they're able to kind of count that. So a streaming service is different. It premieres at a certain time, and the beauty of it is you don't have to start it at 5. You can start it at 7 or 6:15 or whatever. That first set, 60 million people, give or take, watched within the first 5 days. 35 million people watched on Christmas, according to some of the numbers that I saw. 35 million people took a break from the great slate of football games, having Christmas dinner with their family or opening presents, whatever they're doing that evening, to watch the second part of the finale of the final season of Stranger Things. Don't have numbers for the finale just yet. It was only aired on New Year's Eve. But to tell you that it's a cultural phenomenon understates it.
Yo,
right? This many people are going to have an opinion on that. And it's remarkable that a show that came out of nowhere, there was no promotion for it. There was no big push. There was no Netflix went ultimate guerrilla marketing style on the now once it became the massive success it was,
Kind of sold
they
itself.
pushed it. Yeah, I mean the same way with Squid Game. Nobody was talking
Right.
about Squid Game until a critical mass of people saw it and they were going, "Dude, this is different.
You gotta watch
gotta
it."
watch
Yeah.
it, right? The you've got to watch it thing that Netflix has mastered.
Yes.
You know, you think of other epic big shows. And again, I'm a dork. I'll carry this for us, buddy. I got you. On Amazon Prime, Fallout. On Amazon Prime, the Lord of the Rings television show. Okay, they promoted these things endlessly, wanting to get you to watch them, and I get that. They should. But the sweet spot, the golden goose or the arrow that pierces the heart, is that show that gets that word of mouth.
Yeah.
Where you don't have to. And Netflix has then kind of gone and doubled down, and everything Stranger Things, all the characters are now in commercials for like AT&T, or they're doing like a Capital One card ad with Alec Baldwin or something like that to get themselves some more Skrilla, and that's fine. But this show was one of the ultimate word-of-mouth buzz phenomenon. It's kind of little engine that could, and the fact that it got to this global phenomenon is incredible. So I ask you this, just if you've seen it, no spoilers, 800-636-1067. What'd you think of it? What'd you think of the ending? Because, again, I'm not throwing this out there lightly. I wouldn't normally go, hey, I watched the end of one of my favorite shows, The Shield. What'd you think of The Shield finale? It's still too narrow of a population.
Right.
60 million people.
The numbers are the numbers.
Watch this damn
I
thing.
mean,
right?
It's incredible.
I would challenge anybody to say that you don't know anybody that was all in.
Oh, exactly.
You see what I'm saying? Like, there's nobody's got a circle big enough to find someone, or small enough rather, to find someone that's like, yeah, I didn't care. Maybe if you're at the old folks' home and TV's not allowed after a certain time, maybe nobody watches. But even then, someone's probably sneaking on their phone. Someone's talking about 11 and Dr. Brenner and Papa, the whole 9 yards. 800-636-1067. Give me your thoughts on the finale. And then the second part of the conversation I want to have, and again, I know we're fighting uphill in the headwind here for you. You're climbing a mountain, stuck in molasses.
You hear me breathing hard?
Yeah, this is not your thing. But give me another show or two.
And I've been thinking about this.
That kind of got to this level of.
Does it have to fit the criteria of no promotion? Because I think that's the unique part about this. Is, like you're saying, it kind of came out of nowhere. And how long's the show been going for, Danny?
So a dozen years or so. I don't actually have the first date, but it wasn't.
Is it a Netflix original?
Yes. So
Okay.
they didn't do 12 seasons. It's only 5 seasons.
Okay, but they
So
spaced them out. Yeah.
It blows up, and all these kid actors are now in demand. I mean, David Harbour was a kind of a jobbing actor. He's the an older grown-up man on the show. Plays the police chief. Has he's been around. You've seen him in some stuff.
Right.
And Winona Ryder stars in the show. All of a sudden, everybody that hadn't been working is now in demand. They can't get everyone back together. Millie Bobby Brown, who's one of the main stars of the show, she now is in every movie that you can find, has multiple series that she's carrying herself. The Finn Wolfhard, who was the actor that plays Mike on the show, is in both It movies. And it's part of that cast that has been in a dozen different things. The new Ghostbusters franchise as well. So all these kids are now megastars.
Good problem to have.
Because of this. So it was hard to actually get everybody back together to start filming some stuff, but they're able to do it and pull it off.
The more and more I think it's hard to find a comp. So I started thinking, well, what shows out there bring everyone together and kind of have come out of nowhere? There's another one that Netflix has that I also have not watched. And this one you're going to be very disappointed in. I heard the same buzz, and as someone that doesn't watch these type of TV shows, you hear it word of mouth. I'll walk into the studio. That's what you guys are talking about. I'll be out at a bar. It's what people are talking about. Did Breaking Bad have this type of pull on people in terms of, like, just how big it ultimately grew?
It's a great question. So
I've seen like 2 or 3 episodes.
I know. My answer is no, and I'm not talking about the quality of the show.
Okay.
Breaking Bad is one of the greatest shows of all time. Full stop. It is incredible, from start to finish, as close to a masterpiece as you'll ever find. Really, by virtue of how excellent Bryan Cranston is.
Yeah.
And
that's the bald guy.
Yeah, he's the lead. I mean, the guy that we all knew was Tim Watley, and then the dad from Malcolm in the Middle.
Yeah.
Goes to this and turns in one of the great performances ever. His incredibleness, his gravity throughout the show is what makes it. I mean, the writing's incredible, the acting's incredible, the script, the show. I mean, everything about it's so good. It is as close to a masterpiece as I think you're going to find, right? It didn't do this.
As far as from numbers standpoint.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, it always did very well.
Right.
Again, people are going to hear it and go, it's better. That's not what I'm saying. Breaking Bad stands alone as in terms of, again, the quality of it. And it's certainly buzzworthy, right? Because that Sunday night when it airs on AMC.
Everyone's there.
You're the next day, can you believe?
Yeah.
No, don't tell me. I haven't watched it yet. I mean, that level of, can you believe what Walt did? Can you believe what Hank did? Can you believe what Jesse did? A Skylar that, you know what? So good. But I don't think it ever did this. There have only been a couple of shows in my lifetime, I think, that would kind of equal this. But I'm curious to see what people say. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Twofold for you. All right? One, what'd you think of the Stranger Things ending? How do you feel about how we ended up? You feel good, bad, and different? You mad at me for liking it? You with the everything sucks people? That's totally fine. Tell me why. Tell me why. And the second part, give me another show, if you feel up to it, that got close to this stratosphere. That got close to this, everything stops, everybody pays attention, and it's all we can think about or talk about. It's so buzzworthy. There are only a couple that come to mind, but I want to see what you guys think as well. 800-636-1067. Linnell, Danny here, Grant and Danny, live from Caddy's on Cordell in Bethesda. We'll be joined by Ed Kratz from Sports Illustrated to scout the opponent at 6 o'clock, give you our predictions, some keys, what's on the line, just kind of go through this weekend tilt against Philadelphia for the Local 53. Welcome back to the show. It's Grant Danny here on the fan. Linnell sitting in for GP. Hope he gets better soon. We were at Caddy's on Cordell, voted best bar/restaurant to watch a game by Bethesda Magazine a couple years running. I can attest to that. I've been here many a time. I watch Alex Ovechkin in a game break the goal-scoring record right over there at this sports bar. So I love this place. They treat us so well, as always. Stop on by. Well worth your time and hard-earned cash. Topic of the moment, bit off the beaten path here, but such a cultural phenomenon. Excuse me. Stranger Things just wrapped up. One of the great shows of all time. There were certainly some moments and things that I kind of rolled my eyes at, even with the understanding that there's more leeway there, because the whole point is it's this 80s nostalgia show. I thought it got too busy at times. I thought they weren't able to give every character something productive to do long enough. They kept introducing things and making it harder to tie stuff together. The ending, for a lot of people, was dissatisfying. They thought maybe the big bad should have done this or that, and it's sort of a cliched reveal. Again, not spoiling anything. And that's kind of the point to me, though, is this was a pyramid of 80s and early 90s nostalgia, and sure enough, that's how the show finished off, and that's kind of what we're looking at here. But 800-636-1067. So I liked it a lot. I want to see what people think. So the question is twofold. What'd you think of the ending? And give me another show that rivals the massive scale and interest level and buzz that this show, Stranger Things, had. I want to start with Steve in Maryland, who has one of my answers, I think, by the way. Steve, what's up, bud? Good afternoon. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, fellas. Now, before I get to my point, Danny, you told me you got a show coming up in Baltimore.
That's right.
Fine.
Let's throw Steve back on hold. He's breaking up. He's breaking up. I want to hear from Steve because he was going to ask me something personal about myself.
I was about to say.
Talking about myself. That's going to happen. Let's get a good connection for Steve. Let's go to Jacob in Upper Marlboro. Line 1. What'd you think of the ending of Stranger Things? And give me another show that's kind of as buzzworthy.
What's up, Jacob?
Hey, as a kid from the 80s and a teenager in the 90s, the show was great. They ended it perfectly, if you ask me, from the storytelling, the epilogue, trying to wrap up as many, leave no questions unanswered, so it wouldn't have changed. It was great, even to the point where we timed it with my family on New Year's Eve. We hit start, so it ended right as New Year's. So that's how we rang in 2026.
Oh, well
so
done.
That's just how much we feel. And the only thing I can think that came close in regards to the popularity and stuff was Lost on ABC back in the day.
There you go.
With that show.
That's one of mine. Jacob, appreciate you, dude. You're breaking up as well a little bit. 100%. Lost now. The way it ended, I think, bothered a lot of people, but that's not the point. The buzz that Lost had. Now, this is network TV, so it's not apples to apples. Everybody. This is kind of pre-ubiquitous streaming, where you still only had a couple outlets to get your prestige TV shows. There had been some, to be sure, but each week the amount of blog space, internet space, social media space, live discussions.
For sure.
Talking about Lost. I mean, the idea now that listen to the companion podcast is crazy. That's not crazy to anybody. That's the first time where you had to do that to figure out what the hell we're talking about. Like, why is there a polar bear all of a sudden? And they'll never pay that off, by the way. They never paid off the fact that there was a polar bear. Anyway, Lost is one of those that had that kind of buzz. I don't think it did the numbies that Stranger Things did, but that's one of the nominees.
Yeah, I was thinking of like Power, the 50 Cent series that has kind of been a thing. I don't know if people are super into that. The thing about these shows, what I would say, it brings people together from all walks of life, because the people that are talking about Stranger Things, I would have thought would be into something like Stranger Things. The people that are watching Power would never thought you'd be into something like Power. So it's unique for that matter. I am just, for whatever reason, I have this problem where I fall asleep watching everything.
Oh.
That is why I can't do show. Darius can attest to this. He's been to one movie with me. We'll probably never go to another one again.
I was going to say, how does Darius know? Is he just hanging out at your house?
I started howling in the movie theater.
As you're just under the same blanket on the couch, just watching shows together?
Just having a time of it. But, yeah it's the reason I don't go to movies. It's the reason I don't watch TV shows. I would just fall asleep and not be able to tell you about it.
All right, let's go back to line 2. Steve in Maryland. Give me what you think of the finale, and give me the show.
Well, first, I haven't watched the show entirely yet. I actually just started season 1, so I am going to give that answer to you when I finish.
Oh, I like it. Good.
My show, and don't hang up when I say it because I still got a question to ask you. My show was the Chappelle Show.
That's it.
Chappelle Show
That's the one.
All likes of people together, especially after the first season, especially after the first show with Clayton Bigsby. And, the girl
Please don't quote any of it right now.
Yeah, right.
But yes, that is the answer.
That literally brought like white people, black people, Chinese people, like
Very
whoever
true.
together, and everybody enjoyed that show. But Danny,
Yeah.
you're in Baltimore. What's the
Yes.
show called? Because I'm trying to find it and I'm trying to buy tickets.
Oh, I actually got to hit up the booker. I don't have the details yet. He's just asking me if I was available. I said yes, and I don't have any info as to yet. So I will certainly post about that when I know. But I appreciate your interest, Steve. Thank you. There he goes. That is Steve.
There we go.
That's my answer, by the
Yeah.
way. That's the number. There are other shows that have had, that have been incredible, et cetera, and we'll get to some of them. But that was my 1 seed. It went from, remember the guy from the Pot movie? Now, comics knew him, and
Right.
all of us knew that he was a master, that he was brilliant. His special from D.C., how many years ago, we was talking about the drug-dealing baby. One of the funniest things
The
that
best,
ever been done.
the best ever.
I mean, all-timer. He's a superstar, and everyone knew that. But to the main public, it's like, oh, okay, I've seen the Ben Stiller show. I've seen Kids in the Hall. I've done SNL, Mad TV. What's so great about this? Set the world on fire.
Yeah.
The Chappelle Show.
For sure.
Unbelievable. Great poll. That was one of mine. See what else you guys have in this regard. Let's go to line 3, Dave in Raleigh. Dave, what's up, bud?
What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you guys doing tonight?
Good, pal.
Man.
I actually have 2 shows. One that ended that I remember everybody being really riled up about, myself included, I was angry about it, was Sopranos. The way Sopranos ended was just a black screen. It was kind of up to the viewer's interpretation. I know that people were angry about that for a while. And the second show that I had to actually watch, that was must-watch for me, was The Wire. I'm going to work the next day, and unless you watched The Wire the night before, you know what everybody was talking about, man. You had to see what Omar was doing and what was happening. So
Omar
those 2 shows that stand out for me.
Both of my top 10. The Wire is my favorite show of all time. I don't know that. I mean, The Sopranos buzz, I think, especially with the ending, and to me, the giant cop out of not actually making a decision or choice, I found so irritating and condescending from David Chase and company. But I digress there. That to me is on the list with Game of Thrones in terms of the buzz.
That's another one. Yeah.
I don't think The Wire